You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Good morning, this is Force 13 Live and we're currently tracking Hurricane Ian, which is set to make a catastrophic landfall on the southwestern part of Florida. We're probably looking at a landfall in Lee or Charlotte counties, possibly both. With its large eye, after that eye wall replacement cycle last night, it went on to strengthen substantially and is now up to 155 miles per hour and a pressure of 937 millibars. I noticed just at the bottom there's still another error of that bar that said Category 3, but it's definitely a high-end Category 4 and is almost at Category 5 status as it approaches the coast. Whether it reaches that intensity or not is a question mark, and probably not a particularly relevant one, because what we have locked in right now is a historic landfall, an extremely powerful storm with in excess probably of 18 feet of storm surge for the region around Cape Coral and Port Charlotte and Fort Myers, all of these areas which are going to be potentially devastated by this storm. We're already hearing reports of trees down in one or two locations from the storm, and beginnings of significant storm surges, and of course very dangerous shoreline conditions. We have a few webcams that we'll be looking at in the course of this stream to take a look properly at this storm. Well then, my name is Nathan Foy here in the studio. We'll be here talking about this whole thing for the duration of this storm's landfall event and beyond, as we take a look back on that satellite imagery and switch to the radar there. This is live radar showing the position of the storm. The 10 a.m. position update from the National Hurricane Center. Data from Air Force Reserve Hurricane Hunter aircraft indicate that the hurricane force winds are approaching the coast of Florida near Sanibel Island. The Southwest Regional Airport in Fort Myers recently reported a wind gust of 62 miles per hour. There is a webcam on Sanibel Island which is in and out of coverage at the moment. Unfortunately, I think we've just caught it at an out moment. So as soon as we can get that back, we'll be able to show you what's going on. But basically, it's a sea of waves right now. But we also have our team with us right now. We have lots of people on board. We have Nick, Isaac, Tim, Amethyst, Patrick, Jordan, Soham, Euxinator, and Adafira has just joined us as well. Tim is showing us some imagery from Fort Myers, I think it is. So let's take a look at this right now.
Yeah, Nathan, this is a pier right across from Sanibel Island. Getting really hammered this morning. You can see a couple trees in the bottom left corner really getting whipped by those tropical storm hurricane force winds that are coming on shore. And the waves are getting very choppy. You can see a lot of white caps out there on the edge of the waterway there.
So how did it happen then overnight that we woke up to find this storm being nearly a Category 5?
Well, we had a little bit of gap. Go ahead.
Well,
we had a little bit of gap in reconnaissance data when it was occurring. I want to say it was a 3-6 hour gap in between reconnaissance missions, and we had one coming in. I believe it was around 4 in the morning, or 5 in the morning actually, Eastern. Came in, went in there and found Category 5 force flight level and surface level winds, and thus that's what made the National Hurricane Center upgrade to 155 mile an hour winds, and that is still the case right now.
Everyone will be asking whether it will become a Category 5 or not, but that's probably not really the right question to ask anymore, considering that the terrific impacts from the storm are already locked in. I guess the biggest question now is where it will make landfall. And at the moment, the track of the storm looks like to me as though it will take it probably into the northernmost part of Lee County, which is one of those barrier islands off the coast. I've just lost the name of that again now, but maybe somewhere near Boca Grande. Potentially a point where it could make that extraordinary landfall that it looks like it's going to produce. But there's the view right now from Fort Myers Pier, and there were some people larking around there not long ago, Tim, weren't there?
Yeah, it looks like local officials have actually closed the pier off right near the shoreline. There was one soul that was venturous enough to go around that barricade and was further out on the pier earlier before we went live. Not sure that would be the wisest decision to be
You don't say.
out on that pier at this time, but definitely the conditions are starting to deteriorate at this pier in the Fort Myers area.
And here is the view at Sanibel Island right now, just to try and get some more, try and fix that bottom bar. And this is currently the closest webcam that you will see to the storm from the center of the eye. That is approximately, let me just get a quick update on position. That must only be about 30 miles from the center of the eye and less than that from the actual eye wall. And there's, oh, look at that, there's a tree branch in the water there that's been washed away, so things getting pretty crazy there, and you see all the smaller leaves that are just hopping along the coastline. Just a really crazy situation at this location. Sanibel Island is going to get pretty raked by this storm. Very high waves, dangerous conditions, and they're getting closer. So 155-mile-an-hour winds as we go back to Tim's screen at Fort Myers. Still people hanging about there. Don't know what
Nathan,
their aim is.
It looks like someone has jumped that barrier again. They're
Oh, man.
about halfway down the pier now.
Not sure what their aim is, though.
If you're hurricane chasing, you still wouldn't be on the pier.
So that's what's currently
It's
going
just
on
too
right
dangerous.
now. And that would be approximately how far from the center of the storm? Looks like something like 45 miles from the center of the eye.
Give or take, yeah.
Excuse me, Nathan.
Yes?
Some of our live viewers have just told us that 20W is now Tropical Storm Roki, Philippine name Lewis, in the Western Pacific.
Yes, we did hear about that before we went on the air, a new storm name in the Western Pacific. If anyone is interested in that, I'm afraid we can't afford any resources to show you that today. We are, of course, fully committed to looking at Hurricane Ian as it barrels towards the coast of Florida. Here you can see once again where the eye of the storm is compared to some of those locations, and if you know from a hyperlocal level some of these places, you can see Sanibel there, which is just about to enter the eye wall by the looks of things, the one where that webcam was earlier, and that whole island around it, and quite a long island up towards the north along that barrier. A few other locations. Captiva is on the left hand side, and then there's a little gap, Redfish Pass, and then you get another island, and I'm not sure the name of that one, but I think it's just called North Captiva. And those are the areas, and north of that as well, you've got, I think it's Cayo Costa, that next island up, which I think is uninhabited or sparsely populated at any rate. But certainly right now, looking towards North Captiva, which there's a settlement there, and that is located here. That could be a potential spot for an eye pass as we continue to look at this storm. Don't know where the imagery has just gone. But right now, a few other locations. So that one there, that one's not really habited. And then further north, you've got Boca Grande, which is this island. That could also get possibly the eye of the storm. In fact, probably at this point. And then further north, you've got a few other locations. Just see where exactly we've got. A few locations though. And then you've got Englewood, which is a little bit further north. That's here, Englewood. And in between there, you've got places such as Cape Hayes, which is around this point. And you've got Rotonda, which is here, a little bit inland. A big circular shaped sort of settlement area. And then further east, you've got a lot more locations of all this area here has a lot of residences which are separated by canals. So that could be a dangerous place when you think about the storm surge potential. But potentially incredible storm surges from this storm as you look at that wide open eye and clear and extremely powerful. And as we look at this here, it looks like it might even be getting more symmetrical, which can only be a bad sign.
One thing I would like to bring up is that I have another camera from Sanibel Island that's currently live right now, and I've been watching it the past 2 hours, and I've been seeing the winds gradually get higher and higher, and then the storm surge get gradually higher and higher on it. This particular webcam has a barometer on it, and so far the current pressure on the barometer is 989.21 millibars at this present time, and it's going to be updating throughout the storm as long as this station either keeps power or doesn't get blown away or washed away in the storm here.
Wow, so that's the area right now on the northeastern side of the storm's eye, and could only be about, well, it's just about to enter the eye wall, as a matter of fact. When we look at radar, the eye wall, I would say, is probably only about 2 or 3 miles away from reaching reaching Sanibel Island. So when we watch that, it looks like we could be looking at a massive deterioration of conditions shortly. Already looking quite inclement. You can see those winds blowing, the rain blowing through the surf off the waters. What do you reckon those winds are?
Earlier, they were pretty nasty as you were talking. I would guess probably getting up to maybe Category 2 range at times, if I had to take an estimate.
Yeah.
Only gonna go downhill from now.
Of course, it's not easy to eyeball the wind speeds. That's what we have equipment for. But sometimes you can make some kinds of suggestions from previous experience. But quite clearly, strong sustained winds blowing along here, and look at that, another wave pushing through. And we believe at this location they are about to get the eye wall, probably in, I don't know, with the speed the storm's moving, it's rather slow right now, so I'm not sure if I could say a few minutes, but maybe within the course of this hour things will get worse quite a bit.
Certainly 989.15 millibars on the latest barometer reading.
What was it before?
989.22, now it's 989.12, I believe.
Wow, so going down by the second.
This site unfortunately doesn't have a wind meter or anything. It's just pressure and then the camera here, and that's it.
Well, hey, I mean, just to have a webcam at this location is quite something.
Exactly.
Never
One
mind
good thing I've
the
noticed.
barometer.
One good thing I've noticed about this particular camera is that I've not seen a single soul either driving around or walking around in the past about 2 hours I've been watching this camera. So that goes to show at least people on Sanibel or near Sanibel have been taking this storm seriously, and rightfully so. I think it would do the same when a 155 mile-an-hour storm is heading right for you. But as me and Nathan have mentioned earlier, this view is only going to deteriorate throughout the day here.
Yeah, it looks like at the moment the other Sanibel Island camera is offline again. You just don't know at which point that will become permanent. But right now, this is one of the views, and that must be looking westwards, I would imagine.
Yes, I could give you an exact location here. Just give me just a second. It is right over looking onto Sanibel Causeway, I think, is where it's located at. very close to there, very close to downtown Sanibel, and pressure in the 989 range so far.
We're going to open the floor to lots of other people who are in our chat right now. Would anyone like to make any other comments and observations right now?
Unbelievable. Can I just put that at? That should just be a headline in a newspaper. Like I would have thought that I would have woken up to at least like 130 mile an hour storm, not a borderline Cat 5.
I agree.
Looking back at the radar imagery, almost locked in now where exactly the landfall location will be, and if you were to draw a circle around that eye, it's enormous, and make some kind of juxtaposition a little bit further north, looks like it's going to end up in this area here. So all of those areas looks to me as though they're going to get the eye, and say if you were to draw a line down the middle here, that's probably the areas that will get the northeastern eye wall moving through all along there, and potentially the worst conditions of the storm moving through Cape Coral, Port Charlotte. There's some velocities, and really crazy storm how it's progressed over the course of the last few hours. Borderline Category 5, 155 miles per hour, 937 millibars. As broadcasters, I guess we've probably done all we can at this point to suggest how people deal with the storm, because it's upon us now, and we sort of transfer at this point to almost being viewers ourselves, just watching it unfold in front of us.
Another thing, speaking of the eye, on satellite imagery, continues to clear out on visible imagery, and Ghost 16 has the mesosector over it, and this storm is so dangerous and so big that they've put a 30-second mesosector over the storm for the past about 2 days now, meaning you get one new image every 30 seconds or 2 images per minute off the Ghost 16 satellite, which that satellite's been in operation since early 2017. And it just continues to show an incredibly intense and powerful hurricane that continues to clear out its eye throughout the day here. Just absolutely stunning scenes.
Latest eye temperature estimate, by the way, 15 degrees. So that's quite substantial, and we've seen Category 5s that have had lower temperatures than that. It is borderline right now. Satellite imagery appearance, it is quite impressive. Still not fully what you would expect from a borderline Category 5, but my goodness, it's large. And this must be one of the largest storms we've had to deal with that's been a borderline Category 5 in the Atlantic at landfall.
I'm actually quite wondering, because I think a few days back we had the NHC forecast a landfall right by Tampa, and now this has completely changed its trajectory towards a slightly southern more location, although it's still rather close to Tampa. Is there any sort of explanation to that as to why it did dip south, or?
It just kept moving east of the forecast, didn't it? We've been watching it throughout the whole period there, and it just kept, especially after the Cuba landfall, it was just sinking eastwards, and then the Iowa replacement cycle, I think, might have brought it a little bit more north than it might have otherwise gone. But a lot of people will be making comparisons to Charlie. I just saw that webcam there from Tim and those guys getting whacked by a wave. You know, it's not the cleverest thing to do right now.
And to give you an idea of just how much storm surge there is there, Nathan, I was actually able to find a still image of this pier with it being dead calm. And the beach normally goes about halfway down the second bulkhead past that barrier. So there is no beach being visible on this live shot. So that gives you some context of just how intense this storm surge is coming into the Fort Myers Beach area.
And these guys are pretty dumb.
Never
just
do
say.
this in a hurricane.
Yeah, this is something we do not encourage. You want to be well away from these waves.
You just got
With a
whacked.
155-mile-an-hour storm knocking on our doorstep there too, nonetheless.
It's just crazy. And once again, this is Fort Myers, isn't it?
Oh.
This is Fort Myers Beach, less than 5 or 7 miles from Samboro Island.
Isn't that just a location that's going to be directly on the southern eye wall once it makes landfall?
And by the way, these waters can pull you under, and they can pull you out and under, and you might never see the light of day again with any wave that comes crashing through here. Extremely dangerous. I mean, we're just showing this to highlight how dangerous it can be. You know, this is really not wise.
Especially not if you look further down that pier, Nathan. You can see some of the spray literally overtaking the pier in a couple spots.
It's just
Nathan.
mad. Yeah.
For the I say, who was the one that asked that the reason why it was keep shifting more northern east? It wasn't due because of a jet stream that was coming down from the north. It must have. I think that's the reason it must have moved it.
Can I interject here?
Sure.
So essentially, what happened was the upper level trough that was positioned to the northwest of Ian turned out to be slightly southern than forecast by the models. So it kept forcing the storm more east of forecast. That's the reason why it kept moving east.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And we just lost the Sanibel camera.
Yeah, looks like you're at a loss there. Oh dear. It didn't seem to happen. Nothing seemed to cause that, did it?
No.
Might have to restart my my app here, but
You
I'll
know,
try to get it going.
that could have been a moment where the power went out or something like that on Sanibel, so who knows. I'm looking towards the other Sanibel camera as well that we were looking at towards the start of the stream, and no sign of life on that one either, so I don't know, maybe we've lost those for good now. Looking back at
988.8 millibars.
988.8. Looking back at Fort Myers and those two rather foolish people there. Go ahead.
Nathan, we just lost an I-75 camera.
Oh.
They got swept. Oh, there they are.
Look at that wave.
Oh,
That one was enormous.
Never underestimate the power of the sea.
There's more on the way, I'm sure.
you may think the ocean is calm, but technically it's not.
And let's go over to Nick's screen, who's showing us a satellite and radar comparison right now in real time. They're synced up as well, aren't they, those images?
Pretty sure they arrive at the same time. Actually, no, this one, it comes in every 30 seconds, as Isaac said before. And as for the radar, it seems that they put the images to only come in at every 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, usually is. So a longer term loop on that radar, you can see how that storm has been progressing, and really impressive and powerful. Just the way you can see especially in those late frames, where those rain, round the center of the eye, those brighter colors are just being whipped all around the eye wall at really breakneck speeds there.
Yeah, the Iowa has been getting a lot. It's been getting a lot more frightening, to say the least.
And this is a close-up radar right now as the storm draws ever nearer to land. Its current position is probably now about, let's see, I've got 50 kilometers exactly from landfall. I've been working in kilometers recently because we've had to deal with so much in the Western Pacific who use kilometers. So in miles, I can't figure out what that is, but something like just over 30,
35.
35. And that closest point of land right now is the western end of Sanibel Island. And I'm sure Isaac's going to keep trying to get that webcam back.
Got it up.
Oh, you have? So that webcam is still active, and according to radar, the eye wall is just about reaching the island now. And there it is, the view on Sanibel Island.
Wind continued to increase, and I'm sure, as you can see on the bottom, the surge has continued to increase since last time, or since the first time this was put up. And there goes another wave right there. Incredible. It's only going to get worse from here, folks. This is not the worst whatsoever.
We're also looking at Englewood Beach as well, and this is what that looks like. There's a live camera looking out at Englewood. You can see it rocking a little bit, but generally we're not seeing too much going on with that surge. And that being pretty much right ahead of the storm, that could still be a landfall contender, Englewood Beach. So that's how it looks there, and I'm sure we still had another one. It's on the backside now, but I think just a little bit. Well, still it's quite close, but just look at Naples. That's a view at Naples. There's plenty of people out looking at that as well. I don't really know why. Things are still quite crazy there too, with that surge and water rushing in.
Conditions are starting to deteriorate at Fort Myers Beach, Nathan. We're starting to get some spray up on that camera now.
Wow. Here it is again. Those people gone?
Yeah.
Well, that's some kind of
Thankfully,
relief.
yes.
My God. I'd never seen such stupidity. People are actually in waist to shoulder deep waters as you get massive waves rushing in at speed that can drag you under and out at any moment. Or worse, straight into one of those pillars.
Something just got tumbled on the east side of the screen.
Is it?
Yeah, I saw something got tumbled.
That's not Sanibel, by the way. That is Fort Myers. We were just looking at Sanibel a moment ago on Isaac's screen. This is Fort Myers right now, live webcam, looking at this hurricane getting closer, and that surge really doing a number. Looking back at Sanibel again with Isaac's screen, and you can see it here. This is the closest to the center of the storm right now at approximately 35 miles. And that wind really blowing again. When you look at the trees and you look at all of that surf, incredible. That must be at least hurricane force and possibly higher.
Hey Nathan.
Yes.
We just received a wind gust report of about 78 miles an hour in Metro Collier County at the Mesonet site.
What speed was that?
Hurricane force, 78 miles an hour.
And that's sustained. Oh, they're back again. You know, this is just madness. That's asking for trouble.
Why? You can barely see them, but... Oh.
I just don't know what to tell you about that. Let's just...
Yeah.
Let's see if
Again,
we can...
for viewers that are seeing this Fort Myers Beach cam, we do not encourage this kind of behavior during a dangerous storm of this magnitude.
Man, you don't say. Let's take some questions. Tropical Storm Altony Bronze says, thank you for doing the stream. We're here because this storm requires us. It's an enormous, big problem, and we got to cover it.
ATID just donated £5.
Wow. Thank you for your support. ATID or ATID. Do you think the NHC intentionally dragged out naming Ian to keep the trend of I-named storms? I don't think it was a conscious effort, no. It was interesting because so many people were pre-naming it Hermine when it ended up being Ian. And Zach says, one of my good friends has family in Punta Gorda and they live on a canal and they can't get out because the bridges are closed. Do you think there is anything they can do to keep safe?
If they start getting inundation and flooding, they will probably want to go up to a second story or higher structure if they can get to it.
Lava Command says the way this storm got stronger will likely increase SRH for the enhanced risk of tornadoes. We had multiple damaging and dangerous tornadoes. Patrick, I'm going to throw it to you there because you've been talking about that a lot last night and today, if you are there right now, or Smitty. And what are your thoughts on the tornado possibilities for today? Are neither of them there? Oh my goodness.
I do know, Nathan, that the SPC does have an enhanced risk for tornadoes on the northeastern side of Florida, 10% non-sig risk, primarily due to certain atmospheric variables lining up for a tornado event from the outer bands of Ian. So this is definitely going to be a dual threat like we saw yesterday.
Well, looking back at the live imagery here at Sanibel Island. And that surge once again rinsing in through the coastline beyond the edge of the beach where the camera is mounted and starting to push further in. Another wave there, but those strong winds look really powerful at this location. I don't know where the camera is mounted exactly, but it must be something fairly strong because we're really not seeing very much rocking actually at all, or camera movement. But
Yeah,
those waves
maybe
continue to crash in.
Maybe it's on some sort of beam or something to that degree. How high up in the air it is, I do not know.
Looks like about 4 or 5 feet.
Yeah.
Nearly head height, I think.
We're gonna see how long this camera lasts before it gets, I'm sure, gets pushed down and knocked down from the storm surge of Hurricane Ian here. I kind of wish they put it on this gazebo up there that's higher up in elevation, but
maybe
it was by purpose.
A question there on when Ian will make landfall. I mean, as far as I can see, we must be looking at a landfall occurring maybe around 2 p.m. Eastern, or maybe 3.
Sounds about right.
It's going to be really close to see exactly what happens to it. Just looking back at some other updates from earlier. But
Nathan?
Yes.
We might receive our very first tornado warning of the event here. If you look east of Indian Harbor Beach, there appears to be some sign of rotation signature just off the coast. If this maintains itself, we could see a tornado warning be issued for that area within the next couple of minutes.
And where is that?
Indian Harbor Beach. That is going to be just northeast of the Melbourne radar.
Oh, right. East Coast. So that's some news there for potentially the East Coast with more tornado impacts possible after what we saw yesterday. Patrick, do you just want to give a roundup of what we saw yesterday?
Yeah, so yesterday we saw part 1 of the tropical tornado outbreak. We've had multiple tornadoes, damaging tornadoes, touch down in portions of southern Florida, with one of them warranting, for the first time in a while, a PDS tornado warning. I can confirm that there have been definitely instances of tree damage and structural damage within the Fort Lauderdale metro area. no injuries or fatalities have been reported. However, there are reports of some considerable damage coming out from areas such as Kings Point and Copper City. Those are the two big areas that we're looking at right now. But at least 5 to 7 tornadoes confirmed, with a potential, based on just radar and CC alone, up to 10.
Wow. More waves being rushed inland there over Sanibel, on Sanibel Island, with really intense winds there, which must be in over 100 miles per hour at times there.
Nathan, while we are live, we do have both an English and Spanish update on Hurricane Ian hitting our YouTube channel here in a few minutes. So we will have updates in both Spanish and English for our viewers.
Yep, and those are, if you're, I mean, we get two choices really when we want to do coverage. You can either watch our live coverage here, which is really quite impressive right now, or you can look at some of our more short form video updates, which I guess can be more shareable at times, particularly when we're not live. But look at this view right now. It looks like it's really taking a turn for the worse in the last few minutes, Isaac.
Yeah, as you can see, the surge is coming up to that first little row, that first palm tree and the row of palm trees right there facing closest to the camera, getting higher and higher and higher up in elevation here, and you could obviously tell the winds are getting a lot higher too. If I had to guess, maybe they're gusting up to maybe as low as low range Cat 3 out to say at times. Certainly looks like it to me. It's somewhat reminiscent to Zeta 2020 when we were looking at that camera on Grand Isle. Somewhat reminiscent of that, but of course this is a lot stronger than Zeta ever was. So yeah, right now you're looking at it just continue to go downhill here on the camera in Sanibel Island.
I just want to confirm we were expecting it, but National Hurricane Center have declared Tropical Depression 11 has formed in the open Atlantic, in the central Atlantic Ocean, and they are expecting it to become a brief tropical storm, a rather weak one, 40 miles per hour at peak. What is that? I don't know what that was, but potential tropical storm forming in the central Atlantic. But the main focus, of course, is Ian. Another update coming out shortly where we'll have the latest information and whether they maybe, well, we didn't even get into this discussion actually, whether they might pull the trigger for Category 5. Any thoughts from the team?
I think they're honestly waiting for another reconnaissance plane to get in there to say whether or not it actually is a 5. I think that's what Jeremy Dehart, one of the Hurricane Reconnaissance crew members, are saying, kind of alluding to that the National Hurricane Center is probably not going to upgrade it to a 5 unless clear-cut Hurricane Reconnaissance data, or God forbid, ground data supports Cat 5.
I've also received a report tweet that apparently a Hurricane Hunter aircraft was josted 700 feet from the center. So apparently one of the Hurricane Hunter aircrafts are experiencing, or did experience, some turbulence in the center of Ian. So
yeah, we heard about that earlier. I think Tim was reporting it a while back. But something to that effect. I mean, when planes fly into these storms, they have extremely turbulent winds that blow everywhere. Looking back at this Fort Myers camera, these waves are really getting up. You can see the heights of those waves even higher than before, but at times almost up to overflowing that entire pier. Really crazy conditions there. Those crazies that were on the camera not long ago appear to have disappeared. Hopefully safely for their own good. But certainly not a area that you should be hanging out right now. This is the real deal. And we've said, I mean, people are probably tired of hearing it from previous storms. Oh, it could be the big one. But for this region, for Cape Coral, Port Charlotte, Fort Myers, up to Sarasota perhaps, Englewood definitely, Sanibel Island definitely, and all those communities around there on those islands and barrier islands. This is the real deal. This is going to be the strongest storm impact this area has received in at least 100 years.
Hey, Nate.
Go ahead.
Hey, Nathan. Outer eye wall is beginning to impact the shore. You can see it clearly on Tampa Bay radar that the outer eye wall is now beginning to impact the southwestern Florida coast. Conditions will be deteriorating imminently.
Cat 3 level winds now on Sanibel Island.
Conditions already deteriorating there, and this is once again looking back at Sanibel Island on Isaac's webcam, and you can barely see anything anymore. It's getting so blustery.
Starting to become whiteout conditions.
Getting close to that.
Going off of what you were mentioning earlier, Nathan, I just lost my train of thought. Completely forgot what I was gonna. Oh, the surge. Yes, that's what it was. The weather, regardless if the storm starts to weaken from this point on to landfall, we're still gonna have to deal with that surge. That surge is not gonna just automatically go away once this, reaches. If this goes down to 150 or 145, it's not just gonna automatically go down. That surge is gonna take time to go down in a storm like this. So don't think maybe because this might be weakening, or if this weakens at landfall here, don't let your guard down. This is still a very dangerous and very powerful storm. Heck, we saw that with the Hurricane Laura and Hurricane Ida. Laura in 2020 and Ida in 2021. It doesn't take a Category 5 hurricane to produce catastrophic and life-threatening impacts, and that's certainly the case with this storm.
Yeah, and speaking of that storm surge, Isaac, I actually have a tweet here, Nathan, where you can see this pier about 2 hours ago versus how it looks now. You can see how much the water has risen.
Yeah.
From the wave action and the storm surge, where the waves were just barely at the bottom of those support beams to where it's halfway to, at times, almost overtaking those support beams. So definitely Fort Myers Beach, this is not something you want to take lightly.
Thank you for that. A nice comparison showing how things have changed in just 2 hours. And looking once again at Sanibel Island, we'll stick with this camera for as long as we have it. We know it's quite temperamental right now. Yes?
I'm gonna put this in the live, the output channel. I have a picture with a tweet from Sanibel Island of the storm surge ongoing, and yeah, it is not looking good at Sanibel Island right now.
Another bit of bad news is that I'm seeing the eye clear as day now on visible. I'm getting down to where you can see the ocean quite clearly on visible, and it's continuing to clear throughout the past few hours here on satellite as well.
There's so many mesovortices in the eye. It's ridiculous how many mesovortices are in this one eye. It's like absolutely insane. I counted like 5 or 6.
Well, it happened again.
We're still waiting for the update from the National Hurricane Center, who have already updated for the new Tropical Depression 11 in the central Atlantic, but we'll be watching very closely to see what happens with that. But we're mainly looking at this webcam on Sanibel Island, which is getting rapidly deteriorating conditions. They're pretty much in the eye wall right now. This enormous storm eye is getting closer and closer by my reckoning, possibly around 25 miles now from this location to the center of the eye, and they are in the eye wall.
986.79 millibars as of the last barometer update on this camera.
And it still feels like it's moving really slowly as well. When you looked at that radar earlier, it just doesn't look like it's moving very much. What is its current speed?
Remember, Percolate's moving at 10 miles an hour?
Yes, 10 miles an hour.
So still 10. I mean, I suppose when it's got a larger eye, it can look like it's not moving as fast as compared to a small one.
I mean, this on like radar, this on like satellite And infrared just looks like a low grade Category 5, in my opinion.
And I guess, unless National Hurricane Center have real cause to make it one, this might be a case for post-season analysis. I don't know. Tim, what do you think? There's no more recon, I heard. Is that right?
I've been hearing some rumors that they might be trying to get another recon flight in there. I'm just not sure if it's coming out of Houston or Kessler. Depends on what flight we get. If we get a NOAA flight or if we get an Air Force flight.
Tim, we're gonna get an Air Force flight that's scheduled to depart in an hour and 14 minutes into Ian.
Excellent, thank you, Isaac.
Welcome.
Yeah.
So we are going to get some more readings before landfall, it seems. We've got plenty of people here in our call right now. The floor is open if you'd like to say anything whilst we look at all of this imagery of the storm waves rushing in on Sanibel Island. Conditions really poor here, with the eye wall being exhibited on the island, with very strong winds, probably up to Category 3 force at times, and could get Category 4 winds soon.
Can we go back to Tim's webcam footage? There's another person out on the pier.
Not again.
Oh no.
Well,
God,
here it
no.
is.
Why?
Tampa Bay is it? All right, guys. Tampa Bay has issued an extreme wind warning for Lee County, Florida.
So we see extreme wind warnings when basically situations like this are occurring. We'll get the specifics in a moment. It's not come up on my screen yet.
Nathan, I can quickly read the extreme wind warning out if you don't mind. This is going to
Yep.
be for central Lee County. National Weather Service Doppler radar has indicated extreme winds at 10:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time associated with a broad area of intense thunderstorms, obviously in association with Ian, located 7 miles south of James City or 14 miles southwest of Cape Coral, moving north at 5 miles an hour. In all caps is
We're losing you.
Oh, he kind of just went to mute and then,
And we completely lost him.
extremely dangerous and life-threatening city. Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
an extremely dangerous situation, you were saying.
Hello?
Nope, your signal's gone to absolute trash.
Should I
oh
take over?
God.
Should I take over?
Go ahead.
I'll see if I can find that wind warning again, unless someone else has it.
At 10:45 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time, the National Weather Service Doppler radar indicated extreme winds associated with the broad area of intense thunderstorms located 7 miles south of St. James City or 14 miles southwest of Cape Coral, moving north at 5 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. The safest place to be during a major landfalling hurricane is in a reinforced interior room away from windows. Get under a table or other piece of sturdy furniture. Use mattresses, blankets, or pillows to cover your head and body. Remain in place through the passage of these life-threatening conditions. A tornado watch also remains in effect until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for southwestern Florida.
That extreme wind warning, Nathan, does include Sanibel Island and Fort Myers Beach. So
Wow.
we are going to see conditions rapidly deteriorate where these webcams are. We may end up losing them.
Quite possibly. I mean, look at this at Sanibel right now. Real power being flung into the coastline here from the Gulf of Mexico with this very intense hurricane about to land in a few more hours. This is going to be like this for a little while yet. Sanibel Island, about half of the island now has entered the eye wall. The eastern half still hasn't yet, and there's no guarantee it will because the storm could still jog a little bit north, but it probably will.
Eastern Daylight Time.
And then continue possibly moving northeastwards into the coast. So an extremely dangerous situation, extreme wind warning issued for this area as well as the Fort Myers camera that we were looking at, and we'll just bring it back to that again just to see those current conditions from Tim's camera, and you can look at those waves.
Right. I've also published the English update, so that's live on the channel now.
Thank you, Christian. I was trying to get Cesar's Spanish update squared away.
So
Okay.
we have 2 updates that we've just produced on our main channel. Of course, just search. Well, you're here already, so you can take a look at that update, which puts all of the important information into a concise format, whilst we continue to watch all of this that's going on live. A really insane situation going on with Hurricane Ian, with winds near Category 5 force. National Hurricane Center will update with a big full advisory in just a few minutes time. We'll get that information as soon as we can. I've decided that up until landfall we'll have no breaks, because this is a very serious ongoing situation. So we expect that landfall will probably be at around 2 p.m. or 3 p.m. Eastern time. Exactly where yet is still a little bit of a mystery. If you follow the previous National Hurricane Center cone, which is about to get updated, it's calling for landfall. Looks like it would be the small community of Little Gasparilla or Gasparilla Island, near Cape Hayes and Placida and Gasparilla. So all of those locations, I'm sure some of you are familiar with that area. That's what they is currently saying for the landfall zone. But that might change slightly at their next update. I doubt it will change very much because the storm is moving pretty much in line with that cone. There you can see it once again. That yellow line is where the NHC expected the exact center to pass, and maybe just a couple of miles east of that forecast right now, which will make a slight difference, possibly in that forecast cone, which we're about to find out what it's going to say in a few moments.
I do want to bring this up, just from observations I have noticed from recent radar frames, is that there is an extraordinary burst of lightning in EM's northeastern eye wall as it's moving onshore near Captiva and Sanibel Island, meaning that it may continue to be intensifying even more right before landfall.
Wow. Yes, I can see that. If we just turn radar off for a minute, take a look at this. You can see all of these lightning flashes, all of those little yellow icons. Really heavy lightning flashes all along western Sanibel Island, up the barrier islands there towards that potential landfall zone. A real flurry of them in the last few minutes as the storm starts to reach land. The eye wall is just about over land now at this point. Really crazy situation there. Massive flurry of lightning. Isaac, I don't suppose you've seen any?
Seen a lot of lightning since this basically got off of Cuba. It's just been almost non-stop, just lightning in the eye wall, lightning in the eye wall, and it hasn't really subsided since.
I meant more on the actual webcam.
Oh no, I've yet to see any lightning on a webcam, and yeah, I am seeing all that lightning on the northeastern quadrant. Pretty impressive there, and you can see on the camera those really strong, probably easily up to major hurricane force winds now, buffeting the area.
Yeah, looks like Cat 3 conditions to me. Obviously, hard to tell, but this is pretty crazy right now. Let's take some questions from the chat if we can, whilst we have a few minutes. The small palm trees in my apartment building are shaking in St. Pete, according to Sandy. Can we show Englewood Beach to see if the eye wall is near? Yes, we had Englewood not long ago, and we can show you what it looks like there now. Here's the current view at Englewood. A lot windier than it was at the last hour, actually. So that's looking a lot more impressive. Still not huge surge there on the beach, but you can see with those trees and the camera wobbling, it's getting pretty shaky there right now. So much more wind in Englewood than I saw at the start of the hour. Back at Sanibel, look at this. This is nearly the worst conditions that you will see in the center of the hurricane. Deadly winds and a storm surge that is still building and will continue to build possibly for a couple more hours yet. Storm Tracker says, what is the chance of Ian becoming a Category 5? I think our team will have quite a few different opinions on that. I don't suppose anyone here thinks it will.
I'll give it a 50-50.
And that is, you know, when it is right next to Category 5 status, because it is 155 miles per hour. Category 5 starts at 160 on the scale. Technically a little less, but the National Hurricane Center produces advisories in 5 mile an hour increments.
What's important though is that we don't really focus too much on the distinction between high end Cat 4 and low end Cat 5, because either way it's going to be really bad.
I know, it drives us mad at times when people, especially when we have a storm that's a Category 5 and then it weakens to a Category 4 and people say, oh right, well that's it, it's done, there's no threat anymore. When
you
that's
can actually
completely
see
wrong.
storm surge there on that camera, Nathan. When the waters recede back, you can see it's just down below the that first little stick, and some of those waves are getting up towards that second palm tree. You can actually see it cresting right that second palm tree. So yeah, that storm surge is starting to really ramp up there on Santa Barbara Island.
The update is out. 11 a.m. 155 miles per hour remains, 937 millibars, extremely dangerous eye wall of Ian moving onshore. Ian will cause catastrophic storm surge winds and flooding in the Florida Peninsula soon. Storm surge warning has been issued for the mouth of the St. Mary's River to the mouth of the South Santee River, South Carolina. A hurricane warning has been issued from Sebastian Inlet, Florida, northward to the Flagler-Volusia County line, and a hurricane watch has been issued from the Flagler-Volusia County line to the South Santee River. Tropical storm warning extended northward to Little River Inlet, South Carolina. So those warnings substantially going up further north. Tim, as a North Carolinian, what is your thought on that with a hurricane watch up to South Carolina?
If I'm in Wilmington, Myrtle Beach, Charleston, I would definitely be starting to get your preparations together.
And a reminder of the surge estimates. Englewood to Bonita Beach, including Charlotte Harbor, they're now expecting 12 to 18 feet. Middle of Longboat Key to Englewood, 6 to 10 feet. Bonita Beach to Chokoloskee, 8 to 12 feet. Chokoloskee to East Cape Sable, 5 to 8 feet. Anclote River to middle of Longboat Key, including Tampa Bay, 4 to 6 feet. Suwannee River to Anclote River, 3 to 5 feet. Lower Keys from Key West to Big Pine Key, including the Dry Tortugas, 3 to 5 feet. Flagler-Volusia County line to South Santee River, including St. Johns River, 3 to 5 feet. St. Johns River south of Julington, 2 to 4 feet. East Cape Sable to Card Sound Bridge, 2 to 4 feet. Florida Keys east of Big Pine Key, 2 to 4 feet. Patrick Air Force Base to Flagler-Volusia County line, 1 to 3 feet. And north of South Santee River to Surf City, North Carolina, 1 to 3 feet expected there as well. So, and in terms of the rainfall, we are still expecting for central and northeast Florida 12 to 18 inches with local maximums up to 24. Florida Keys and South Florida an additional 6 to 8 inches with local maximum of up to 12. And eastern Georgia and coastal South Carolina 4 to 8 inches with local maximums of 12. So that's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. Hourly updates continue. But the headline at this hour is that it is still a 155 mile per hour high-end Category 4 and is set to make landfall soon, and that hurricane watches have been issued as far north now as South Carolina. We still don't have the forecast advisory from NHC. They did issue a special one earlier on. So I'm just wondering what their schedule is, but I think they will be doing one. And we should see a big change to the cone, but I'm not sure what their forecast is. But they must have uptrended on the period when it moves towards South Carolina to issue a hurricane watch. We'll keep a
I'm also
lookout.
looking at multiple models. It looks like there's going to be probably some tornadoes that move on shore on South Carolina from the not even from the outer bands at that point. It'll be the actual hurricane itself.
We'll check whenever we can see that forecast advisory update and or the cone. But look at the conditions now at Sanibel. Looks like it's taken on another notch. It's
Oh my.
quite miraculous now the webcam's still running. I mean, we've seen webcams go down for much less.
985.50 millibars.
Sanibel Island getting the absolute worst conditions now out of anywhere. And it could still deteriorate even more, probably will. I mean, this is still only the early part of the eye wall that it's dealing with. And it gets stronger and stronger usually until just before we get to the eye. And then things just stop quite suddenly sometimes. But this is the view at Sanibel Island, which is approximately 25 miles from the centre of the eye. Just some other position estimates, it's 45 miles west-northwest of Naples, and it's 50 miles south-southwest of Punta Gorda. We can show you some of those webcams at Naples and some other locations. We saw Englewood a minute ago. And let's take a look if we can see what's going on in Naples right now. Here's the view, and I'm sure those of you familiar with the pier there would know that the sea is often fairly far along that pier, and as you can see it is right up to the land almost now. There's still people on there looking out. I mean, it's not the wisest thing to do. You could get washed away by a strong wave that might move through there. It can be so unpredictable. But there is the current view from Naples. Back to Isaac's webcam, which is what we're really looking at more than anything else, Sanibel Island. But let's just go back to Fort Myers as well, because they're under that extreme wind warning. Is that still what we're looking at, Tim, or is this somewhere else?
This is somewhere else. The one camera we did have in Fort Myers Beach, we have lost. So
Damn.
this is another camera in the Fort Myers area. This one is the Lanai Kai Island Resort.
Gonna have to figure out where that is.
Let me see if I can find it.
But as you can see, difficult conditions there as well right now. Now, would that be Fort Myers Beach?
I believe it is. I'm trying to get an exact location just for context.
All right. We're still waiting to see what the NHC might be doing with their cone, if there's any kind of big update. Oh, there it is. So they've updated the cone. They haven't updated the forecast. So I think they've been thrown out of off kilter a little bit with... Oh no, they have issued a new forecast advisory, pardon me. They are... I mean, they're expecting it to make landfall shortly, so no more strengthening. By the way, gusts to 165 knots, and they are expecting it still not to re-strengthen over the Atlantic off the east coast of Florida, but they're giving it 65 miles per hour that it will still have when it moves back over water. And then I suppose there's just that chance that it might still have hurricane force winds when it makes landfall in South Carolina. So still a general weakening trend that they're calling for, but they're not too sure, and they're keeping hurricane watches in effect on the possibility that it may still have hurricane status when it exits the coast of Florida. And as you can see, that hurricane warning there on the east coast, which has now been issued. I don't know if that was earlier or if that just happened. I think it just happened. From Sebastian Inlet northward to the Flagler-Volusia County line, that's the one. So they're under a hurricane warning because it might not weaken as much as it's showing there.
Nathan,
New mesoscale discussion.
New mesoscale discussion, Nathan. I'm gonna read that out real quick. Tornado potential will increase over the next 1 to 3 hours, expected across the east central Florida coast. I'm gonna read just one section of this mesoscale discussion, unless if you want me to read all
Can
of
you
it.
send it to me as well, Fitz, if you don't read it all?
Okay,
Okay,
Nathan, this webcam we've got is about a mile and a half down the coastline from the Fort Myers fishing pier that we were looking at earlier.
Ah. So we're looking at that, and we're looking at the webcam that's still going at Sanibel Island, which is right in the eye wall and probably getting nearly Category 4 force winds now, I would imagine, from this 155 mile per hour extremely powerful hurricane. So let us know if you have any questions for us. We'll try and get through some. Share the stream if you find our coverage useful. There's a lot of people in the path of this storm, millions, that could get impacted by extremely difficult conditions over the next few hours. Let's see what we have right now. There's a comment there about whether it's actually a Category 5 right now, but no, they didn't go for it. It is still 155 miles per hour. At this point, I'm going to have to go and update my bottom bar to show you those new warnings that I read out not long ago. So if I could invite one of our other members to possibly take the floor for a few minutes here.
Alrighty, I'll take the floor and read the new mesoscale discussion while you update that bottom bar, Nathan. Alright, so Major Hurricane Ian is nearing the west central and southwestern Florida coast late this morning. To the east of the inner core of the hurricane across southeast east central Florida, filtered heating is occurring from about Indian River towards Palm Beach and Broward counties. Temperatures have warmed 1 to 2 degrees over the past couple of hours across these areas, while dew points are climbing with northward extent into the mid and upper 70s. This is resulting in destabilization from Space Coast southward. Interrogation of regional VWP data indicate wind profiles becoming somewhat less favorable across far southern Florida, where low-level flow has become more southerly to southwesterly from Key West towards Miami. Visible and water vapor imagery also indicate a drier, more continental-type air mass will continue to wrap around the southern fringes of Ian and spread into far southern Florida throughout the day. With northward extent into east central Florida, low-level winds will remain backed and more east-southeasterly along the stronger baroclinic zone ahead of Ian. Latest radar trends have shown some increase in intensity in isolated thunderstorms within the main outer band of EM just offshore the east central Florida coast. Additional showers have developed across Palm Beach to St. Lucie counties as well. Given the continued warm advection towards the north within the area of filtered heating, an increase in thunderstorm intensity is expected into the afternoon hours, with an accompanied increase in tornado potential over the next 1 to 3 hours. So you kind of heard it there. Tornado threat is increasing, as well as the catastrophic impacts are beginning on the Florida coast.
And just taking a look back at this camera from Sanibel Island, and wow, you can really start to see the fury of Hurricane Ian lashing this webcam here. Those waves getting very intense in the last few frames. Any thoughts from our team on what they're seeing?
Well, certainly seeing a very very dangerous hurricane ongoing right now. Current pressure rating off of the camera here is 984.95 millibars, and I've been watching this camera for the past about 3-4 hours now. And wow, just look at that gust right there. That's easily major hurricane status right there. Easily high-end Cat 3 at minimum. I've been watching it over the past few hours and seeing the waves just barely touch the far bottom left of your screen to now going all the way across to the bottom right. The surge has increased, and obviously, as you could tell too, the winds have increased, and this is not even the worst of what Hurricane Ian has to offer. Keep in mind, So don't be watching this thinking like, oh, this doesn't look too bad. It's because it's not the worst that the hurricane has to offer at this present time.
Yeah, that is very true, Isaac. This area is under an extreme wind warning by the National Weather Service, where they're anticipating minimum 115-mile-an-hour winds. That's major hurricane winds to hit Sanibel Island here very shortly. And right now, we're basically in a wait and see moment as Hurricane Ian continues to crawl towards the Florida coastline near Sanibel Island over towards the Fort Myers Beach area. If you guys do have any questions for our team in the comments, you can tag us at Force13 all in text. Right now, Nathan is doing some technical updates on his bottom bar and will be back with us shortly. So if you guys have any questions, our team here will try to get those answered for you. And we got our first one in. I don't know who wants to take this one. But we got someone asking, what does this storm compare to in strength of Iota in 2020? Both of those storms were 155.
I mean iota.
Iota, Iota,
it doesn't matter about the pronunciation.
I should think.
I mean, that is a valid question. Both storms were 155, 160 in that range when it made landfall. I would say probably the big difference is the area it's impacting. I mean, you're talking Sanibel Island up towards Cape Coral versus the rural areas of Nicaragua. So that is a very big difference, at least on that point alone. Not sure what the rest of the team feels about that.
We have a new public information statement issued by the National Weather Service in Tampa.
Okay, what you got for it?
Highest wind last 6 hours associated with Hurricane Ian in Charlotte County. Punta Gorda recorded these are all sustained, by the way. 61 miles per hour in Punta Gorda, highest in Charlotte County. 57 miles per hour in Grove City. 47 miles per hour in Solana, and 43 miles per hour in Port Charlotte. In Hillsborough County, 46 miles per hour at the Tampa International Airport, 45 miles per hour in downtown, and 43 miles per hour in Riverview. In Lee County, 68 miles per hour in Tarpon, 62 miles per hour in Fort Myers, 60 in Ding Darling NWR, 58 in Fort Myers, 53 in Cape Coral, 48 in Punta Gorda, 47 in Cape Coral, 46 in Fort Myers, 44 in DeSoto Orange, 43 in Estero, 41 in Estero, 41 in Southwest Internat, and 40 in Fort Myers. In Manatee County, we have 64 in Sarasota Bradent, 46 in Ruskin. In Pinellas County, we have 58 in St. Petersburg, Albert Whiting's the International Airport, 49 in St. Petersburg, 43 in Seminole, 41 in St. Petersburg, 41 in Clearwater Beach, 41 in Dunedin Causeway, and 40 in St. Petersburg. And in Sarasota County, we have 61 in Venice, 56 in Vamo, 55 in Venice, 52 in Sarasota, 49 in Sarasota Bradenton, and 47 in Sarasota, 45 in Nokomis. And finally, in maritime stations, we have reported a wind gust of 76 miles per hour from Sarasota Bay marker 17 a few minutes ago.
I just taking a look at the latest radar imagery. It's starting to look like North Captiva Island and Cayo Casa. These are two islands north of Sanibel, starting to get into the edge of the eyeball of Hurricane Ian. So conditions are starting to deteriorate in those areas. South Sea Islands Resort, also north of Sanibel, also conditions are starting to deteriorate there as well.
Gotta say here, Tim, when you look at this radar imagery, the eastern side appears to be the weakest right now.
That was what was interesting when the hurricane hunters were in there earlier this morning, Nathan. They were finding the stronger winds on the western and southern side of the storm and not so much on the northeast, where we're normally used to seeing the strongest wind radii. So this has had our team scratching their heads a little bit.
And it's jogging north slightly by the looks of things. And yet when you look back at the Sanibel webcam, there it is. Really crazy conditions there now. That's the weakest side of the eye wall, folks.
I do want to bring something up. And it is that the recon flight that was scheduled to leave at, I believe, 16Z has left around 50 minutes early.
Nice.
Wow.
So recon is on
Even
their way.
better.
They know it's a major event, an emergency, you could say, for them. They're
Where
going
are
to
they
try and
leaving
get to the
from?
storm as soon as they can.
Where are
Nathan,
they leaving from?
Year 7 as well.
Looks
Nathan,
like it was an Air Force flight leaving from Kessler Air Force Base, so we will have eyes on that here shortly.
How long is it going to take
Hey,
for them
Nathan.
to reach the storm then?
About an hour and a
Shouldn't
half.
take too long, not from Kessler.
Patrick,
We are about 8.5 miles. I measured from the peripheral of the core, not the center, but the northeastern core of the eye wall is about 8.5 miles from moving on shore. So I would expect landfall is pretty much imminent, or within the next hour.
for the edge of the eye. Not forgetting that this is a very large eye right now. It must be, how large is it? About 30 miles
Let me take a look.
or more. It is quite a large eye. You look at this surge right now and the
38
waves.
miles.
38. The waves rushing in there on Sanibel Island, almost covering the whole area now. And I don't think you can quite see on the right hand side, but I think this little this grassy area on the right hand side here is a slight little hill, a very shallow hill, because I'm looking at all the other areas around there in the distance just off camera, and it looks like all of that is under standing water. Crazy that this webcam is still up. Probably category 3 winds being felt at this location right now from Sanibel Island, and this is live. 155 mile per hour winds from Hurricane Ian, pressure of 937 millibars, and this is an ongoing situation. The storm slowly edging closer to land, but as far as I can see on latest radar images, it looks like there might be a slight northward jog currently going on.
Alright. There's our first hurricane report of the day. In Sarasota, a report of 75 miles per hour. I believe that is a gust.
Oh. Let's go back to Tim's imagery and the view there from Fort Myers. And that really
Nathan,
goes to show
this
the
is-
surge. Yeah.
Yeah, this is from Fort Myers Beach. This is about a mile and a half southeast of the Fort Myers Pier that we were seeing earlier. Definitely the waves getting a lot more intense. You can see the palm trees there swaying in the wind as this area is under that extreme wind warning for those 115 mile an hour winds that could be coming in. And as you said, this is the weakest side of the storm. So I would not want to be on the western side where obviously the much stronger winds have not even started to come ashore yet.
Tim, I'm going to be sending you an important message behind the scenes in a moment, if that's all right.
Or
But let's go back to Isaac's webcam right now and take a look at what's going on still at Sanibel Island. Isaac, what's your take on it?
Well, my eyes are kind of off of it right now. I'm currently talking to one of our contributors who happens to be in the path of this, Ryan, and he's texting me right now saying the winds have picked up dramatically. Power is about to go out. It's been flickering a lot for him the past few minutes, and he's about to go into shelter here. And he's in Northport, Florida, for reference. And you could easily see why he's going into shelter here. Just look at the camera right now in Sanibel Island. You could easily see why.
Yeah.
Nobody in their right mind should be out and about in this, especially if we're entering into that eye wall. This is 155-mile-an-hour winds we're talking about here with higher Category 5 gusts. It's not worth your life to get footage out and about in this. Just stay hunkered down and wait for it to pass, and then you could go ahead and go about with whatever you were doing beforehand. But right now, everybody in the immediate path of this hurricane needs to be taking shelter immediately. The time for evacuations is long since passed. And now it's time to hunker down and ride it out to the best of your capacity here. It's going to be a really scary day for a lot of people on the Florida coastline, but as long as you know where you're going to go and you have a really safe, sturdy concrete structure away from the storm surge, you're going to get through it just fine.
Nathan, new hurricane
Right.
wind gust report of 80 miles an hour at
Wow.
Naples.
Wow, Naples. Let's just have a quick look at what's going on at Naples. We have a live camera there at the pier. Look at this. And some of those waves which are over the pier level, I think. That one moving through there, at least it was, I think, when it was a bit further out. So that pier is getting a lot of wave action right now. I don't know if there's still people lurking around on that pier, but I don't know. Earlier there were a few people around. But definitely bad conditions there with that 80-mile-an-hour gust. I'm going to hand over to Tim for a few minutes here because we got something going on around and about our place here. And Isaac, if it's okay to stick with your webcam for a while.
No problem.
So that's Sanibel Island we're looking at, and over to Tim for a few moments.
All right. Thank you, Nathan. And again, this is our continuing coverage on Hurricane Ian here on Force 13. Currently, we have Nick, Isaac, Adafera, Christian, Patrick, Jordan, Selham, and Uxinator in studio as we are running wall-to-wall coverage here on Hurricane Ian. And Isaac, just taking a look at that shot from Sanibel. Holy smokes.
Shaking and baking over there. Really surprised the camera's so long, and hopefully it continues to stay on here as long as it possibly can. Again, this is from Sanibel, and the latest pressure reading as of a few seconds ago is 984.14 millibars, and that's only going to skyrocket down here as the eye gets closer to this webcam.
Current wind speeds in Sanibel are, as of now, 120 miles per hour at the flight level, and ground level currently at 100 miles per hour.
Thank you, guys. And yeah, Sanibel Island is on the eastern side of the eye of Hurricane Ian, and that, according to some of the Hurricane Hunter aircraft earlier, hinting that the eastern side is the weaker side of the storm. Thoughts from the team on that?
Yeah, we've kind of seen on early reconnaissance data how the highest SFMRs and flight level, from what I remember, was mostly located in the northwestern quadrant of the storm. Not to say the eastern side is any less nasty, which is what you're currently seeing right now, mind you. It's just a bit interesting, and it's going to be certainly a storm to be looking at for postseason analysis when the time comes to do that. For right now, obviously, the time for everybody in the Florida coastline here in the path of this is to hunker down and don't make any foolish decisions out in the path of this 155-mile-an-hour hurricane.
Definitely true, Isaac. For those that are joining us, if you need an update in Spanish, our own Cesar Gomez did an update on Hurricane Ian in Spanish on our Force 13 channel. And our own Christian did an update on Ian in English. If our updates is more of your cup of tea besides our live coverage here that we have ongoing. We will be taking questions all day as, again, we are running wall-to-wall coverage here on Hurricane Ian here on Force 13. We'll take a quick look as what we have for information from the National Hurricane Center. Their last update at 11 a.m. had Ian at 155 miles an hour, pressure of 937 millibars. They did extend the warnings up a little bit more up the East Coast, if I remember, I've actually not had the chance to look at those since I've been assisting Nathan behind the scenes. But just a look at what we have for information. We do have a storm surge warning that has been issued from the mouth of the St. Mary's River to the mouth of the South Sanitee River in South Carolina. Hurricane warning was extended up to Sebastian Inlet, Florida, northward to the Flagler and Volusia County line in Florida. Hurricane watch was issued for that same area. Tropical storm warning was extended northward to the Little River Inlet in South Carolina. The current warnings that we have in effect, we have a hurricane warning in effect for the Chocalisi to Anaclot River, including Tampa Bay, Dry Tortugas, Sebastian Inlet to the Flagler Volusia County line. Storm surge warning in effect from the Suwannee River southward to Flamingo, Tampa Bay, Lower Florida Keys from Big Pine Key westward to Key West. Dry Tortugas, Flagler Volusia County line to the mouth of the South Sanitee River, the St. Johns River. Tropical storm warning still in effect for the Cuban provinces of La Habana, Mabiec, and Matanzas. Those were areas that were hit by Ian earlier this week. They are still recovering from that. From my understanding, the infrastructure there is in such bad shape that the entire country is without power from the information that we had gotten yesterday. Tropical storm warnings still remain in effect for Indian Pass to the Anaclot River, all of the Florida Keys, Flamingo to Sebastian Inlet, Flagler, Volusia County line to Little River Inlet, Flamingo to Chokoloskee, Lake Okeechobee, Florida Bay, Bimini, and Grand Bahama Islands. That's something I wasn't aware of. So yeah, some of the Bahama Islands under a tropical storm warning at this time. And a storm surge watch in effect for the Florida Keys from the Card Sound Bridge westward east of Big Pine Key, Florida Bay, Flagler, Volusia County line to the South Sanitee River, and Lake Okeechobee. So from Florida out to the Bahamas up to the South Carolina area, a boatload of warnings up for Hurricane Ian. We're going to hand it back over to Isaac real quick as that webcam in Sanibel Island really getting hammered now.
Well, I don't think Isaac's there right now, but we're looking at the webcam once again here, and you can see these waves really crashing in. Really insane there right now. Isaac, I think you are there now.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot I was muted. Yeah, as you can see, as Nathan was saying, it's just getting increasingly and increasingly downhill. And this is, from what, according to recon data, is showing the weaker side of the hurricane's eye wall, and we're still seeing really dangerous and catastrophic effects ongoing right now on this camera. You're witnessing history right now in the making. A catastrophic high-end category 4, whether it's a 5 or not, doesn't even matter at this point. That doesn't deter any bit of the catastrophic effects that are currently ongoing in the storm. And yeah, that's really all I could say, is just you're witnessing history right now, and hopefully everybody is hunkering down if they haven't already, staying put, not going outside in this, and not making any foolish decisions to endanger your life or the lives of others, and just wait for it to stay in the past you.
So, if you've just joined us, a catastrophic landfall is expected soon from Hurricane Ian, which is a really very intense storm, just short of Category 5 status. Let's just briefly look back at how it looks on satellite, because I think we can get caught up in what it looks on one screen and without looking and neglecting the others. And look at that, really starting to become more clear again on the satellite imagery, with the eye really popping out again as it gets closer and closer to landfall. Really impressive imagery. And the radar here as well, showing perhaps the eye closing in a little bit on those latest frames. And look at that on the right hand side, the eastern side of the eye wall, some stronger bands coming back in here with some heavier reflectivity returns at any rate. And I imagine that means worse conditions for Sanibel Island right now, which is really what we've been seeing on this imagery. And we're really going to be locking it here, mainly looking at Sanibel for as long as that webcam remains. We don't often see webcams that survive this kind of punishment, but that surge really rolling in quite a few feet, well, maybe a couple, 2, 3, 4 feet above what it was a couple of hours ago, Isaac.
Yeah, earlier it was just barely showing up on the bottom left of of my screen here, and now it's going all the way across to the bottom right, and it's only continuing to increase in height here as the inner eye wall gets closer and closer to this webcam, and you're just gonna see it just continue to go downhill here, and it's so bad I'm even noticing the camera shaking a little bit in those higher wind gusts here, and I'm assuming it's only steel or somewhat of a reinforced structure at the moment, and whether that lasts during this hurricane or not is to be seen.
We're gonna, whilst we're really focusing in on this camera, we're gonna try and get the live radar on the same screen as well, which would be quite useful.
We do have a recon update. Nathan,
All right.
AF309, tagged as Flight Teal 73. Wheels are up and they are en route to Hurricane Ian.
Alrighty.
So once again, we're looking at this imagery live right now from Sanibel Island, and I didn't mean to do that. And we're still looking at really intense winds and waves that are engulfing those poles. What are they made out of? They can't be wooden poles, can they?
Probably metal or maybe reinforced concrete, perhaps. I would assume so. Noticing how the little streams right here are not moving much, if any, and if they were moving a lot, that would be probably made out of rope or something like that. But it's probably some
no, it's
metal wire.
National Hurricane Center will be updating on an hourly basis as we continue to look at the situation in Sanibel. Just to bring up that latest radar on the same frame as well, just to show you what's going on. And if I was to mark where Sanibel is on this image right now, it is this island here. I think you can just about see my annotation. That is Sanibel Island off the coast of Florida there. To the west of Fort Myers Beach and southwest of Cape Coral. This is the area that is getting the worst conditions at this moment in time, and that's continuing up the coast of those small barrier islands. Some of those other places that are getting affected just to the north of it, up towards Safety Harbor and North Captiva Island. And then you get up to the next island, which I think is Cayo Costa, which has very little population, if any. And then beyond that, you've got Boca Grande, another settlement. And then you cross the border into Charlotte County and Gasparilla Island. And then up eventually towards Englewood. And we have webcams there as well. Let's see if we can take a look again at the view at Englewood. We can't just at the moment, but we'll get it in a short while. But we know that conditions have been getting much worse there, and at Naples. We'll be able to take a look at both of those in a minute, just refreshing those streams. Let's take a look now. This is Englewood, and you can see their conditions not as bad, but still quite windy. And look at Naples right now. Oh, well, I thought we were there, but we are still watching. But I'm scared to press the button because it'll show a dumb ad. So let's go back to Isaac's screen for a moment and look back at Sanibel Island. This is a current ongoing situation. This storm is getting closer and closer to landfall. It's still got a little way to go yet until it actually happens, considering its rather slow movement and potentially its northward jog at the moment, which is complicating things. And for as long as that happens, the landfall location might be shifted a little bit further north. And here's a look back at Naples, which recently apparently got an 80 mile per hour gust. And look at those waves and the spray and the wind blowing those tops of the waves there pretty much over the floor of the pier in the distance before the waves drop a little bit as they near the shore. So some of these piers could be at serious risk of damage as the storm, as the waves push in. Some of these areas, not at Naples but further north, could get up to 18 feet of storm surge. Can't remember what it was at Naples. I think it could be somewhere like 5 to 10. But look at this imagery once again. You can see those waves really blowing in. But the main feature right now is at Sanibel Island, where somehow this camera's still working and looks like it's getting even worse there. I think we just saw some water spray over the camera for a brief moment.
Yep, I'm definitely seeing that. Now. See when at some point's going over this gazebo right here. And this is probably a good, I don't know, 10, 15 feet tall, and some of the waves are, at least the spray from the waves are going over that. Just incredible views here.
You'd get absolutely washed away by those waves.
Oh, no doubt about it. No doubt about it. If you're in right where my cursor is right here, if you're right there, you'd be gone. just to put it lightly, you would be gone in those winds, and then plus that storm surge. The power of water is very underestimated sometimes, and that could easily knock you off your feet there at bare minimum.
Oh, yeah. We saw those really dumb people in Fort Myers in the last hour that were still jumping in and out of the waves up to shoulder height next to this pier, which had, I don't know what the pillars were made out of, but it's going to be some hard substance. And they could easily have been dragged under the waves. They could have been taken out to sea under the waves, unable to fight the currents. They could have also been swept into one of those pillars head first. It could have been. I mean, it shows how easy it is for storms like these and conditions like these to take lives.
Yep.
Let's see if we can get some comments. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you'd like to make any observations or ask us anything, if it's safe to do so, of course. A comment there. What is your analysis on Ian at the moment? I think we're sticking with the National Hurricane Center, 155 miles per hour. Pressure of 937, and that briefly you heard was the voice of Kenneth, who is one of our main cyclone analysts here on Force 13. What's your take on the storm right now?
So you see, right now it's still very bad, and in recent imagery, it's still showing eyewall lightning everywhere based on Ghost 16 lightning detection. Still very intensive lightning activity nearly at all quadrants. Even it is just before landfall, it is still pretty much intensifying, and the lightning area right now is pretty much touching the very coast of Florida. It is barely starting to touch the coast, and with the conditions are just deteriorating. Pretty much, you have lightning, then you mean very high gusts at those areas, and it is starting to impact land right now. And the recent velocity data are showing the western side still being the strongest eyewall right now. The one with more away from land, but despite that, it is still extremely dangerous with winds. You could have guessed that it's extremely intense. You really could have guessed exceeding 300 kilometers per hour. Yeah, I mean the gusts, and the area at the western eyewall is persistently radar velocities persistently reporting 180 miles per hour elevated winds, which is translating to 155 to 160 intensity. It is still making a travel category 5. We're just waiting for recon for further confirmation right now. I mean, 135 to 140 knot is definitely, I'll say it's a safe point here.
National Hurricane Center.
With quite some. intense radar with very intense lightning and and still some convective bursts shown in radar, which still means developing still at the very last moment, I believe.
90,000 people in Lee County now without power. Oh, new tornado warning. Right.
New tornado warning.
It's for Zolfo Springs and Wauchula, Florida.
DeSoto, Hardy, and Highlands. That's up near the Panhandle.
This
Is
is
it?
No.
It's
Is
not.
it radar indicate?
No, it's
DeSoto, Highland, and
Confirmed.
Here is
It's
the
observed,
tornado warning right now. Radar indicated. No hail expected. Population of 12,000 in this includes Zolfo Springs and Wauchula until 12:15 p.m. That's a tornado warning right now. Take cover if you're in that warning. I was just going to mention the National Hurricane Center. They are still putting out wind gust estimates as well of 190 miles per hour. You could see wind gusts.
Yeah.
Oof.
That is over 300 kilometers per hour.
Let's get some comments. Joshua says, is Miami safe? Well, I guess they're safer. I think we've seen the worst of it in Miami. You see the ridiculous wave move through there. This is just remarkable imagery. Look at all of that being blown along by the wind as it pushes in.
Wow.
You can barely even describe it. More comments there. I think we saw, is Clearwater safe? Clearwater.
They are, I can answer that. Clearwater, in terms of from the worst of the impact, yes, they will not get the worst of the impact. However, there will still be storm surge, and that will still affect Clearwater. 4 to 6 feet of storm surges forecasted to impact Clearwater area, as Clearwater is in Pinellas County. I do also want to bring up the point that Clearwater will probably also get hurricane force wind gusts, and as I believe they will probably get like Category 1, maybe some Category 2 hurricane wind gusts, depending on what ends up happening. But yeah, I think in terms of getting the worst of the impact, I think Clearwater will not get any of the worst impacts, which will mostly focus around the Cape Coral, Norfolk, Bonita Springs area, Fort Myers. So that's where the worst of the impacts are going to be from Ian.
This is just amazing imagery that we're looking at right now from Sanibel Island. Has the camera slanted a little bit there? Or was it always like that? Because it looks like it's gone on a slight angle. But there was another question, Kenneth, and I've been wondering this as well. Is the storm jogging north right now? Because it looks like it is.
Looks like it.
Let me see. I have radar scope here, and let me check. Yeah, it's made me slight northerly jog in the past few hours. Yeah, it is making a bit of northerly jog. Yeah, it just further increased the time that it receives fractional convergence, which further intensify the northern, southern, and western eye wall, which is very not good.
Which means it could run for Cat 5.
Well, I never ruled it out since that recon passed 5 hours ago. Right now, it's just becoming more and more impressive, and pretty much everyone is looking forward for the valuable last recon pass in the next few hours with those recon planes now taking off into the storm for those data, because those data are extremely valuable for near landfall analysis and possible upgraded Category 5. That's definitely not completely being rooted out. That's for sure.
Do you have any update on the progress of that recon right now? Because they mustn't be far away from entering the storm.
Yeah, they're taking off from near in the they're taking off right
They're
now.
just they're just barely east of those last few barrier islands on Louisiana, right there for reference.
Yeah.
Oh, right.
And
Yeah,
to go
they're
off of
still
what
en
you
route.
were mentioning earlier, Nathan, on the camera, I was looking at the earlier frames when we first started to put this camera up, and yeah, it's definitely moved around a little bit here in these winds, and that's
So it might get
very
knocked over in a minute because I'm seeing this slant getting a little bit more pronounced.
yeah. I'm just still surprised, as we all are here, that this camera is still functional. It's
No.
kind of it's like the Delta camera, not the Delta's camera, the Zeta camera in 2020. It just stayed on, never really lost any communications whatsoever, and this one's certainly rivaling that right now.
Those conditions now,
Yeah.
those are insane.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Pretty much, if you estimate from radar velocity, the those areas like in Cape Coral, it's being bashed by winds exceeding pretty much. If I had to estimate, from radar, 100 miles per hour, like it's like the base sustained winds are currently affecting Cape Coral right now.
The camera view
And
kind of
it's
reminds me.
still intensifying.
The camera view, when you look at it, when you get those bigger, major hurricane force wind gusts, it basically looks to me like you're in a washing machine. You get those,
Yeah.
the water's moving around like crazy, the wind's going crazy. I mean, it's insane just the footage we're able to
Yeah.
get right now from this camera, and hopefully continues to last, hopefully until the eye at minimum. That'd be great to see what it looks like in the eye, to see how clear it gets and what the water looks like
Yeah.
then.
And just a reminder that this is the weakest side of the storm.
Yeah, actually, indeed, the strongest side, like northern Iowa, is even more intensity. Can we back a bit on radar? Yeah.
I have some radar showing. It is quite evident how
yeah,
the southern
I
towards
don't know
the
if they
northern
can
side
be
is.
put in the screen bigger. Yeah. For a bit of analysis,
There you
the
can see
eastern
on
side of
Nick's
Iowa
imagery.
is currently more weak because like maybe maybe some a bit of terrain impact, or it's just being the down shear side, not the up shear roping from the northern side and the western side. So that's why the eastern side is the weakest. But you still see the northeastern edge of the eye wall are stronger than the southeastern side. It's touching the Cape Coral and bringing winds. Pretty much, you expect major. You expect near major conditions right now, and if you say gusts, generally, if you're gonna estimate gut, it is roughly 20 to 60% higher than the sustained than their estimated sustained wind. I mean locally, it will be 20 to 60% higher, depend on exposure. Yeah, and those areas probably exceeding like Category 4 gusts, like
Here
over 200.
at Sanibel.
Sanibel, it is very, pretty much so. You can say, yeah, there's definitely major to 200 kilo plus gas can be assumed. Right, I'm
Kylotech
seeing those frames.
says if it continues to move more north, I don't think Sanibel Island will see the eye, which is quite possible, and it'll end up being a little bit further north. And to be honest, on the National Hurricane Center forecast, it is still pretty much following it. The center of the eye is still expected to pass just south of Englewood, near some of those communities such as Cape Hayes, Placida, and Gasperia.
Yeah, somewhere near it, and Sanibel is just passing just out of the eye wall. I mean, just out of eye wall. It's not right at the radius of maximum wind still. The radius of maximum winds, if I'm gonna estimate, the radius of maximum winds is just like 25 to 30 kilometers. It's still like double the distance away from.
Really?
It's still double the distance away from Sanibel.
Wow.
And you already see such kind of destructive wind. Imagine if that's in the eye wall.
I can't see this camera holding out much longer. The way it's.
That's very eye
oh, look.
scenario you'll see.
Oh,
Hello. That's
This
Like,
camera's
this
about
camera's
to
falling
die.
over, so this is
Yeah.
wow. So there's the view from Sanibel right now, a view that we might not see for much longer, but if it's not telling how
Oh.
that wave was pretty much
Yeah.
camera height. That
I'm-
was about 5 feet high.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this camera is pretty much gonna be over toppled by the waves in a minute.
That's
in a minute.
crazy.
It's not even in the inner eye wall yet, too.
Yeah, it's still like twice the distance from the radius of maximum winds, but already getting like near major winds. And imagine if that is in the eye wall, that would vary either extreme case if you compare to last year.
It's
And
unbelievable.
you witness
Looking-
those camera situations happening on Ian again. When the eye wall really touches ground.
One of those posts is gone now as well. The second
Yeah,
one
just
along.
take a look at your radar there, Nathan. Yeah, this webcam looks like definitely getting into the eye wall of Ian at this time.
I do have a backup
It's
camera in
going.
case we lose visual on this.
This
But yeah,
thing's
look at
facing
that.
Cat 4 winds.
It's going. Where are we going?
We're
gone.
We're
It's
going
gone.
underwater.
We're going. Yeah.
We're going.
How have we still got this camera running?
I have no
Oh
idea.
my. Oh, it's gone.
No, it's still there. It's just underwater.
Whoa.
And there we go.
Oh.
Nope, not quite yet.
This is just unbelievable
is-
footage here.
Wow. It's just
What historical?
Apologies for anybody with epilepsy. This is going to be quite the view here the next few minutes as this probably sinks down to the ocean here.
Oh my lord.
Yeah, for the viewers, this is a live view at Sanibel where they are getting hammered by Hurricane Ian at this time.
And this is why the National Hurricane Center have been hammering on for days, basically, wherever the storm makes landfall, there we go, we lost
Yeah,
it.
no, Tequila, it's
And
gone.
it's
There we
gone.
go.
Oh, it's back.
Oh my
Where this-
god.
where-
How is that thing still
Oh
going?
my god.
Where this storm makes landfall, we're going to see catastrophic impacts in the wave surge, and that's what we're seeing right now with this camera.
Oh.
Pink.
And I might as well turn it off before we...
Suffering.
yeah. But yeah, there's a shorter view of it there, and
I
it's just going to
want
go
that
in and
camera.
out.
Blimey.
I
Here's-
want that
Some
camera.
different colors now.
It's gone.
Here's an alternate... Sorry, wrong camera. Here's an alternate one further south by Marco. Oh, I guess that one's gone
Oh,
down
no.
too.
Yeah.
Oh no.
We lost a lot of cameras
Uh-oh.
along the coast.
Oh.
That's a very ominous sign. It's gonna take a little
Yeah.
while because I'd imagine the Wi-Fi there is pretty darn slow.
Let's look back
But,
at Naples
yeah.
then whilst we wait and see what it's looking like there. As you can see, very inclement conditions, low visibility, crashing waves that are engulfing that pier again as well. So Sanibel camera definitely went. Did it die?
I don't know if it's. I think it's more of just it's underwater now, so we're not gonna get a good view
Yeah.
whatsoever on it. I don't
Oh
think it's
my
much
gosh.
how it's lost communication.
How is it communicating underwater?
Oh, we just lost. As you say that, it just lost communication,
It's
so it's
gone.
gone for
Aw,
good now.
it's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that was a
Well,
really crazy
it's
few
gone.
moments there as we saw that camera.
That
It
was.
tried.
Oh, that's a
Um,
highlight and a half.
Chat,
surprised
chat
it
is
lasted
sending
that
their
long.
prayers to the
Actually, there we
camera.
go.
Here's a
That's
view
good.
from. Let me get a
Ooh, what's
quick
that?
look at it here, where this camera is located. This camera is located just south of Northport at this point, right around El Jabin. For those familiar with that city south of Northport, Florida, this is where this camera is looking at, and it's looking towards this, or on this causeway rather. Not the most exciting view as the last camera, but what we're gonna have to deal with here.
It's
How did you
coming.
get a view out into the water?
So there's that view. We have several views that we're looking at here. There's Naples once again. We also have Englewood. We can bring it back to Englewood. There's the view there. And we've been seeing a lot of things here with this storm already. a few more webcams that we can look at as the storm draws even closer. Major situation going on right now with Hurricane Ian, a borderline Category 5 storm with winds of 155 mile per hour winds, sustained, and a pressure of 937 millibars with gusts of up to 190 miles per hour in this storm. An incredible strength, incredibly dangerous, one that's perhaps snuck up on us a little bit in the last 12 to 24 hours when last night we were signing off with it being a 120 mile per hour storm. The eye replacement cycle was just completing, and it looked like with such a large eye that it would only be some gradual strengthening, maybe 5 or 10 miles per hour, but it's gone and done another 25 miles per hour, no more than that, 35 miles per hour, to bring it up to 155 sustained winds, and we're looking at potentially up to 18 feet of storm surge for this general area around Cape Coral and Port Charlotte area, and of course those coastal islands as well. And there's Naples once again, looking very, very blustery, and dangerous waves pushing along there as well. And the Naples pier goes on normal. I mean, I went to that pier once, and the sea level it goes quite far out before you actually reach the water's edge, and then so this is quite far in here. Euxinator, I think you wanted to say something. You're a little quiet, so I think we sort of talk over you a little bit because we can't hear you. Are you there? Was it Euxinator who wanted to speak, or was it someone else? Oh, well, no one's volunteering at this point. Let's see if we've got some comments then. UCF Lover says, I'm 60% sure this will be a Category 5 at landfall. I don't know what to say about that anymore. Let's zoom out on the radar whilst we continue to look at webcams. So there's the live radar on the top left hand panel that I've just built randomly, and you can see how the eye is continuing there. It is shifting just a little bit east again in those last frames. Let's see if we can get a position estimate. I'm really looking impressive on satellite as well. Let's just quickly look back at the satellite imagery to show you how that that eye is becoming so much more clearer on the satellite. Look at this. It's looking very much like it did when it was first emerging off the coast of Cuba the other day, yesterday morning, and how close it's getting to land now, with that eye and eye wall temperatures well into the -70s on almost the whole ring around it. Just a little bit of a gap in the northern side. Eye temperature, let me just get a fix on that. It was 15 earlier, and let me just get a check, and it is not working.
Oh.
21 degrees Celsius eye, which is a very warm temperature for those who monitor these storms often. That's usually, I mean, I don't know many 20-degree eyes that aren't Category 5s.
But I'm not sure we should call it a Cat 5 just yet.
No, I'm not.
No.
Update is out from 12 noon. Ian position update, no change in the strength. Government of Cuba has discontinued all tropical storm warnings for Cuba. A weather flow station near Sanibel Island recently reported sustained winds of 71 miles per hour and a wind gust of 98. And a river, estuary and coastal network station at Redfish Pass recently reported sustained winds of 67 and a wind gust to 84. It is currently 45 miles southwest of Punta Gorda, 50 miles west-northwest of Naples, 26.4 degrees north, 82.5 degrees west. 155 miles per hour sustained winds moving north-northeast, or 15 degrees at 9 miles per hour, and a pressure estimate of 937 millibars. This is Force 13 Live. We've got you covered here with the very latest on this storm as it marauds into the coast of Florida extremely powerful, storm surge of up to 18 feet, and a situation that we're going to be watching for quite a while yet. Let me just see if I can get a quick fix on the eye temperature, the eye position, and it looks to me now as though the center of the eye is, it's still in kilometers for me here, 33 kilometers from the western part of Sanibel Island, which in miles I think is just a shade above 20. I think it's 21. But once again, there's the view from Naples, and let's switch back to Isaac's screen showing the view from somewhere near Northport, was it? Or North Point?
This is just south of Northport and El Jabin, looking over a bridge, over a pass here.
Wow.
If there's one silver lining to this hurricane, it's that it's going to be making landfall during the day. Is probably the one silver lining I could think of with this. It's not going to be making landfall in the dead of night like Laura was, for example. So you not just get to hear what's going on, you'll get to see what's going on here. So that's probably the only silver lining, if any, with this hurricane. No matter how you slice it, whether it's 155 or ends up being 160 at landfall, still a very powerful and catastrophic hurricane ongoing in Florida here.
Let's cross to one of Tim's cameras. You're showing us, I know this one. This is in the Fort Myers area, isn't it?
No, this is up in Punta Gorda, right at the edge of the Peace River. This is where we could see some of the conditions start to deteriorate later on as Hurricane Ian pushes through this area.
If it would only load.
Yeah, it's been intermittently loading in and out, but when it has loaded, you can see the palm trees up here on the boardwalk blowing a little bit. Looks like there is a little bit of standing water on the boardwalk, but right now, not too bad. This is in one of the dry dock areas, so what I'm anticipating is when Ian gets up into this area, we're going to see a lot of these boats really start getting tossed around. Some of them might break loose from their mooring.
Well, we're not able to see it yet. Let's go back to the Naples camera, where things are pretty much at their height here with the storm surge. I think it won't get much worse than this. You can see it's quite breezy, windy, and some of those waves are above the pier towards the bottom end, crashing down, getting a little bit lower as it gets closer to the coast. That crazy video that we saw not long ago of that camera being swallowed up by the sea on Sanibel Island. I don't know if one of our team members could go back behind the scenes and maybe make a highlight out of that we could show on the channel as a standalone video, because that was a really intense moment that we were looking at and quite historical.
I'll see what I can do.
Anyways, let's see if we've got comments and questions. Start your message all in text with Force 13. There was a question there, and I still don't really understand it, on any chance it skates the coast. I mean, all the way up the coast, or how far up the coast? I mean, it's doing one or two northward jogs, so it's moving a little bit further up the coast, but in general it is still moving northeastwards, and we're still looking at a landfall just south of Englewood. And there was a comment there about showing the Deerfield Beach underwater camera, apparently.
Oh.
First
I've heard of that. I don't know if Isaac knows that one at all, because he's our webcam expert.
Oh, yes, that. Oh, I completely lost the link for that, but I'll try to find it again. Deerfield Beach, I believe, is what you said again.
Let's get some more questions whilst we wait for that. Another comment there from Kyle. When is Recon supposed to be coming in?
They are still en route.
I honestly don't think they'll make it till after after it makes landfall. But even then, I think it'll still be very powerful for at least one pass.
New extreme wind warning.
Can I read it off?
Go ahead.
Alright. Hold on if I can load up the text. The National Weather Service in Ruskin has issued an extreme wind warning for southwestern Charlotte County in southwestern Florida, south central Sarasota County in west central Florida until 2 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. At 12:02 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, National Weather Service operator indicated extreme winds associated with the eye wall of Hurricane Ian. We're moving onshore 15 miles northwest of Pineland or 20 miles southwest of Punta Gorda, moving northeast at 5 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. A tornado watch remains in effect until 5 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time for southwestern and west central Florida.
Really intense moments here as the storm gets closer and closer. If we look back at the current radar and zoom right in to the area in question, once again you can see Sanibel Island. If you're not familiar with the geography, I'm just getting familiar with it myself. Sanibel in this area here near Fort Myers, just to the west, which is a more exposed area. In the middle you've got another island, I think it's called Pine Island, which is the very long one here that's a little bit inland. There were a few cameras on there, but the website hosting it appears to be down, so we can't show those today either. And then you've got North Captiva Island, which is just a minute, I've lost my mouse. North Captiva Island, which is here, and I think there's a little gap to South Captiva or something like that. And then further north you've got Cayo Costa, which is at least the northern side of that island. I'm not sure if that's the island name, that's the northern side of that island. And then you've got Boca Grande, which is the one above that, this little area here. And then you've got a few other locations. Cape Hayes, which is around here, right on the forecast trajectory from the National Hurricane Center. And then right up the top there you've got Englewood.
Nathan, we have a new storm report. Hurricane report, 12:03 p.m. at Pine Island in Lee County, Florida. Hurricane Ian. Large limbs are snapping off hardwood trees. Water is covering the ground.
Yep, that's not a surprise to hear at all. Let's go back to Isaac. What have you got for us now?
The Deerfield Beach camera. This is the above ground camera here. And keep in mind, this is in the area of Miami, Florida. So this is not going to be getting eye wall. It's not going to be getting, you know, Cat 3, Cat 4 winds whatsoever. Tropical storm, probably mid-range tropical storm force gusts. So this is the live look above the sea. And then here's the look below sea right now in Deerfield Beach, Florida.
Okay.
It's like a washing machine.
Wow.
Yeah, it
And then I have
is.
audio too if you want to
Really?
listen to that.
Oh my. Could you imagine what it would be like at Sanibel?
Yep. Again, this is Miami here, and this is not even close to Sanibel, and they're getting waves and ocean conditions like this.
I don't know what like this looks like though. I mean, what are we looking at?
We're looking at, well, obviously below sea, there's what appears to be a coral reef on the left there. Debris is on the right of the camera here. And then you're seeing just debris in general being kicked up and swirled around like you're in a washing machine, basically.
Isn't that normal though?
To this degree, I would say no. I would say no, because I remember looking at this camera before when there's no hurricanes around and being able to basically see, I don't know, maybe 5 feet ahead of you.
Alright.
And here you can barely see probably half a foot.
Fair enough. Well, that's an interesting comparison there, with the underwater sound making it there. Back to the latest radar imagery on what's going on the western coast, and this is where it's all going on right now. Really heavy bands. Interestingly, the eastern side of the eye wall is still the weakest side, and despite that, what we saw earlier on Sanibel Island was really extraordinary. Waves that were crashing in about 5 feet high, blowing inland, and well inland actually, and just causing sheer mess. Having said that, Isaac, you were mentioning that gazebo structure that was on there earlier, and they would have been right to put it on there because that was still standing fine.
Yeah, I don't know why they. I guess maybe they didn't. I'm assuming they put the camera up maybe a day or two before landfall, and they didn't really expect it to have as big of a storm surge as it does now. But had they known that and repositioned it over that gazebo, we probably would have been looking at live pictures right now of a Category 4 hurricane. But you win some or you lose some.
And now we're looking back at that other one near Northport. Let's see if we've got some more comments here that we can take. There was a comment there, little gusts in Newport Richie now. Christopher says it's going to be historic, agreed. Well, we've put it in part of our captions, so I would certainly say so. This could be, I think this already is the most intense western Florida landfall in over 100 years since the Tampa Bay hurricane of 1921. So...
What intensity was up?
Good question. It must have been at least a 3. It made landfall as... Is that? I think that was a Category 3.
Okay.
And if I was just to... Let me just actually look, for those who want historical perspective whilst we keep looking at that image, just for the whole western Florida area. I'm just going to search it up and see what the most intense or the strongest storms were for like the whole western coast of Florida and how long ago they were. Because there were quite a lot of more intense, there were quite a few strong storms that struck this area that we're talking about in very old times.
Yeah.
I think I might be able to get a Sanibel camera up here. I found an alternate source, albeit a little bit inland. I think it's certainly interesting. I'm just gonna have to search through the cameras here, so give me about 5 minutes and I'll have it up.
We'll look there in a moment.
Doesn't go down.
So yeah, as we look back at the radar imagery, let's just tell you about some of the historic storm landfalls that have happened along the western coast of Florida. There was of course Irma, which made landfall as was it a high-end Category 3?
It was a 115 at the Naples landfall, and I think 130 at the Keys.
Oh, I didn't know it weakened that much. There was, of course, there was also a very powerful storm in 1948 that made landfall over the Everglades pretty much as a Category 4.
Tornado warning's gone.
Tornado warning's gone. The Labor Day hurricane, of course, clipped the coast along here, along the whole coast, and moved past Tampa Bay and then moved northwards as a Category 4, weakened to a 3. But apart from that and the Tampa Bay hurricane, there really isn't anything that stacks up to this. Well, there's Charlie, of course. I mean, lots of people making comparisons to Charlie. But even in older times, there wasn't really a storm that was this strong when it made landfall. There was a storm in 1873 that made a Category 3 landfall pretty much over Cape Coral, but it was moving much more quickly than this storm, and of course much weaker, as we know.
Of course, Wilma.
There's what?
Wilma.
And then Wilma in 2005, which was moving much quicker and was a little bit further south as well. And that caused all kinds of issues too, of course, as we know. So
got camera up.
There really isn't a storm like this when we look back through history for any historical comparison. And even if there were, you know, much different times back then, populations are much higher along this western coast. Isaac's showing us some imagery, and you're telling us this is on Sanibel Island?
Yes, this is in western Sanibel, further inland. This is, if you want to know the exact location, this is Periwinkle Park and Campground Avery in Sanibel Island.
Blimey.
You can see the storm surge quite clearly there. Not the best resolution, but I mean, what can you say for a Category 4 hurricane? We're looking live into it right now, and the camera is really taking the beating here.
Yeah.
So yeah, another Sanibel. Here's some more actually, while we're at it. Here's a few more ones from labeled right there. Casa Ybel West. Look at the storm surge just flooding in. Look at that.
Yeah. tree branches and leaves and clumps of leaves being strewn across the road there and helped along by the surge.
I think this one's down. This one. Just going through all the cameras here to see what would have like the best viewing of this hurricane as it comes along. And I think
Not many are left.
probably one of the two that I was looking at here. Look at that. So to either you want to guys look at this one or you want to look at the one we were seeing beforehand, this one, where you see the water coming in.
Gee, I'm not sure. They both look interesting. That one I think shows the wind a little bit better.
Yeah. I think maybe
We'll stick with this one.
I might be able to put both on, but I don't want to fancy my computer's probably going to crash on me if I do that. But yes, this is, you see on the top of your screen, the labeling of where this is located at Periwinkle and Casa Isabel West in Sanibel Island, Florida. Looking at it live.
JO says radar velocity is finding winds in excess of 200 miles per hour on the western side aloft.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Individual points, yes, that's consistently 200 miles per hour plus flying the west eye wall. But you average out of using 4 pixels average, still you can see some pretty persistent 175 to 180 miles per hour or above at the western eye wall over the past hour.
I'm just
Which
going to
is 90
take.
at the flight level.
I'm just going to take a few minutes away from the microphone
kilometer
here.
above as well.
We'll hold it with Isaac's webcams, and I'll just let you guys open floor.
Alrighty. Take a look.
Let's hope this camera lasts a bit longer than the other one. It's higher up and lower resolution, but still gives you a clear view of what's going on in Sanibel Island, Florida at this time. I see the surge just rolling in, and debris, numerous debris, tree limbs, etc., floating around in there.
Yeah, again, emphasizing that this is not a storm you want to take lightly. Hurricane Ian continues to batter the west coast of Florida at this hour.
Just look at those gusts. You're seeing some of those gusts coming in and just buffeting the camera around like it's a toy. I'm sure that camera is pretty well anchored on a normal day, and just shaking around like it's a leaf on a tree. Just amazing footage we're seeing here.
Yeah, and when Nathan comes back, Isaac, we're actually got a live shot out of Cape Coral at one of the dock areas, and it's getting hammered just as well.
Ooh.
So when Nathan comes back, we'll have a couple different vantage points to look at. But this particular shot you're seeing is in western Sanibel Island, where the eye wall is going through that area
Wow.
at this time.
Look at that. There's nothing really much you could say. You just have to let the photos and videos speak for themselves here. Really, is what's going on.
Pretty much.
We've had.
Go for it, Isaac.
I was gonna say we've had many. Well, I wouldn't say too many. We've had a few days, the hours to prepare for this, and now it's go time. If you're not where you need to be right now, if you're not in shelter, you're making a very, very foolish decision for you and whoever else you may be with, possibly. You should have been in shelter hours ago. But if you haven't already and are somehow hearing this, get to shelter as soon as you possibly can. And what I mean by that is get into a concrete structure, a really well-built structure away from the surge, probably maybe a few miles inland, and hunker down in there. If it's a residential home, get into a closet or a bathroom, put as many blankets or pillows as you can. If you have time to, put a mattress on top of you in case the roof goes flying off. You have something to protect yourself from any flying debris that start to come in. And hunker down and wait for the best here. And hope you get the eye wall so you get some type of calmness, so it's not full on all the time. And just do the best you possibly can. Now it's go time. It's not try to get out of this when you can. It's go time right now. You can't. There's no evacuating. There's no saying, "Oh, I'm gonna travel up here instead of this area." It's go time now. You should have been where you were supposed to be at hours ago, and hunkered down right this moment. Nathan.
Look at those conditions. And so
And I
when you get
believe,
some of those wind gusts, it's just appalling.
Nathan, I believe Tim has a look from Cape.
The Weather Prediction Center has issued a day 1 high risk excessive rainfall outlook.
Let's look back at Tim's imagery as well. Where's this?
This is in Cape Coral. This is one of the boat docks. You can see the winds coming on shore here. Probably has inundated this boat dock a little bit, and in the back left you can see the palm trees that are getting blown. So this is in Cape Coral. This is where potentially, if Ian holds its northward to northeastward jog, where we could see a landfall. Cape Coral is protected a little bit inland by Sanibel Island and the Fort Myers Beach area, but we could see some hurricane conditions come to this area.
You're not going to get a landfall in Cape Coral, no. I think it's
Just
going to
on-
go. I think it's going to go straight for Port Charlotte.
Gusts in Captiva on northwest Sanibel Island are now reaching Category 5 levels.
Look at that! You saw the gusts come in at a distance there, just
Wow.
ripping up that water.
Man.
We've also got a webcam from one of our other streamers, Aiden, right now. What are we looking at here? That's somewhere along the coast. Let's go
I
back
think
to...
he's got Holmes Beach on Anna Marie Island up on his screen there, Nathan.
But looking back at Sanibel Island, look at this.
Look how fast that water is flying into there. With the breeze on it, too.
And no doubt that surge and is getting deeper as well.
Yeah.
So, real quick, I want to go to the other camera we were looking at earlier just to see how that's going. If it's changed much since. And there's a look at the other camera nearby it.
Man. I'm trying to figure out exactly where this is. It must be in the actual town, the city of Sanibel.
Yeah, it's in western Sanibel right now. Again, the exact area is Periwinkle and Casa Yubel East in Sanibel if you want to search that up.
Yeah, I'm just looking for it. I think that's on the west side of town.
Yes, sir.
We have a mesoscale precipitation discussion, number 1047.
And what's it telling us?
I would say if it showed up. Alright. Area expected Florida Peninsula concerning heavy rainfall, flash flood likely. The eye of Hurricane Ian continues to approach the Florida Peninsula with very heavy rains continuing to gradually overspread the region. Locally extremely heavy rainfall rates associated with Ian's eye wall will increase the rate of the threat of flash flooding, and this will especially be the case for the urbanized areas across central Florida as Ian makes landfall and moves inland. As a 16Z, the eye wall of extremely dangerous Hurricane Ian is moving onshore across portions of southwest Florida, with the eye position 45 miles southwest of Punta Gorda, Florida. Extremely heavy rains associated with the eye wall will be gradually moving inland over the next several hours, with the heaviest rains expected to focus along and just northeast of the forecast track of Ian, going through the late afternoon hours as the storm gradually makes landfall. And there's a whole bunch more else. And
Latest estimate now is that the center of the eye is 26 kilometers from Captiva, which in miles would be... still trying to figure that out. About 16 miles, 17 miles. So very close. As a matter of fact, when you look at the radar loop at the top there, parts of Captiva might be just about to enter the eye. Certainly in the next 20 minutes, they'll probably enter the eye on Captiva.
Yep.
And here is once again the view at Sanibel Island from Isaac, and I'm afraid for that location I don't think they will enter the eye at all, and they'll actually have full-on eye wall for hours without any reprieve from the eye.
which is awful.
I think that was just a mesovort we saw crossing around there by that
Really?
street sign there. It looked like it looked like it to me. You guys could rewind back and see if it was not, but it looked like a really intense vortex of winds there for a second. Look at that. It's just incredible here. And you can see the surge appears to be at least 3 feet deep here, looking at the signs here, gauging on
Maybe
the
more.
signs. Yeah, could easily be more. Just flooding into here, streaming in this storm surge. This is what the National Hurricane Center was fearing would happen, and you're seeing it happen with your own eyes right now.
Indeed. We're
This
witnessing
is-
history, people.
This is Force 13 live coverage on Hurricane Ian. Winds of 155 miles per hour from the National Hurricane Center, just short of Category 5 status. This is by far the strongest storm that we've seen make landfall on this section of the coast of western Florida. It puts Charlie in the shade, and whilst it may not be quite so bad for Tampa, which is what we were first fearing, that area could still get some significant severe weather as well. It's got an enormous eye, and its influence around it is going to be felt almost across the entire state. And hurricane warnings also now on the east coast, as they're not sure whether it will weaken enough to lose hurricane status by the time it exits off the coast of Florida and into the western Atlantic. There's the cone from 11 a.m. and you can see there that on Friday it goes over the water again a little bit and into South Carolina, and hurricane watches have been triggered there too, so they're not sure whether it might still be a hurricane when it moves up into the southeast, into Georgia and South Carolina later on down the line. So those watching from over there, that's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. And actually there's a little update, I think. Yep, there's an updated cone showing the expectation moving forward. We are looking at a high-end Category 4 landfall that is imminent. As we look at this imagery, you can see on the eastern side, which has for the most part been the weakest. Despite that, it's still causing all of this devastation already in some of these locations. And it looks like part of Captiva Island is entering the eye on radar. Sanibel, though, I think they're going to get eye wall all the way through here unless the storm jogs east. Back to Isaac's imagery, looking on Sanibel Island right now. There's the current imagery showing more tree debris being floated around. Adafira, go ahead.
I was going to say, Tim, any recon updates?
Yeah, recon is just now starting their descent into the storm. We should have data from them shortly.
All right. It's good news.
Well, I guess. I mean, it will tell us more information about the storm, and
More
I
information is
suppose
always a good thing.
it will be the possibility that this storm might even be touching Category 5 status. Recon will tell us all that we need to know about that.
And when I think this gets kind of underplayed here. The hurricane hunters are really the unsung heroes of this whole hurricane. Had we not had hurricane hunters right now, we would have known this is a 155, maybe going into 160 mile an hour Category 4 or 5 hurricane here. You know, it's why we have these hurricane planes flown in regularly to storms just like this to provide crucial life-saving information as soon as they possibly can.
Certainly earlier, although when we look at satellite imagery now, it does back up that almost Category 5 appearance, but earlier on it didn't look as much the part. But once again, look at all of this on the webcam here. This is on Sanibel Island. Very, very dangerous conditions, and you just saw how quickly that gust moved through the water. It's just really insane. Very strong gusts into probably major hurricane force territory.
And these, the two cameras that I was showing you earlier, I was looking at the cameras while you're showing them the cone. These are the only two cameras in operation right now as of when I last checked about 2 minutes ago. So it's this camera and the other camera with the water flooding in are the only two good views of Sanibel Island that I've found yet. That are still working in this hurricane, mind you.
Captiva's about to enter the eye.
I guess while in this lull, I do want to remind people on the East Coast that they're not completely safe either. There's still the threat for tornadoes on the eastern coast.
If you're in the state of Florida, there's a threat of you're not safe if you're in the state of Florida right now.
Yes, and I wasn't done.
With a small exception to the Panhandle.
So what I was trying to say before I got interrupted,
Sorry.
was that I've noticed on the East Coast, that there are what looks to be supercells firing off its rotation, meaning that the tornado activity is, I would expect that to increase in the next 1 to 2 hours. There specifically is a really tight couplet off the coast of Titusville, and then there's stuff close to Melbourne as well already, and so just be vigilant wherever you are in Florida, because these storms because this hurricane is massive and very powerful.
Here is the view once again from Naples, and to be honest, it looks even worse here than it did earlier. So looks like the worst conditions are still occurring at Naples Pier, which is constantly getting overtaken by waves there, very high waves, and you can see them tailing up in the air and being blown along by very strong winds. I imagine there's at least hurricane force gusts there at Naples. I know they got 80 miles per hour earlier, probably even more at this point. And let's see if we can just take a look at Englewood Beach as well. Here's the view there, and still not looking too bad on Englewood. Obviously windy, and the camera rocking and rolling a little bit, but certainly not seeing too much going on with that surge. Let's go back to Tim's screen, who's showing us the view there. That was Cape Coral, wasn't it?
It is, yes.
And still getting worse there as that surge gradually enters.
And also, even after
yes.
Uxinator, go ahead. Let's talk to Uxinator. What did you have for us?
So basically, something I wanted to also rely was that we have, in relation to the hurricane's eye and when it makes landfall. When it makes landfall in Lake Captiva, per se, it will then the eye will enter water again for a brief period of time before actually making inland landfall, as Captiva is more of a barrier island. So, I would say it could potentially remain at its strength right now before it makes landfall, before it makes its second landfall. And also, I want to also bring up the point that the recon flight looks to be arriving at the storm.
The what?
The recon flight that left an hour ago.
In the storm?
Looks to be getting to the storm.
All right.
It's right by
Yeah.
Kenneth.
Recon's descending. Recon's currently descending. We've been checking flight radar 24. This Tilt 71 is currently the first in worldwide surge in flight radar 24 right now, and currently it's showing that the recon, the color of the line is being lighter blue, which means the radar is currently descending. It's descending, and it's going to make a northwest pass. Just pass the northwest eye wall of the storm within the next hour.
Okay.
Once again, the cameras that we're looking at here are live on Sanibel Island. Earlier we got to look at a camera on the beach which held on for so long until it literally, whatever it was mounted on top of, became a victim of storm surge, and the camera plunged into the water. The crazy thing was that camera was still rolling when it hit the waves for a few more seconds after that until it finally crashed out. But we're still looking at some cameras on Sanibel Island further inland, and as you can see, a major storm surge that's continuing to build. Must be several feet now. Lots of tree branches and clumps of leaves and twigs and smaller branches floating along here. It's all going one direction, of course, northeastwards, as the surge blows inland, northeastwards / northwards in this area. Very, very dangerous conditions that are ongoing at this location, which are getting the worst of the storm, along with Captiva, which is just on the edge of the eye right now, and Cayo Costa and Boca Grande, which will get the very worst of the storm probably now, actually. I don't suppose, Isaac, you might be able to see if there's any cameras up there, maybe.
Where?
Boca Grande up to Placida.
See what I can find here.
Yeah, I mean, it's not easy to find cameras, but this is obviously a very interesting shot right now with huge amounts of surge. They're pretty much level with the eye on Sanibel Island, so I would say that, I don't know, things could still get a little bit worse yet. But the surge, I don't think, will rise that much more at this location. I'm not sure. Well, maybe it still will a little bit more. We'll see. But obviously, very, very dangerous conditions here. And if anyone stayed behind, well, they're in big trouble right now. You can send in some questions live on the air. Can't guarantee I'll be able to find them and read them all out because the chat flow is quite quick. Our Future Media says, I think Boca Grande is going to be the first Florida landfall and they're getting hammered in the northern eye wall. Port Charlotte might be the second. And Kylo Tech says the good part of Florida's topography is that recon can actually fly over the coast here, unlike Hispaniola, etc., for example. They don't like to, though.
Yeah, I mean, recon don't fly over a terrain, very high elevation terrain area because, you know, recon fly at a pretty low height when it is in storm like 2 to 3 kilometers aloft only. It's really only in terms of a flying plane, it's pretty low.
Even
when
over
you have
Florida,
such a
though.
high terrain, that can be danger in case anything occur. So it's just for research and forecasting, and not for like adventure. It is not the use of recon plane, and that's why they're just escape. They're just not going to the above the very mountainous area for safety reasons.
And I'm sure they don't want to be dropping drop zones on a populated town over land too.
That's also true.
Yeah,
no, they really don't like flying
that.
over land. I think the main risk really is debris from land that can strike planes.
Yeah.
Speaking of recon, Nathan, Air Force recon has dropped to reconnaissance altitude, 10,000 feet. We should be getting data from them shortly.
Yeah, recon start turning right. And now making a northwest path, pointing straight towards the center.
This view from Tim once again is the Cape Coral area, and as you can see, a substantial surge continuing to flow in there as well. Very dangerous situation. We still don't know where the actual landfall will occur yet, but it is getting closer and closer. Looking back at the full picture on our radar, and local people will recognize those different areas of the coast and some of those islands. Captiva, which is this stretch of the coast here. As you can see, just on the edge of the eye now, they may just be seeing little bits of daylight. And further north, Cayo Costa, this region here, that's sort of half and half. But look further north, I would say the worst place for winds right now maybe is probably this island, which is Boca Grande. I would say that's probably the worst place right now being indicated on radar. And there's some nasty stuff heading pretty close to Englewood as well right now. We've got a webcam there, and we'll check that out a little bit later. So far, we've not seen anything too bad over there at Englewood, but if it changes, then we'll be able to show you. Now back to Isaac's screen, who's still showing us what's going on Sanibel Island, which is really insane what's been going on there recently, and that surge, and you can barely see anything there at this point. It's just, I'm sure that camera's been slipping as well, Isaac.
Yeah, it's gotten further and further down. Going back onto your Boca Chica, I was looking through the links and all that, and all of them were offline, or all of them were 5 hours out of date. So I have yet to find anything from there. Maybe Tim might find something, but
Right.
I have yet to find anything.
Was looking myself, Isaac. I couldn't find anything. We did have some live shots out of Fort Myers Beach earlier. Those have since went down. So as Ian starts getting closer and closer towards landfall, getting live shots off of webcams is going to become very difficult.
We're pretty sure that these webcams are the closest ones that we've got to the center of the storm right now on Sanibel Island, and it's just showing you a full hurricane blowing in right now.
Yeah, these two cameras are the only ones still online that I found in an entire island. The famous one we were watching earlier got swallowed by the storm surge and went offline, and now we've got this one. Not as exciting of a view, but still something considering how close the eye of the storm is to this camera.
You're watching Force 13 Live. We're covering Hurricane Ian all day today. It's a borderline Category 5 storm with winds of 155 miles per hour and 937. Still a Category 4, but 5 miles an hour difference really doesn't mean very much at this point in time. These impacts are going to be absolutely catastrophic as the storm moves inland, and you can see some of it already happening here. If you find our coverage useful, please consider sharing it, and hopefully we can reach more people with what we do, with this very important coverage and information, and serious implications right now for the western coast of Florida as we keep watching this unfold. There comes a point where I feel that we almost become viewers ourselves, because there's not much forecasting left to be done ahead of landfall here. You know, we know exactly what's going to happen. It's just watching it unfold right now, and we're seeing these surge heights get higher and higher. By the way, yesterday we were talking about Key West, that it got up to around 4 feet of surge in the end. They had to upgrade the storm surge watch to a warning. Did it top out at 4 feet in the end? Does anyone know?
Not entirely sure. We might have to go back
Not
and
that
do
I
some
know.
research on that.
It was somewhere around 4 feet by the end of last night, so that was another place that maybe got a bit higher surge than we expected. But look at this image right now from Sanibel, and terrible conditions. Surge really continuing to flow in. And some of those smaller palm trees there, that big gust of wind that blew through. Major damage possible here. Let's try and get some more comments. Cabba the Protogen says, what are the sea surface temperatures for Ian?
Pretty sure they're around 29 to 30 degrees Celsius, which is mid to upper 80s, if I'm not mistaken, in Fahrenheit.
And apparently they've just lost the live cam of Naples Pier. We were looking at that one.
I like that one.
That's a cool camera.
I quite like that one as well, but it's true, we have lost Naples Pier. That's sad. Let's see if we can check out what's going on at Englewood then. I didn't think we'd lose Naples. Englewood has gotten a lot worse. Let's take a look at that one right now. This, which one was it? Number 4, I think? Nope, number 3. And it's not Sanibel, it is Englewood there right now that we're looking at.
We just
and
lost
you
the
can
Cape
see
Coral camera just a little bit ago.
Damn. So the visibility has gone down quite a lot here at Englewood, and still quite blustery, although it doesn't look extremely windy. Well, yeah, it is getting a bit there now. Heavy rain falling. The water level has gotten in quite a bit since we last looked at it as well. So this is an area that we're also going to be watching out for. These conditions are going to get much worse in Englewood shortly, because there's some big red bands on radar that we're looking at that's going to get in here probably in a matter of minutes. So Englewood area, you're about to get the main eye wall of the hurricane, and it's still too close to call exactly where the storm will make landfall. It could still make landfall in Englewood if it takes a northerly jog, but as it stands right now, it does look like it will be a little bit further south, and I'm particularly concerned about Boca Grande for a possible landfall and then moving into Port Charlotte. Let's
Regarding
go back to
recon,
Isaac's imagery right now, showing us once again the view from Sanibel. I think we'll stick with this for a little while. Anything else you'd like to tell us from the current situation in this region,
Cape
Isaac?
Coral reports hurricane.
regarding hurricane reconnaissance, they've updated their status now to in storm, and they've turned on their pressure readings on the plane. I think Tim, do you have any more information besides that I don't know about on that?
No, they're just entering in now.
So within the next probably 30 minutes, 45 minutes, we'll start to get into that inner eye wall there of major Hurricane Ian.
Let's get some more questions. Can we explain how it's a hurricane warning on the west coast but also on the east coast of the track? Well, the National Hurricane Center are worried that it will still be a hurricane when it leaves the coast of Florida, you see. And that's why there's also a hurricane watch in effect as far as South Carolina in that new forecast cone. So they are concerned this will retain a lot of strength as it continues northeastward. Still thinking it will weaken to a tropical storm, though. I guess they're just doing that mainly as a precautionary measure. I'm sure there was another comment earlier about models, I think. Why have the models been incorrect on the intensity of Ian?
There's obviously a lot of unknown factors that can occur with a hurricane. Remember, these are models. Models are not perfect. They don't predict everything down to a T. At least most models. Well, any model. Like there are times where like models are completely correct, and there are times where models are completely wrong. There just happens to be a time where models did not expect what Ian did, or
ATID says, do we reckon the NHC are dragging their knuckles like they did for Dorian? Ooh. I would say no. There's no real evidence that this is a Category 5, whereas during Dorian, I think there was. So when they rectified it in post-analysis as well, I think. But there's no clear observations of Category 5 status yet, so they're not going with it, and I think it's absolutely the right call.
I agree with you.
There's a small chance it could change with the new recon, but probably not.
The chance that that will happen is probably very low. Because I think that the recon I think was a bit late. I think that if recon came like an hour earlier, they could have found evidence for storms Category 5, but because the recon left when it did, even though it's gonna approach it right around landfall, that does not mean that it will end up finding Category 5 winds. But obviously, there's also the TCR, and I think that it can end up like Michael, where in the TCR they do find evidence that the storm is a Category 5, and they upgraded it then. That does not mean that the impacts that the storm will produce will be any better. This storm will still produce life-threatening and catastrophic storm surge and winds for the Naples and the Cape Coral and Fort Myers areas. So.
All right, Nathan, we did get the Cape Coral camera back, and it is rocking there.
Let's have a look. This is live in Cape Coral right now. And the water level slowly increasing at that location, but it certainly is increasing. We watch all of that water channeling its way through from the, was it a boatyard there?
Yeah, it's a boat dock there in this area.
And some strong wind gusts that you can see blowing along. Of course, mean, the windsock says it all. But some of those strong gusts where you can see the water blowing along.
Oh.
Looks like you've lost it again.
Yep.
Yeah, it's been coming and going a little bit, but that just shows just how intense this particular storm is for this
Well,
area.
Whoever built these cameras in Sanibel, I think we need to get a hold of them.
That and then the
Net.
surge cam by the bay. I think had it been placed over that gazebo, we'd be still looking at photos and videos right now.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow. We're going to have to try and track them down, aren't we? Find out what camera they are, because we need some.
Yeah. And I do also want to bring up, obviously, with the eye now, with parts of the eye now entering land.
Oh, yes.
I do want to bring up the point that the land that will be entering is barely any land. It's just barrier islands. And with the storm surge that's occurring on those islands, all it's going to do is it's going to at least allow it to keep its intensity, really.
Look at this, a big jog. Well, I say big in this context, it's only a small one, but really big implications. Jog eastwards there, which now puts some of those islands, where we're looking at there, Captiva Islands, are under the eye now, and the western part of Sanibel Island is also in the eye. So a little bit more of an eastward jog, and actually those cameras that Isaac are looking at will end up in the eye at Sanibel City. As you can see, that is on the right hand side of the island here. So the eye is getting closer to that location, and they are probably in the thick of the storm right now. And back to one of those other cameras that Isaac is showing us on Sanibel Island. There it is, live. And that, I think that surge has gone a bit higher as well, almost to that sign.
The eye's getting bigger.
Yeah, the water's gone up to the very, looks like the very bottom of that sign, part of the sign on the road there. So easily 3 feet of water we're looking at, easy. Likely more though.
Let's see if we can get a satellite perspective on this right now. We've not looked at it for a little bit, just to show you how it's looking on another perspective. Satellite doesn't tell us too much at this point in time when we've got all of these observations on the ground, but just to look at the storm, usually it gives us some quite captivating views. And you can see that the eye, I think, is becoming a little bit more well-rounded again. Although, having said that, it does look like the convection is tapering off just a little bit. Something's happened to Isaac's camera.
A big gust wiped it down, pushed it down towards the water.
That's going to be another one ending up in that water then.
Yes, look at how close it's getting into the water's getting into the camera here. So, yeah, I just saw a big gust when they were going over that and just whooped it down.
Wow.
So then we go ahead and go to the other camera here while we still have it. Get a wider view of things.
Oh god.
Captiva
has reported a wind gust of 172 miles per hour.
What?
What?
Oh god.
Are you sure?
Sure, I can count an IEM.
Whoa.
Oh. Look at it there now, getting much worse again here. This is the inner part of the eye wall on Sanibel Island. Don't forget, this is the eastern eye wall, which is the weakest part. The other parts of the eye wall are actually stronger, so looking towards Englewood, which will soon be in the northern eye wall, could be worse up there. We'll be checking back regularly with that camera that they've got to see what's going on. In fact, let's just quickly go there now, and there is the latest view at Englewood. And still very rocky, that camera. And the sea is getting in a little bit more closer again.
I do break in a little bit. There is looking like there might be a Stacy drop relating to obviously an unwarned tornado. Probably another spin up by Yeehaw Junction. And it's a Stacy drop. There's a tornado probably around and heading towards in the Yeehaw Junction area. Between Yeehaw Junction and Sebring, Florida. I would not be surprised if that got tornado warned within the next few minutes.
West of Yeehaw Junction?
Yes.
Near Zolfo Springs.
It looks like it just got tornado warned, actually.
Oh. let's take a look at this new tornado warning then, just so that everyone's aware of what's going on all around Florida right now. I know the storm's making landfall, but here it is, a radar indicated tornado. To be fair, the population inside this warning is only 1, and radar indicated pea-sized hail possible. So for that 1 person, you need to take cover immediately.
Yes, and there was a very noticeable CC drop with this, and it's in Okeechobee County for those who are wondering.
The northwesternmost part.
Yes.
Looking back at Isaac's camera there in Sanibel City, which is on the eastern side of this storm's eye, a really incredible view that we've got there right now. Crazy
really the
conditions.
only good one.
Yeah, that was the last one standing pretty much now, isn't it?
Yeah, the other one's still working just fine. It's just it's facing directly towards the water, and I don't think anybody wants to see just water for the next hour.
No.
Looking at this camera here, looks to me that the water is just up to the first few tree branches on this big, probably oak tree here. So that's probably easily a good 5-6 feet there tall. They're not generally small trees to begin with, and it's reaching, I guess you could call it the crown of the tree there. So that's just another indicator of just how intense and dangerous. Look at that, and dangerous of a hurricane this is. Just look at those gusts buffeting the camera around like a toy.
Boing.
Very powerful gusts.
Really hope this camera makes it to the eye.
Gusts now of 110 miles per hour coming in St. James City. What's this? Just the St. Petersburg gusts. Okay.
Really crazy conditions as we keep looking at this right now. I'm not sure what else to say at this point. We can still see that radar on the top left hand side, and I think an actual pronounced movement to the northeast, which brings landfall just that little bit closer. And if it keeps going like that, the radar loop here goes on for about, what's that, 25 minutes long. So maybe we could be seeing landfall if it keeps going like that, maybe around 2, half 2, maybe 3.
Nathan, Ted321 has a good point. Why do so many storms stop at 155 miles per hour?
Not as many as you might think.
Yeah. And honestly, it's mostly because either A, we don't have the measurement, like we don't have the tools available, like that actually don't get destroyed to measure those winds above 155 miles per hour, or it's the evidence that it might be Category 5, might not be completely obvious. Look at freaking Michael. It wasn't a Category 5 until the TCR or the tropical second report came out. So,
Yeah.
Incredible winds streaking through that area there, blowing across the top of the water of that rising storm surge, which must be around 4 feet maybe by that point, maybe a little more.
I would wager at least 5-6, given how it appears at least, and this is a pretty low resolution camera, to be reaching the crown of that tree there. And those are not small trees at all. I know from experience.
Wow.
So minimum probably 5-6 feet here. You're seeing it live with this camera. Incredible how it's still up and running too. These two cameras are still up and running. It's just I guess they're made out of diamonds or something.
Scrambling around for the webcams anywhere near
Titanium.
the eye of this storm, but I don't think there are any. I'm not seeing any that are still operating. There's lots in theory, but in practice, none of them appear to be working anymore. Of course, you've got to have something really tough to survive a hurricane like this. It is a borderline Category 5. We should have the update from the NHC now for the 1 p.m. advisory. I'm still not seeing it actually, so.
I have it here.
Oh.
They say 1 p.m. Eastern time position update. Hurricane conditions spreading across portions of southwestern Florida. A river, estuary, and coastal network station at Redfish Pass, Florida, has recently reported sustained winds of 75 miles an hour. Sanibel Island, Florida, recently reported sustained winds of 77 miles an hour and a wind gust of 107 miles an hour. The Earth Network Station and Naples Ground Beach Resort recently reported a wind gust of 112 miles an hour. The Redfish Pass station has reported a pressure of 969 millibars. As of 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Eastern Time, the information is Ian's located at 26.4 degrees north, 82.4 degrees west. Maximum sustained winds 155 miles an hour. Current movement is north-northeast at 9 miles an hour, and pressure still unchanged at 937 millibars as of the 1 p.m. update.
I do also believe that we might be seeing the tornado activity start to increase. I'm seeing areas rotating on land that look concerning. Not tornado warnable just yet, but definitely areas to watch out for. Including one by the city of Okeechobee itself, and Taylor Creek, and some others that have come on shore, or that will be coming on shore probably from the next hour or two. Those are probably the ones that are going to be most concerning to watch out for. Yeah. And also the 1 p.m. advisory came out and they said that they kept the winds at 155 miles per hour.
Yep. At this point, I'm going to take a little break out of the stream, probably for about 15 to 30 minutes possibly. But in the meantime, I'm going to hand over to our backup here, Tim, and I'll try and control cameras every once in a while to take a look at what's going on elsewhere, but we're mainly going to look at Isaac's stream here, showing what's happening live on Sanibel Island. Over to you, Tim.
All right, thank you, Nathan. And for those viewing, this is Force 13 live, just crossing the top of the hour, 1 p.m. Here on the East Coast of the United States. Also 1 p.m. in Florida, where they are now feeling the impacts of Hurricane Ian, a Category 4 storm with 155-mile-an-hour winds, pressure of 937 millibars. We are on wall-to-wall coverage until this storm gets through the area. We have quite a big team right now in studio. We have Nick, Isaac, Adafera, Aiden. We are now joined by Force 13 Australia's David Tones, David out of Houston, Nathan, who is currently taking a brief break, Kenneth, Patrick, and Uxinator. We'll get David out of Australia first thoughts on this. Morning to you there, David, in Australia. What are your thoughts as you're waking up this morning to a Category 4 landfall in the state of Florida?
Good to be here. Hi, viewers. It's just after 3 a.m. here on the east coast of Australia. And what does one say? I'm not really surprised at where Ian is re-strength and too late to prepare. The vision coming off the webcams. I'll be checking others that haven't been aired on our stream, but it's just a matter of battling it out now. And is it going to be a low range Cat 4, or could we see a mid range Cat 4?
All right, now, David, it's a high-end Cat 4 at 155. We do have reconnaissance going in at this hour, trying to get more information from the National Hurricane Center. This is one of those storms where the winds have been actually stronger on the west side of the system, which is a little contrary to what we normally see out of these storms. And we're going back and forth between our webcams here. You saw Nathan there having the Englewood camera up there. Hats off to the great folks at EarthCam for providing that imagery for us. They actually let us know a couple days in advance that they were going to be providing these shots for Hurricane Ian. And back over to the other shot that Isaac has been providing. This is on, I forget the island right off the top of my head. It's actually, all right, it's on Sanibel Island, where this area has taken the worst of this hurricane.
We just, I think, lost both cameras. They're not.
Oh, did we lose both cameras?
We just lost both cameras.
And that has been the recurring theme with trying to get live shots out of these areas. We lost the Fort Myers ones earlier. Now we're losing the Sanibel ones. And it's going to be an issue as Ian makes its way further inland as we go.
Just looking at those cameras, no doubt that the last one that we saw, the storm surge, I think I saw a letterbox or mailbox just about under. And what do we know about storm surge? Any reports? And I'll have a look for other webcams, but I feel for the people that have to see this monster out, and I'll be keeping a close eye on social media to see what information I can get. And I'm also here for the long haul. And what's the size of the eye? And I do agree that it's the western side of the system that appears to be the strongest.
Appears to be. Go ahead.
40 miles.
Fred Isaac?
Yeah. Oh, out of fear, already answered my question. Yeah, it's about. Last I did a measurement here is 38 miles, but it's going to be kind of fluctuating off and on around that general frame. So yeah, relatively large eye in the scheme of things when it comes to the Atlantic storms, at least one of this intensity, mind you.
We do have some information coming off our news wires. Our own Nelson working behind the scenes, getting some information from us from the National Weather Service. Right now, we have a new storm surge record being reported in out of the Naples area. 5.77 feet of storm surge already as of 40 minutes ago. The old record there was 4.25 feet from Hurricane Irma back in 2017. So Hurricane Ian already starting to break records in and around the Naples area with a storm surge much higher than what Hurricane Irma had caused there. And we are now joined by another member of our team, Ethan. Good afternoon to you there, Ethan. What are your thoughts on Ian as it starts to come ashore? Okay, he might not be set up just yet, so we'll come back to him.
So whilst we wait for Ethan to come in, Tim, read this storm surge and what you just said. Has this been forecasted, or is this above what the official position is for that region?
That record that I read at is what has been observed. The National Hurricane Center, I believe, predicted 3 to 5 feet of storm surge in this area. I actually have to find their graphic right quick for that.
While he's doing that, I do have an up close view of Hurricane Ian viewed from the GO-16 satellite. Every frame you're seeing is one image taken every 30 seconds or 2 images taken every minute of the hurricane over the past. I think this is about hour and a half, 2 hours here as it's come closer and closer to making a landfall. Tim?
Hello?
Yeah, and just taking a look at that, you could see some of those islands that we were talking about earlier getting really close to being in that eye wall.
and you can see the lightning as well around that eye wall too, indicating that the storm is at bare minimum here, trying to maintain intensity as it comes ashore over Florida.
Yeah, so places like Sanibel Island up towards Captiva, St. James City, Pine Island, Boquilla, Cayo Costa up towards Boca Grande, even into the Fort Myers and Cape Coral areas. You guys are starting to get the worst of what Hurricane Ian has to offer. You can see Nathan's radar in the top left corner of our screen there, illustrating that this isn't that the northeastern side is not even the strongest side. The western side of that eye wall looking a lot more robust than that eastern side.
Hello?
There we go. Go ahead, Ethan.
Hi.
Yeah, you're on the air.
What a historic hurricane we're witnessing right now. I just wanted to say that some of the barrier islands around Captiva and southwest of Cape Coral are actually in the eye of this hurricane right now. So if you are anywhere within this hurricane or anywhere near this hurricane right now, I implore you, please, 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 please seek shelter. Do not wait. This is a historic hurricane for this region. The strongest hurricane to make landfall in this area was Hurricane Charlie back in 2004. This is stronger than Charlie. This is bigger than Charlie. Surge is higher than Charlie. Rainfall is higher than Charlie. This is basically a more pronounced Hurricane Charlie. So treat this as if it is a historic hurricane, which it is for this area. So do not underestimate this hurricane. Even if you aren't even in the hurricane force wind field, or if you're outside the cone, just don't underestimate this hurricane, and please seek shelter. I implore you. I can't say that enough. Seek shelter. This is a very historic hurricane that I'm witnessing right now, and this is I'm really worried for a lot of the low-lying areas because this part of Florida is very flat, and I imagine that the storm surge will be able to penetrate over these barrier islands pretty easily.
Yeah, and speaking of those islands, we have recon that is just getting into the storm near those islands. AF 307 starting to come into the north side of the storm. Their findings are going to be really interesting, Ethan. I know this has been a hot button topic all morning and going into the afternoon of whether or not Ian was at 155 or possibly 160. So we'll see what recon finds and see if they can debunk this mystery of whether or not Ian actually reached Category 5 or not.
Yeah, recon just entered the eye.
Yeah.
It's entering the eye wall right now. Flight level 102 knot, SFM around 92 knot. It's still not at the radius of maximum winds yet. Wait for another more 10 minutes for further data. No XTRP.
All right, there you go. Our team relaying that recon mission. So while we're waiting on the recon information, you can see Isaac's satellite imager on the screen. That is Ghost 16 mesoscale rapid scan 30-second imagery that is coming in. And you can just see the influence of Ian there. Even though the eye of Ian is on the west coast of Florida, you could see its influence going all the way across the state over towards Point St. Lucie, Miami, and over towards Fort Lauderdale and West Palm Beach. So that area really getting hammered. You can see Isaac circling on his screen, lightning there showing up on the eye wall of Ian, which tells me that even though this is mere miles from landfall, this is still intensifying right up to landfall.
Yep. Yeah. Or at bare minimum maintaining here, and that's not a good sight to see. Whether we've been saying it over and over throughout the past few hours here, whether it's 155 or 160 at landfall, does not matter. That's going to be something that's up for postseason debate. Not right now. What matters right now is that you're safe. You are in your safe spot right now, and you're not going to go out and venture out in this right now. To stay hunkered down and wait for either the eye to pass you, wait for the whole storm in general to be over. Then you can assess whatever may have happened. But for right now, everybody in the eye wall or about to be in the eye wall of this Cape Coral and the areas northwest and south of Cape Coral need to be in their shelter as soon as you possibly can if you're not in it right now. This is a very dangerous Category 4 on the verge of Category 5 hurricane with gusts over, last I remember, over 175 miles an hour.
Actually, it's over 165.
It's
I do
65
want
now.
I do want to bring up the point, or something I've noticed is that there was probably an unwarned tornado, also in an area with probably barely any people, in around Okeechobee County, between Okeechobee County and different counties, there was a noticeable CC drop. It looks like it's lifted for now, and the rotation was quite weak, but something to note.
Yeah, I think the National Weather Service did warn that briefly. Population in that warning was 1. So hopefully that
Not
one
that.
sole person in that polygon got the shelter.
I want to correct you. It's a different storm.
Oh, is it a different storm now?
Yeah.
Okay. Just taking a look back over some of the wind reports that have been coming in. Fort Myers indicating 72 miles per hour as of about 6 minutes ago. Venice, 62 knots, 71 miles per hour. We did have about 21 minutes ago, Hurricane Gus, 97 mile per hour winds. Punta Rasa, 107 mile per hour wind. Ported at the Sanibel DB4 site, and hurricane winds at Captiva at 100 miles per hour. So we are definitely seeing some of these areas get Category 2 winds. Some of these areas may be getting Category 3 winds. We just have not gotten the reports in to verify that.
So there's been a report near Collier County in Florida. Mesonet, a wind gust of 84 miles per hour was measured at the Earth Network site in Nabs-Kalia Bay as of 30 minutes ago. And in Pelican Bay, they reported a wind gust of 112 miles per hour.
And we did have a question coming in asking what the tropical storm force wind radius is. Right now, tropical storm force winds extend out 120 miles to the northeast, 140 on the southeast, 100 on the southwest, 150 on the northwest, and hurricane winds extend out 40 miles on the northeast, 40 miles on the southeast, 30 miles on the southwest, and 40 miles on the northwest. So easily 150 miles of tropical storm and hurricane force winds being felt with Hurricane Ian. So even though Ian is right near the edge of the coastline, you go 40, 50 miles in, then you start looking at Fort Myers proper, Boca Grande up towards Inglewood, Port Charlotte itself, Punta Gorda. You guys are probably getting tropical storm force winds at this time.
I must implore that we're about to get the recon data in here, which could or could not suggest Category 5. I don't know. I'm not in the future. But I implore people to, if it does suggest a Cat 5 or a Cat 4, regardless, please wait until recon gets an entire pass before claiming what this hurricane's intensity is right now. Because stronger winds are probably on the western eye wall, and recon have not checked that quadrant yet, so just wait until recon check all quadrants of the hurricane before assuming a intensity.
I do also want to quickly bring up.
Go for it, then we'll take this question that we've got.
Well, I was going to bring up there's a CC drop, and it's a quite noticeable one for that previously tornado warned storm. I think it's that storm. Let me confirm really quick.
All right, and we have one of our viewers, James Gentry. Thank you for your kind donation, reporting that Sanibel is getting a 130 mile per hour wind reading report. That is Category 4 winds being felt on Sanibel proper.
Isn't it in the eye?
No,
Sanibel is right in the eye wall right now.
Yeah, they're starting to get into the eye.
Yeah, it should be in the eye. We're just waiting for the data update.
We're just looking
No,
at
they're
some
still
more
in the eye wall right now. I'm
webcams
looking on
here.
radar.
These ones aren't as close into the
You're
storm as
using
the ones we
Florida
were looking
24
at
day.
earlier, but we're currently looking right now at Englewood, and I just wanted to cut across the team there. I thought you could hear
Oh,
me, but
welcome
I was
back,
still
Nathan.
muted. So I was wondering why you were talking over me. Sorry, but this is Englewood right now, looking at this latest imagery there, and just want to cut to another source.
I have to interrupt.
From-
Recon data is in. Extrapolated pressure is down to 935 millibars. 135 knot flight level winds on the north side that is up from earlier on the northern side. Awaiting SFMR data.
I'm just
Pressure-
looking at one of these webcams here near Cape Coral as well, just looking at Interstate 75.
Extrapolated pressure from the plane is down to 935 millibars, so this is a stronger hurricane.
113 knot SFMR, although it's suspect, it looks like, I believe, in this latest pass. I think Tim could probably go over that a little bit more than I can.
Discussion.
All right, let's get that mezzo, and then we will look at that data, because obviously the data is going to be a little bit delayed.
The eye looking a little bit more of an oval at the minute, stretching more eastwards. The eye is well and truly over some of those islands now, and the northern side of the eye would appear to be just about to cross over into, was that, I know the name, Boca Grande, just about to enter the eye.
We also got a 139 knot SFMR, but that was flagged.
Wow.
So that is on the northern eye wall, and they are going out the southern eye wall. They have to go to the west side now. They have to.
Otherwise, they'll be dropping drop zones over land. Getting close.
Yeah, I'm curious what Dropstone's going to say for this.
We're looking at Englewood again on this latest viewer, and you can see there the conditions getting fairly rough. Obviously nowhere near as rough as it was in some of the other locations, but this is just on the edge now of some of the red areas on that radar imagery, so it's about to get slammed with some very strong winds, and we should make that radar view smaller.
There's an image in live discussion that shows the image of the cameras in Sanibel Island. And oh my.
Oh. Yeah, we could show a quick view of that here. Give me just 1 second. Put it up on my screen.
Let me see.
And I have it here. I just gotta switch the
Look at that eye.
But yeah, the image that was just sent in live discussion is just absolutely incredible. Just textbook hurricane image there. And a few more seconds here. Try not to screw it up.
Oh,
and
that's a
turn
video
off my
of it.
screen share. Here we go. This is an image, a still of a surge cam over in Sanibel Island right now in Florida. Look at that. Look at that.
What?
Palm tree right
There's
there
the video
for
of it.
reference. Yeah, I'm going to put the video up here in a second. I'm just going to show a small snippet because I'm pretty sure these are copywritten, but we could show a small snippet, I'm pretty sure. Give me just 1 second. I'm trying to figure all this out.
Is it copyright? Is there like music in the background?
No, the footage itself, I'm pretty sure, but I think we could show a small snippet of it for our viewers here that are curious.
Oh, looks
Why
like
is
the
it-
Englewood camera has gone. Why?
Cameras are just going bye-bye.
I am unable to show that
Well,
camera.
we got a good
that,
impression
video.
of it at least.
Yeah.
Oh no,
Maybe
the
try to work more behind the scenes and I'll get back to you.
The Englewood camera is back, actually. There's the latest view. Once again, still about to get the potential worst conditions from the northern eye wall. We are running pretty low on webcams that are still available out there due to the increasingly poor conditions. James Gentry, thank you for your support and comment. The 130 wind report apparently was from a weather station. Was
Alright,
there
the
was there a
Englewood
130
one
wind report?
is barely hanging in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see their conditions in Englewood starting to deteriorate rapidly now.
I'll be posting images in live discussion.
I'm just doing something real quick.
Oh, here's another. Oh my!
Looking at
This
that vision on the screen, that wind is definitely
Wow,
picking
that's
up.
really transformed. So this is now definitely entering some of those red bands on the northern side of the eye wall. That's Englewood Beach, and look at it go. You'll notice that the winds are blowing towards the sea because this is the northern eye wall, so the winds are blowing out rather than in, as was the case on Sanibel Island. But still extremely strong winds there.
There's a second video. This is from Fort Myers, and it shows the storm surge.
Finally got the video up and loaded here. Give me a moment here. There we go. Okay, let me know when you get that.
Alright, here it is. So this was a video from earlier on Sanibel Island.
Here we go.
What even is this? Wow.
I don't know.
Look at that.
This looks like what the what? This looks like what the hurricane hunters see when they're flying
Guys,
through.
look in live discussion.
We can't.
And that's the video.
Oh.
23 people missing after boat carrying Cuban migrants sinks off southern Florida during Hurricane Ian.
Not a good sign.
So that's a news line there. Let's go back to Englewood live and look at this. Rain all over the camera. Terrible conditions there. It looks very, very strong winds. We would have liked to have shown you a lot more cameras that are closer to the storm, but they're all out of action now. But it does look like the Englewood area got a particularly harsh northern band on the eye wall there. It looks very powerful on radar, and that is sweeping through further north now. It's actually, yeah, it's literally just over Englewood in the last couple of minutes and sweeping up further north now towards Venice. We might be able to get some cameras in Venice as well when that sweeps through that area shortly. But this is the live picture in Englewood.
Weather so this is from Sarasota County's official Twitter. Emergency vehicles are no longer responding to calls in Sarasota County. That is not safe in the roads. So, if you are in Sarasota County, yeah.
So things rapidly deteriorating in some cases in more populated areas right now, and we're looking at something else here from Isaac.
This is from a storm chaser, Vince. I'm gonna absolutely butcher your last name, but this, let me zoom back out again. This
Vince
is
Volti.
Yeah, Vince Volti. He's currently recording a pressure of 978.8 millibars as he's on the move in Cape Coral, western Cape Coral, Florida. And I'm gonna try to get that back up there in a second. As you imagine, the Wi-Fi and the data over there is gonna be pretty slow due to obviously a high-end category 4. There it is, high-end category 4 nearing landfall.
Obviously.
Extremely dangerous driving conditions, as you can see there in the first few seconds. There's plane, and that's just going to be probably buffering in and out throughout the next hour or two here. But just a quick look at the conditions over there in western Cape Coral.
One of our viewers is saying over 8 footers surge in Fort Myers.
I'm just watching a live camera. I can't show it, unfortunately, out of Fort Myers Beach. But I regret to say that there is a lot of debris in the storm surge waters right now in Fort Myers Beach, Florida.
Sarasota County EMS is no longer active.
And here is a live camera in Punta Gorda right now on one of the roadways, and you can see how dangerous that travel looks like there. And that is a little bit inland, of course, to the northeast of the eye of the storm. That's on Interstate 75 over the main bridge there. Don't know if it has a name, but that's how it looks. Good to see that there's no traffic at all on the road, so everyone is out of there. But that's the current view right now near Punta Gorda.
And for reference, Punta Gorda is just barely outside the outer eye wall of Ian at this time.
And Englewood is...
Recon data is in 136 knot flight level winds on the southern side. Separated pressure 935.1 millibars in
Did
the
you say
eye.
136?
136 knot flight level winds.
Ah, flight level. All right.
And then pressure, obviously, 934.6, as Ethan mentioned.
So that would be 157 miles per hour.
Oh, it's lower. 934.6. I didn't see that. I saw 935.1.
Yeah, just below it is 934.6 with around, I think, 20, 30 knots of wind.
121 knot SFMRs. So that's category 4
because-
support right there.
Yeah, at the southeastern side, the weakest quadrant supporting 120, 125 knots here, and the pressure, extrapolated pressure 944, 935, pretty much considering their slow bias for 700 millibar extra RP, that would still suggest that the pressure more or less remained the same. But there could be certain internal core process before that make the winds a bit further. Well, we're still waiting for the sampling at the southwestern and western side.
Northport is just about to enter, if they haven't already, the outer part of the eye wall of Hurricane Ian. This is gonna only go down from here. For those of you around the Northport area of Florida.
And 300,000 in Florida now without power.
I'm just going to try and get a few different screens up here at the same time, just so that we can take a look at everything that's going on. Probably should have done this earlier. So I'm just rearranging some of these views, and you can obviously see the radar imagery there, and that viewpoint, which is from Englewood. I don't know what I'm doing with that, but let's also... Where's it gone? Go ahead.
Moly.
Go.
What?
Just looking at satellite, and the eye is just this classic stadium effect eye on that.
Yes.
I'm just really at a loss of words here.
I do also want to bring up something relating to the winds that Recon's found. Now, in my opinion, I think that peak of the storm. I think that because I'm seeing some people say, oh, it's not like yes, technically we have not found any evidence for it to be Cat 5. However, it does not mean that PCR can go in. Just that on what, because Recon has been coming in, and obviously the pressure's gone down a little bit, but does not mean that the winds have done it. Plus, the side's looking really good. We'll see.
Yes, it's gonna be incredible to see what these storm chasers capture when the eye goes over them. Given that this is going to be a daytime landfall here.
Oh, definitely.
It's very resemblant of Michael with its stadium effect.
Just with a bigger eye, of course.
Yeah, and post storm, they could have findings that would upgrade the storm to a Category 5. You never know. Or they could actually get findings that would make it weaker, but I highly doubt that.
Jen Bonin, thank you very much for your support this afternoon with our coverage. We are keeping it here live all day long. We're covering everything that's going to happen with this storm as it makes landfall and pushes inland. We appreciate you joining us live on Force 13 Live here this afternoon, and we'll continue to take a look at everything whilst this storm pushes through. We'll be on here all evening. And you can keep sending in your questions as well. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. So what you caught from Recon earlier, what did you does that support the current strength or a little higher? And let's not forget, only a little higher means a category 5.
So far, the recon data, Nathan, supports actually a little bit lower,
Lower?
down to 125 miles knots maybe, which is 145 miles per hour. But like I said earlier, they have not sampled the entire eye wall, and it's very likely that stronger winds exist elsewhere. So I would wait until they sample the full thing before calling it intensity.
Yeah, especially on the note that the strongest side earlier has been found the western quadrant, which that side is still being the very key of the intensity determination based on earlier rate velocity data. The western eye wall is still being the strongest one and becomes the most determinative quadrant to be sampled for intensity for peak determination. Like category 5, not all depends on that quadrant. Right now.
Nathan, got some news for you.
Yeah.
We are going to get a very rare treat. The International Space Station will be going over Hurricane Ian in about 90 minutes.
All right.
Ooh.
Okay.
Based on my observations, this will not be a category 5. Intensity will be category 4.
And how do you base that?
Well, now that Ian's going to Florida, it's going to slowly weaken as we speak right now.
Well, I mean, it's still above sea, but it's definitely somewhat affecting land.
I'd be surprised.
I won't say anything so certain until Recon knows that.
That's
I know.
Yeah.
I know that, but I'd be surprised.
I mean, that could be an internal core process, but also there can be some core process, although the pressure more or less pretty much will remain the same compared to the previous Recon pass.
Again, the Recon still has to show up just to update something.
It's quite scary how the storm has progressed in the last hour. Like, I've been away this entire hour, just leaving the stream on, and just seeing the changes from what I last saw it's incredible.
I mean, the cone did shift.
Well, yeah, it definitely went further east, but we did clarify that earlier because of some upper level activity going on. I didn't really keep that in my head, but
Again,
it
the
wasn't
shear is like weak enough. No.
Yeah, I remember the shear like I
or maybe
guess
the
going
trough.
down. Oh yeah, right.
I would explain that in a way, but like still.
Yeah.
So we're looking at several different images here now. On the top middle part there, the big radar image showing that the storm is slowly progressing further towards the northeast, slowly getting further inland. Our webcam from Englewood there on the top right hand side showing a very inclement picture right now, mostly rain covered but some strong winds at times. Bottom left showing the satellite imagery away from our bar, of course, on the left, and Isaac down there on our bottom right showing us various things, trying to get cameras up whilst we continue looking at the storm's current appearance. It is just short of category 5 status with winds of 155 miles per hour sustained. National Hurricane Center will come out with their intermediate 2 p.m. advisory in 20 minutes, and I would expect that if there is going to be a category 5 advisory, it would have to happen then.
Nathan, just picking up on that point, how close are we to seeing that become a reality?
I don't think we're that close from what I just heard from Ethan on Recon.
We need to wait until Recon sample the entire eye wall. before claiming an
Yeah.
intensity.
Sure,
Yeah,
but
especially the western side.
it's best to. But with in lack of that data, you would keep it where it is right now.
Yes.
And moreover, you have the pressure being unchanged.
NHC can always
Which-
issue an update statement at any time.
Yeah.
They can.
And then we obviously still got the TCR to go when we get all the data in afterwards.
So where is the strongest part of the eye then now? Eye wall.
Western side.
Still at
Definitely
the
the
western,
western
side.
side.
It didn't change.
Wow.
Just looking at the radar, it's
Advisory will
definitely
be 2 o'clock.
So they'll definitely be able to sample winds over there before it gets too late.
2 p.m. ish.
Radar supports up to 180 miles per hour.
Oh,
But it doesn't.
No.
Flight
That is
level.
that is the raw
At the
value. You
flight
haven't
level.
converted. Yeah.
Okay, one at a time, guys. One
you
at a
haven't
time.
converted yet.
Yeah. At the
And I'm
flight level.
aware that the flight level winds are giving lower than the rate of velocity.
Still gonna remain code red the whole day.
Radar velocity is 180.
well, definitely, yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, sure, radar
however,
velocities
I'm
are
aware-
180, but you have to remember that 180 is up in the up in the atmosphere a little bit. So it's not reading the winds at the ground. But those 180 winds have sustained themselves for quite a long time. And to be honest, I find it very hard to believe that this storm hasn't intensified further since Recon got the 155 miles per hour estimates. I mean, because the CDO has become a lot better organized. The
I mean, I agree.
the eye has cleared more.
The rotation did into play.
So
think
would you
that's the
call
right
this Cat
term.
5?
No, I still
No.
wouldn't.
No.
But I find it very hard. I'd be shocked if
It's
Recon
low.
don't find Category 5 wins in this flight. To be honest.
Really?
Honestly,
Well,
I disagree. I think that, there's a chance that it might weaken a little bit, Like, there's a chance the recon is maybe just a little bit too late in order to get those Category 5 wins. Now, obviously, we can go back, they can go back and confirm it, but other than that, we don't know.
I've taken a look at some of the radar velocity, and yeah, there is some Category 5 velocities. However, those are being, when I looked at them from the Tampa Bay radar, those are at about 8,000 feet, which is below the flight level that Recon flies at, which is 10,000.
Oh.
Hey, man, what about wave data, boys?
I could take a look on those because I was checking those earlier. We've got some that are right below hurricane force. We would have really been looking at the NOAA buoys yesterday when we had an 82 knot gust from one of the buoys when it was down by Key West, moving up towards the Port Charlotte area. But right now, latest observations, looks like we got a 60 knot gust. I'm trying to see where this one's at. Oh, this would be from Fort Myers, an actual station there. 60 knot gusts. Pressure there is down to 29.09. So the pressure definitely falling in Fort Myers at this time.
Pressure's falling practically almost everywhere.
Just looking at a few roadside cameras, there's not that many areas along I-75 that's looking too bad yet. And actually there is this one which looks a little bit interesting. Let's see if we can just get this one. Looking very windy, and this is, I think, not far from this is near Punta Gorda, I think. Is it?
Not
Yes, this is near Punta Gorda, and you can see how windy it is there. You can barely even make out anything other than that the roads are absolutely empty, so that's obviously good news that people aren't stuck there or doing anything or what have you. So
It looks like Recon has turned around, likely going for a southwest pass.
Yup.
Yeah, that camera is rocking there on that one, Nathan.
Certainly
It's
was.
really rocking.
We do have another camera. This is a little bit further up the coastline. This is up by Siesta Key, which is just south of Sarasota. We have that one available as well.
We're looking at that now, and you can see how that one looks there. Oh, it's a panning camera.
Yes.
Ooh. Fancy.
Yeah, this is just outside of the worst of it. Obviously, the worst right now getting up towards Venice. So if this does keep on its north to northeast path, we should see conditions start to deteriorate in this area.
All right. I think we can get one or two views from Northport now, which is a little bit closer to the center of the storm. Let's see if we can take a look at this. This is the view at Northport on the what road is that? Well, it says Pan American Boulevard.
Looks like it's facing south.
So that's a live view there from Northport, and all my tabs crashed earlier as well, so I'm having to try and find where the center of the storm is again and load up the satellite imagery products.
Did the NHC update?
They will soon. They will probably wait until pretty much the top of the hour.
They always do.
And this camera then in Northport is about 20. No, it's not. I'm trying to convert miles to kilometers and kilometers to miles at the same time here. So
And be advised,
30 miles. Sorry.
Making landfall now.
Making landfall where?
Pasco County.
That's false.
You still got a good half hour until landfall. At least.
Here is the
So
latest radar, and you can see that some of those islands are in the eye of the storm now. And to be honest, there's a good, maybe nearly a third of the eye is over land or over the coast. And so we could be seeing our first actual landfall soon. And it looks to me as though that landfall might end up being in the end on Cayo Costa, which is a very sparsely populated island as far as I am aware. So, but Boca Grande just to the north of there as well. That is just entering the eye, and that is other contender for a landfall. After that, it goes through the Cape Hayes area, and then possibly it could end up in Port Charlotte, the eye of the storm, and not very far from where the current camera that I'm looking at is. And once again, here's a view of that. It's actually another rotating camera, so that one's turning around a lot. US 41 at Pan American Boulevard. So that's looking northwest. You can see a little marker there saying northwest at the bottom right hand side. So that's where we're looking right now. This camera pans around, so you'll be able to see a few more yet. But this is a view from not very far away from the storm. And apparently we have a dog on the air. Hello?
Mitchell?
You might want to stop that.
No, that's
Mitchell's
not
asleep.
Mitchell.
Yeah, you might.
It's Trin.
You might want to cut
Hey.
that out. Let's see if we can
Hello.
get back to some of our other views here, and we're looking back at our
Ben.
Englewood camera with some of the satellite and radar images, and once again another view there that we're looking at on Isaac's camera. What are you looking at there?
Traffic cameras by Eastern Punta Gorda. I believe Eastern. Let me pull it back out again. Actually, Eastern Fort Myers here. Some live traffic cameras.
So
Go to this one here.
Yep, there's quite a few of those. Look at that one go.
Hello,
Yeah,
Nathan.
that's pretty.
Hello, you're on the air.
Yeah, I just looked clearly that Mac in server reported rate bus recorded about 928 millibar pressure
just a few minutes ago. And winds up to 150
Fort
kph and
Gorda
gusting
is
to
getting a
100
beating right
kph.
now. Just replying
I
to
don't
someone's
know if it's true or not, but if it's true, then the ion could be much stronger during landfall.
All right, here is once again a few little views of what's going on with Ian right now. Let's look back again at the full close-up radar imagery, where we can take a look at the full picture here, where exactly the storm is right now and where it's headed next. Looks like northeastward movement is still the order of the day, and if it was to continue moving in that direction, I would suggest that the center of the eye is probably here in that last frame, and its movement looks like it's going this way, curving just a little bit, and I would suggest maybe something like that is going to be on the forecast through Port Charlotte. That's what I'm seeing right now. That could of course still change, but that's a little indication of what I'm seeing right now.
Yeah, and just to echo that point, Nathan, Boca Grande, Cayo Casa, Captiva, starting to get into the center of the storm. Winds should be dying down. However, it is recommended that you do not try to get out, survey your house, or anything like that. You still have the other half of this storm to deal with, and that is the side that does have the stronger winds. So you're not out of the woods just yet.
Anything else from any of our members right now? Floor is open.
Nope.
Where I'm at right
Drop
now.
sun is in.
Oh.
935 millibars.
Right.
Wow.
Actually, Breakfast probably recorded 928 millibar. Meg just reported currently, just some minutes ago, with winds around 80 miles per hour or 90 miles per hour probably.
Hold on, impression. Apparently that saw never hit the surface. Apparently.
Oh.
Yeah.
Gusting to
zero
around
meter-
115 miles per hour.
The surface is 938. 938 0 meter. South at 8 knots flat. Yeah.
Here's
So,
another
938.
viewpoint on US 41 near Venice right now. Someone really needs to calm that dog down. You can't have that on the air.
It's Trin.
Trin.
Hello?
Yes. Yes, that might be you.
Your dog is... Yeah.
Alright, we'll take him off the air.
Hi.
Hi. That was
13
Trin.
dog edition.
Yes. Something to that effect. Let's look back at some other images, and we're looking at Isaac's screen as well down there, looking at that same one that I was looking at a little while back, Interstate 75, just looking out over Punta Gorda, the bridge heading north past Port Charlotte.
Look how fast the clouds are moving too in this picture. Look at that.
Yeah.
Racing off. It's only gonna get worse. Let's hope it keeps on.
It's getting the beating right now. I don't know if that can answer your question, but like, it's getting a beating right now.
Well, it's gonna get worse because this is in Port Charlotte.
Exactly. That's my point.
I do also want to bring up conditions in my area. I've noticed. I think there's been tropical storm force level gusts in my area.
Oh.
Land O'Lakes is the area in Florida, so I'm pretty sure there's stuff like that starting to occur in Tampa.
Look at Englewood right now. Really blustery and blowy there, as you can see on that imagery.
Nathan.
Yep.
A report of 141 mile per hour gust in Captiva.
Yep.
And a report of 101 mile per hour gust in Cape Coral.
Yep. Those aren't...
About Sanibel. Do you have any information about Sanibel right now?
No.
Okay. I'll try to figure that out.
I imagine they'll have had very strong winds as well.
naturally.
This is a view out of Venice area on US 41 at Rockley Boulevard. And you can see how significant it's looking there in a typical, I assume maybe a suburban area that's a little bit inland, but still you can see the winds going pretty nuts there as well. There's definitely a hurricane in force all around this area, and if we look back at the radar, you'll see that it corresponds to all of that red right now that's over that whole region from Port Charlotte to Englewood, and just a little bit further north there towards Venice. All of those really serious bands that are approaching that area. Some very, very nasty weather. And as a matter of fact, when you look at Cape Coral and Sanibel Island, it doesn't look so bad there now compared to those other areas. I imagine they're still getting really strong winds though, if they're not in the eye. But the eye is slowly trailing towards the northeast, will eventually make landfall. Looks like it's going to be on Cayo Costa, and then continuing northeastwards through to Port Charlotte or Punta Gorda.
Nathan, is there any chance you can bring up the Florida Marina webcam?
I have no idea. Someone else will have to do that.
The EarthCam one.
No, I can't raise them up at
You
will
haven't
here.
got it. Right.
I'll see if I can
Yes,
find
got
that one.
pass. Well, once it uploads.
Visible imagery showing quite clearly that the eye is moving probably east-northeast towards the coast there, and you can quite clearly see that some parts of those islands are inside the eye when you look down at that visible image on the bottom left. Really, really impressive looking hurricane, and just that really intense red band all around northwest and south. Any recon news?
They're going up towards the eye. They're going to make it look like another entrance from the southeast, so they're coming back in where they exited previously.
No, Sanibel is in the eye wall as we speak right now.
Yeah, the city is, and it has been for quite a while. The western part of the island, which is much more sparse, is in the eye, as is quite a few other locations now, including, I think it's Pine Island.
Yes.
A lot of Pine Island is in the eye now as well.
So I do want to bring up the fact that it looks as though the recon flight itself should be entering the eye any second or any minute now. So on the southeastern quadrant, I don't know if they can go for another northwest.
We're only 7 miles
eye.
from
National Hurricane Center will update us with an intermediate advisory any minute now. They've not got it out yet, but I imagine they will very shortly in receipt of that new recon information, which was suggesting, what was it in the end? 9:35?
They're going to maintain this advisory.
Oh, and the Englewood webcam was just moving around there. First time I've seen that. And you can see all around that area and exactly what's happening in that region. Very strong winds, dangerous conditions. They're in the red zone in the radar, and dangerous conditions. Let's see if we can get a few more comments and questions then, since we're still waiting for
Update
that.
out for the National Hurricane Center, 155 miles per hour, 937 millibars, north-northeast at 9 miles per hour, Eden causing catastrophic storm surge, winds, and flooding in the Florida Peninsula. Currently located about 50 miles south-southwest of Punta Gorda, Florida, and at 25 miles west-northwest of Fort Myers, Florida. To repeat, 155 miles per hour, 937 millibars, as of the 2 p.m. update from the National Hurricane Center.
Heading north-northeast at 9 miles per hour.
We have an update to the watches and warnings for this advisory. The hurricane warning and the storm surge warning for the dry Tortugas has been discontinued.
They took a direct Cat 3 landfall.
So a summary of the current warnings then that are in effect right now. A hurricane warning for Chokoloskee to Anclote River, including Tampa Bay, Sebastian Inlet to Flagler-Volusia County line. A storm surge warning for Suwannee River southward to Flamingo, Tampa Bay, Lower Florida Keys from Big Pine Key westward to Key West, Flagler-Volusia line to the mouth of the South Santee River and St. Johns River. Tropical storm warning for Indian Pass to the Anclote River, all of the Florida Keys, Flamingo to Sebastian Inlet, Flagler-Volusia County line to Little River Inlet, Flamingo to Chokoloskee and Lake Okeechobee, Florida Bay and Bimini, and the Grand Bahama Islands. A storm surge watch in effect for the Florida Keys from the Card Sound Bridge westward to the east of Big Pine Key and Florida Bay. A hurricane watch in effect for the Flagler-Volusia County line to the South Santee River and Lake Okeechobee. So Isaac, as you look at those webcams there, I would suggest taking a look at some of the ones along US 41, which is from Northport towards South Venice.
Try to
New
get my
tornado warning.
FPC going up for that.
We have a new tornado warning for Brevard and Indian River counties in Florida. Radar indicated.
I also have just received a report that a fire has been in Naples due to a down power line.
That's not a good sign.
Winds
Here's
right
that.
now.
Also, yeah.
Here's that tornado warning, and you can see that for a population of 176 in Brevard County, in Indian River County as well, until 2:30 p.m. No actual towns in there, but a population of 176.
Yeah, I do want to bring up that now it is 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, so the chances of tornadoes are going to, I think, increase quite a bit. Especially on the east coast of Florida. I think we will see quite a few tornadoes today. We've already seen a bunch, including unwarned tornadoes today, in that matter. So I definitely think that the tornado threat is also something that cannot be undermined.
Alright, this is Force 13 Live. If you've just joined us, it is 1 minute past 2. We are looking at several webcams. You can see Englewood at the top right really getting hit hard right now with some very strong winds and extremely heavy rain by the looks of things. We're also still looking at very high amounts of rain from this storm. I know we've not really mentioned that, of course, with it approaching land like this, but we could still see widespread areas of rain in excess of 20 inches up to around 24, and actually some areas that you'll have noticed on the bottom of our screen every so often we've marked as high as 29 or even 30 inches quite possibly as a storm total. So very dangerous storm in multiple ways: storm surge, strong winds and heavy rainfall. As we look at Isaac's camera there, which is looking at an area that's getting impacted by the storm. That's one that I looked at earlier actually. Is that Northport?
Yes.
And it looks like the Englewood camera has a wiper on it. I didn't actually notice. Oh, there's someone there.
Yeah. That is not what you want to be doing right now. Driving around out in this.
Unless it's a severe emergency. I mean, I guess we can't judge too much.
Only going to get worse in this area too. They're getting into the outer edge of that eye wall there in Northport.
Oh my gosh, I
Another
am.
person driving.
Shut up.
First two cars I've seen though in a long while.
Could be storm chasers then.
It
perhaps.
legit looks like an earthquake's happening.
Alright, Nathan, we do have that live shot out of Siesta Key, and conditions are starting to deteriorate there a little bit. Starting to see some of those little dune plants in the foreground starting to get whipped around really well.
I forgot we're on the air.
We are indeed on the air right now. And let's see if there's any information or possible update to that National Hurricane Center's cone. Probably not, but they'll have done a position update, and let's see what that might look like now as of 2 p.m. There it is. So literally very, very close to that landfall, and possibly still on the south side of that cone. In fact, it is. So it's been east all the way, it would seem, for this storm, and it looks like we're going to see landfall maybe within this hour possibly, and then the storm to move inland, and it looks like it could pass possibly directly over Port Charlotte or Punta Gorda. Still a hurricane warning for that part of that eastern coast, because they think that it might still be a hurricane when it leaves the eastern coast of Florida, and then a hurricane watch all the way up to South Carolina. They're still wondering whether it might still have hurricane force winds by then. At the moment they're going with 65 miles per hour as a landfall on Friday.
What?
For South Carolina.
Oh. I would pay attention. This would make more sense.
Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and we'll be able to take your comments live on the air. Start your message with, that's what I just said. Jonathan says, tornado warnings issued in and near Leesburg, Florida. Is that a new one?
It's the current one that I'm saying.
Go ahead.
I need to actually confirm this because I don't see anything on Twitter or on.
You know, I think there's just the one active right now, isn't there?
I don't see anything now.
Yes, sir, Bob. However, that one has a CC drop on it at the center of rotation.
Really?
So you might see an actual tornado.
Yeah, that's a tornado.
That is a tornado.
Boy. Nathan, the warning is for northwestern Indian River County and the east central Florida, southwest Brevard County and east central Florida until 2:30 p.m.
Yeah, that definitely has a clear inflow notch on it.
So, an ever-evolving situation and a really serious hurricane landfall about to happen. It is still a high-end Category 4 with winds of 155 miles per hour sustained. An extremely strong storm that is set to make landfall very soon, as we look back at Isaac's webcam there, which is, once again, I think it was in Northport or maybe a little bit further west.
Northport.
Yep, so that's about to enter some red zones on that radar as well, so things are going to get interesting there too, as well as in Englewood. And because that camera on yours there, Isaac, is a little bit closer to the ground, I think we might see things a little bit more clearly.
Yeah, they've been moving it around occasionally from time to time, so it's certainly being operated by whoever controls it. I'm assuming a government official.
Some comments here. Fighter Jet 16 says Jacksonville, Florida is in a flood watch now. Sammy says, what if we created a big large fan and blow a hurricane away and make a hurricane turn around? Right. That won't really work. And Jose says, what is the highest storm surge reported so far and where it is? Any news on that?
Location, I don't.
No one knows?
Nope.
I know that earlier we found out from Naples that they were up to about, I think, 5 or 6 feet, which was a new record.
Yeah, 5.77 out of Naples.
Naples camera went out of action. We lost Fort Myers. We lost, of course, all of the ones on in this area that the storm's impacting. Sanibel. We don't have any cameras that are still running on, forgetting these names already, on Boca Grande. There's nothing south of Englewood that I can find that's still running. So there's Englewood on the top right hand side, at least in static cameras. And Isaac's showing another static camera there, which is, well, a static panning camera, which is located in Northport, which is just a little bit northeast. And there's a few webcams, well, there's plenty along the Interstate 75, but that's just still a little bit further away from the center of the storm than the ones that we're currently looking at on our screen. Go ahead.
This is coming from St. Petersburg.
Hurricane Recon just made a pass through the eye of Hurricane Ian, and they found a pressure down to 933.5 millibars extrapolated. 933.5 extrapolated. SFMRs have not yet loaded for me, but that's what I'm seeing so far.
When do you have that?
Rose says that they've seen reports of roofs being ripped off homes as far south as Naples and at least 3-foot-high surge as far south as Marco Island. David?
This is coming from St. Petersburg, Florida. A wind gust of 50 knots or 57 miles per hour from the northeast at around what time was it? It just got reported like a minute ago. So that's something interesting that is happening.
933 knot flight level winds in this newest pass in the eye of Ian.
News as it comes in here on Force 13 Live as we look at our 4 different panels as well as our left-hand bar, which is showing all kinds of other automated stuff. There's loads to see here as this storm moves in towards landfall. Let's try and get Englewood back there. It looks like it went down for a brief spell. There it is once again near the heart of the hurricane, inside that red zone in the radar imagery. And as you can see, all of those locations in the eye, most of Pine Island, the western side of Sanibel Island. Sanibel itself never entered the eye, I don't think, and has constantly been in that eye wall. We saw some imagery earlier when we were looking at the webcams before they all failed in the end, Isaac, and they were showing, how would have you described it?
Speaking of chaotic, a new video just came in from Fort Myers from Mike Seidel, showing extreme storm surge going on in Ian. I'm gonna try to get it going here. Give me about 5 minutes or so, and I'll get back with you. But yeah, that other camera we're watching at first, by Sanibel, was really something before it went down and got covered by storm surge of Hurricane Ian.
In the meantime, let's take a look at Tim's camera instead. Remind us where this is. Oh, I don't think Tim's there. I think he's just left it on. So that, I think,
No,
was...
I'm here.
Oh.
No, I'm here, Nathan. That's Siesta Key there.
Siesta Key.
Yeah.
And some more comments. What is the chance of it knocking my power out once it hits Jacksonville? What do you think? No one seems to have an answer for you there. I think
What's the question?
Definitely the potential for power outages in Jacksonville.
Potential, yes.
Quite how much potential? Not fully sure yet.
Got the video up.
Oh, let's see if we can take a look now at this video from Isaac down your bottom right hand side. Look at that.
This is from Fort Myers. Here it is.
Really incredible.
If it's the same one that I've got.
This is what the National Hurricane Center was warning about for days on end. Just catastrophic storm surge like you just saw.
Extraordinary pictures there with those really strong wind gusts.
Hello, Nathan.
Hello, welcome back.
I'm concerned to see the
Yes,
pictures
I
out of
just
this.
got a report that Red Pass recorded 928 millibar pressure just a few minutes ago, about just 30 minutes ago probably.
I know.
Recorded what?
Yep. Max said that in the server. I don't know if it's true or not.
Oh.
Breaking.
Yes.
Yeah.
I have a disturbing tweet from Fort Myers Beach. I'm gonna put it in the discussion room, and please be aware that this could be hard
Distressing.
to look at.
We've lost your signal, I think.
It is a
Oh, I have his.
It is a picture
Yeah, please
of
show us.
multiple submerged cars. It's a picture of multiple submerged cars.
Why did Nelson ping the social media team 15
Here it is.
times?
Alright, I think that's enough of that. Let's take a look at that image and you can see all of that. Look at that.
Hold on, let me take a look. Oh! Oh my god.
Oh, Nathan, I have a time lapse here.
Alright, let's take a look at this. A time lapse coming up on our bottom right hand side was... Oh, that's that location that we saw earlier.
Yeah. So this is what it has looked like throughout the day, and just pay attention on
Sanibel
over here.
Island.
You're gonna start, yeah, you're
Tornado
gonna start
warning's
seeing
being
a rush
continued.
of water. You're already starting to see it coming through.
Wow. Sanibel Island right there.
That is a really interesting time lapse. That is
That's
a
a
really
lot of
nice
water.
time lapse.
So there we go. Let's look back now at the most latest radar imagery, and we can't be far from calling a landfall at this rate as we keep looking at it. I would say the center of the storm perhaps was probably somewhere around here now, and possibly maybe a little bit further northeast, certainly going in that direction, and looking pretty interesting, and that puts it just off the southern part of Cayo Costa, I think it is. So very interesting. A lot of locations in that eye right now. And this storm is still 155 miles per hour, pressure of 937 millibars. The National Hurricane Center hasn't pulled the trigger for a Category 5 storm yet, and may not do so at this point because we're getting very close to landfall. But recon are out there trying to establish whether there are any stronger winds. Just 5 more miles per hour would do it. Nonetheless, regardless, this is still an extremely powerful storm, and a catastrophic landfall is underway.
And Nathan, National Weather Service has put out postings. Tornado warning remains current. It's been extended until 2:30 p.m.
Let's take some more comments. When should I expect a power outage in Brandon, Florida? That, of course, being just east of Tampa.
Oh, really? I didn't know.
If you do get power outages, it will probably occur later tonight.
And Nathan, it's being reported by one media outlet that 402,000 residents are currently without power.
Another video. This is from Fort Myers Beach. I don't know if you guys have shown this video, but I mean, this really just tells you what the danger and how disastrous this storm has been.
Wow, look at that. Yep. Flooding over large areas there in the Fort Myers region. Back to one of Isaac's cameras there. Looks like we've lost Englewood, I'm afraid. We're just going to see if we can try and get it back one more time. Oh, it is back. We've got Englewood again.
Nathan, breaking.
Yes.
I've received an unfortunate report that at least 23 people have been confirmed missing off the Florida coast after a boat carrying migrants and asylum seekers have sank due to Hurricane Ian. So at this time, we are now up to 23 missing people.
So that's the latest on this storm right now. We've obviously still very early in the stages of its Florida impact, so we don't expect to hear anything about damage apart from what we can actually see. Look at it in Englewood right now, really crazy weather there. They're in the red zone. They are pretty much in the eye wall right now, and they could be getting up to Category 4 force winds at worst in that location. Really crazy conditions. Interesting to see that it's still not that bad on Isaac's camera there in Northport, even though it's not that far away. You're still getting some substantial winds there by the looks of it, but not as bad, anywhere near as bad as Englewood at this point in time. There was another question which is an odd one that I won't read out, and question as to whether it's making a Captiva landfall right now. That is quite possible.
Breaking news, landfall has been confirmed.
By
who?
By who? I don't see it being halfway over land yet, so...
By who?
You didn't see.
Not as far as I can see.
Nathan,
not yet over land. It's
Seeing
like
multiple Twitter
most
reports
of the eastern
of
part
landfall.
at the moment.
Nathan, one...
Been calling landfall.
It's close.
I don't see the center of the eye on that.
We're
at all.
very close.
Nathan, I've got an official
Yeah.
posting,
Oh.
unrelated to what has
All
just
right.
been aired. NOAA's Ocean Service beginning to see rise at Fort Myers, where our station is recording 1.3 feet above normal high tide, or NOAA resources say 1.3 feet above the normal high tide at Fort Myers.
Yep, there is no landfall confirmation yet. There might be other outlets that are calling landfall right now, but it certainly hasn't yet at this point. National Hurricane Center still haven't said anything either, so as far as I'm concerned, landfall is fake news just at this moment.
Yes.
Yeah.
Isaac's still looking down there at the Northport camera. What can you tell us? Or has he vacated his seat for a moment?
Sorry, I accidentally muted myself yet again. My bad.
okay.
As I was saying, it's the winds are getting progressively higher and higher, which makes sense as the inner eye wall gets closer and closer to the camera. One thing I want to quickly mention, though, is a tweet by David Malkoff of the last reconnaissance, not this reconnaissance plane, but the one that I was in before this, of some minor damage to their airplane in the form of paint being chipped off from the turbulence of Hurricane Ian. And they say, we hit hail, massive turbulence in the eye wall that dropped us 1,000 feet, and saw Hurricane Ian rapidly intensify. They stated it was not even calm inside the eye.
Oh.
As of that not this, again, it's not this reconnaissance plane, it was the one that just landed, that was there previously, that suffered some minor damage from Ian.
The one that landed in Houston, Hobby Airport?
It's the Air Force plane.
Oh.
Weather Channel's called landfall.
Huh?
Oh, well, there you go then. But that's not official.
Here is footage of a power line going down in, I believe, Naples? The city of Naples, yeah.
All right, you've got something there?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, look at that. So, yep, there's some electrical fire there from a power line being disrupted. Wow, that's quite an impressive view, though. One result from the hurricane right now. And there's some more imagery. Look at that. The surge blowing in earlier on, I imagine, or maybe right now.
must have been earlier.
According to radar, the eye is in the progress of making landfall. I'm not sure where the core of the eye is, but on radar, there's a clear sign that this storm is either made landfall or in the process of making
Yeah,
landfall.
it's certainly in the process. It's not quite there yet.
The dead center of the eye is still 4 miles offshore.
Could be somewhere
Yeah,
in
and
the
that's
region.
again, that's what we count the dead center of the eye touching land as a landfall. We don't count the edges of the eye.
Unlike Pagasa.
Alright, now let's not push any assumptions against.
Well, it's that's the only basin that I know of where they do that. But regardless, we're seeing intense eyewall winds occurring in Northport, Florida at this time. You're seeing out on camera how it's moving around, and it's getting buffeted by the increasing winds of Hurricane Ian.
Englewood Beach Cam has been doing pretty well. It's still going after lots of small outages, and we saw some really crazy conditions there earlier. Not the craziest we've seen today, those were on Sanibel Island, but yeah, this storm is really moving in towards its landfall right now, and we expect it any time. Just a moment there, David. Okami Fan 1 Productions says, and thank you for your support. There was no boat sunk by Ian. There were no news reports to corroborate that. I looked, apparently.
Wasn't the Associated
I don't
Press
know.
the one that reported it?
Yes, David?
Looks like we might get a view of Hurricane Ian from the ISS coming
Yeah,
up.
I know that's coming up soon. I've been monitoring that.
You have.
Da, da, da.
Beacon seems to be turning to the west for some reason, but it's probably to find a more gap or something in the northern eye wall for turning north again.
Wind gust
They
of
could
105
not be taking risks right now.
Wind gust of 105 measured 2 miles east northeast of Naples.
My, there's more footage of it. There's more footage of
And
this.
they've turned south.
And this is a
Okay.
concerning amount of people that are.
That's interesting.
That have. Oh,
People are doing what?
this is a concerning amount of people that have stayed and are going towards the coast.
Not again.
Of course.
Are you seeing this? Look at that down there, bottom right of our screen.
What? Oh my lord! What?
And I'll replay the video, but
I mean, not smart. Look at Englewood again right now, really getting buffeted once again. They're still in the eye wall. They may enter the eye. It'll be a close one, but really terrible conditions there at this moment in time. I've said that a few times by now. It really coming in waves in that area. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, and it will light up for us, and we'll be able to take your comments on the air. If you're finding this stream useful or interesting in any way, I guess, then feel free to share the stream, and hopefully our coverage will be of use to many more people around here. But the storm is expected to make landfall shortly. We're extremely close at this point. And if I was to just do maybe, I can't draw straight lines on here, but I'm going to try and do my best. We draw a circle around the eye here, the eye pattern, and quite clearly the top of the eye, and cut it up. That's not quite right actually, is it? I would say it's around, no, around there, and across. That still doesn't work out well, but I would say the center of the eye is probably there, which would put it around here. And that is extremely close to that's actually extremely close to, what island is that? North Captiva right now. Only a matter of miles, I would say, from a landfall there. And I would, let's just see if I can find out exactly how many miles. That's for the center of the eye. They are in the eye already. Yeah, about 2 miles away from a landfall there on North Captiva Island, if it gets there.
Stand by. I'm trying to put in some. Trying to put on this live feed audio, and there is. Let's go to Collier. See if there's scanners for Sarasota. I wouldn't think so, but
We do have some news out of Naples, Nathan. This is according to the Naples Police Department sent by way of Twitter. City of Naples has issued an emergency citywide curfew to protect the safeguard of health, safety, welfare of City of Naples residents, visitors, and first responders. They are keeping this curfew in effect until further notice. So most likely that'll be something along the lines of Naples residents will be able to get out, assess everything till probably about 6 or 7 o'clock at night, and then roads are to be clear.
Apparently, storm chaser Aaron J. Jack almost got struck by lightning in the eye wall of Hurricane Ian in Punta Gorda. Very indicative of just how serious of a hurricane this is.
I think the scanner's down.
Recon update. Recon is still in there. They've made 2 passes. They're getting ready to make probably they're going southwest. I don't know if they're going to catch that western eye wall or not.
Yeah. Their scanner's down.
We're very close to the landfall point here, and I expect National Hurricane Center, and it's only half past, isn't it? They might have to make a special advisory, because we can only be minutes away. I don't know if they'll wait until 3 p.m. when they do the next hourly update. But it's very, very close to a landfall. And after the landfall, the big question will then be, at what rate will it start weakening? No guarantee it will start weakening immediately, by the way. It could last just a little bit longer. I remember with Michael, it took a little while for the eye to shrivel up and disappear, didn't it? Even entered Georgia still as a Category 3.
To be fair, Michael was moving a little bit faster than this, too. I think it was moving 15, 18 miles an hour-ish, and this has been bouncing around between 9 and 10.
Yeah. But very shortly, we should be able to call landfall. It's getting very close now, but I'll just keep monitoring it. I'll open the floor up for anyone else who wants to speak right now.
Very catastrophic event ongoing. Go ahead, Tim.
Yeah, we actually got a storm report out of Punta Gorda weather station reporting 93-mile-an-hour winds. That is a gust.
Oh, I have footage. This is from the exact same spot that Tim just mentioned. This is in Shore Mariana, just south of Punta Gorda in Florida, and you can basically see.
Ooh.
See this.
Yeah, that's down carpole and everything. Not good.
That's crazy.
Really just speaks for itself here.
I mean, they do end up looking really crazy, those electrical fires, but goes to show once again the dangers that are out there during these storms. Looks like it's getting a bit darker on your screen as well, Isaac.
I haven't really been paying attention to that, to the screen, to be honest with you. I've just been trying to get info on some of my friends over there and NHC information.
Just come up with a better calculation for the storm's position. I would say now it's probably about less than 1 mile from landfall.
So I guess they're probably going to call. I guess they're probably going to call landfall at 135 or 145. I don't know about 2.
I wonder if we could.
I just found this tweet from Ginger C. There's a dog house that we've seen earlier on images. It's gone. Completely gone now. The search. And it's far from the worst conditions at the moment. So, really hoping people have found refuge.
Yep.
This is only going to get worse
Yeah,
from
we have
here
a
on out.
new tornado warning, including Brevard and Osceola counties until 3 p.m.
Where was that again?
Brevard and Osceola counties till 3 p.m. New tornado warning.
It's for the same cell.
Same cell? Oh, wow. Okay, hello
That's
there.
the
That
Palm
thing
Bay.
got a bit strong. That thing looking not too terrible on velocity.
For
Got about a 96 gate to gate. Not
I
too
have.
terrible rotation at all.
Go ahead.
Apparently, there's videos of storm surge up to roofs of homes in Fort Myers.
Can confirm I'm seeing multiple pictures of that.
Wow.
I just saw it. Here's a picture of it.
Let's just have a look.
It's not looking good, Nathan. I've seen those
Wow, look at
images.
that.
Not good.
Here's another
That's
thing.
extreme.
I don't know why people do this.
Oh.
Just found
Is this the
footage of
definition
a
of a
power
Florida
line
man?
down. So I just found footage of a power line that was struck down in the region of Burn Shore Marina, south of Punta Gorda.
Yeah, we
guys,
saw that one actually.
Yeah, it's
Hey.
yeah.
Hey
Can we
guys, we
see
taking a
how
look at that?
flaming up due to the rainfall and being downed?
Okay, that rotation on that tornado warning is
Yeah,
now
it's
got
quite tight.
so strong that now it's producing range folded value, so it won't even give me the number right in the middle.
Probably not like
And
that
define.
strong, but maybe it's the radar. Just probably just radar interference. But there is a CC drop now, so we probably have a tornado on the ground.
Wait,
Oh,
there
boy.
is? Okay.
Yeah, perfectly co-located. It's not like the most circular CC drop in the world, but it's there.
Yep, that is definitely a tornado on the ground, no doubt about it.
A
Getting
reminder,
about
where is this
88 on
again?
gate to gate.
It's the only tornado warning right now. Also, this cell structure is pretty impressive. You got 2 inflow notches, and it just looks very good for a mini supercell. And as a reminder, the tornado threat is going to increase as time goes on, so we're probably going to see more of these. We've had like 3 confirmed tornadoes now, including this one today, TDS-wise. Well, there have been brief spin-ups still, something to note.
At this time,
So
we're just
there's a
mainly looking at these cameras and just looking out for information that you'll hear conveyed across our stream. David?
There's footage of a shark that has ended up in a Fort Myers neighborhood.
It's footage of a what?
A shark.
Oh.
Is it real? Because
Well, I
I've
don't
seen
know.
photoshopped ones before.
Well, it's a
I don't know.
video.
It seems to be recorded on a mobile phone.
Ah.
Well, it's a bit harder to fake.
I'm seeing the video right now, and it looks actually real.
Send me the video. We'll put it in the chat.
Where, yeah, where was this?
I say landfall's imminent now.
Yep, here's a
Landfall's
camera
imminent.
right now from Venice. And also, I think we are going to make the call right now that this storm has made landfall. So, I'm making the call here on the air. I know I haven't spoken to my team about it, but I'm declaring landfall here at
That's halfway on that.
Pejuan Cove. Pejuan Cove, which is on the southern tip
Alright.
of Cayo Costa, in those areas of islands. So where I've marked that X on my radar, hold on, you can't see it. Where I've marked the X there, that will be the landfall location there. And that obviously means, as you can see on this imagery, there's going to be more to come yet. Back to the view here. This is one camera from Venice, not far from the coast. You can see quite inclement conditions there already. And back to our other cameras And you can see Englewood there, although it looks like it's not working again. And Isaac showing us Northport. Looks like Englewood is down.
This is a slightly different camera. This is a same city, just a little bit further west in Northport. The other one has gone down.
Wow.
It's almost as if literally any storm in the outer bands starts rotating. If it's not a rain shower and it's like an actual thunderstorm, it just starts rotating and tries to put down a tornado. That's how conducive the environment is.
I have a tweet confirming houses apparently floating off their foundations.
Wow.
Oh my.
That's very possible.
Yeah,
Okay,
I saw that.
Chart.
So we have some slabbed houses.
I do not know if you guys have shown this, but this is another image. There's a lot of imagery that are coming in quickly. This is from Fort Myers Beach. This is showing. Just take a look for yourself.
That couplet got stronger, by the way, Fitz. It's still on the ground as well.
I think we saw that video once, David, but there it is again, showing extremely heavy
This
high
tornado's
winds
been tracking for a bit
and
now.
a surge moving in.
Okay, yeah, then.
Aircraft reconnaissance seems to be heading towards the eastern eye wall now. Western eye wall, I mean. Sorry, western eye wall.
Oh.
This is going to be very risky considering other metro fortresses spinning around there. So let's hope they make it out alive. This is very risky.
That's going to cause a lot of damage. We saw what the mesovortices almost did to the plane in Hugo.
Yeah. Really hoping they'll make it out alive there. It's really dangerous, this.
Yeah, to answer that question,
Hell of a ballsy move.
The ground.
Let me see.
How many scans has this been on the ground, Fitz?
2 scans.
Alright. Oh, I think it's still on the ground as well on this third scan.
This is Force 13 Live. We have marked the landfall location there at the southern part of Cayo Costa. I'm drawing lines when I shouldn't be. And as you can see there from that landfall zone, looks like it's moving this way at the moment and will probably go towards Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte shortly. There is still the chance that this storm could be intensifying whilst it's still got a little bit of water left ahead of it.
Nathan?
Yeah.
Reflexivity is now potentially confirming the tornado on the ground on the tornado warning. I don't know if this is your experience, but reflectivity might have just confirmed it.
So what, we have a debris ball?
Yeah,
It's very tiny, but it's
there.
It's there.
So that could be a strong tornado in progress if it's
There's a bit
managing
of
to
radar,
loft debris that much.
bit of radar interference, but that is definitely.
I think it's actually occluding. Do you see how there's a new circulation firing up, Patrick? On the latest scan.
Reed Timmer has abandoned his car and has retreated to a shelter.
He did that a while ago, I think.
Yes, it's quite a while ago now, but it's still very interesting considering what storm seas went through. So it's a very good move of him to move to safety.
Oh, yeah, that is.
Flash extent density in the eastern eye wall, northwestern eye wall are still massive. Wow. It's a lot of E.
It's if you don't already have them, I'm sending you Sam Emerson's color tables.
Looking on our top right image, a look down Interstate 75, and that is near Venice. And on our bottom right, we're just looking at Tim's screen right now, and that's Siesta Key, which is of course near Sarasota, a little bit further up the coast. We are retreating up the coast with our images right now because a lot of the cameras are down. Englewood, we've lost Englewood. We lost so many other places recently.
Yeah, we may likely have a strong tornado down from that tornado warning. I'm still in shock how they haven't upped it to confirm.
Oh yeah, now definitely.
Although
Now
saying
definitely possible.
that, some of the cameras that we have put on the stream have put up a pretty good fight.
Oh my word, they have. There's that tornado warning for those who need to know right now. West of Palm Bay and Satellite Beach. This is the one you're talking about, right?
Yes,
Yeah,
the only one right now.
There's no doubt about it. Now velocity and CC matches up. That's definitely a tornado on the ground.
Strong one as well.
Here's
Get a height on that.
footage. Here's footage at Pelican Bay in Naples, and you can pretty much see that water is now rushing into the parking garages.
There you go.
Those are gonna fill up entirely.
And I imagine that's floating cars there, yep.
That floating car.
105 gate to gate.
There's a lot of value in that parking garage that is going to be wiped off, that's for sure.
Oh.
Imagine this is your car. It's terrible.
Nathan, I hate to interrupt, but the CC signature just expanded and got larger.
So what? The tornado's getting stronger.
Yep. New scan.
Yeah, gate to gate would suggest 101 miles per hour. Normalized rotation is decent on that cell.
That is a decent sized debris
That's
ball.
probably the best tornado we've had today. I say best and like, you know, strongest. Like best formed on radar, best presentation.
Why have they not confirmed this?
Yeah, I don't know how it's been down for a couple scans and they still haven't confirmed it. Maybe the warning's like really delayed. Oh,
There's
did it just go
definitely,
through a couple homes? No, it went through trees.
Yep,
I
it
think.
did.
Oh no, it hit a house. Okay, according to radar at least.
Oh. Let's try and get some comments. I'm in Nassau County, Florida, and some of the gusts are approaching tropical storm strength with some branches down, says Gaming with Cam. King Frazier says, why does the eye look like a tornado?
What, you mean like the velocity?
No.
Because, yeah, it looks like a fat velocity couplet, but I can assure you it's not.
Well, I suppose you could say that.
Fitz, look at the upper level scans on that tornado. It's very impressive.
And people want to be on the air with us, apparently. Send us, you can contact us on Discord, and you can find my account. I'm Foycaster, and you can get in touch, and eventually we can figure out possible new streamers in the future, but for this event we're going to be sticking with the people we currently have because we just can't set up things in time. Lord Shadow wants one of you guys to check drops on data.
Alright, we'll be up to that.
People who so apparently some of the strongest ones may be on the backside of the eyewall and yet still yet to come shore. So that's
What on earth was that?
What was that?
Someone sounds like they're having so much of a good time in the background. Anyways, any news from that drop zone then? Because someone was curious.
So the latest drop zone that I'm seeing from 1804 UTC, it has a pressure of 939 millibars, maximum observed surface wind 119 knots, maximum flight level wind 133 knots. Obviously a closed eye with an eye diameter of 34 nautical miles. Temperature outside eye 10 degrees Celsius, and temperature inside eye 23 degrees Celsius.
Here is some video of Gulf Shore Boulevard in Naples Beach, and pretty much damage. You can pretty much see all the damage that is causing. You can still see the winds that are blowing up.
Go on.
I mean, this is what hurricanes can do, and a storm as serious as this in an area that was it the area that was supposed to get 12 to 18 feet of storm surge?
Where was that again?
That was in Naples Beach.
Don't think it was that high.
No, but like the forecasted.
Hey guys, just letting you know that tornadic supercell is entering the Orlando and what the hell is that town? Kissimmee. I probably said that wrong. Area. So it's going to start affecting more populated regions if it decides to touch back down again, which it may do because it's quite isolated.
It is headed towards the eastern Orlando area as we look at that imagery. The bottom right hand side on that radar shows that storm is moving through and is headed towards that area, so look out for possible warnings.
Yep, just keep an eye. Yeah, I mean, you're under a tornado watch, so you should also already be, prepared and alert.
Look back
for
to the
warning
centre of the storm. We believe it made landfall a little while ago now, a few minutes, around here. And since then, it looks like the centre of the storm has tracked a little bit further and is probably now around here. So it's going to clip the northern part of Pine Island, and then it looks like it's swirling inwards towards Port Charlotte through the bay there. So it's got a little bit more water to hang about over, and National Hurricane Center will update in 10 minutes with the latest information whether they, and this will be the last chance, determine it to reach Category 5 status. I doubt it. But right now I think we've got the center pretty much just off the northwestern tip of Pine Island, which is very near a small town there at the top, Bokelia, sorry. We had a few webcams there as well yesterday. I don't know if they're still up, but the website that hosts them is down. So I don't actually know the status of those webcams, but I imagine they're not. We don't have them.
Can I? So the Western Eye Wall seems to be getting some traction again on DBC values, and Recon is about to head into this. So
moment of truth then.
Turbulence is going to become even stronger than it would have been like 10 minutes ago. So
hats off to the reconnaissance team. They're doing very, very risky things here to get us valuable life-saving data. So really give them a round of applause for what they're doing right now, risking their own lives to save thousands and millions of others in the path of this hurricane. They are the true unsung heroes here of the entire hurricane, I think, flying into there.
Right as this thing is coming ashore as well.
Should point out that earlier we got an eye temperature of 20 degrees. It has gone down to 16, so less clear eye, especially on the eastern side, maybe quite obviously because it looks like it's filling up a bit near land, and when you look on a wide shot of the convection, it's looking, I mean, this is really interesting actually. Let's just see if we can look back at some of this convection, because at least on one of the infrared channels, I'm not sure if you'll see it here, but it's really got a spiral shape, and it's really clear to see on the band 13 infrared. But there's the appearance of the storm on satellite imagery as it makes landfall. It has made its first landfall according to our determinations around 10-15 minutes ago, and it's passing by Pine Island, the northwestern tip right now, near, was it Bokelia, I think it was. Looking back at some of our webcams, we're currently showing 2 webcams on Interstate 75 there. Isaac's showing visibility way down now on the road.
Look at that, look at those winds.
Yeah, and the one I'm showing is near Venice, near South Venice. We would have shown you cameras closer to the storm, but they've all gone. We had Englewood earlier, that went. We had Naples earlier, that went. We had several on Sanibel, they all went. We had Fort Myers, that went. We had Cape Coral, that went down. We had, last night we had Bokelia, but they all went down this morning. I think there was 1 or 2 on Boca Grande, but they were down hours ago. So all we've really got at the moment is these road cameras, and to be fair, there's a lot of them along Interstate 75, which goes just past Fort Myers to the east, Port Charlotte just east, and then goes near the coast at Venice.
Look at that. There's a car on the far right there. There's a car driving on the bridge during this hurricane.
Over the bridge.
Oh
Look at that.
no. There's always got to be one, hasn't there?
One dude. You can see the headlights right there as he comes to a crawl, getting closer to the camera.
Really shows how strong those winds are. That
Oh, we have an extension of that tornado warning.
And we've just
What did I
seen
miss?
a truck just gone past the top. There's trucks, yeah.
True.
Are you kidding me? You're going to take high-sided vehicles across a bridge during a hurricane?
How have they not tipped over is what I'm curious about.
We now have 3 tornadic circulations within that one tornado warning. That's interesting.
I think the only reason they might have not tipped over Isaac,
another car,
is because at the moment along that bridge they'll be driving against the wind. They've not got a side wind there. It's a headwind.
Right.
Oh my god, what is
three
doing?
cars driving out in this? It's incredible.
But yeah, ain't clever, that's for sure.
Yeah. I was gonna say, where was the tornado warning extended to?
3:30.
Holopore.
Because
And
like I said,
that's the only major
because one of my,
population
I just want to say, one of my friends was in the Kissimmee area until yesterday, and they're back in the UK now. But yeah, glad they got
there's
out
some
when they did.
supercells moving into that area, so we're gonna keep an eye on it.
Sure to get the National Hurricane Center update any minute here.
Recon seems to be decreasing in altitude as they're nearing the western eye wall. I don't like that they're dropping in altitude already prior to the eye wall.
Shortly, the International Space Station will be reaching the hurricane, and we have a front row seat. You can see it there on the top right hand corner now, and we'll put that in full screen when we get to see the hurricane. So we'll get to see it from above next.
Yeah, that should be coming up in about 5 to 7 minutes, Nathan. ISS is getting ready to cross over southern Mexico near the Gulf of Tehuantepec, and looking at its projected, yeah, this is going to go right over. We should have a pretty good view of it.
And I have no doubt that the crew up on the space station will rotate the arm that the camera's on.
So you're seeing Hurricane Ian from 4 different perspectives, from GO-16 satellite, radar, the ground, and soon from the International Space Station. Incredible.
I'm sharing that screen for the team to watch.
We're not going to get any other more unique perspectives than what we're providing here.
Tim, have you? Sorry, Nathan. Tim, have you got the web page up for the underneath camera?
I can check.
I've got both cameras ready. I don't think the top-down camera will catch the storm, though. It's going a bit west of it.
Well, it should be able to rotate the camera.
I don't think they will. Let's get some more questions here. Do we think Recon will not find Category 5 winds because they're too late since landfall is occurring?
We're about to find out.
That's the moment. Radar effectivity really spiking now on the western eye wall.
So we're still looking at that right now.
Oh,
as I drop a drink.
Wow.
What was that?
That wasn't very clever, was it?
Are you okay?
We're fine. We have a dog as well, by the way. She didn't like that. Anyway, that was an interesting moment as we go to the ends of the
Time to
earth
go
to
to the
try and
blooper
find.
reel.
We go to the ends of the earth to give you your latest National Hurricane Center update, which will be out in a short moment. The 3 p.m.
Yeah.
update, which is about to appear from the NHC with their update. I was actually going to take a short break from my position here, so maybe now's a good time. We keep looking at the ISS feed, and I'll be back in a few moments.
All right. While Nathan steps away here, we'll take a look at everything we've got going on. And yeah, we have 4 different perspectives on Hurricane Ian. We have the radar there in the top left, rapid scan imaging in the bottom left, on the ground footage there in the bottom right, and hoping to get a shot of it from the International Space Station. We do have a question coming in asking how bad are impacts to Savannah, Georgia going to be? Well, looking at the last National Hurricane Center cone, you guys in Savannah, you're looking to be right on that 6 to 10 inch line for the rain and could be getting hurricane conditions. National Hurricane Center does have a hurricane watch for the Savannah, Georgia area. So you guys could be in for a rough ride after Ian gets past Florida.
I'm gonna check the tornado threat there because that always somehow materializes. Savannah, Georgia. No, looks like the tornado threat after this next landfall is gonna be in Florida and South Carolina, just because of its track.
While they're doing that, while we're trying to scramble to get a few other vantage points of Hurricane Ian together. If you guys do have any questions for our team, you can tag us at Force13 all in text, and we will answer as many questions as we can. One of them being, how do you plan to be on the air with our team? For that, you would want to reach out to Nathan at either on Discord at forecast or hashtag 2022 or send him an email at contact@force13.com and he can get with you on that. We got someone asking, has Ian stalled? No, Ian is still moving at a pretty steady clip of 9 to 10 miles per hour. And we got another one asking, do you think Southeast Florida will get another hurricane this season? Well, that's
3 p.m. update just came out. Ian about to make
Report, Isaac.
landfall in southwestern Florida. So they have it about to make landfall, not at landfall right now. Catastrophic storm surge, winds, and flooding in the Florida Peninsula ongoing. A weather flow station at Tarpon Point and Cape Coral reported sustained winds of 77 miles an hour with gusts up to 118 miles an hour. A river, estuary, and coastal network station at Redfish Pass, Florida has recently reported a pressure of 942 millibars. Summary of 3 p.m. Eastern information. Location 26.6 degrees north, 82.2 degrees west. Maximum sustained wind 155 miles per hour. Moving north-northeast at 9 miles an hour with a pressure of 937 millibars.
All right, so NHC still maintaining 155, 937. I know Recon is sampling the western side of the storm before Ian gets too far inland. So we'll have to see what they find on that western side as they are entering the eye. It looks like maybe one last time before it gets to be too late for them to get another pass in.
Hurricane on the International Space Station right now. And it's going to pass a little bit to the left of the storm as expected, and you can quite clearly see the whole influence of Hurricane Ian in the distance on the ground so far below, and one of its trailing clouds all over the central part of the United States there on the left hand side. And
that is still an incredible shot though. Wow.
So we got a sound, it looks like, and it was the northwestern eyewall, not the western. They went to north for the western.
Hey, that tornado warning is dropped again. It's dropped another tornado. The one has recycled for the 3rd time. So it dropped one a while ago, dropped one like a couple minutes ago, and it's dropped one now. So we have another tornado on the ground near Hollowport and Deer Park. CC drop evident with associated velocity uplift.
And cloudiness associated with the hurricane moving way north there. First time I've really noticed that properly. Just a sea of clouds trailing from the end of the bands. You won't see much from the top down imagery, that might be just some of the very edges of the storm there appearing. But there's the full picture looking ahead in a northeasterly direction across the US East Coast. This storm, Hurricane Ian, having just made landfall as a strong Category 4 with winds of 155 miles per hour and a pressure of 937. Unless they changed it at the update, which I actually missed.
Nah,
No,
no change on the
they
update.
made
So that's the view from the ISS. Once again, there's some of the bands of the storm. Fortunately, you won't get to see the eye from this camera. It would have been nice if we could, but you can see some of the outer bands as we continue to follow the ISS, moving northeastwards over the western bands of Hurricane Ian. Live imagery there from this spacecraft, hundreds, thousands of miles up in space, still giving us a great view, another alternate view of what it looks like on the ground. And look forward there, a massive frontal system that it's tied to with all of that cloudiness. And looking back down again there, the peripherals of the storm mainly. Looks like you can see one of the more defined bands off the bottom, very bottom of that image there, but no sign of the storm's eye.
I have to interrupt you here, Nathan. We have a new warning. The National Weather Service in Ruskin, up in Tampa, has issued an extreme wind warning for southeastern Manatee County, Charlotte County, western DeSoto County, Lee County, and Sarasota County until 6 p.m. At 3:03 p.m., National Weather Service Doppler radar indicated extreme winds associated with the eye wall of Hurricane Ian moving onshore near Northport, moving northeast at 5 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. Take cover immediately. Treat these imminent extreme winds as if a tornado was approaching and move immediately to the safety room in your shelter. Take action now to protect your life. This is an extreme wind warning now for the southwest coast of Florida, extending down from the border with Collier County all the way up to Sarasota.
Force 13 live, Hurricane Ian, and apparently someone's calling Isaac. Hurricane Ian has made landfall in southwestern.
That's not me.
Was that you or me? Oh, was that me?
That's not me. I don't have it.
Oh, damn. Anyway, I can't answer your call, whoever that was, because it appears that I am live streaming. But the landfall occurred just over, where exactly was that again? Looks like the landfall was on the southern tip of Cayo Costa and is continuing to move northeastwards, bypassing the northwestern shore of Pine Island, and then moving up through Charlotte Harbor and towards possibly Punta Gorda or Port Charlotte for a next landfall indeed. Punta Gorda is now very close to entering the eye of the storm, and I think that means we'll start to see some more eye pictures from our road cameras.
Nathan?
Yeah.
Two things. One, we are nearing 500,000 people in the state of Florida without power.
Wow.
And second thing, that tornado warning that was recently issued for northeastern Osceola County, I can confirm that that tornado was on the ground for 2 scans per cc. So a tornado was on the ground.
Yeah, I mentioned it touched back down again.
Did it again?
It's lifted though since. So, but there's still a warning, so it could touch back down again. So if you are in Hollowpole, take shelter or near that area.
Recon has just updated here. Taking a quick look at the pressure readings from flight level. Lowest reading I'm seeing is 937.9 millibars. SFMRs have yet to. Now actually they have updated. SFMR, the highest one that I'm seeing is 120 knots, but Tim might get a better view of it than I am.
New recon data is in and suggested that the center has not made landfall yet.
What?
Whoa.
They're probably going for the mainland instead of the islands.
No, it's the center per recon is still west of the islands.
Oh, okay. Odd.
When you look at this radar, though, actually, looks like it's really starting to lose its shape. And if the eye is actually still west of... I'm seeing a little swirl there, yeah. I don't know, Ethan. It looked to me as though the main circulation made landfall, but I just saw another little... Looks like a mess of vortice to me, though, that's just swirling around right next to the West Island there.
NHC calls landfall extremely dangerous. Category 4 Hurricane Ian makes landfall in southwestern Florida. NOAA Doppler radar imagery indicates that the eye of Ian made landfall on the southwestern coast of Florida near Cayo Costa around 3:05 p.m. Data from an Air Force Reserve reconnaissance aircraft indicated that maximum sustained winds were estimated to be near 150. That's 150 miles per hour, with higher gusts. The latest minimum potential pressure estimated from reconnaissance aircraft is 940 millibars. So there is Ian's landfall, 150 miles per hour, 940 millibars.
I think it could have been worse.
6 minutes ago. Could have been worse, absolutely.
By like 5
And
miles an hour, so it's a negligible difference.
That was 6 minutes ago.
Well, yeah, but it could have still been intensifying all the way up to landfall. Anyway, I'm just trying to find some more webcams right now. None of them seem to be working anymore. But I think some areas are starting to enter the eye of the storm. So we're going to try and get some cameras to show that, mainly along Interstate 75. But for some reason, none of those are loading for me anymore. And yet I can see that Isaac has some that are still working, so I'll keep persevering. I think we've got one here actually. So there's another look along Interstate 75 there. I tried to get some Venice webcams. They're not working anymore either, so I was trying to see if we could still see some of those really strong winds. But we saw the real extent of the storm surge a little while back when we were looking at the cameras on that island. Already forgotten its name. I keep forgetting these names. Sanibel Island, which was really getting some crazy conditions earlier on with that storm surge that went extremely high and took out the cameras that we were looking at. What would you say would be the worst area that was affected by this storm, possibly, on paper?
Port Charlotte probably about to be.
So you still think the worst impact from this storm is yet to come?
Potentially.
I am somewhat encouraged to see that the eastern part of the eye is really starting to loosen away.
Yeah, there's been a lot of ripples, if you can say it that way. I mean, it's definitely the weaker end of the eye wall, but it's definitely something to consider for such a landfalling hurricane.
Let's see if we can get some questions. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. And I'm struggling with trying to load things on my other PC at the moment, because otherwise I'd have to look at the comments on my screen that I'm sharing at the top right. So any new questions that I get, then I'm looking right now, so we'll be able to get them to air. But for those who've just joined us, Hurricane Ian has made landfall with winds of 150 miles per hour. That's 150. And a central pressure of 940 millibars they've gone with. And it is still an extremely powerful storm, and will remain so for a little while yet. It's going to be catastrophic in terms of its storm surge if it hasn't already reached you. Power outages en masse, quite possibly, probably. and extremely terrifying winds, which could still gust well in excess of Category 5 strength. And of course extremely large rain amounts, which are likely to cause flooding well inland of where the landfall area is. So where did they place the landfall location?
Cayo Costa.
That.
Where?
Cayo Costa.
The same place that we also
Oh, yes.
reported.
Yeah, Kaya Costa. About 10 minutes ago.
And do you agree with it, I guess, is the main question. Was it supported? Is that exactly what the recon was finding?
As far as I know, yes.
Alright, good. Storm slowly starting a weakening trend, but still an extremely powerful Category 4 on the Sappho-Simpson scale. I'm sure this page isn't working when I'm looking at the comments because nothing's come through for ages. So I might just have to give up and just go back to the other screen. That means I won't be able to show you that top left right webcam though, so I guess we'll just show you a wider shot of the radar with Isaac's image down in the bottom right hand side, and anyone else who shows their cameras. This is Force 13 Live. If you've just joined us, Ian has made landfall as a strong Category 4 over southwestern Florida and remains very dangerous. We seem to get about an hour of coverage where everything just breaks down on my end, and looks like that's happening right now.
Well, it started when you dropped your drink.
Yes, we don't talk about that. Here we go then. So there's the full radar above, and you can quite clearly see what's going on with the storm there, the landfall zone. And where is next? Port Charlotte, in the thick of it right now. I don't suppose you've got any webcams there, Isaac, or anyone else?
No, we had a couple webcams in Port Charlotte earlier, but those have been down for a couple hours now.
Alright, there we go. Comments then. Daniel says, do we think that Ian was a Category 5 team?
No.
No.
I do at one point.
You do? So that's
Well,
going to be an interesting one.
There's room for possibility considering the strengthening that it had after Cuba's landfall, but you know, I'm still struggling to actually believe it did reach Category 5, even with recon right now. It was only really a Category 4 in my opinion.
Well,
wait, what did I miss?
I do want to say we have like vast support of very strong flight level wind splendid SFMRs, yielding a blend of 140 knots. And considering the storm has weakened and we're still finding 137 knot SFMRs, I would give this the room of possibility on this side of the higher end of the 5 knots, but it doesn't matter right now as people's lives are in danger and the storm is passing over land. Catastrophic damage is happening nonetheless.
Yeah, regardless of the category, even if it is one category higher or lower, it doesn't really matter as the damages can still be significant in any areas around.
According to a tweet that was recently sent out, Ian has made landfall in the same general location as Hurricane Charlie did in the Catacosta area.
Cayo Costa.
Costa.
Yep.
And apparently similar landfall location
to
that of Charlie.
There you go. Let's see if we can get some more questions. Rhodey says check the national rain bands on radar and see how far it stretches from Ian. That might be a good idea actually, because the influence of this storm does extend quite a long way. I'm just worried about zooming out because it might break my whole thing right now because it's under a bit of stress. We're actually showing some visible imagery there as well, in line with that radar. And there it is, it's already gone. Nope, there we go, it's back. I think. You see, that was a bad idea. There we go. So let's just go to full radar national, and you can see how far that stretches out. So you've got the extended bands there already in Jacksonville. You'll be feeling this storm. Savannah, it's just about to appear on the coast, and if you look further up, that tail extends way out off the outer banks of the North Carolina. I don't know what you just said. I don't know who that was, but that's a little idea of where all of those rain bands are going. Yeah, I don't know what you said.
That was me. I was going to say that Fort Myers Beach is now trending on Twitter.
Ah.
Just got a video in from one of our contributors in Northport right now of the conditions that he's receiving. I'm gonna try to put it up on screen here if my computer doesn't break.
Yep.
Here we go. And I'm gonna turn the sound on because it contains no profanity or anything, so you could just hear what he's experiencing right now for likely to be hours on end.
Okay.
All right.
That was a whole lot of nothing right there.
Yeah, a bit hard to hear, but I'm assuming that's a window there, and he's writing it out right now. And
I see.
There. Obviously, he's not gonna go outside for obvious reasons, but yeah, he's doing okay so far.
Right then. We didn't really see or hear much at all there on that imagery, so we'll take his word for it. I'm just trying to see if we can look at another camera. That's not the right one that I'm looking for. Anything else that we can talk about right now? Go ahead.
Very historic landfall.
Alright, let's see if we can take some more comments right now. Actually, there isn't really... is the stretch of continuous rain bands from Canada due to Ian's outflow or inflow?
All the rains in Canada and all that, that's fueled by the outflow as well as an extratropical cyclone to the north of it, which in turn enhances the outflow of iron, so it's a combination of both.
Let's take a look at some of the areas that are entering the eye now on my radar screen once again. So you can see the Port Charlotte area. Part of Charlotte Park and Punta Gorda is about to enter the eye, as you can see on this imagery. Port Charlotte itself is just about to enter the eye. Cleveland and Harbor Heights is in the worst of the storm right now. Englewood once again is still in the worst of the storm like it was earlier. Rotunda is just entering back into the eye wall after it was in the eye for a while. And looking further south, you can see those areas that were in the eye over the last hour or so, particularly Pine Island. Cape Coral is in parts of the eye there, nearly. Well, no, not quite. There's still a little band left, but it's a really weak eastern band. Same for Fort Myers. Looks like they're in a little gap ahead of the last band before the eye. Fort Myers Shores is probably a little bit heavy right now, but eastern side of the storm, for those areas, Cape Coral, Fort Myers, the surge is obviously going to be extremely bad, but in terms of strong winds and rain rates, it doesn't look as bad as it could have been for those areas. But Port Charlotte and Englewood, they've really been battered hard with those winds, and I imagine that we're still looking at extremely high storm surge values. They were quoting National Hurricane Center around 18 feet. So a very large area and large populations that are being affected by this storm. I'm just wondering, Isaac, if there might be any road cams that might be in the eye.
I heavily doubt it, given all the ones that have gotten into the inner eye wall have basically gone down. At least for traffic camera wise. I can't speak for storm chasers or anything. I haven't been able to take a look since I've been texting a few people that are in the path of this.
So the ISS passed over it and the eye was visible.
It was. On the far camera, but we couldn't get it on the close-in camera.
Well, the storm.
Oh yeah, you could definitely see the storm's influence. Huge. I'm just quickly checking to see if there's been any changes to any of those cameras that we've been trying to look at. You know, every so often one might go down for ages and might come back up, but doesn't look like we've got anything like that. So pretty much all of the cameras that we started with when we were streaming are all gone.
That's bad.
Yeah, so Orlando, you're with us right now. What do you think about, or any comments and thoughts that you have about this whole situation that we're witnessing?
Honestly, it's nothing short of catastrophic. I have no words for the amount of damage that could be expected within the Fort Myers Cape Coral area. Now that they're getting towards the eye, you still have the western eye wall, and on top of that, you still have historic and record-breaking surge on its way. So it's not going to get much better from here, and it's rather unfortunate. Same for areas up north near Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. It's really nasty right now. I am also just in awe how much this storm has gathered in organization, but also the simple fact of the amount of people that decided to ride this thing out is nuts to me.
Tim, we've not heard from you for a while. Any news?
Just keeping an eye on recon and just trying to search for some other cameras, but I am not having much luck. AF307 is still sitting in the storm. They're probably going to be making another south to north pass. It might be the last pass we get out of this recon plane before the influence of Ian gets to be too far inland for them to be able to survey.
So, from what we've heard so far, some areas getting significant destruction, and from what we've heard so far, mainly storm surge destruction, houses being lifted off their foundations due to the extent of the storm surge, which has nearly reached the roofs in some areas. And Isaac showing us some more pictures.
From just southeast of Northport, between Northport and Port Charlotte.
Well, at this point, we've got an open floor, so feel free to chime in with anything you would like to say, team, on the air. I guess we'll sort of hit a little bit of a little bit of a solemn period now that the storm's actually made landfall. Feel free to send in your questions. Hockey says, can we explain what image readings we look for when looking at the radar for tornadoes in hurricanes? Our severe weather experts aren't here anymore. They could have told you all about that, and I'm not as well placed. But it's the same as process as what you would look for in normal circumstances. Because they're rarely
Same concept.
in the
It's just
eyewall
same
environment.
concept.
Yeah. Are there any there now?
I would have to look at radar for that moment, but it hasn't really loaded well for me, and my phone is on low battery, so
no current tornado
can't really
warnings,
put it
though.
on.
Recon doing a U-turn, probably gonna make another south to north pass. And actually, let me go ahead and change cameras here. This chaser further south, Vince, I saw a stream pop up just for a few seconds, and he's starting to get into the eye of Hurricane Ian. So if it comes back on, we may be able to see perhaps maybe a stadium effect. Let's hope it comes back on. Yeah. Certainly, at least according to radar, it looks like he's getting very close to, or if not, could be getting into the outer eye proper of Ian. Because he's over just northwest of Cape Coral at this present time.
This is Force 13 Live. Hurricane Ian made landfall with winds of 150 miles per hour and a pressure of 940 millibars a little while ago over Cayo Costa, and probably moved over the northwestern tip of Pine Island, and is now looking to be getting in very close to just south of Punta Gorda. I would say that maybe there's still a little bit of a northeasterly jog possibly right now, and we might see our next landfall at Burnt Store Lakes, maybe not. If it continues, if it might jog back northwards again, maybe the center of the eye will pass over Punta Gorda, but it's looking very close between those areas anyway. So this is live imagery of from all perspectives that we currently have. More well-rounded imagery on the left-hand side of how the storm progressed over a wider period, and just a look at that big peak that it had there, nearly reaching Category 5 status officially. And now the very latest images, storm making landfall, moving inland now, and that visible imagery down near the bottom, as well as what Isaac's showing us.
This one is from between Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte. It's gone again. But you saw that's what's going to be the current thing that goes on with this. So they're going to go up, they're going to go back down, just off and on, because obviously in a Category 4, you can't expect the best cell service or Wi-Fi service period in that. So I'm just going to be kind of bouncing back and forth in between Chaser's views of Ian here.
Let's see if there's any more news from Fort Myers in terms of observations. I've never received an observation in about an hour now. It's really lagging beyond. Recon. They've turned north again, high speed. They're moving at 240 knots. They're really trying to get in just before the eye is fully on shore.
Here's a view from the eastern side of Fort Myers right now. That's what it's looking like there. They're still very much inside the storm in what looks like a slightly weaker eastern side now. There's still a nasty band on the way for Fort Myers. But this is a view on the interstate on the eastern side. There's still one or two vehicles out there. We were doing so well for a while, it was empty for hours, and we've just seen a few more vehicles coming along in the last hour or two. Hello? So there's a vehicle moving past on that imagery. And as you can see, extremely heavy rainfall by the looks of things, being blown along the lens by those strong winds. We're going to make preparations to move back to our format that we had prior to the approach to landfall with our stage format. So we're going to change that up pretty soon.
Before you, sorry.
Well, I'm not doing it right now. I'm just going to go and arrange it and sort all of that out. So I'll open up the floor here for a few moments.
Okay, we're getting video as Vince enters the eye of Hurricane Ian here, seeing the wind starting to calm down. Don't see really a stadium effect quite yet here due to still some rain falling. He's kind of in the outer edges of it between eye wall and eye.
So I just want to say this. We've got a video from another one of our contributors here, who's actually in Tampa. So if you want to see what I've got, if I can get it up and running, there we go. I can practice. I see if I can play it for you. Actually, there it is.
So that's the view in Tampa, you said.
Yeah, this is in and around Tampa. Obviously, it doesn't look like much, but what is Tampa experiencing right about now?
Well, those conditions will be getting moderately worse. Maybe some tropical storm force winds in that area now, perhaps.
Yeah, you can definitely see the wind blowing. You can sort of see rain as well, but I think Tampa originally had the forecast be much worse than what it is now. But the worst is not over yet.
In the meantime, we're going to stick with this camera here on Interstate 75 on the east side of Fort Myers for a few moments whilst I set up a few things. So I'm just going to take my voice out of the stream for a little moment here. I'll hand it over to Tim.
Thank you, Nathan. And as we take a look at this shot of Interstate 75, just to the east of Fort Myers, recon still in Ian right now, as Ian is continuing to move across the Fort Myers area and get further inland. And what is our thoughts from the team so far from some of the information and videos that we've been seeing coming out of the Fort Myers and Cape Coral area?
The damage is just absolutely, the flooding, the storm surge, everything on top of one another is just absolutely devastating. And I really pray that for the people who were reluctant to evacuate are safe and well, because they took a pretty huge blow from this monster of a storm, and the conditions are not going to improve for the next couple of hours before this finally weakens as it moves off towards the north and east. And I have heard no reports of injuries or fatalities. However, let's hope that that stays at where it is right now.
Just take a look back at this Interstate 75 camera. Looks like there are a few brave souls that are traveling on Interstate 75 at this time. Hopefully, they are taking all of their safety precautions, being out there in that wind.
Sorry, my mic wasn't on there. Even braver to see some of those high-sided vehicles and semi-trucks that are still on the road there. That's pretty crazy if you ask me, my goodness. Asking for trouble. Let's see.
Effectively, they can. Some of these trucks, some of those semi trucks are, if they're fully loaded, they can handle some of that wind. But as long as they're not getting a crosswind, then they're good.
Let's see what Isaac's up to again as we continue to look at that radar in our top corner there. Isaac's still hunting around for cameras. A lot of people are doing various things. A lot of shaky streams though, aren't they?
Yeah, rightly so. Like I said earlier, due to this being a Category 4, you can't expect the connection to be very stable in the Cat 4. Nonetheless, even a Cat 1 or so. But in this view, you're seeing people looks like walking out, kind of sightseeing here on the hurricane as they start to gradually enter into the eye and the calmer part of Hurricane Ian. And Vince, the other one I was watching, his stream keeps going in and out, but he's starting to get in really calm winds. The winds probably, if I had to guess, are probably around 40, 50 miles an hour. Last I saw with his live feed before it cut out again. So very, it's certainly going to be interesting to see what type of data we get from these storm chasers that are positioned all along the coastline here in preparation for Ian's already now known landfall.
And a historic landfall it was, with very powerful intensity, of course, as we've already witnessed. What's that? Well, all I can hear is a poor signal from somewhere. But we're still watching. Yep, there's some strong winds.
I just want to say that I have received a tweet that at least 2 homes have been confirmed swept away.
Well, I saw an image that shows 2 homes being swept away, so it's going to be a lot more than 2, I'm sure.
Either way, it's not good.
Yeah, when you're talking about a storm that's, Michael level in terms of wind speed, that's a dead giveaway. Nonetheless, with a hurricane of this type of wind field too.
Oh my goodness. We have a lot of poor signals around here. I can't do anything about
probably
that.
would have also
the beauty of technology, folks.
Also
yes.
found.
Oh, hello. Oh dear.
This is not working.
Full houses.
Well, at least, this is better than technology was in 2004 with Hurricane Charlie. To get something like this would be just an absolute miracle, let alone to get some live video from it. So we've kind of come a pretty good way from that.
And here once again is a view from one of the webcams on Interstate 75. This is closer to Punta Gorda. So to be honest with you, this area should be pretty much entering the eye at this point. And let's just bring it back to that. What is that? Oh, there's some noise going on in here. I don't know what that is. That is so odd. I'll try and see what that... I don't know what's going on in here.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
But let's take a look back at the radar imagery, and whilst we're looking at that, and you guys can talk about what we're seeing on radar, I've got to figure out what's going on in this studio. It's all coming apart.
All right, Nathan, while he's doing that, we will take a look at what we do have going on. It looks like we just had either a severe thunderstorm or an extreme wind warning just issued.
We've got a street flood advisory in effect for a portion of Miami-Dade County. Heavy rainfall creating areas of street flooding.
Yeah, I think a key got stuck. Anyway.
Is someone knocking on your window then?
No. Just looking once again at this camera. Still some strong winds there. But it is should be very much entering the eye now, this location. Also, I'm looking further east, and this radar is showing a yellow box to the right hand side of this storm. What is that? Is that a special weather statement?
Correct.
Or
For
possibly,
LaBelle.
yeah.
For LaBelle.
It says eyewall of Hurricane Ian approaching western sections of Glades and Hendry counties. Hurricane Ian continues to move north-northeast at around 9 miles an hour. With this movement, radar trends indicate that the eyewall of the hurricane may move over portions of western sections of Hendry and Glades counties through the remainder of the afternoon. Wind gusts in excess of 100 miles have been observed in the Fort Myers area within the eyewall, and damaging hurricane-force winds are expected to move across western sections of Hendry and Glades counties over the next few hours. What it says. So for 100 mile an hour plus wind gusts.
Yep, so there we go. Let's see if we can take some comments and questions. We're going to start our phone in again at the top of the hour, and then we'll...
Very good, Nathan.
Yep.
We have a tornado potentially on the ground to the east of Deer Park, Florida. To the east of Deer Park, Florida, I am seeing a CC signature, so it is a bit close to the radar, so there could be some radar interference. However, if you look on tilt 3, CC and velocity matches up perfectly, so we could have a tornado on the ground. Unwarned, actually.
Where is that?
Deer Park, east of Deer Park, Florida.
I still don't know where that is. I'm seeing some cells between Kissimmee and...
West of Melbourne. Northwest of Palm Bay, west of Melbourne.
That's what I thought it was. One of these cells here looking really significant. And potential for tornadoes there. Start your message with Force 13 all in text as usual, and we will take your comments live on the air. And like I was saying, in about 15 minutes time we'll be starting up our phone in again, so you can call the studio by joining our Discord server, discord.gg/force13, and getting involved in our stage channel, and you'll find us there. Look at that visible imagery on the bottom left hand side and just how quickly that eye has deteriorated since it first made landfall. Looks like it's really letting go.
Yeah, it looks like it's clouding over for one. But yeah, obviously land interaction is really taking a number on this.
ATID says, guessing my flight to Melbourne is going to be cancelled tomorrow then.
That's not good. I mean, it's for the better of everyone's safety. But yeah, you'll need to find another flight.
Another comment, what are your thoughts on the ground level 157 mile an hour winds in recon from earlier? Is that true?
Was that even verified?
Yes, that was confirmed by a recon observation. 137 knots SFMRs were recorded. However, upper flight winds did support it, but surface really didn't. So that's why they probably stick with 155. However, there were some indications of a Category 5, but obviously that was not come to realize as yeah.
Right. So, it sounds like a close call, though.
Very close call, absolutely. I'll put it that way. Unfortunately, it was... Well, fortunately, it did not reach Category 5. even though it's not even
86
even if
mile
it's
an
a
hour wind
even
gusts?
if it's a category 5 or a high end category 4, the impacts are still going to be very similar.
Absolutely. We just received a wind gust report of 86 miles an hour in downtown Sarasota.
Mm-hmm. That's quite substantial. It's a shame that we can't really get any cameras that are showing the extent of the storm surge that's going on. What is that, Isaac? Looks like something's happened there. I'm just still trying to get some more videos up of my own here to show you, but really struggling with all the cameras in this whole area. Nothing's really working anymore. So definitely seems like a good time to go to the phones, which we'll start doing in about 10 minutes. Hurricane Ian made landfall in the last hour as a strong Category 4 with winds of 155 miles per hour and a pressure of 937. Straight away it's gone down to 150 and 940. And we expect that further weakening will begin soon. I'm hearing lots of noises in the background. Hello?
Sorry, Nathan. I'm currently in the car right now.
Oh.
Just currently looking through Twitter to see if I have any more damaged photos coming out of Fort Myers and IDIF. And the surge that I've been seeing on all these photos is just
Astronomical, I imagine.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm just trying to see if we can see some views from Sarasota as well, but none of these are working now either. Just nothing working anymore. I mean, I guess that's understandable. But Isaac, you're showing us a few things there as well.
Yeah, between Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte, this camera here.
So
sorry,
I was going to say, yeah, sorry to break in, but someone doing a report on the hurricane accidentally got hit by a flying tree branch during their report.
Wow.
So yeah, be
I'm actually
very
looking
careful.
I'm actually looking at that tweet, Christian. That would be a meteorological legend in Jam Cantori. He actually got hit by that tree branch while live reporting in Punta Gorda.
So yeah, you have to be very careful because again, flying debris can come out of nowhere and can possibly knock you over.
Or out.
But this is
Or
why
out, absolutely.
Yeah, this is why we've emphasized for everybody to evacuate. Obviously, there are trained meteorologists, trained storm chasers that understand the risks. They're the ones that are staying down in these areas, writing it out. This is why we've emphasized 2 days ago to get out of the area. This is nothing to play with.
Yes.
Limey. Well, let's see what we've got in the comments once again. Will Northport see major impacts? I imagine it probably is. ATID says that they can confirm that all 2E flights to Melbourne Orlando International and all BA flights to Tampa are cancelled until further notice. Chris says, is Ian east of the official track slightly? Yes, actually, all the way till the end, this storm continues to go further east of the forecast, and it's still going on right now. And also, we've heard a few people who really want to hear about Pine Island, but I'm not hearing anything from that area. I don't think anyone else has either.
I have not.
So just right now I guess we're in a little bit of a lull period, because I'm really not seeing many cameras that are still streaming at all now.
No, I'm not. I couldn't find any at all either, which is a shame. Although apparently there's another special weather statement that's gone out. What have we got? What are we looking at here?
To the southeast, I
For
believe, of the one we were talking about earlier. Also for 100-mile-an-hour winds.
okay, including, as far as I can see, including Naples Park and Orange Tree, for obviously winds of up to 100 miles an hour and no hail expected. So really just a 100 mile an hour wind warning. Was posted in our internal discussion room, if it helps.
950.51 millibars reported from Vince, just northwest of Cape Coral.
Let's get some more comments here. Rose says a yacht broke free and is roaming the streets in Fort Myers. And how many tornado warnings have there been in the past 2 days? Probably over 50. Anything on the Naples live cam? The last time I was watching it, there was railings floating with debris in the waves. It went out. We've not seen it for a few hours now. And this is the thing. There's hardly any cameras at all that we're able to see. Oh, you've got Naples?
Yeah, this is Naples right now from an area called the Moorings, if anybody is familiar with that.
Ah, I think I've been there. So looking very, very blustery there, in small pieces of things flowing around, or they might actually just be raindrops, hard to tell.
They look like leaves.
Or leaves, yeah.
So far, winds are gusting up to around 60 miles an hour with a pressure in the mid-990s currently.
Well,
that is certainly not a correct reading. There's another closer camera. Let's see if I could get this available. New Pass Bridge. Readings are absolutely incorrect. It's not.
Great.
It's not negative 236 Fahrenheit outside right now. I can guarantee you that.
Oh my god! Oh no!
But this is a little bit of a closer view
Well,
of the
it wouldn't
water.
be a storm surge if it was.
No. And of course, it starts to go down. But this station is recording winds of around 70 miles an hour in gusts. That is the one thing that is working with this particular weather station. It looks like the winds peaked out in the mid 80s miles an hour in this particular area. So yeah.
Well, at this point, I think we're going to go over to our stage call now and continue our coverage in the phone-in format. Isaac, thank you very much for showing all of those webcams this afternoon along with Tim. Very helpful in the coverage. I'll still be showing a few things that are going on. We're looking at Interstate 75 right now, which is looking extremely... well, there's a lot of strong winds and rains there. This particular camera is... blimey, I can't remember where it is now. I can show you the map and you'll see it there. It is just to the south of Punta Gorda. So that's that viewpoint. Let's now switch over to our next staging point for our stream. And I've just got to press a few buttons and try and actually find where it's supposed to happen first, because I get lost. Here we go. So this is Force 13 Live. If you've just joined us, then you're witnessing what we've seen with Hurricane Ian making landfall in Cayo Costa. and then moving on towards Charlotte Harbour, and is still a deadly storm moving through this region, and is expected to the eye of the storm once again is expected to pass over possibly Port Charlotte. In a moment I'll get back up the radar, which we'll put out on the on an inset, and then we'll continue with where we were before. I'm also joined by Tim right now. Tim, why don't you give us an update on what you've been seeing and just a little summary of this storm so far?
Well, Nathan, for our viewers that are still watching our YouTube chat and those that are on our Discord stage, as you guys know, Ian made landfall about 54 minutes ago, right near the edge of Florida, at winds of 150 miles an hour at 940 millibars per National Hurricane Center. Just take a look at the power outages, 850,000 now without power at this time, and I'm pretty sure we're going to see those numbers continue to go up.
Oh, no doubt. So there we go. A view of the radar, which we'll keep in our corner, and the live camera along Interstate 75 south of Punta Gorda. Alright then, let's talk to some callers. First up right now we have Rain Swish. Hello, welcome, you're on the air. Hello? Well, that's a good start. Let's speak to Jonesy. Jonesy?
Hi.
One of our team members, but it's the first time we've heard you today, so...
Yeah, I was watching the recon data overnight. So I took a little bit of a nap since 10, got up around 3:30, saw it made landfall. Been doing the numbers. They said near what was it? What was the update's gone now? But it's in the. Let me find it. And pinned it.
What are we doing?
I was looking for where they said it made landfall by, but now it's one of the islands there.
Right. Making landfall on Cayo Costa earlier on.
Near Cayo Costa, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, because I was looking at the 2 and 3 p.m. points, the line, the invisible line of the track, crossed south point of that island, north point of North Captiva Island, where it crossed North Captiva and the other island that they're saying, it put it about 5 to 6 miles away from where Charlie made landfall, and Charlie made landfall officially, and this is what I was saw in the Wikipedia, but I'll have to check the NHC archives later, on the south tip of North Captiva and the north tip of Captiva Island. So, difference in landfall spots was about 5 to 6 miles between the two storms, which is very eerie, if you ask me. Nearly identical landfalls, 18 years apart.
Yeah, it is fascinating, and very powerful ones at that. Let's see if we can speak to Joey. Joey, you're on the air.
Yeah, I just wanted to express my thoughts about the situation that we're currently seeing. A horrible situation unfolding for many of those on the west coast of Florida right now. And I just want to personally extend my well wishes to you all if you are watching. I had a question when it came to the power outage, and you were referencing them earlier. How long could it be until we see power restored in some of these areas? Because I've been hearing it could be days, it could be weeks. I just wanted to hear your take on it.
I can answer it somewhat, and then you go into it more if you want to.
Go for it. The only thing I actually have at the moment is the 4 o'clock update. Is that from the National
Oh, yes.
Hurricane Center? Extremely dangerous Category 4 hurricane. Amy continues to move inland in the Cape Coral Punta Gorda area. They now have a 145 miles per hour pressure of 942 millibars.
The point puts it right in the middle of Charlotte Harbor, where some of the highest surge tolls will be coming in. Cape Coral and Fort Myers looks to be on radar, at least, are now back in the eye wall. They're out of the eye as Punta Gorda and Port Charlotte are starting to enter the eye.
Yes, Punta Gorda Airport recently reported a wind gust of 124 miles per hour, and a station at the Cape Coral Fire Department recently reported a wind gust of 110 miles per hour. But we were talking about power outages then.
Yeah. So I did see a graphic earlier this morning posted to Twitter by Mike Bettis of the Weather Channel. The Weather Channel, usually when it comes to storms like this, they make these graphics to where it will basically tell you forecasted power outages, and they have the 4 categories. They have possible in orange, likely in red, widespread in purple, and extreme in white. And basically everywhere in the extreme is where the highest surge is supposed to be, of the 12 to 18 feet, 6 to 10 as well for Englewood, and Chokoloski is 8 to 12. So this whole area, is getting these Cat 4, very strong Cat 4 winds. They were getting, 155 before landfall, and now 150 after landfall. They're getting a lot of rain. I believe there's high risk out for excessive rainfall. And then you're talking about, catastrophic surge. Some of these areas, because of the inundation of water going in so far, especially in the Cape Coral area, and even into Fort Myers, Naples, Marco Island, except they're in the widespread, but that's still along the coast where the highest surge is going to be. And just, Port Charlotte, these areas, we're talking about, it could be weeks to months for some areas in there. Most likely it's going to be days to weeks, because Tim was explaining to me, once Ian is done, it's done affecting Florida, it's done affecting Georgia, it's done affecting the Carolinas. The parade of, power trucks is going to come down the East Coast, it's going to come down I-95 and help everyone get back on their feet. So the most likely timeline is going to be days to weeks, could get upwards of a few months for some areas, depending on how bad the damage is there from the wind and the flooding rain and the storm surge. Areas in the widespread, so that includes the more general region, which is like Tampa, Orlando, and a lot of the population centers here in western and central Florida, days to a few weeks, which is just your normal standard when it comes to strong hurricanes like this, or hurricanes in general.
And this storm, of course, will leave its scar in multiple areas as well, and in multiple ways. Those power outages being one of those things, and lack of resources in these areas. Joey, was there anything else?
No, that was all. Thank you.
Nice to chat to you there, Joey. Let's see if we can now talk to Zach, who is in Tampa, and I imagine you might have a tiny little sigh of relief now that the storm's made landfall.
Yeah, the eye was not supposed to pass over me. We got very lucky this thing spared us, but everyone south of us is not so. They are not so lucky. And this is the fourth time I'm getting hit by a hurricane with list number 2.
Oh.
Because 3 of them happened in 04, and they were category 3s and higher. And this is the same list.
Yeah, it seems that list is out to get Florida then.
Yeah, this list is. You had Andrew, Georges, Charlie, Francis, Gene, Ivan, Matthew, and now Ian.
Absolutely. So, how are conditions in your area now?
It's category 1 force winds. We're just getting a lot of rain. That's basically all we've been getting.
All right.
It's definitely better than what happened in Port Charlotte.
Oh, sure.
Sarasota.
Absolutely.
Now, something else to note, the Tampa Bay, the water is gone. And Tampa PD has warned people not to go on the Tampa Bay.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I was seeing that earlier.
Because water is going to be rushing back.
Yeah, even if the surge is not going to be that strong, they're forecasting only 4 to 6 feet, not much inundation. It's still going to come back in once the flow changes back to onshore. So yeah, maybe the inundation's not going to be much, but it's still going to be rushing all the way back in.
Because the exact same thing happened with Irma in 2017.
Yeah. It happened with the Hillsborough River. I saw the photos earlier. It happened with basically all of Tampa Bay. So it's just going to become rushing back.
I'm pretty sure got hit.
I'm just going to cut in here because there's a video coming out of Fort Myers. It's alleged. I don't know if it's true, but we do know Fort Myers has been getting some storm surge. They are in that 12 to 18 feet. Due to the storm surge and it being so powerful, and I do know this because my grandma had when she was alive, she used to have a condo down in Marco, which is where Irma came in, more south down by Naples. So there was a lot of tiger sharks in the area in the Gulf of Mexico, especially because the water is very shallow there. There are now sharks in the streets in Fort Myers because the water has flooded the streets. The surge is so powerful that it has put a shark in the middle of the street, which is just completely covered in water.
Makes sense,
probably did happen because the same thing happened in Sandy in 2012 when it hit New Jersey and New York.
Remember hearing about any sharks on the Jersey Shore in 2012? I'm from Jersey.
I was in 3rd grade at the time, and my said 3rd grade teacher had family back in Jersey who got hit by Sandy, and they saw a shark.
Well, I mean, it would not surprise me. It's just you're talking about both systems were very powerful storms in pushing up very amounts of water, very catastrophic surge with both of the storms, even though it's 2 different parts of the country.
Yeah.
Many marine life can get pushed into the streets and into the shores.
Thanks for calling in, Zach. Hope things stay well over there in Tampa. Let's move on to some more callers here.
Number has crossed 1 million customers without power now in the state of Florida.
Hello.
Most of it being in the 4 counties where the eye walls and it has made landfall. as it starts to move more inland, those numbers will continue to climb there.
Comrade Shadow Whitey, hello.
Hello. I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
So I got some houses that live down in Bradenton, Florida.
Yep.
We just evacuated like 3 days ago. Do you know what the conditions will be down there? Like it will be as like Tampa or something?
Well, we saw in I saw in Sarasota not long ago, right along the coastline, things look pretty gnarly there. But I imagine, like exposed coastal areas, they'll be getting it pretty big. But if we just look at that radar, they're in some orange to red zones in Bradenton right now. So I imagine there's going to be lots of heavy rainfall over there. Maybe tropical storm force winds. I don't think the winds are going to be that damaging. But I would be concerned about potential for flooding rains.
Is like the storm surge like 1 to 3, 4, 5 feet? Like over there?
Let me just check what it was at the latest update. So, just trying to figure out which area you are. I can't
Because
see.
of that shark video I mentioned in the street in Fort Myers, people on Twitter are starting to Sharknado because of that.
Oh no. All right, yeah. So your area, 4 to 6 feet.
All right.
Storm surge. Is that everything?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for getting in touch. Let's talk to one of our longtime members, Ryan. You're on the air, Ryan. Hello.
Hi.
Been a while since we've seen you around these parts, but you always seem to turn up during the big events, and this one certainly is one of those. What's on your mind right now?
Just today's just been a day watching this storm inch closer to landfall. Obviously, last night going to bed, it was around 120 miles per hour, and then waking up to 155 was certainly a surprise, but just absolutely devastating for these areas of Southwest Florida that will unfortunately probably take months to recover, and especially even further inland as well. I have a couple of friends in Orlando, and I saw on the stream their forecast to receive around 29 inches of rain, which is still completely devastating to see. So I'm really keeping them in my thoughts. Yeah, just a lot with this system. Definitely I think one of the worst systems I've tracked, and especially I had a tweet I sent out this morning around 11 a.m. when I woke up when I saw the storm surge for 12, when it was 12 to 16 feet. Now it's 12 to 18 for the Fort Myers, Port Charlotte area. Just even though it was, by that point, it was definitely too late to fully evacuate, still anyone who lived below 18 feet below sea level needed to seek higher ground. And I actually saw a video from NBC2 down in Southwest Florida of their live team was actually helping a resident whose house the water had started to get up to the second floor. I was helping them try to figure out what to do. So really.
And we've seen things like that where there was been flooding up to the second floors of buildings. I'm still not sure exactly where that was. I think it was all in the Fort Myers area.
Fort Myers Beach, I believe that.
Fort Myers Beach, yes, that's the area that's a lot more exposed.
Much more exposed, much more inundated. I'm not sure if the surge has stopped there yet, but it's definitely.
I doubt it has.
It's definitely still an onshore flow, and it's going to continue to be onshore, and as the storm keeps moving more north, because now the winds are coming out of the southwest and moving to the southeast.
Are you going to stay with us, Ryan?
I could. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, up to you. Let's see if we can talk now to Canadian in Nova Scotia. Hello.
Looks like, before you go, Canadian, it looks like based on the radar image, the center of the eye well, it's done with the barrier islands and was in Charlotte Harbor. It looks like it's now onto mainland peninsula, so weakening shall occur from here on out.
It's about to move
That's
over
good
Punta
news.
Gorda.
Yeah, it's about I is about to go over Punta Gorda. They're on the north. Actually, they're in it as we speak. They're in the north part of the eye. Port Charlotte will be getting into it very shortly. Cape Coral actually was in a bit of the eye wall. Then they got back into the eye. Now they're back in the eye wall. And you see that there, but they're definitely still getting an onshore flow there, and will continue to get an onshore flow as it continues to move north. So the surge channels will continue to move north. I'll pop out here. I just wanted to pop in and talk about the landfall locations and the difference between that and Charlie's location. But anyone that's in the Tampa area, you're still going to get some rain and a lot of rain and some winds. And for the people that evacuated up to Orlando, because fortunately at that point it's the same situation as Irma. People went inland to Orlando thinking it was going to go there. Now it's going to Orlando. If you're in the Orlando area, make sure you're safe and you do have enough, food and water and all your stuff preparations for when the power does go out.
All right, Canadian, go ahead.
Yeah, so kind of like how everybody did. I went to bed last night and it was 120 miles an hour, and I wake up and it's a borderline Category 5. And what Ryan and Jonesy mentioned, I actually have family in Orlando too, which I'm quite worried about them. Because the last time I checked, the storm was still moving around 10 miles an hour. Is it still the case?
Around 9 or 10 miles per hour.
Okay, because I know that they're under a hurricane warning, but I'm more concerned about the rainfall. And they did say that isolated like 29 inches of rain. Is that what it's supposed to be? Or forecasted, yeah.
Where exactly was that?
In Orlando, around the area.
Yes, you could possibly get 29, 30 inches of rain at most. It could be pretty bad.
Wow. Yeah, because my uncle and aunt decided the worst time, well, it's not their fault, but they had this planned a long time ago. It's just it happens to be when a historic hurricane is making landfall to go to Disney. So I am quite worried about the rainfall because I know that the storm will weaken, obviously going through inland, and it still could possibly have hurricane force winds. I'm just worried about the flooding, really, because they might get trapped there.
Yeah, it is a big concern. There is a massive risk of flash flooding when you consider that the whole Florida Peninsula is pretty much
saturated, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep. So.
Yep.
And right now, the storm center is still moving a little bit east of the National Hurricane Center forecast. So.
Seems to be the case pretty much the whole time.
It has been.
Yeah.
Yes. Speaking of rain totals, Nathan, we are starting to get some of those in. This is as of 1 a.m. this morning that we're getting these storm totals from. Northport has about 11 inches. Port Charlotte, just about 8 inches. Englewood, which we were watching the camera there, almost 11.5 inches. South Venice, over almost 14 inches. Venice Gardens, 13.25 inches. But the highest still was well offshore. Some spots over water getting 17 inches.
And that's only as far as 1 a.m. this morning, you say?
Yes, that's within the last 15 hours.
Oh, since then?
Wow.
Yes.
Right.
I know. I'm quite concerned because I really don't want them to be trapped there for so long, because obviously, you can't get a flight out there because they're all canceled because of the storm. But I don't know. It's just I never thought this would happen at this time exactly. And it's a horrible coincidence that it is, and horrible the fact that this storm rapidly intensified again before landfall, because I I'm gonna be honest. I only thought this would probably be like 130 mile per hour peak, but it blew pretty much everyone's expectations.
Here's another camera. This one is near Venice. So that's the view there. Still well entrenched in the northern eye wall. Probably the worst part on the radar imagery. We were looking at that other one before, which doesn't look so bad because we were looking to see any signs of surge as the eye starts to move over. That was near Punta Gorda. But this one right now is right in the worst part of the storm on the northern side. A stretch of Interstate 75 from Port Charlotte towards Venice is the worst area on the radar. That's where that big chunk of red is on that imagery, and there's another band further out that's really plaguing Sarasota up to Bradenton right now as well. There's also a few or a couple of special weather statements on the southeastern side of the storm. You might be able to see those squares. Let's just bring that back up on the main image, and those are special weather statements calling for potentially over 100 mile per hour winds.
Nathan?
See, it extends down near to Naples. Yeah.
There are now reports of boats floating around in the streets of Fort Myers.
Yes, that was already relayed to us a little while ago, but that's what we're hearing. Boats coming free and taking over the streets of Fort Myers.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter. I've been looking at footage from storm chasers and people who are on the ground, and all I've been seeing is I've seen lots of debris floating in the streets, boats, and all that stuff. It's quite scary.
All right, let's see if we can talk to anyone else right now. Canadian, was that everything?
Yes. I just want to say thank you for the continuous coverage of the storm and all the previous storms that you had. So thank you very much.
Long haul. Thank you. Let's talk to Rye. Hello, Rye.
Hello, everyone.
Hi.
Hi. It's just a couple of things, actually. To put Canadians' mind at rest, Disney have some really, really good contingency plans in place for hurricanes and tropical storms. They've got loads of reserve supplies. They got designated safe areas within the hotels or within the park if you're not near a hotel. So they are probably in the safest place to be if the hurricane does end up near Orlando. So, you know, I wouldn't worry too much about it. Disney are really, really prepared for stuff like this because I got caught there during Hurricane Irma.
Wow.
Back along. So, yeah, they've got some really good contingency plans in place. Also, as well, relating to my YouTube comment earlier on, any flights to Florida from the UK, you are being advised to check with your airline as well.
That was
So,
you. Got it.
Yeah, hey, buddy. So, it might not be, helpful in the grand scheme of things, but it might help some people who are flying to Florida in the next couple of days. You are being advised to check with your airlines.
Thank you for that, Rye. And what was it like when you were in Irma? What were the conditions over there?
Very wet, I'll give you that. But I didn't really see a lot of it, to be honest with you, because it hit at that time of day where you're already back in the hotels.
Right.
And the safe areas are obviously away from any windows and things like that. So you didn't really see a lot of it. You heard it, but you didn't really see a lot of it. But it was windy and it was very, very wet. But like I said, Disney have safe areas and they got a lot of supplies, for disasters like this. So they're probably in the safest place.
All right, Rye. Thank you very much for that information. We appreciate it.
Thank you, guys. And thank you for the streams today. It's been really, really helpful. Thank you.
We appreciate it. Let's see if we can talk right now. We tried Rain Swish earlier and we couldn't hear anything. Let's try again. Hello?
Hello?
We got you?
Yeah. So I'm right now living in Lakeland Highlands. And based on the winds, it's mostly all just wind and debris from what I'm seeing. The wind doesn't look too bad, and I'm not seeing any flooding yet. So do you know when the flooding could possibly happen in Central Florida?
Right, well, at the moment you're not getting huge amounts of rain, I can see that, looking at Lakeland itself. but there's significant bands on the way. There's a big red area there approaching Fort Meade right now, and it will continue moving northwards. So I would take a look at it in an hour's time, because in about an hour things will start to get a lot more rain rates, persistent rain.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
And that's going to be the start of the big event for you there. Thank you. Let's see now, who else have we got here? Tyler. See if we can get hold of Tyler. You're on the air.
Can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
All right. I just wanted to report that there's now reports of several hundred people trapped on roofs in South Naples.
Wow. So even in Naples, really bad conditions then, clearly.
They didn't take the evacuation seriously in that area, it seems like. Also, I just looked at the NAM model, and it's showing up to around 40 inches possibly in Northeast Florida, which is, of course, the higher end of things. But even the Weather Prediction Center and the National Weather Service are going over 20-some inches, even 2 feet. So not looking good for them at all.
No, and I agree. I've not checked the latest GFS model per se, but that's what the NAM is saying, and it is a high end of things. Last time I was looking at GFS, it was calling for about 30 inches on basically the I-4 corridor.
Yeah, and also it could come out into the Atlantic again, and there is now a possibility it could re-strengthen into a low-end hurricane and then hit Georgia and South Carolina.
Yes, and it could still be quite a strong storm by then, near hurricane force, if the National Hurricane Center are correct in their forecasts, calling for 65 miles per hour. It will be interesting to see how that forecast might have changed at the next advisory, but I don't think they'll have done too much differently, because it's still a wait-and-see game, isn't it?
Yeah, it pretty much is. I was one of those people that were thinking this could try to go Cat 5. I certainly was one of those people that wasn't expecting it to be up to landfall, but yeah, there was several confirmations by National Hurricane Hunters that it did hit Cat 5, but the National Hurricane Center just did not have enough confirmation. I think it might be upgraded into postseason analysis, maybe.
So it sounds like it's going to be one that's going to be up for discussion for a while then.
Yeah, they found multiple instances, multiple missions of 157, 158 miles per hour sustained wind.
We did hear one or two rumblings of that. I obviously haven't been able to check the data because I've been on the air the whole time, but it will be interesting to see what conclusions that our team might make in post-analysis. So we have our own analyst team that might do some looking over that. Was there anything else that you wanted to talk about?
Yeah, just real quick, Western North Carolina and Southwest Virginia could be in for a flood disaster with this. They are currently in a moderate risk by the WPC, and that area could pick up half a foot or even maybe up to a foot because of the angle it's going to come back in. It's not going to be good for North Carolina, Western North Carolina especially. I have a friend who lives there. He's quite worried right now, but he lives up on a hill, so he lives in Burnsville, and they are looking to get hit pretty hard there. And then it will come up my way. I live in eastern West Virginia, and we are under a slight risk of excessive rainfall. Clear out to day 5 right now here.
Thank you, Tyler, for that. And I wonder what Tim might think about what he's just said about maybe the Carolinas getting in for some significant rain action.
It's definitely possible, Nathan. The way Ian could be coming up through the Georgia, South Carolina area would allow a lot of heavy rain across the Carolinas into Virginia and potentially into West Virginia and western Pennsylvania, and then we might see that go towards the Northeast. case once the remnants of Ian, once it does get up to that area, get picked up into a front and swept off the U.S. coastline.
As we look back here, you can see the progression of what happened to the storm in the last few hours. The eye has really started to collapse on the satellite imagery, at least. The radar shows it quite a bit better than what the satellite is showing, a little bit more flattering, but on satellite the eye has completely shriveled up as it starts to move over land. Got a few nice comments in the text there, and we always appreciate that. We work as hard as we can. It can be very difficult at times, sometimes frustrating, especially when technology starts breaking down, but we appreciate all of our community supporting us during these events, and you can become part of that by joining our Discord server, discord.gg/force13. It's where all of our chat goes on, and potentially you could join our team if you feel so inclined by probably want to send me a message, although I know there's a lot of people waiting on that right now because everything that's been going on in recent days. Not only were we covering Ian, but before that we had to cover Noru and a Category 5 and then a Category 4 landfall in the Philippines, and that was hot on the heels of Hurricane Fiona when it blasted through Atlantic Canada, which we had to do extensive coverage on as well. But of course Ian really takes the cake when it comes to all of that. By far the worst event of the three that have occurred in the last week or so, but there's been storms all across the month. We have been in one of our 2 highest categories of preparedness on our team for, I think it's a whole month now, or at least 1 or 2 days short of it. So it has been a ridiculous turbocharged month, September has, and I guess people might have seen it coming when we saw such a quiet August and quiet season up until that point.
Yeah, Nura was almost a record storm for Vietnam too, in terms of landfall intensity. I was looking at it and I was just shocked.
Fell apart towards the end, which stopped it from doing that.
Yeah, still definitely lots of flooding and damage to Southeast Asia.
We're going to prioritize new callers today, so I'll be trying to get to them first. Let's see if we can talk to Brian, who's in Charleston, South Carolina. Hello.
Hello.
What's on your mind right now?
I know we've got the storm coming. I don't know how bad we're actually going to get it, though. I mean, looking at the models, it looks bad. Listening to the meteorologists, they're saying, oh, it's not going to be bad. It's just going to be normal rain for us, which is somewhat can be bad. But what is your opinion on how bad we're going to get, to be honest?
Let's look back at the National Hurricane Center cone, which will update soon, by the way, with the next advisory at 5 p.m. But it's currently showing a 65-mile-an-hour storm through southern South Carolina, pretty close to Charleston, I think. So hurricane watch is out there. I would, considering Ian's history, I would take no chances. It probably still has some residual storm surge about it.
Yeah, definitely with it. I've actually been to the Charleston area several times. My dad used to live there.
So you know how bad it gets even at high tides then?
Yeah, definitely. Even with just 4 to 6 feet of storm surge, which is what the National Hurricane, 3 to 5, but that can definitely go up. But even just 3 to 5 feet of storm surge can definitely be devastating for that area.
It's bad enough, let alone have an inch of rain at high tide. That's when it's really the worst.
Yeah.
I mean, we had 1,000. You probably remember the 1,000-year flood a couple years ago. I mean, that was incredible flooding. I mean, I was downtown at the time. I mean, it was incredible to see that kind of flooding in Charleston. I'd never seen it before. Being 22 and I've been here my whole life. I mean, it's incredible. But to think that we're going to have something this strong with this amount of force coming ashore, we're not going to be able to handle it. Charleston is going to be completely underwater, kind of like Florida is. It's not going to be as bad as Florida, but we're going to be underwater for at least 24 hours, I think.
There's definitely going to be some flash flooding. Like my dad, my dad lived up in Daniel Island.
Okay, yeah.
And so that's a bit inland, but even
Daniel Island is definitely
6, 7 feet
inner.
Storm surge is enough to flood it.
Yeah, Daniel Island is more in than the Charleston metro area than the downtown section. Doesn't get as bad as flooding because they're a little bit elevated, but they still get some bad rain or some bad flooding. I used to work over there for a couple months, and they got some bad flooding when it rained daily.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you're definitely looking around 3 to 5 feet. Definitely, forecast could definitely change for that for storm surge and 6 to 10
Hey,
inches.
I'm gonna break in here because we have some news from the National Hurricane Center. As of 4:35 Eastern, Ian has made a landfall on the Barrier Islands. The National Hurricane Center has called on the mainland Florida Peninsula landfall just south of Punta Gorda near Pirate Harbor. NOAA Doppler radar imagery indicates that the eye of Ian has made landfall on the mainland southwest Florida Peninsula just south of Punta Gorda near Pirate Harbor. Maximum sustained winds at landfall were estimated to be 145 miles per hour. A weather STEM station at the Cape Coral Fire Department recently reported a wind gust of 110 miles an hour. A weather flow station in Grove City on the western side of Charlotte Harbor reported a sustained wind of 85 miles an hour with a gust of 128 miles an hour. So location as of the summary as of 4:35, location 26.8 north, 82 west. It's about 10 miles, 15 kilometers west-southwest of Punta Gorda. About 20 miles, 30 kilometers northwest of Fort Myers. Maximum sustained winds are at 145 miles an hour or 235 kilometers per hour. Minimum central pressure is 942 millibars or 27.82 inches of mercury. Moving north-northeast or 15 degrees movement at 9 miles per hour or 15 kilometers per hour.
So there it is. Did you read out those reports there? I'll read them anyway here. A weather STEM station at Cape Coral Fire Department recently reported wind gusts of 110. A weather flow station in Grove City on the western side of Charlotte Harbor reported a sustained wind of 85 with a gust to 128. And a rare update there where there were 3 forecasters involved at the National Hurricane Center in putting out that update. Very shortly, we will have news on the latest forecast advisory from the National Hurricane Center, where we'll find out any interesting changes to the forecasted track.
Another thing before I go, if you want to look at the call chat in Discord, posted a link from Facebook from the Naples Fire Department from a live video they had of a fire truck they had to push out of their station because it was smoking.
Wow.
Yeah, so that's in the call chats from their Facebook, so if you want to use that.
I don't think I can grab that at the moment, but thanks for that. And I'm sure those resources being posted across our server as well. Thank you, Brian. Let's see if we can now bring in S. Tampa, who's been with us on several occasions during our coverage. And how do you feel now that this storm has made landfall and the landfall threat to Tampa has definitively been extinguished?
Yeah, it's been great. Thanks for having me back on. I really do appreciate it. It's definitely relieving. I would just really feel very, very sorry for Fort Myers. I'm sure we all know is basically an ocean at this point, and but it's the winds that have been picking up here in Tampa. I know for myself, I've already lost Wi-Fi. Power has been flickering on and off, not constant, but sporadically. It's done it once. And my building is shaking currently. So if I were to go outside, it would be very, very, very windy. But I am very glad to it have gone a little bit south, but I feel very, very bad for the cities who probably did not think they would be the ones to get the direct hit.
Yep, I'm just fighting with software over. You know what happened earlier when I spilled my drink in the studio? It's jammed some of these keys and it wants to load the start menu up every 2 seconds or more.
I've actually been having the same problem with my computer recently. My A key has gotten stuck.
Oh, man. What is it doing? Oh my goodness. What is it doing?
Window is requesting attention.
I'm really sorry about this. There's no one who can take the stage right now either. Right. I need to stop that. I'm going to have to go and disconnect some things at this rate. This is Force 13 Live. Look at the conditions still on this webcam that you can still see. Very, very strong winds. This is in the northern eye wall, somewhere near Venice. And look, it's getting torrential again in that area and extremely strong winds. So very dangerous conditions still for this region. That's a live look right now as we continue to monitor this storm, continuing to push northeastwards through the Florida Peninsula. This is Force 13 Live. We will be running for the rest of the evening. Tampa, was there anything else you wanted to mention there?
No, that's about it. I would just say just keep everybody in Southwest Florida in your prayers, and let's hope that there was no fatalities with the flooding and everything.
Well, feel free to stay on the line if you want to and provide further comment given your location. Let's see if we can now bring on Russell. Hello, Russell, you're on the air.
Good afternoon. How are you guys?
We're all right. We are quite worn out after this whole storm sequence, and it pales in comparison to what people are feeling on the ground.
Yeah, I'm in Mexico Beach, Florida. We were absolutely destroyed by Hurricane Michael in 2018. Fortunately, our houses were fine somehow. But what I wanted to ask and find some information about, all the evacuation areas, where are these people going? Because they can't go up. Like people from Fort Myers, they obviously can go up more north because the hurricane is in the path. They'll be going into the path of the hurricane.
Well, a lot did go south and east, didn't they? Some of them, I think, went north as well, and we're wondering whether north might have been an answer or not. I mean, obviously not now, but people who have relocated to the northeast up into State 4, at least they'll be in a better position than they are with staying put.
Yeah, the reason I was asking is originally the very preemptive forecast showed it actually coming here, and then it turned way to the right. But it just kind of blindsided us here in our town, because last night it was heading, whenever we checked it last night, I'd say 100 miles north of Tampa, and now it's well below it.
Yeah, I can confirm. I had a lot of friends do go east, as you were saying, and some even went south, kind of towards that southeast side, not really towards Fort Myers, but kind of like in that direction from Tampa, not thinking that it would take this right turn as it did, and I it's just very unfortunate.
Yeah.
Adding on to the, I guess a bit onto the evacuations, there have been also a lot of shelters, about a dozen or so, open within the Lee County area, which I believe is the one Fort Myers. Yes, it is the one that Fort Myers is in, including Dunbar High, Gateway High, Oak Hammond Middle, South Fort Myers High, Varsity Lakes Middle, Veterans Park Recreation Center, East Lee County High, Estero Recreation Center, Hertz Arena, and Island Coast High have all been converted into shelters. So as an option for people who chose to stay within the Fort Myers area.
There was a question from Lee. Is Lakeland going to get affected really bad? Well, you're about to get some of the stronger bands, so there's going to be a lot of rainfall and could be major flooding in that area possibly. What do you guys think here in the studio?
I believe Lakeland's up towards Orlando, if I'm right.
Yeah.
Am I wrong? Yeah. definitely going to start coming in soon as Ian inches closer towards central Florida. I can definitely agree with that.
Yeah, I would also agree. Hey, I also sent you a direct message to you on Discord with the Tampa Bay West Shore has been completely sucked out. It's bone dry.
You did send me that. Didn't you send me that last night?
I sent it this morning. It's been all over the news.
Yeah, I'm unable to see that right now, but I am aware of that. We're also joined by Ryan right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, so I have questions about the potential, how big the eye is, if potentially when it does come up and exits out of the state and, probably Daytona Beach, as you guys were saying, that it could scrape eastern Tampa Bay, the eye wall.
I don't think so at this point. No, nowhere near at this point.
Just a little bit. And also, like the wind, you can hear the whistle. It's like a whistle.
I bet you can.
And like where my house is, there's like a really long stretch of where all the houses like kind of back up to each other, their backyards. So like even there, it's like really stronger winds because it's more open.
Yes, that kind of thing can definitely happen. Even at slower speeds, you can hear wind whistling quite a lot. Any other questions?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not. As we are waiting for the 5 p.m. update, as of 3:53, the rainfall potential for my area is between 6 and 10 inches, so I'm not too worried about it. Again, that's a lot of rain, but
I see.
it's definitely looking better for my area. As I am in like because there's Hillsborough Bay, Old Tampa Bay, and then Tampa Bay. And I'm more in the Hillsborough Bay area.
Right.
Not coastal, but that area. So.
All right.
Yeah.
Thanks for your call. Let's see if we've also got... Well, I'm still waiting for the update, but no sign of it yet. Let's see if we've got this person who has a very colourful name, which is apparently Frick Ian. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello, it's me again from yesterday.
Yep. Go ahead.
So where I'm at Tallahassee again. 70-mile-per-hour winds up here. It's a big stretch of wind. Yeah, it's here. So and all of Florida now has warnings about it. About hurricane statements and stuff like that. And I don't know if it'll hit Tallahassee. It's pretty close, but it's not.
No, Tallahassee is not likely to get anything from the storm at this point.
It's more Jacksonville.
I think your tropical storm chances are sitting at about 18%, and rainfall probably a trace, if anything.
Yeah. In the wind.
All right.
I'd like to point out.
I'm sorry. I'm still trying to fix this in the background.
Make sure your control and alt keys are not stuck. But
That's exactly the ones that are stuck. Yes.
I'd like to point out here in Mexico Beach, the winds are approximately 65 based off of the weather vane down the street. There's basically no chance of it hitting here, and Tallahassee is, I want to say, 3 hours that way. You can't really see where I'm pointing, but it's like that way. It's north.
Sure.
Yeah, but another question I had is, when are the first responders, such as like FEMA and all them, planning on entering after it exits the state?
I'm sure it will be as soon as possible. I mean, all emergency authorities want to act as soon as they can, so they'll act as soon as the conditions have fallen to tolerable levels, which is usually for emergency services like below hurricane force, usually, or down to mid-tropical storm force.
It's usually even lower than that. Usually it's
Is it?
around 35, 45 miles per hour.
Fair enough.
So it's definitely going to be through the night. Still, people down there are going to have to ride it out through the night.
I think we've also got David with us right now.
Yes, I'm here.
Good evening.
And National Weather Service Storm Prediction just put out a posting, a new tornado watch has been issued. And it's for the, eastern central Florida and overnight hours, Daytona Beach, right down to Stewart, Cape Canaveral, Stanford, Orlando, Sebring, and something else that I cited. The governor of the state of South Carolina has issued a state of emergency, which will allow emergency services to activate their emergency plans. So that's the situation up there in South Carolina. Now, Nathan, whilst I've got you, what is the projected direction track for the hurricane? It's going to go up into what, South Carolina or veer out?
Well, look back at the National Hurricane Center cone. It is calling for the storm to veer back inwards through southern South Carolina and then eventually into western North Carolina as a sort of remnant low. And that will be as soon as Saturday.
YouTube Studio. So people have to be prepared and activate their emergency plans and keep monitoring. So that's the latest.
Yep. Still fighting with a narrator now that's decided to appear on the other computer for some reason. I've plugged out that goddamn key, but anyway, let's keep going. National Hurricane Center will be updating anytime now with their 5 p.m. update. Obviously a big update that they usually do at this time of day. One of their full advisories at this point. The cone will change and we'll relay any information that we get through that. In the meantime, we're still looking at this webcam, which is another one now. This one is near Cape Coral, I think it was. Where exactly is that? That is just east of Fort Myers Beach, so it's not a crazy distance away from the areas that's got that massive storm surge. And to be honest, I thought I'd see more here at this webcam, but this is the best we can get. This is the closest we can get to any of the real action, because there is just nothing going on. There's none of the webcams are working anymore anywhere apart from some on this interstate highway.
That's about to be expected. Adding on to what David said about the tornado watch and threat, it's actually been a quiet couple hours, at least according to my warning page. Although I did see there seemed to be a tornado that did touch down that was not warned. At least I saw on Twitter. I can try to find where that was specifically again, but definitely pretty surprised that that one wasn't warned.
All right, Tyler wants back in. Let's see if we can say hello again.
Actually, the 5
Go ahead.
p.m. update just came out.
Oh.
Ian battering the Florida Peninsula with catastrophic storm surge, winds, and flooding. New watches and warnings issued for North and South Carolina. It is now down to 140 miles per hour. minimum pressure of 945.
Hey, can you hear me? Sorry, I had an issue there.
Yep, you're back on the air, but just hold on a minute with the new update. Storm surge watch has been issued north of South Santee River to Little River Inlet. Tropical storm warning extended northwards to Surf City, North Carolina. Tropical storm watch issued from north of Surf City to Cape Lookout. Storm surge warning discontinued for the lower Keys, and the storm surge watch discontinued for the middle and upper Keys. Tropical storm warning for the Florida Keys and for Florida Bay has been discontinued. They are still expecting a 65 mile per hour landfall in the Carolinas, in South Carolina, shortly, well, at the weekend or on Friday. So not much change to the forecast at all, just the current intensity dropped slightly again to 140 miles per hour. Let's just see here. A weather flow station in Grove City recently reported sustained winds of 95 miles per hour and a wind gust of 128. A University of Florida Coastal Monitoring Program wind tower recently reported sustained winds of 89 with a gust to 114. We're still looking at between 12 and 18 feet of storm surge from Englewood to Bonita Beach, including Charlotte Harbor. Middle of Longboat Key to Englewood, 6 to 10 feet. Bonita Beach to Chokoloskee, 8 to 12. Chokoloskee to East Cape Sable, 5 to 8 feet. Anclote River to middle of Longboat Key, including Tampa Bay, 4 to 6 feet. And many other locations with lesser amounts. So that's the latest from the National Hurricane Center. The storm moving inland, Port Charlotte in the edge of the eye, which is starting to close up quite a bit and I think get more cloud filled. I think it was a fairly cloud filled eye when it did make landfall. It certainly wasn't the perfect eye that some people would possibly imagine having seen from a storm like this. It was quite cloud filled.
Just trying to see if there's anything else.
And I'd like to make a side note too for anybody who's asking about, South Carolina, probably northeast Florida. Just also take into account of how fast or slow the hurricane moves across the state. The slower it is, the less likely it's going to be as bad if it turns into, let's say, South Carolina. But the faster that it goes across the state, that means it gets to water quicker, which means it has time to develop or intensify back a little bit. So just be mindful that the speed of the storm really can tell you how much of the storm will decrease because it's being used in Florida.
Here's the new forecast cone. Not too much has changed. Maybe slightly westward shift maybe towards the South Carolina coast. I think it is a little. And then through to North Carolina on Saturday. So not too much has changed with that update. We're still looking at a major hurricane category 4 with 140 mile per hour winds and a very, very dangerous storm that's continuing on inland. We'll see more rapid strengthening soon, but it already has gone down quite a bit from the 155 miles an hour it was just before landfall about, 3 hours ago? So
almost 2 hours ago.
2 hours. Things have gone real fast. It feels like longer. So yeah, weakening now beginning, but still extremely strong as it moves inland. Tyler, you wanted to say something?
Yes. I was just waiting until everything was ready.
Yep.
I just saw a report near Cape Coral of 135 mile per hour wind gust, and another one out of Sarasota, which is of course a pretty populated area, 134 mile per hour wind gust. I also seen, and I don't know if you excuse me, I don't know if you other guys have seen this, but there was a post floating around by Storm Chaser that measured a pressure of 935 in the eye. Well, it wasn't even the eye, it was the eye wall. I'm not seeing that post anymore. Maybe it was an error. Can anyone touch on that?
I have no idea. I don't know if anyone else knows.
I haven't heard. Yeah.
An important update I am seeing now, all of Lee County is now under a boil water advisory.
Gee.
Oh, wow. Yeah. And also something to point out is not a good situation for Southwest Florida. It's already getting really bad surge. Andy Hazelton, a hurricane hunter, and he also specializes in hurricane research and stuff in Miami. I think it's Miami. He said that it's going to be getting even worse with the storm surge because there's going to be hours more of a southwest push into the shore. So he said the levels right now will probably go even higher. And, you just can't even imagine that with all the videos we've seen already.
Yeah, I can see that happening when you look back at the radar picture here, and you'll see that, of course, it spins around in that direction from the eye, and you can still see all of these waters being pushed inland as it goes around like so.
Also, I did just see, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I did just see videos floating around also that homes are completely submerged in Naples and are floating down the street.
Yes, really insane. And here is another look at the eye of the storm right now. It looks like it's shooting off eastwards a little bit more again. So you can see it clearly moving inland now. Let's see if we can get a camera that would literally be underneath that center of the eye right now. I know that the cameras were working earlier. Let's see if we've... I don't think they are now, that's the thing. Let me see if I can try and get it up now. We might have a stray or a odd camera that might still be working. Of course, it's difficult to find. Yes, we do. This, here we go. We'll just get it on the screen now. This is pretty much inside the eye. Well, it is. It is right near the center of the eye from this view. You can see a little bit of a glint there. I'm not sure if that is the sun poking through there. So that's pretty much what it looks like inside the eye right now. Windy though.
Yes.
Fort Myers is now reporting over more than 6 feet of surge.
Yeah, only 6 feet as well. When you heard all of this stuff that's going on, that's just from 6 feet, and it could still get up more.
Yeah, it could go up to a foot or more, honestly.
To update on that earlier tornado I was talking about, there was a quick tropical tornado near St. Cloud, Florida, over the last hour.
So NHC update was 1:40 and what was it, 9:45?
Yes, 9:45.
And there's lots of information to update from the National Hurricane Center. I'm actually just going through it on my bottom bar just to update all of that information. So I've got to try and do this at the same time. And I'm trying to use my other window, but it's not working. Crazy times.
And to prove how crazy the times are over there with Hurricane Ian, our national Channel 7 network over here in Australia has local crews out in the Florida area, and Channel 7's national breakfast show, Sunrise, they've got a team, and the cameraman put the camera down on the road and went and helped rescue 4 people that were struggling to get through the some of the storm surge water and windy. And I think there was a young child, probably around 2 or 3 year old. So he dropped the camera down. I've actually posted the Treader posting to our main Treader account. So dramatic scenes, but the storm surge, some of the information I'm citing on the Treader platform, up to 8 feet of storm surge, and we know a lot of area in the path of Ian should be prepared, monitoring, and the governor of South Carolina. So, and I particularly note what you said, Nathan, about the change of direction for Ian, but it's still a strong, Category 4?
It is still a persistent mid-range Category 4 right now. Still moving maybe a little bit east of north. NHC seems to be pretty sure that it's going to turn back more towards the north again shortly, especially as you look at this radar imagery. You see that little yellow line, that is taking it back. The forecast from the NHC taking it back much more further towards the north. It'll be interesting to see if it deviates again, and could we see on yet another occasion an eastward trend deviation from the centre.
Just the National Hurricane Centre, will they stay with the forecasting of Ian, or will the SPC, I think I'm right in saying that?
The WPC usually does it.
WPC, did they take over?
No, not when it's Florida, not when it's expected to go back over water again.
Right.
But yeah, they do. That does sometimes happen. But you often see that a lot more in, say, the South United, the rest of the Gulf Coast. I'm just updating the storm surge warnings, so you'll hear me typing a lot as I try and update my bottom bar here. So I don't know if you've got any other items there, David.
I just cited a posting from Mark Cedar. What is it, Hurricane Track? He's got cameras in the Florida area. 83.98, temperature, pressure 954.7, humidity 64.04, heat stress index 89.42, dew point 70.52, density, altitude 1199.69. So his station is reporting 954. I'm not sure where that is,
right,
where the station is. So I'll post that out to our Twitter account. And National Weather Service Key West, 5 p.m. As of now, the Florida Keys are no longer under tropical storm warning. However, a coastal flood warning remains in effect for all the Florida Keys. During tonight's high tide, we expect another round of coastal flooding similar to today's event.
Wow.
And I don't know if any of our viewers know what the next high tide will be.
I can look that up real quick.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Just to remind you that tropical storm watches have been extended now as far north and east as Cape Lookout, North Carolina, which I find quite fascinating. Especially when we were first looking at a storm that was expected to possibly even strike the Panhandle region. Has gone from that to having tropical storm watches up through North Carolina, a significant part of it. Not that it will actually venture that far east, but we are now looking at a South Carolina secondary landfall event.
And Nathan, the National Hurricane Center TAFB Twitter account, hurricane warning remains in effect for the Gulf of Mexico. A tropical storm warning is in effect for the Atlantic high seas. Gale warning also in effect for the Gulf of Mexico. So I thought the Gulf of Mexico, I thought they might have cancelled that. So what does that indicate? They want to do a westward track again.
Just to confirm that high tide, the tide is currently going out, and it's going to be hit low tide at 5:39 p.m., which is in about 26 minutes. And the next high tide is going to be at 12:02 a.m. of 2.25 feet.
What was the earlier one today?
The high tide earlier today. I don't have that immediately up to look that up as well. See if they can let me scroll back. The site I'm using will let me go back to the past.
Hmm.
No, this site doesn't have the.
And Nathan, just back to Mark Sutter, he's got a station at Port Charlotte at Kings Highway 75, central 959.1 millibars.
Let's go back to how it looks here at this location, which was in the eye just a matter of moments ago, and actually I think still is. This is Interstate 75, just south of the bridge at Port Charlotte. So this is just about to enter back into the western eye wall. We're running a phone in at this point. We started it after the storm made landfall, and we'll keep it here until a little bit until the end of the evening, live until 11 p.m. Eastern Time. Let's see if we can talk to Gold right now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello? Hold up, I'm having some audio issues. Give me a second.
We've got you here. Well, I don't know what was happening there. Came at a bad moment for me as well.
Just with David's earlier.
All right, I'm back. So here's my question. So I know y'all are gonna get this question a lot, but so I thought I'd ask it. Be one of the first to ask it. Did y'all think that Ian was a Category 5? And why do you think that it weakened before its landfall?
Oh, you're even late on that count. We already had that question a while back in the comments. But yes, I don't think. I mean, I've not checked all of the data yet, but my my instinct, if you want to call it that, would be to say that it wasn't a Category 5. But I've not checked the data closely. I know that all I've been hearing is what the team have been relaying throughout the day from Recon and all the other sources. So from what I've heard, I don't think so, but maybe they missed something, or maybe it's more convincing than it sounded, and my opinion might yet change.
Yeah, there's definitely a potential that it was a Category 5 for a short moment. I have seen that there was a surface report of 158 miles per hour, and so it definitely is a possibility. However, from what I've also seen, it seems like there's more evidence on it wasn't a Category 5. So it'll definitely be something to look towards into post-analysis.
As for weakening before landfall, the eastern eye wall really started to deteriorate quite a lot as it was making landfall. So I think that's the right call. And it is still deteriorating now, and the eye is really filling in, even on radar now. It's completely gone on satellite already. So definitely weakening at this point. The real question moving forward is how much might it weaken, and still the possibility that it might still be a hurricane as it emerges out the other end.
There's a couple of questions
Thanks for the call.
for you.
Sure.
Sorry, I've just been advised that the earlier report of sharks in the Fort Myers was from 2010.
Oh man.
And unfortunately, when we do our best to bring the latest and accurate information to the viewers, I thought I'll just mention that one. And at times we do. I normally double check, but I was just asked to relay that information. And just quickly, the satellite imagery, Nathan, that you've been showing for many, many hours, how close do you think we came to a Category 5, noting that you have a checked all the data. So looking at the satellite presentation, how close do you think we were?
Earlier on, it was very close. Yeah, I don't think it was as close as some other storms that we've had, like the discussions and arguments, debates that keep on going over storms like Matthew and Iota and Lorenzo, and perhaps Floyd, but it was fairly close.
And as we've mentioned earlier, over, I think, 1 million customers without electricity, and the cleanup is going to be massive.
Oh, yes. And just to answer that earlier question, the high tide earlier today for Key West was at 12:30 p.m. I believe it was 1.87.
All right, let's see if we can get back to any of our other webcams. And looks like that one's just crashed on me. I'm just going to see if we can take a look at any other areas that might be of interest right now. I mean, we've heard a lot about flooding, even down in the Naples area, so I'm actually going to check out that zone now and see if I can see anything over there along the interstate. But in the meantime, we'll keep looking at that radar imagery of the storm continuing on its way. Still a little bit of an easterly element there to its northeasterly element that it already has. So, I don't know. Be interesting to see if it still follows the National Hurricane Center cone or whether it continues to deviate eastwards like we've been talking about. I'm not seeing much going on Interstate 75 around Naples, although it is windy. And I'm not seeing any other cameras in that area that I can bring up either, sadly.
WPLG 10 local news just tweeted a video of a fire station in Naples in which the floodwaters have gone into the fire station and are about 1/3 of the way up the height of the fire truck.
Yes, I saw that. I saw vision of that, and it's not good. And we have to remind ourselves, especially those that live close to the sea, once the seawater gets into the motor vehicle, the rust will set in. I've seen that firsthand. And the storm surge, well, it's a mixture of the sea and water, but salt, it doesn't do a vehicle any good.
Here's a camera near Venice right now, looking at strong winds here once again still. They are very much under some of the red zones in terms of the radar returns. To be honest, that's probably not the worst place by some distance at this moment in terms of winds. I would say it's probably worse on this stretch of Interstate 75, a little bit further towards the east. You can see where I'm looking on the map. Let's see if we can take a look at this one. And yeah, there it is, really blowing. Really blowing, strong sustained winds there inside the red zones on that radar. That massive bulk of red on the northwestern side, really huge. There's going to be very high rain rates going on in there. And although it's not going to be surge impacts or for this area, at least flooding from surge impacts, there could even still be flooding from rain totals in this region, as well as those extremely strong winds that could cause damage. This is Interstate 75 between Port Charlotte and Venice, an area that's looked like this actually for a good hour or two now. It's been in the reds on the radar collars for that long, so conditions very, very poor Someone's just wondering if it's an overturned truck on the right margin. No, that's just a matrix sign. It does look a little bit like it could be, but no, that is a clear road with no vehicles on there.
Nathan, I've sighted a posting where the water levels in Fort Myers, it continues to rise. I've seen some vision of flooding in residential car parks, and it looks like a new record level by almost 4 feet with high tide pending. So water levels continue to rise in the Fort Myers area, a new record level by almost 4 feet, and I think they're looking at a flood level of 7.51 feet.
That ding means that the bottom bar has been updated, and I can finally show you the new data from the National Hurricane Center, which we already relayed verbally. Oh great, it's done it in the wrong size. That's just fantastic. One of those days, David. I mean, it's part of our cosmetic view, but it's part of our cosmetics, but you know, I mean, we'd like to have that showing the information properly.
And as
I have to do everything here as well, let's not forget, at least graphics wise, so it's difficult whilst broadcasting.
Now, Nathan, on the screen you've got the webcam. What highway is that? And that'll be in the Florida area?
Yeah, once again, this is Interstate 75 between Port Charlotte and Venice, more closer to Venice, underneath some of those red bands on the northwestern side of the storm's eye. Extremely dangerous conditions here, quite clearly, with blowing winds and rains.
And it's clearly visible from what I'm seeing, viewing that webcam on the stream. And I did see one vehicle, but when you look at the wind and the rain, and I heard an earlier comment, I think it was from Tim, about crosswinds, but this is a time to be home. And I was thinking, sitting here listening earlier, the howling winds of a hurricane. I can remember when, and I'm talking locally, Cat 1 cyclonic winds, and I felt like I was in a wind tunnel, and the wind just got stronger and stronger and stronger. And here we are, Category 4, and the wind factor, and I had, it was a tropical storm force winds when Debbie, but it should have been a Category 1. But it's still a dangerous and life-threatening situation.
Radar Eye is having some serious trouble there, as you can see. Really getting squashed from northwest to southeast. So, looks like that's collapsing.
Yes.
The main questions moving forward once again is how quickly will the storm weaken? And I guess the next big question after that is, what will the rain totals end up being? Because we've heard bandied about possibly 30 inches in the northern side of the storm. And if we keep seeing rain rates like that in the red zone, that's certainly a possibility, I would wager.
So, now, would we be able to be shown the GFS model, the rain rates?
We'll be able to do that a little bit later on. For the time being, though, we're really just looking at all of these views that we can offer up whilst the storm is still extremely strong and dangerous.
And there is a special marine warning for the deep sea for the commercial shipping, but
Let's bring on Chris, who has been with us through large parts of this storm, joining us from New Jersey, and perhaps a perspective on how this storm has gone in your eyes and the how it was dealt with locally.
So my whole perspective of this, from my point of view, I think the state, from a local perspective, this was handled perfectly. The local officials of Florida realized early on that this could be a potential to be catastrophic. They were quick with getting the warnings out, be like, listen, this is not something to play with. You want to be stocking up on everything. So that's good on them that they got that out quick. The thing that kind of really did shock me was how quickly this storm intensified overnight. The last thing you know, it's a Cat 3, and then it skyrockets to having 155 mile per hour winds, and also almost being classified as a Category 5. So it's kind of surprising to see that sudden intensification.
Absolutely, and a crazy intensification rate it was earlier. Looks like it just about peaked before landfall, and then it ended up weakening and just started and making landfall gave it a bigger push to weaken, and that's what we're looking at right now. But what about what you must have seen it, the events that have gone on in Fort Myers and Naples, serious surge-related flooding?
Yeah. It's really a thing of hoping that those people in those areas really listen to their evacuation orders and got out on time. I know there are some people in those areas who weren't able to evacuate. I just hope that if they stayed, they prepared their houses well enough to deal with the flood waters that would be coming in. And I think, like I said before, with how quickly the government in Florida got this out, I think by having it out as quickly as they did, it kind of prevented people from being blindsided by something that they didn't know was coming. So it's always good when a local state government is kind of like, okay, like, we got to be quick on this. This isn't something to be like this isn't something not to worry about, because this storm has the capacity to kill people. So it's always good to see that from a perspective of they were quick with getting it handled.
Here's the view on Interstate 75 again, if you've just joined us. Looking at the probably still one of the worst parts of the hurricane on the northwestern side, and a deep sea of red on the radar returns, and you can see just how strong those winds are blowing. This is looking eastwards, and at least I think it's looking eastwards. I'm just trying to figure this out. Yeah, it should be.
And those winds, just looking at the vision, Nathan, it's constant.
Yeah.
It's not letting up.
And the amount of rain that must be inside there as well. But we're seeing very few vehicles. That's obviously good news. I mean, earlier on we did see a few cars and some semi-trucks, interestingly, going over the bridge at Port Charlotte when hurricane winds were occurring, which is not the wisest thing I've ever seen.
No.
Adding on to what Chris said, even though there has been a lot of talk about how the forecast cone shifted north towards the Big Bend and then back south towards Tampa and then eventually to Fort Myers, Port Charlotte area. But even from Advisory 1, pretty much I think I saw that the 105-day forecast from the first advisory was only off by about 32 miles, which is really impressive.
Wow.
In terms of the forecast. And even before then, a lot of the models were showing, I'd say majority were showing a landfall somewhere in central Florida. So definitely, which is really good to see that, because that obviously it translates to having a lot more time to make preparations and plan emergency services and stuff like that for Ian.
Here's what the satellite imagery is showing, and you can still see the eye. It's still shriveling up, but it's giving it a decent go, and another blow-up of convection on the northwestern side. And the visible imagery on the right-hand side, as the day gets a little bit later, you can start to see those shadows getting a little bit longer. But a serious storm impact that happened just a couple of hours ago, and now moving inland. The center of the eye is probably just about 10 miles or 20 miles east now of Port Charlotte, east of Interstate 75 and Route 17, and is heading inland over less dense population areas, but will eventually continue northeastward. Some pretty substantial rains could go on and affect the Orlando area and those regions, and up towards the northeast coast.
So, Nathan, question for you. Has the tornado warnings that were in effect yesterday, have they subsided, or are they still in effect that we know of?
Warnings or watches?
Both.
Well, I'm sure there's still a watch in effect. There was about an hour or two ago when I last checked. I'm just going to have another quick look here.
The watch was issued for, I believe, lots of northeastern Florida and Orlando.
Right.
There are no tornado warnings.
Yeah, there's no warnings right now, but there is a tornado watch for Brevard, Okeechobee, Seminole, Indian River, Orange, St. Lucie, Martin, Osceola, and Volusia counties. And I think and coastal waters just off there as well. Yeah.
Question. Sorry, go ahead.
Just quickly, wind shear. Did it have much of an influence on Ian?
Oh, did it hell? Wind shear didn't do anything for us.
Yeah,
No.
I would say so.
Feel free to join the conversation by starting a message with Force 13 all in text. We're continuing this coverage right the way up until 11 p.m. tonight, and that will probably conclude our full 100% coverage on this storm. We'll still produce updates for the next segment where it strikes South Carolina. Who knows, we might still be there with more coverage, actually. It depends what comes out at the other end regarding this storm. It will still be quite powerful, perhaps, and storm surge warnings already in effect up to South Carolina, I think. There was a question there by Walked Jungle. How strong would Ian be when it passes over Orlando? I have a friend in Orlando, and I think that at that point it could still be a moderate hurricane. So Orlando could possibly get hurricane force gusts, unless the storm deviates westward, where it might get hurricane force sustained winds, but I think it's still going to end up being a bit east, and Orlando will probably avoid the worst winds. But these are the conditions right now on Interstate 75 between Port Charlotte and Venice, which is still blanketed under a large swathe of red zone. I would say that probably the worst locations now, at least from radar returns, just to the northeast of there, maybe along Route 72 and 70E, approaching Arcadia, to the west of there. And there's a pretty nasty band moving in, or pushing northwestwards as well, along Route 64. It must be sparse populations there, I can't see any place names, but west of Wauchula and Zolfo Springs. It looks like a significant band is over Bowling Green right now as well, and Frostproof looks like there's a significant band there too. at least looking at radar indications. But from what we're seeing here, you'll note that when you look further south towards Cape Coral, at least the rain rate is not so high. It's really unbalanced, much more on the northwestern side. I don't know if that's a trick of the radar. That's because it's a Tampa. Let me just check the other perspective from Miami and just make sure that I'm not talking nonsense there. From Miami, anytime now, we'll be able to see that radar.
Nathan.
Yes.
So I actually spoke to my grandmother who lives in Palm Beach.
All right.
She actually had a confirmed tornado touch down a few minutes away from her.
Wow.
She didn't get hit, thank God. She's in a concrete building, so not really much.
Yep. Just to say there, Miami radar showing that conditions not quite as bad on the southeastern side for rain rates and probably winds, but are still fairly bad. And Cape Coral and Naples and Fort Myers are, we know, have been pummeled with surge. Go ahead.
No, it's very shocking to see how there are areas even that aren't even in the direct path of this storm producing tornadoes.
Yeah, well ahead of it.
And on the rain rates, unfortunately, the GFS model only shows up to, the scale maxes out at 1 inch per hour, but there are quite large areas of 1 inch per hour north of the storm center through the next 2 days.
All right, let's take a look at what that GFS model is showing right now then, whilst you're on that subject. And there it is moving forward. This is the latest GFS run, and it is calling for a lot of rain. This is further rain from this point. So look at this, 16, 17, 18, 19 inches of rain east of Sarasota, around the area where that webcam is. Very high amounts. Interestingly, on the south side, not so much. It's only saying a further ½ an inch for Cape Coral. Wow. It's going to be more than that, but that's what the GFS is saying there. Bartow, 15 inches. Orlando then, 26 there. And look further north from west, 28, 27. Daytona Beach in the 20s as well, just south of there, 23 to 25. Extremely high amounts of rain in those areas. Then up towards Jacksonville, still 5 inches maybe there. St. Augustine, 10 inches. And looking up to Savannah, Georgia, 6 inches. Charleston, around 4. And around the Beaufort area, 5 or 6 inches as well. Hilton Head Island, 6 to 7 inches. So lots more rain up there as well. So GFS has a lot of rain up its sleeve. That's actually an old run though. That was from 6C, so I would have liked to have seen the 12Z run if I could, but... Oh, hold on, it is showing it. Right, here we go. So this is the 12Z run. It actually doesn't look much different. It's actually saying slightly more, 20 inches near Sarasota. Cape Coral, 1 inch. Orlando, 24. And maximums near there, 28 between Orlando and Daytona Beach, which is a 23, 24. So very similar amounts in that new model run. Really crazy numbers that we could be seeing over the next day or two.
Interestingly, most rain in the Carolinas is actually going to be in western North Carolina, it looks like, according to GFS, looking about 8, 9, maybe 10 inches.
Yeah. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you want to converse with us through the chat on YouTube. We hope we're doing a decent job of coverage today, and the phoning continues on our Discord server. Let's see if we can invite someone else in here that we haven't spoken to before. Noah, you're up next. If we can get hold of you, you're on the air.
So
I would just like to know. I live in Camden, SC, and I was just wondering if the winds when Hurricane Ian makes landfall will be Category 1 hurricane, or what will the intensity be when they make landfall on South Carolina and Atlantic coast?
Yeah, big question for that zone right now as to how strong those winds will be at landfall. We can't really say, really, fully. It looks to me as though this storm is already starting to weaken quite a bit. So fingers crossed it will lose hurricane status and it will be a tropical storm for South Carolina, but I just don't think you can trust this thing one bit. And you know, are you near the coast?
No, I live pretty far inland northeast of Columbia. I'm not near the coast.
Right, so yeah,
Yep.
so at least there's no storm surge issue, and I imagine that rain isn't going to be particularly bad in your area. And by the time it moves inland, it will have weakened quite a bit, so at least for you, the answer's quite easy. It shouldn't be too much of a concern, although possibly localized flooding.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Noah.
3, maybe 4 inches.
3 to 4 inches. Let's get Tyler back on here. Wants to join back. May as well be permanent if you want. Have you got any information for us? Nope, he's stuck on mute there. Well, whilst we wait for that, let's just keep showing you. Oh, there's a car going by there. People taking the time in those extremely strong winds in this area. A very dangerous route right now, Interstate 75 through this zone. There's a tank truck moving right past there. Wouldn't like to see that one overturn. And really rocking again to those winds. There's very few cameras that are still operating, unfortunately. The only ones we can really get hold of are the ones on this interstate. Local cameras in Venice and in Sarasota, none of them are working. Webcams that we had earlier today in Naples and in Cape Coral and in Fort Myers and on Sanibel Island and on Boca Grande and at Port Charlotte and Englewood all went out throughout the course of this hurricane's approach. Most noticeably and most possibly famously earlier on in our stream, a camera that was in the thick of it on Sanibel Island with the storm surge, which was really running up against it, and Category 4 force winds for the island that you could see on the camera until the poor thing started to sink into the water after whatever it was standing on was being pushed over, and it ended up in the waves, and it was still transmitting video after it was in the waves for a few seconds before it finally gave up. So I want a camera like that. If anyone knows what it was, then goodness me, that was a tough camera.
Possibly some slightly good news. According to @Eric Fisher on Twitter, he's tweeted a picture of the observed water levels in Fort Myers up the Caloosahatchee, hope I'm pronouncing that right, river, and it looks like the storm surge may be peaking now.
Oh.
Around 6 feet, just over 6 feet.
6 feet. Now that doesn't sound like a lot, but it must have been to have the issues that we were seeing.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of that area is low-lying, and also I believe this one might be a bit further up. So
Yeah.
may not receive the brunt of the storm surge like the barrier islands or Port Charlotte necessarily.
Zach says, any idea what the conditions might be on Sanibel now? Well, if we look back at the radar, you'll see that the winds and possibly the surge are still blowing in. although not at the same angle that it was earlier. So I would say that surge is probably peaking there as well right now. They're not. It doesn't look too bad considering what they had earlier. I would imagine that give it maybe a couple of well, maybe a little bit longer than that. Wouldn't want to be too optimistic. Maybe 3 or 4 hours, and they will probably be in the clear. Hopefully. We're continuing to track the centre of the storm right now. It's quite clear to see where it is. Pretty obvious where the centre of the storm is. It's somewhere around this hole here. Well to the east of Port Charlotte. Let me just figure out what kind of terrain we've got over that area. Well, not terrain, but just what kind of populations we might be dealing with. That's right near... It's on the border of DeSoto and Charlotte. Very close to nothing much, actually.
I was going to say terrain. Well, I can give you an easy answer.
Well, yeah, none. And eventually, yeah, the eye of the storm is really not going to be passing over anything anytime soon. If it goes more northeasterly, it will get very close to Sebring, and then I reckon it will pass quite clear of Orlando and Kissimmee, and I think it could end up possibly re-emerging over the water near Cape Canaveral or towards New Smyrna Beach.
Yeah, definitely not much of a population in Central Florida, south of Orlando and Kissimmee.
I have a question for you.
Yeah.
So I have been hearing that this storm has the possibility of being bumped up to a Category 5. Like, there's been posts from, like, National Weather Service and stuff, at least that I've seen.
Yeah.
That Ian with the wind speeds was just shy of a Category 5 status.
It was. It was just shy.
Thank God it didn't go Category 5. Do we all realize how bad that would have been if it had gone Category 5 and hit where it's supposed to hit?
I think a 5
low
mile
end
per hour
Cat 5
wouldn't make that much on the ground. Oh, it's a fun debate topic in post-analysis whether it was a Category 5 or not, but really a 5 mile per hour difference, an 155 mile per hour wind or 160 mile per hour wind, it's still going to blow your house down.
I'm neutral at this point. I've not been able to analyze, the whole thing, because obviously I've been here. But from what I've been looking at in real time, I still slightly inclined to think that it wasn't. But I'm yet to review any of that data from Recon or whatever it was. It was mainly Recon that was possibly in support of Category 5. But we'll have to see, and NHC will make any changes they see fit in their post-season analysis of the storm as well. But because it's made landfall, the storm still doesn't mean that this storm is not over. When you take a look at the forecast cone, they still think it will be a hurricane tonight in the early hours, and weaken to a tropical storm only by tomorrow afternoon, and moving out over the water again and maintaining possibly high-end tropical storm status on Friday, moving into the southern part of South Carolina on Friday afternoon. Could still become a hurricane again when it moves over there, knowing Ian, possibly. And if it continues to deviate eastwards, who knows, that might give it just that little bit more time over water. We know it's been a bugger for doing that so far, constantly deviating a little bit east of the forecast. And I can tell you right now, when we saw that radar just then, it definitely is deviating east again. Look at this already. When you look towards where the center of the eye is, and I put it around here.
I'll take a look too.
That is quite some distance already from the cone. If we were to extrapolate that out, assuming it will eventually curve probably a track like that. And where does that take it exactly? Over one of those lakes, don't know that lake, and I would say possibly over Titusville and then out over the water a little bit further east of the NHC cone. Could make a difference as to whether it becomes a hurricane or not again after it moves over water, or even if it loses hurricane status at all, which it may not. But as of the time being, this is how it's looking. Still a moderate or mid-range Category 4. National Hurricane Center will be updating us shortly.
Definitely, if it stays a bit more, if it continues this eastward trend, it's definitely going to get into the Atlantic Ocean a little bit earlier than it would if it it stayed on its current predicted track or were to deviate westward. And additionally, I think deviating eastward is worse as well, because that means that area of high rain rates and high rainfall totals are going to be more towards the Orlando metro area.
All right, the floor's open for any of our other participants here in our call to have their say. Just wonder if maybe Smitty, you might want to say something about what we've seen from tornadoes so far, and one person earlier wanted to know how many we've had so far.
I can take a look at that now. Let me look at the tornado reports. If I can recall just off the top of my head, we've had a few CC drops. I know the actual report system only says 1 tornado, but I've seen at least 4 tornadic debris signatures on radar from separate storms. And that might change as time goes on, obviously, because the tornado threat is definitely not over. But it's not as prevalent as the SPC thought it would be at this time. Probably because these cells in the northeastern quadrant are struggling to root or get any sort of rotation, and any new cells are just forming over the ocean. But in terms of tornado threat now, we're mainly going to be concerned with a North Carolina tornado and South Carolina tornado threat, because if we look at a model like the GFS, we can see there's going to be plenty of low-level shear. There's going to be a low-level jet in place, pretty strong one, about 73 knots. And if I look at instability here, if it wouldn't glitch out on me, let's take a look. Yeah, there'll definitely be some instability in place, which was uncertain, but the hurricane's going to bring some instability onto the shore, so we could see some coastal tornadoes.
I actually thought it was a very big coincidence when you started talking about tornadoes, because my severe weather warning page updated for the first time in an hour and a half, and I thought there was one just issued, but it's actually just a flash flood warning for several areas in Florida have been extended to Harvey County, DeSoto County, Southern Highlands County, Charlotte County, Northern Lee County, Eastern Manatee County, and Sarasota County, all in various areas of West and Central.
Yep, flooding is obviously going to be a major thing to look at. Rose says there's a possible mesovortex going over Punta Gorda as the conditions have suddenly snapped and are producing massive gusts and whiteout conditions.
Actually, I'm sorry to interrupt. The 6 p.m. Update is out from the National Hurricane Center. It is down to 130 miles per hour, minimum pressure at 951.
So still a Cat 3, right?
No, still a Category 4, yeah.
Just barely low end.
Oh, what? Really?
Yep.
Yes, 130 miles
wow.
per hour. That's still showing the 5 p.m. I want the 6 p.m. Please, thank you. A University of Florida coastal monitoring program wind tower recently reported a minimum pressure of 953 millibars, 953, near the center of Ian's eye. NOAA Seaman Station at Venice Beach measured sustained winds of 77 miles per hour, that's 77, with a gust of 104 miles per hour in the northern eye wall within the last hour. It's currently located at 27.0 degrees north, 81.9 degrees west, about 15 miles east-northeast of Punta Gorda, and about 110 miles south-southwest of Orlando, Florida.
Yep, lots of flash flood warnings starting to appear now as well along that coastal area that we were talking about, including this location actually that we're looking at on the camera, Interstate 75 here between Port Charlotte and Venice, one of many locations that are now under flash flood warnings. This is Force 13's live continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian, which made landfall earlier at about, was it, what time was it in the end? 3:05.
So that's about just almost 3 hours ago now. That was its original landfall in Cayo Costa. Its second landfall, which I forget, near Pirate Harbor, I think it was, was at 4:35, so it was about an hour and 20 minutes ago.
And now well inland with winds still of 130 miles per hour sustained and higher gusts, and a pressure at that update 951. Moving north-northeast or 20 degrees at 8 miles per hour, so that's gone down a little bit more. So still moving at 8 miles per hour north-northeast. The eye of the storm is over much more rural areas now to the northeast of Port Charlotte. The next major settlement that it will come across anytime soon is probably Sebring. Although if it continues that northeastward movement, it might go a little bit wide of there.
Nathan?
Go ahead.
National Weather Service, Charleston, South Carolina, update on Ian impacts from the 5 p.m. advisory. Combination of heavy rain, storm surge inundation expected to produce significant flooding across the area Friday, especially along the coast. So the National Weather Service has put out a couple of graphics re the local area, and right up to Charleston, potential for major flooding, right up to north of Charleston, inland to Allendale, Savannah, Statesboro, Reedsville, Hinesville, and I think it's Darien.
Right. This is Force 13's live phone-in. Let's see if we can talk to Gizmo, who is one of our fairly regular participants. Hello.
Hi, I have a question.
Go ahead.
But obviously the National Hurricane Center's forecast going past Florida shows it hitting South Carolina, North Carolina, that area. And there's a hurricane watching force. Do you think Ian has the potential to reform into a hurricane as it enters the gap of the Atlantic between Florida and South Carolina?
I'm desperate for the storm to weaken as much as possible right now because I'm a little worried that it might still emerge off the Florida coast as a hurricane and then it probably won't weaken again, so that would be a hurricane landfall. Whether it could strengthen back into one is going to be a close matter, I guess. It will be quite disorganized and very large, and it will struggle to re-intensify possibly, but we'll have to see.
No possibility.
There is.
And wasn't, sorry, just quickly, wasn't there some models indicating that over the last 2-3 days that it could?
Yep, mainly the icon.
Yeah, the icon had it all the way back to a Category 2, I think, when it strikes South Carolina.
Yeah. The main obstacle actually for when it emerges back over into the Atlantic is actually going to be wind shear. Is going to kind of hopefully cap whatever intensity it gets to in the Atlantic. Hopefully keep it from intensifying too much. Although there is a favorable trough interaction that could also counteract the shear, so it's definitely difficult to forecast. the National Hurricane Center in particular has it maintaining intensity.
Alfiria, you're on the air.
Hello, yes. Of course, I am in the forecast path for what this thing does afterwards. Athens is in that cone, though it's probably going to be extratropical at that point. So I can just regurgitate what I've seen. NWS Atlanta has been speaking about this storm because they've been closely monitoring this since before it even got into the Gulf. So let's just talk more general impacts to what was expected. So let's just say hypothetically here this thing goes out to the sea, right?
Yeah.
In a perfect world, this just goes out to sea and it doesn't make landfall, right? What NWS Atlanta, or someone who works for NWS Atlanta, has stated is that we have a very strong pressure gradient with this, and there's also another area of low pressure to the northwest of Ian. What that's going to create is, this will be not associated with Ian, is very strong wind gusts for parts of Georgia and the Carolinas. That is one of the biggest threats going in from Thursday into Sunday, is wind gusts anywhere from 35 to 55 miles per hour, not associated with any thunderstorms. That is the big concern here. And so the big issue that we're mainly looking at right now is prolonged power outages. But even then, let's just talk about more model stuff. Last night, the GFS and the Euro wanted this thing to make landfall in Georgia. Keep in mind, Georgia hasn't had a landfalling hurricane since David of 79, and a landfalling tropical cyclone or landfalling tropical storm since I think the 90s. So it has been a very long time. What I'm really concerned about with this right now is, of course, what's happening in Florida is whether or not, and what's really going to determine this is whether or not it keeps a somewhat organized structure with this. Because I can guarantee you by the time this makes it around the latitude around where I live, this thing is going to become extratropical. It's going to be absorbed into a cold front that's coming through in the next couple days. But one of the major concerns, yet again, is it going to keep a confined structure to it as it crosses over the Florida Peninsula? Right now, and one of the things that kind of makes it so I don't think it's really what's going to really prevent that is that we've had all of the rainfall associated with this is on the western front of this storm. It's not on the eastern front.
That's it.
That's one of the big key observations I made early on was, hey, all of this heavy rainfall's on the western side of this. That's why we didn't see the high risk for excessive rainfall yesterday, because all of that rain is on the eastern side. What that means is that once this thing makes it inland, that's when all of the excessive flash flooding that the NWS has been really, really making the statement home of, you need to take this seriously with the flooding. That's happening now. I haven't looked at it. I've been busy with college, but that was one of the main things that I noted was all of the rain associated with this, all the heavy rain, all of the flooding potential was on the west side of the storm. That is a good thing. It's not, I should rephrase how I say that. It's better that this is on the western side where this, it's after it's made landfall, it's going to be weakening anyway, compared to what it was earlier, which was, because typically with this, you kind of have it the other way around, right? Where you have a very strong northeastern quadrant, but this thing's northeastern quadrant wasn't very strong. But you had a very strong western half.
That's still the case right now. Northwestern, looks to be the strongest.
Yeah, and the northwestern quadrant is the last one to collapse after it becomes post-tropical. So there's really two cases going forward here, is that due to the lack of rain that has fallen on the western side, or on the eastern side of this, brown ocean effect is probably not going to happen with this. If it does, it's going to be very minimal. I am expecting this thing to, I'm not expecting this thing to rapidly weaken, but these things really don't like being out to sea. When is this expected to reemerge out of Florida? Tomorrow?
Oh, let's have another look back at the NHC cone, and it's going to be Thursday afternoon, so just less than 24 hours.
Less than 24 hours?
Yep.
All right, so really, all things considered, there is a slim chance this thing makes its back out into the Atlantic as a minimal Category 1, but it's probably going to be a mid-range to high-end tropical storm. I think that's what the NHC is going with.
Yes.
So, what's going to prevent it from intensifying there, if it does, it's probably not going to be much, is that trough that's coming in and steering this thing where it wants to go. Now, of course, there's that cold front coming in behind it that's going to absorb this. And so if you are in the Carolinas and if you're on the Georgia coastline, you do need to be concerned about this, but please keep in mind this is not what you're going to be seeing in Florida. You are not going to see what the coast of Florida has seen today. I mean, today I didn't have Reed Timmer breaking into someone's house because he was about to die on my Hurricane Ian bingo card today, but that happened.
What?
Okay, so he was in one of the islands in Florida, and the Dominator got stuck, and he had to jump over into someone's backyard and get into the house in order to survive, essentially.
Right.
Definitely very dangerous work. Storm chasers and weather reporters in the storm do.
Yeah, and one of the main things that people in the Carolinas and everywhere else need to keep away is that I have seen some concerns, and this is what I've seen from people in, rural Georgia, in northeast Georgia, is that they're concerned about this being a repeat of Irma. And keep in mind, Irma was the worst tropical cyclone for northeast Georgia, I think, since records have been kept. This is not going to be anything like Irma. This thing is most likely going to bring some gusty winds. There's going to be some heavy rain with this. But you aren't going to see the near 12 hours of tropical storm force winds here. That's going to be kept for coastal parts of Georgia and the Carolinas. Savannah really needs to keep an eye out on this if this thing decides to make it. Because like I said, the Euro and GFS wanted this thing making landfall just south of the border. If it does that, we're going to have the storm surge go directly into Savannah. And that's going to be something that nobody wants to deal with.
Yeah.
And so going into what is going to happen, and of course I've been keeping an eye on what NWS Atlanta has been saying, which is expect local areas of heavy rain associated with this as it moves through going into Thursday. The worst day of this is probably going to be on Friday. The worst of it's going to be on Friday. But at that point, we're going to be starting to see this thing start to fall apart, especially because it's going to be going, this is mostly marshland that this is going to be going through right now. Once it gets to coastal Georgia, South Carolina, it's going to be encountering the Appalachian Mountains pretty quickly. And so the main takeaway is that what I have seen today was horrifying, because I don't think any of the models were really hinting at what we saw, because I saw a lot of comparisons to Charlie. This
Too
is
many,
Charlie,
I think.
Yeah, this is worse than Charlie, and I think we already know that based on landfall intensity. 155, and there's a slim chance that they may, do the same thing they did with Michael. But of course, that difference of 5 miles per hour doesn't really mean much whenever most of the storm surge is when the damage we're seeing here and what's going to be the primary cause of loss of life is going to be the catastrophic flooding. We're going to be seeing nearly record-breaking flooding in portions of Florida, especially in central Florida, going into, Friday. And then the second issue of storm surge, which I got very concerned with its landfall location, because you know exactly what it reminded me of, geographically speaking, what Haiyan did to Tacloban.
Yeah.
And I know that those are two very different things, but you're seeing the bay waters, and this is what we heard earlier today, which was that the waters in the bays around Fort Myers were being pulled back out to sea earlier this morning. And now they're being pushed back in.
And people were out in Tampa Bay area. Nathan, National Weather Service Weather Prediction Center about 4 hours ago put out experimental excessive rainfall outlook,
Right.
showing the slight and moderate risk over the southern Appalachians and the mid-Atlantic, and just picking up on our fears, I think I might The moderate 4-day excessive rainfall outlook, Charlotte, Roanoke, Knoxville, and then the slide is Charleston, Washington, Richmond, Elizabeth City, Raleigh. So, South Carolina people, you've got to be prepared.
Look at this camera right now near Punta Gorda. Incredible winds and rainfall right there by the looks of things. You can barely see a thing. This is live right now. Thank you for your support earlier, Amanda Newsom. We appreciate it. And let's see if there's any more comments in the text in the chat. I don't think there is at the moment. But start your message with Force 13 all in text.
Would just like to comment on the power outage situation throughout Florida. According to the BBC and poweroutages.us, there is now 1.3 to 1.4 million people without power throughout Florida, and the entire county of Charlotte is now without power. Areas around it also seeing above 85% of the population without power.
Nathan, what's that camera that you're showing?
Yep, this is on Interstate 75. I think it's looking north at Punta Gorda, just before the
So
bridge.
that's the same one that we've been viewing.
No, not the one we were just looking at. This is another one that we were looking at much earlier on.
One.
I'm just going to go away from the desk here for a few moments, so I'll just leave this running and you guys can have a little discussion here.
Open mic.
I know somebody earlier asked about emergency response and when emergency responders were going to arrive in Florida after the storm. A tweet from the Tampa Bay Times has reported that crews of St. Petersburg Police and St. Petersburg Fire and City employees will be out there at first daybreak tomorrow morning. And so I'd imagine that also translate down into the Fort Myers, Port Charlotte area as well. And so they are going to try to get there as soon as they can.
Just to comment on that as well. According to the governor, Ron DeSantis, he said that 7,000 National Guard troops, 250 aircrafts, 1,600 high water vehicles, and 300 boats have been mobilized to start rescue operations as soon as the immediate danger of the storm passes the state. And that was during a conference in Tallahassee.
HRRR AT&Z has been out for a while. I'm just going to take a look at that.
I do know that they did mobilize the National Guard as early as last week, if I remember correctly. And, as much as I really do say that it was a bit much issuing a state of emergency for the entire state of Florida and the entire state of Georgia, and I think Kemp has receded the states of emergency with the exception of, I think, the coastal counties and portions of the Georgia-South Carolina border. It really does tell you the seriousness of the situation. We haven't seen... The last time this area has seen a major hurricane was Charlie. And, we're looking at a very, very dangerous storm that has been... I've been tuning in throughout the day looking at coverage that's been coming out. It has been horrifying seeing what's happening there. And what worries me most is that there were a ton, and I mean, because, I know people here recognize me from the weather documentaries I do, and, I have decent contacts here with some people who do storm chasing. One of the biggest concerns I have seen from people who are, just randomly contacting me is there's a lot of amateur storm chasers going down that went down to Florida for this. That is my biggest concern right now. Is that, and we already saw what happened to Reed earlier today. The Dominator is basically totaled right now. It has been a very, very tense. It has been very very horrifying to know that there are, and I've talked to some other storm chasers, and they said they're glad they didn't go to Florida for this. And I'm glad they didn't go to Florida because that would have put them in harm's way.
The power outage situation just continues to get worse. It's just updated now. 1.5 million people throughout Florida out, and along with Charlotte County now having no power, it's joined by Lee County, which is just to the south of it, DeSoto County, which is just to the north of it, and to the northwest of it, Sarasota County, also without electricity, and that was updated 5 minutes ago.
Now, you saw the camera we had there a moment ago, it went down, so clearly the conditions are very poor there, as you saw. A lot of the Interstate 75 cameras are actually down as well, further to the south that we were looking at earlier on in the stream. So lots of cameras going down even on the main freeways. Still looking to see if there's any others that we can show you around maybe the Fort Myers area, but so far it's not been very fruitful. In fact, there is a video we can show you from Fort Myers right now, so we'll leave you with this at the moment. And this is looking south, I think. Oh no, north, looking across the main bridge there at Fort Myers.
Hey Foy, can you pull up Peanut?
Oh, yes, there are two people who want to join here who were on our previous streams. Welcome back to Peanut and to Chris.
Hello.
Go ahead.
Hello.
Alright. So, to kind of add on to what the other guy in here was saying about the whole National Guard being mobilized, I think it was a good thing that they kind of mobilized them, prepared them early, because God forbid this thing had actually reached Category 5 status, and they didn't have them mobilized. Trying to get the National Guard mobilized in the middle of a hurricane is a pain and a half.
Well,
so
you
I'm
have to
kind of
remember
really
the
glad
wind
they were
speed
mobilized
distinction
early.
isn't that bad. Like, it's not like 5 mile an hour difference isn't the biggest thing, so it's still catastrophic, even if it's a high in Cat 4 or low in Cat 5.
The only difference it would have is it would scare the hell out of people, it being Category 5.
Yeah, it's just...
Again,
yeah.
We
We
should,
also-
should scare the hell out of you right now.
We also
if
had
it
a
does
very...
scare people
I'm
being
sorry.
Category 5, then surely it would be better because more people would be warned about it, because Category 5 hurricane impact in Florida gets a lot more people interested than Category 4 hurricane impact Florida, despite, as you said, not
Yeah,
being
unfortunately.
as important.
That is an unfortunate thing and a train of thought that I wish stopped happening, but you know.
It's
this
going to
happens
take
many
generations.
Yeah.
As long as Florida exists, this is always going to happen.
Wow.
So
this has a chance of happening.
I got to take this question though. Amanda, thank you for commenting earlier, and we really appreciate your support. What's the likelihood of finding people who drown inside their homes from surge in Charlotte Harbor? This surge is expected to be higher than Charlie. My kids are there, she says. No word from them for several hours now. Well, I wouldn't go straight to thinking the worst, because communications are likely to be out there for some time. But I guess, guys, who wants to take that question?
I can take that.
I
would just like to comment about because obviously the county of Charlotte, there is no electricity there. The entire county is without electricity, so that's probably why there hasn't been any communication.
So Nathan, what was the question again?
I mean, it is a possibility that people could be caught in their homes in storm surge and succumb to the conditions. And their question was the likelihood of finding those people.
I think so here is the way that I want to state this up front, is that it is, despite the worst that we are seeing right now, it is always best to have an optimistic view on this, right? But you don't want to be so optimistic that you end up being unrealistic. The realistic chance is that it's more than zero. It is definitely a possibility. We have seen instances to where, and it may not even be due to surge, it may just be due to inland flooding, where people's basements get flooded and then it goes up. We've already started seeing videos. I've already started seeing videos come off of Twitter of people's houses being flooded already.
Didn't that happen during Ida last year in New Jersey?
Well, this happens with just about every single tropical cyclone, really. That has a high rainfall amount with it. And so it isn't zero, but I also want to stress the other points here, right? Power is going to be out here for months, or at least a month, I'd say. Couple weeks, at the least. We are going, and that's going to be the case throughout all of Central Florida, because we are going to continue to see the power and communication situation get worse, because even if the winds of this thing weaken, you're still going to start seeing power lines kind of be submerged not power lines submerged underwater, but you're going to start seeing them kind of, power's going to be out for a lot of these areas due to inland flooding. Through Central Florida, going into portions of Northeast Florida. We are going to see the power situation get worse, even in areas that didn't receive the direct impact landfall and the worst of the winds. I want to put in your mind is that most likely, and this is just me generally speaking here, is that the worst thing you can do when your family's been impacted by a natural disaster is to panic. That is the last thing you want to do.
Panicking makes the situation worse.
It makes the situation worse, not only on you, but everyone else you know? It's going to make them wonder what just happened. And I really want to stress the fact that while that chance of this happening is not zero, and it may even be likely in some cases, you want to think of, okay, I can't jump to conclusions yet, because this just made landfall. Rescue operations aren't really going to start. I don't even think rescue operations are going to start until about Friday.
I can add on to that if you would like. So with the context that I have down in Florida, he's right. Like, everybody I've talked to within the impact zone, within Tampa, the places that have gotten hit the hardest, they're not going out until Friday. They're waiting for this storm to move on before they even think about going out. Because they're not going to, I don't want to say they're not going to put their lives at risk. They're not going to try to, it's not the fact that they don't want to, but you guys know what I'm saying. Like, they're not going to risk their apparatus that they could use to save people going out in the middle of a high cat 4, low cat 5.
Yeah. Like, obviously, I also imagine while they would probably want to be out there saving lives right now,
they can't.
They can't, and also it's better for them
it's just
to
a bad
do it
decision.
it's better for them to start rescue operations when they know that, for example, they're gonna know that by Friday there's not a chance that a wind gust from that system could completely strand them outside of their fire station where they can't get help. So while it does seem a bit counterintuitive, they should start rescue operations straight away. At the same time, it's worse if they start now because it puts them at danger, and if it puts them at danger, they can't do their job of actually rescuing people, and could actually put those people who are there trying to rescue in more danger by trying to rescue them in the middle of this hurricane.
I just got 2 notifications from. Do you?
Yeah. I just wanted to kind of give everybody just a general heads up. Please, for all that is holy, if you live in an area where it's being impacted by a hurricane, please don't go out and go on Twitch and live stream being out in it. Because believe me, there's people on
What is
Twitch.
going on
who-
Twitch?
Tifu, who lives in Florida, who lives in Clearwater, is out driving around in Ian in his car.
Is that one streamer?
Well,
Tifu plays Fortnite. Yes.
Oh.
So so here's what I'm not a staff in this server, but the best way to deal with stuff like that happening, especially here, from when I was a contributor, is to just not talk about it. Don't give them the attention.
It's true.
Yes, please drop that subject.
Nathan,
Yeah.
looking at that vision,
Yeah.
that's the worst I've seen.
Possibly.
And it is constant.
This is
It's the
just
worst
north of.
I've ever seen.
This is just north of Port Charlotte on Interstate 75. It's on the western side of the eye. I would say it's probably not even in the. Well, it certainly can't be in the main eye wall anymore. But yet we're still seeing these terrible conditions at this location. One of the few cameras that are still up and running. We're seeing gradual. From what I'm seeing on Interstate 75. We're seeing gradual build-up of water on the embankments of the road, but we're not really seeing any significant flooding occurring actually on the road. But you look at these conditions, extremely treacherous. Don't go out in it. You're asking to have an accident.
Yeah, I just tuned back into the tabbed back onto the YouTube stream, and that is really coming down onto Interstate 75 there.
Can I mention something?
Nathan.
Yeah.
Can you check DMs real quick?
Can I mention something I just got through IEM bot?
I've been trying to say this for a while now.
Oh.
I just want to show it to the stream. Peanut, just quickly say what's going on with the IEM bot.
Okay, from the. Okay. At 6:22 p.m., a wind gust of 140 miles per hour, 3 miles southeast of Cape Coral, at 5:20 p.m. That has just been confirmed, and the Tampa Bay Area National Weather Service has just issued a public information statement. And do you want me to? Am I able to read that, or do you want to say what you guys say first?
Can I just put my thing up? I'll be waiting for a bit.
Right, what are we doing here?
All right, so I've sent you a screen grab from the 18Z Her run.
Yes.
So I know it's not a model. I'd like you to display it on stream real quick so I can just point out a few things.
It's there.
All right, awesome. So I know this model isn't designed for tropical systems. However, it is pretty decent at picking up on tropical tornado risk. And as you can see, even though it has a supercell bias, it's going a bit nuts with the supercellular threat in the outer bands. So, you can literally see there, point out how many beams you see there. I mean, not all of them will be realized, of course, because supercell bias, but you can see that's just a general threat there.
And when you
That's
have a
just what I
storm
wanted
that
to
has
point out.
the history that this storm has had already, then that wouldn't be putting it beyond the pale to suggest that it's going to have a big potentially a tornado outbreak during its final landfall.
Yeah.
Do you mind if I could correct you on that real quick? Because NWS Atlanta said the exact opposite. So this is what I'm going on with, because I do think that yes, there is a threat for tornadoes, but here is where things get tricky. And this is where I'm going to compare it to Irma, right?
Is this just for Georgia, or is this for somewhere else?
This is for all areas right now.
Oh, okay. Because I wasn't talking about Georgia.
There is, if you were to look at the temperatures both in North Georgia going into South Georgia, that the temperatures are beautiful. It's a beautiful day outside because there isn't a hurricane right over your head. We have these cooler temperatures in place right now. That's going to limit most tornado potential going into its second landfall. Because these are expected to stay, and there's a cold front that's going to come through with this, if I remember correctly. I'll pull up the surface analysis map and see what's going on there. But yeah, currently right now,
setup.
Right now, so this is not sure exactly who I would send the surface map to. I guess I would send it to Nathan.
Or you can post it in our call chat here.
So this is what it is right now. We just had this cold front that moved through, right? There's a warm front to the north of this, but that warm front does not include coastal parts of Georgia and South Carolina. All things considered, there is a tornado threat, especially for the rest of today, going into tomorrow. But I think when this thing makes landfall Friday into Saturday, the tornado potential is probably not going to be that big. Do I think an outer band issue is going to be an issue? Yes, but the problem is that unlike before when we had it in southern Florida where the temperatures were supporting a tornado event, you're not going to be seeing that in North Georgia. You're not going to be seeing that in North South Carolina. You're not going to be seeing that in North Carolina. Because we have these nice fall temperatures in place right here that's going to try and limit tornado potential. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that there won't be any. Far from it. But what it means is that the chances of supercellular, stuff from the outer bands, that's most likely not going to happen. If it does, it's probably going to be isolated. But of course, the best people to look for that information from is going to be the SPC.
Speaking on Carolina's impacts, I've been waiting for a while, but the accumulated precipitation GFS run for AT&Z has finally gotten through the entirety of Ian, and it seems like the highest rainfall totals in the Carolinas have actually shifted eastward a bit, especially for South Carolina, as it looks like the highest rain totals it's projecting are about 6 to 7 inches around Dorchester County, which is in just west of Charleston.
That does sound like a shift east. Still around the same peak amounts though in those areas, but a shift.
Looking at about same peak amounts, and then also up northwards of that, up towards Columbia, still showing about 5 inches.
About that tornado thing, yeah, I don't know if the temps are going to matter too much because the instability just keeps uptrending every run. I don't know if the...
That's what I'm thinking about. Instability.
I mean, I can tell you what SPC has right now.
Yeah, but that's still a couple of days out, so they're obviously not.
They have a marginal.
They have a marginal risk, and it's just for the coastline. So,
yeah, I never said this would be inland. The maps are all showing coastal threat.
I just saw a span tweet from 2 hours ago of that surge in Fort Myers Beach.
Nathan, back to Ian and its future. How soon could it be off the coast? On the coast? Sorry, the water near Lady.
Yeah, we're talking early tomorrow afternoon, Eastern time. So, about 21 hours, maybe a little less. Which is plenty of time for the storm to weaken. Just how far will it go? Will it still be a hurricane when it reaches the eastern coast? Big question marks there. We're still looking at the view along Interstate 75, and this is just north of Port Charlotte on the other side of the bridge, and looking still extremely dangerous in terms of the conditions here. I've moved the radar source to Palm Bay area because that's ahead of the storm, so the southwestern quadrant, it might not be showing up as well as it might, and that's where this camera is. Northwestern quadrant is still showing up nicely on that radar with extremely deep reds. And I'd imagine this area is still at least in the orange, but looking at that, probably reds as well. Extremely heavy rain, very strong sustained winds still occurring at this location, dragging along the road there. Thankfully not many, in fact I don't think I've seen any vehicles in this section during this bout of extremely dangerous conditions. There's very few webcams left that we can look at, so I'm not sure where we're going to go to next after this, but this is the worst we've seen, that I've seen currently active out of any of the still active webcams right now.
I do think they closed. Local officials did close most of the roads
they
at this
closed
point.
it?
If they haven't, if I had to guess, they typically do this. You know, we've seen this happen before, where like major areas that are susceptible to flooding, they have their roads closed before the storm comes in. You know, that marking kind of the end of when you can evacuate.
Can I give an update on power outages?
Sorry, I have seen some cars on the road, but who knows? Yeah, go ahead. The power outages.
So far, this was. Sorry, looking mouse. 7 minutes ago.
By the way, when you're done with that, I'm going to read out a precipitation discussion just came out.
Okay.
Sure.
That's fine. As everyone expected, it's around the same area. So I'll go through the main ones that are suffering from power outages. Collier County, with just over 70% of its power out. Hendry County, nearly 50%. Going north up towards Glades County with just under 50%. Highlands County, that's 25%. However, that has been increasing quite a lot through the updates. Then up to Polk County, which is just over 10%. And that's just at the closest east where you have sufficient power outages. Moving towards where the system made landfall, you have Pinellas County with 26%. Then Hillsborough County is actually doing quite well considering where it is. That's only at 5% power outages. And then moving south, obviously, Manatee County with just over 50% of its power out. Hardee County with 65%. Sarasota County with nearly 100%. DeSanto County at 100%. Then Charlotte County at 100%. And Lee County at 98%. So obviously the areas further east are starting to see power outage effects from the system, such as Polk County and Lee County. They're starting to see their power outages rise. Areas closer to landfall, most of the counties at where it's landfalled are just all totally without power. However, for I will say where Hillsborough County is, they have done a great job at preventing power outages, despite being surrounded by areas that have at least over 25% power outages.
I know somebody else said they wanted to go next about precipitation amounts, but I just have a small bit of breaking news. According to from his website, Governor Youngkin of Virginia has declared a state of emergency.
I'm gonna read out the precipitation discussion now, if it's okay.
I don't think there are any objections to it.
Okay. Areas affected: Central Florida. Concerning heavy rainfall, flash flooding likely. Valid today from 2236Z to tomorrow morning 0400Z. Summary: widespread major flooding is likely to make weather headlines this evening as extremely heavy rainfall associated with Hurricane Ian moves inland across Central Florida. As of 22Z or 6 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time, the eye wall of extremely dangerous Hurricane Ian has moved onshore across coastal southwest Florida, the center generally moving between northeast and north-northeast at only 10 miles per hour. Extremely heavy rains associated with the northern and western eye wall will continue moving farther inland across the central Florida peninsula through the remainder of the evening hours, with Manatee, Sarasota, DeSoto, Hardee, and Polk counties expected to get hammered the most, with a good probability of 5 to 10 inches of rainfall through midnight local time. There is also the potential for some instances of life-threatening flooding going later into tonight, especially just northwest of the track. It is also important to note that there will be an increasing interaction between Hurricane Ian and a quasi-stationary front focused up across north central Florida. Stronger moisture convergence and an excess of enhanced frontogenetical. Wait. Yeah. I think I said that right. Enhanced frontogenetical forcing in the vicinity of this front should promote a broader axis of heavier rain across the north central Florida peninsula to the north of the rainfall associated with the inner core. There is also an outer rain band near the Space Coast that is expected to result in a corridor of training convection across portions of Volusia, Brevard, and Flagler counties over the next several hours, which will likely lead to a secondary maxima of enhanced rainfall. Rainfall rates are forecast to reach as high as 2 to 3 inches per hour, and this will especially be the case with Hurricane Ian's eyewall convection. This will likely lead to widespread flash flooding and major rises on area, creeks, and rivers. Please see www.wpc.nsep.noaa.gov for graphic product.
So there we have it. It's 6:44 p.m. and Hurricane Ian is continuing to move inland, northeastwards, still slightly east of that cone, although it looks like it's bringing itself back a little bit further west in relative terms towards the center of that cone projection, but it looks like it is paralleling it as it continues through some more rural areas of Florida. In fact, not quite. It is right next to, oh, well, that just broke down. Right next to Arcadia, and you can see there that it is on the very edge of the eye and probably getting terrible conditions. I'm still surprised that conditions are still so bad near Port Charlotte, where we were looking at that webcam just now. There it is again, and it's been like this for over half an hour. And still looking extremely dangerous. I can see a few lights starting to come on in the distance, so I'm guessing it's getting fairly late in the day now and starting to get dark in the area. And just look at those satellite images and you can see that as the eye still hasn't completely died off. It actually might have deepened slightly in those latest frames. It's hard to tell, but David, over to you.
I believe I cited a posting on the Twitter platform probably about half an hour ago where the conditions aren't good on the back end of Ian, and National Weather Service Melbourne has just put out a posting. Conditions will deteriorate tonight. Tropical storm to hurricane force winds expected. The threat of significant to catastrophic flooding.
Yes.
Yep. So it's expected to develop overnight. First over areas from North OSCLOLA and North Brevard North, including Metro Orlando. Flooding can be especially dangerous at night. So a very strong message from National Weather Service. And apology for pronunciations.
I do quickly want to talk a little bit about its track so far today. Just sort of an observation I've made, if you don't mind.
Sure. Go ahead.
One of the more, I'd say, I don't know exactly how to phrase it, but it has been very inconsistent with its track. And by inconsistent, I'm not referring to it went outside the NHC cone, because I don't care about that. No, when I say it's inconsistent, I'm more referring to its forward motion shifting, randomly wobbling, essentially.
No, I agree.
One of the bigger things, and that's kind of a little bit unusual, especially considering the other landfalling hurricanes we've had, not only here in the U.S., but the Westpac, is that we've seen typically a very general consistent forward motion. There's a little bit of wobbling, but there's not a lot of it. When you look at the previous advisories that have been issued, and you just look up, give me a moment to get it pulled up of exactly what I've seen, because there's just like a local news site's radar application, you could kind of see that happening. Where is it? Active tropical track. And I'll send this in the
All right.
call chat of what this has looked like so far today.
Oh my. Take a look at this. The trend of the storm throughout the course of today has been anything but consistent.
So we have seen, there have been, and I think it's probably because of the lack of forcing in this thing's track, right? That was one of the big concerns, and that's what's going to cause this thing to slow. What's caused this thing to slow down was that we've seen this just kind of, there's a lack of forcing with this. There's nothing to really steer. There hasn't been a lot to steer this. There has been. It's that trough, but nothing very strong, really. And so this sort of very inconsistent way of it's just track just shifting back and forth, that's been very, I'd say, unusual. Even for storms like Dorian, even when it was stationary.
Yes.
We did have advisory, or at least this is what I remember, so, people are allowed to call me out here if necessary. But I don't remember Dorian Center being, erratically shifting east to west, north to south.
Apart from the little loop it did.
Apart from the little loop it did, And so that's just one of the more key observations I made, which made it very difficult the hour before landfall, because it looked like it was going to make landfall within 5 minutes, and then it dragged on.
Oh, man. Yeah, that wasn't a great moment.
Yeah, especially when, like you brought up the example of Dorian, when Dorian was actually moving at the same speed Ian is, it wasn't, because it was nowhere near as erratic.
We're still looking at this camera here, and the conditions still look very poor. Visibility appears to have improved a little bit recently, so perhaps it is coming through the other side now. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if it is. That's near Port Charlotte. It's probably the closest camera that we'll have to the eye of the storm now. That we'll be sticking with this for a while, I guess. There's not much else that we can really show you anymore. I mean, unless any of those other webcams have been resurrected, but I highly doubt that. The only one that might possibly have returned might have been Englewood, but I'll just have a look at that. Actually, yes, we do have Englewood back, so let's bring you that view in just a moment once I can get everything sorted out.
National Weather Service, Jacksonville, I think it's.
Yeah.
Preparations for Ian should be completed tonight. Heavy rainfall, trapped tides, storm surge. The big threat with this storm will be water coastal flooding. Could be comparable to what we saw in Irma and Matthew.
So there's a look at Englewood right now. At least we get to see that one. And I'm just looking to see if we can possibly raise any of the other cameras, because some of the ones that might have been knocked out signal-wise, the cameras themselves might have still been okay, which clearly must have been what happened at Englewood. Still pretty crazy out there, though. But I doubt that'll be the case for many. I know that Naples went down, and I think is completely down. I was surprised to see Englewood back, honestly.
It's still not good, Nathan, looking at that vision.
I'd just like to butt in for a moment to make a correction regarding what I said earlier about storm surge in the Fort Myers area. Earlier when I said that it looked like it would peaked at just over 6 feet. Apparently that was a data issue. It is still rising and is now over 7 feet. That is as of, I mean, actually it might be more, because that tweets as of over 40 minutes ago.
Not good. So two cameras that we're looking at here, Englewood Beach, which the conditions are very poor as you can see, and still winds ferociously blowing through in a mainly southerly or southeasterly direction. The camera's looking out to sea northwest, and the other camera that we're looking at, which is at Port Charlotte on Interstate 75, these are both live pictures, and you can see that it is still miserable conditions there along the interstate, which Alferia commented not long ago, and I think it might be true because I think I saw something about it. I believe that stretch is is closed. Start your message with Force 13 all in text if you would like to take part in the discussion on our stream. Jonathan says, might you have a general estimated rainfall total or possible for Fruitland Park, just south of the villages?
I don't think, just knowing how I am as a data person, I don't think I'm confident in giving a final number until after this moves out.
For reference, that is northwest of Orlando. So it's definitely looking at a substantial amount.
Oh gosh, yes, up
if
there.
the models are indicating anything, I'd say upwards of around 16, 20 inches maybe.
Maybe not 20, especially if the storm continues moving a bit further east, but well over 10, possibly over 16. Meteo First says, my house is on the Tampa Bay coast and the ocean is just gone all the way to the skyline. It looks insane. Let's see if we can get a webcam over there and see what we can see. And just to confirm about Interstate 75, I think it is open. So I'll have to go back on what I just said again. It is open.
Just heavily discouraged to travel on, I'm assuming.
Yeah, naturally. And the Skyway Bridge obviously is closed. Let's see if we can take a look at one of the viewpoints on the Skyway Bridge, just seeing if I can get a view.
Hey Nathan.
Yeah.
I actually do have a question.
Okay.
So, I'm not sure. Do you know what the standard is for NASA's vehicle assembly building? Like how much it can withstand wind rise? Do you know exactly how much it can?
I've got no idea about those kinds of questions. There's someone, Taniel does know all about that, but he's not here. I don't know if anyone else in our call knows. I imagine it wouldn't be a huge amount.
I mean, most vehicles can really only withstand. I mean, the average vehicle, obviously, the vehicle you're discussing is probably not an average vehicle, but most vehicles get flooded at just 6 inches standing.
Hey Nathan.
Hello.
I have some unfortunate news to report. I've been receiving some unconfirmed reports of possible fatalities in the Fort Myers area, but those are unconfirmed reports. However, I've been seeing reports of possible fatalities, as well as only communication methods that are working in the area are cell phones, which is, so possible fatalities in the Fort Myers area.
It's definitely a bad situation over there. So I'm looking at some of these videos, Tampa Bay area. I'm not seeing much different to what it ought to be. So I don't know, but... Well, actually, further up... Alright. Yeah, okay. There is a little area that here, if we take a look at this camera... Hold on. Here's a camera near Tampa itself. Quite windy there as well. And you can see there, I assume all of that like beach there is probably usually submerged.
So sorry to interrupt, but the 7 p.m. Update is now out.
Yep, sorry, that's me losing track of time. Go ahead.
No, it's fine. As of 7 p.m., Ian is battering the Florida Peninsula with catastrophic storm surge, winds, and flooding. It is weakened to 125 miles per hour, down to Category 3, and a minimum pressure has risen to 955 millibars. It's currently located at 27.1 degrees north, 81.8 degrees west. Just quickly see where that is near, get a better idea. That is about 25 miles northeast of Punta Gorda, and about 100 miles south-southwest of Orlando, Florida, still moving north-northeast at about 8 miles per hour, compass heading 20 degrees. And a University of Florida Coastal Monitoring Program wind tower reported sustained winds of 64 miles per hour with a wind gust of 104 miles per hour. And a private weather station near Port Charlotte reported a sustained wind of 115 miles per hour with a wind gust of 132 miles per hour as Ian made landfall on the mainland Florida peninsula a little more than 2 hours ago.
We also have an update. We also have a special weather statement relating to the eye wall of Ian, but I will read that when we get back.
We're still here. We're not going anywhere.
Oh. I thought we were, because at the end of the hour, yeah.
No, we're doing special coverage without breaks during the course of today. Tropical Storm Altony Bron, thank you very much for your support today, saying great coverage. And would Ian be a high tropical or low end hurricane? Any embedded lightning? Might get to find out some more about that in this what you're about to say there. But by the time it leaves Florida, it's probably still going to be a strong tropical storm. Whether it's a hurricane or not is still an open question. Go ahead.
We have a special weather statement from Miami, including the cities of Palmdale and Moorhaven. Eye wall of Hurricane Ian impacting northern sections of Glades County. Hurricane Ian continues to move north-northeast at around 8 miles per hour. With this movement, radar trends indicate the eye wall of the hurricane is beginning to move over portions of northern Glades County. Wind gusts in excess of 100 miles per hour have been observed in the Fort Myers area within the eye wall, and damaging hurricane-force winds are expected to move across northern sections of Glades County over the next few hours. Hazards are hurricane-force winds, they are radar indicated, and widespread damage is expected. Locations impacted include Palmdale, Ortuna, and Moose. Preparedness actions. Persons in this area should remain sheltered or seek shelter immediately, as this is a very dangerous situation.
Indeed it is. You're watching Force 13 live coverage on Hurricane Ian, which is still a strong Category 3 storm at the latest advisory. Winds of 125 miles per hour and a pressure of 955 millibars. Still very powerful, as you can see from this camera as it starts to get dark in the region. Just north of Port Charlotte on Interstate 75, still blowing quite heavily, although not as much as we saw earlier on. Let's just cross back to Englewood. There's the current view there, still looking very blustery there as well, although not as much as earlier. That camera was down for quite a while, and the conditions there were much worse earlier on. You're still seeing some very strong gusts though. That area is not being particularly hard hit by storm surge. Those areas are much further south, and regrettably we've lost any comms or coverage or views of any of those locations. We've only just got Englewood back, so all we've got is a few road cameras on near Port Charlotte and Englewood, which we've just recently got back. So it's a very difficult situation out there right now. You heard a few moments ago that only cell phone signal is available on some of those areas that were affected by the worst of the hurricane. Surprising in some ways that even that is still available. There might be some locations that don't even have that. And of course, in those situations, if you are in that zone, if you're tuning into our stream whilst taking a look at that, I'd recommend you keep your viewing to an absolute minimum, and you should probably tune out if we're being honest. And there's a look back. There's a car moving along there at Port Charlotte rather cautiously. We lost that radar again, thanks to malfunctioning software. Gotta love it. We'll have it back in a moment. Oh, the camera's moved to look at something else. I don't know.
Like I say, I know I've been on for about 3 hours, but unfortunately I'm gonna have to head out. So
That's
thank
okay.
you, Nathan, for inviting me to stay on, and the stream goes well. Hope everyone's in Florida is okay, and once again, thank you for always doing what you do.
And you too for being part of it, thanks. And now the camera's shifted. I think this camera would have looked better than this angle would have looked better than the other one when all of the worst conditions were coming in. But there it is nonetheless, and you can still see some strong winds moving now towards the camera, and difficult conditions for driving, of course. And still a Category 3 hurricane that we are watching live right now on the air. This is Force 13 Live. We're going to continue coverage for at least a few more hours yet. We plan to continue on until the 11 p.m. advisory from the National Hurricane Center, and then we will close this chapter of coverage. And I imagine we'll still be out doing quite a bit tomorrow as well. There we go, we've got our radar imagery back, and the appearance of the storm's eye continues to look less impressive as time goes on. The eye almost completely disappearing, although perhaps on those latest frames a bit of a northerly jog, still east of the forecast track on the cone, but it does look like a northerly jog that has just occurred there, taking the edge of the eye very, very close to Arcadia, just passing to the east by about 5 or 10 miles. Still a very dangerous storm. We're still hearing reports of surge rising in the Cape Coral, Fort Myers area. We've got no visuals on that at all, just the view here from Port Charlotte of an increasingly, well, it looks like it's ramping up again after it seemed to calm down a little bit. So still very dangerous conditions here, and certainly not driving weather.
If I may, real quick.
Yep.
Yeah, guys, listen, if you are in the path of this, and I really hope that, and I really much pray that there's nobody in the path of this, make sure you are hunkering down, because with the winds that we're seeing, if you are caught outside in this, there's a very good chance that you could wind up seriously hurting yourself. But kind of make sure and be aware of your surroundings. Even after the storm ends, you want to make sure you're aware of your surroundings, and if you see any power lines in the water, don't go near them. Everybody knows that.
Patrick wants to be pulled back up, by the way.
Sorry?
Patrick wants to be pulled back up.
Oh, I didn't know he'd gone.
Yeah. So just everybody,
Also
please be
invite Tyler
smart.
back here as well.
Please be smart during the storm, because I know I can speak for a lot of the first responders in Florida. We don't want to have to go from search and rescue to recovery. That's one thing we never want to do. So if you guys are still in the storm path, please be safe and don't risk your life to try to chase it or get videos, because that is how you put yourself in a extreme risk, but you also increase the odds of, yeah.
Seeing if I can try and get some more webcams from closer to Cape Coral, any that might have come back online, or anything that might show anything rather interesting. I know we're starting to lose light.
I just want to point out that WeatherSim just posted on Twitter that they are going to reveal all of their measurements from their stations. I think they even mean the ones that are down right now once the storm calms down and everything. So we might see some higher wind gusts.
We do have a video, actually, a camera near Fort Myers right now. Let's see if we can take a look at this. Once again, a roadway, the major bridge over the channel. I don't know what the name of it is at Fort Myers. So it's actually the Caloosahatchee River and the Caloosahatchee Bridge, which is what we're currently looking at. And there's a few vehicles starting to move over the bridge now as well. There's 3 cars coming up in the, I think that's the northbound direction, and there was one just going over the southbound direction. It's hard to see the state of the river there. I imagine it is, having not knowing what it usually looks like, being a layperson here, but you can't really see much, but I imagine it will be quite a bit above what it normally would be, considering all of the water that will have moved up through the river and towards this location. Of course, it is still, well, it's not far from Fort Myers, but quite a distance from the areas that were most effective, like Fort Myers Beach and Sanibel Island, and of course Pine Island as well. So but despite that, it does look fairly calm there, actually, at this point, certainly in terms of winds, and I think that was to be expected, actually, because on the southern side of the storm, it is quite a bit calmer than it is on the northern side, which is what we were just looking at near Port Charlotte. But this is the area that could still be dealing with enormous storm surges, and you still see a vehicle there with their hazard lights on, and so still a lot of people being cautious, as they should be, especially going over that bridge, with still some gusty winds, but I'm not seeing much movement on those trees in the distance, but it's hard to see how much rain might be falling there as well, but I imagine it's not going to be a huge amount. You can even see the actual cloud shapes, which are still moving quite fast towards the left hand side, so it's not a wall of rain. You can quite clearly see up to the bases of the clouds, but that's the picture there near Fort Myers right now. Let's see if we can talk to a caller. Mark, hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep, you're on the air.
Awesome. Yeah, got a few people on this chat asking how much rain could you expect when this thing approaches the Kissimmee and Orlando area?
It could be quite a lot. It's hard to say at the moment, but looking at the radar returns, it's quite clear to see that we've got very high rain rates on the northern side of the eye, northern and northwestern side, and that'll be a pattern as the storm continues northeastwards. So areas on the northwest side are going to get a lot of rain. I'd be a bit concerned, well, very concerned, that totals could even reach 30 inches in some of those locations.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Radar is actually estimating 5-inch an hour rainfall rates.
Wow, 5 inches an hour?
That is indeed off the Tampa Bay radar.
Gosh. We're also joined by Ethan. Good evening.
Hello. I'm back again.
Where do we go from here, Ethan, with what we've witnessed this afternoon, this evening? Your thoughts on Ian right now and what you've seen impact-wise?
I mean, this has simply been a historic storm for these areas. I mean, I know that right now, I'll give my thoughts on the radar presentation here in a minute, but this storm has made history. I mean, when you think of this area in southwestern Florida, when they're going to think of hurricane impacts, Ian is going to immediately come to mind now. It just seems like a common trend that every time that we get a hurricane that hits the U.S., ever since, I don't know, Harvey back in 2017, it's made history. I don't know if that's like a concerning trend or if it's just, I don't know, just dumb luck, but it's very interesting to see all of these storms hitting this. They always seem to rapidly intensify right before landfall, though. But either way, Ian is continuing to weaken. Looks like the eye right now is just southeast of Arcadia. No clue where the eastern eye wall has gone on radar. It's completely gone. Well, mostly gone. So that's interesting. Are you seeing that on your end, Nathan?
Yeah, it's been weak and struggling for a very long time. I was just talking to myself for a minute there with the mic on mute, like a numpty. But yeah, eastern side has been completely decomposed for quite a while. Ever since landfall, it was looking very flaky and weak. We're just looking at a webcam here, a few miles in between Fort Myers and Punta Gorda as well. Still quite windy here, as you can see, but no real flooding. I don't know if that is an actual river or canal on the right hand side, or if that is just the embankment that's full of water, but that's the current view.
I have no clue either, but what I can say is the winds will probably gradually calm down. You're going to see maybe a brief resurgence in the rainfall threat, because there's like this little band that extends to the southwest of that area along I-75. That might move northeast. Hard to say because it's kind of just sitting there right now. But as far as the winds, if you're on the backside of this along Interstate 75 and west, if you can still hear us at this point, the worst is over at this point. Still winds are going to be gusty, obviously. So I wouldn't come out of your shelter just yet, but remain in place, obviously. I mean, why wouldn't you? But I would just wait until everything is completely over. And that'll probably be a fair few hours, because how fast is this thing moving right now?
Ooh, I think it's 8 miles an hour now.
Yeah, it's still slowed. And regarding that rainfall threat, while I'm thinking about it, let's see. I wish I could show my screen for you, Nathan, but I can't. Where is it? Is it storm total? I'm trying to find. Here you go. Storm total rainfall. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah. So looks like that the Northport area. This is just radar estimated, by the way, has gotten 20 inches of rain ever since this hurricane made landfall.
Wow. Since landfall?
They're just since
today,
radar.
yeah.
Or starting yesterday at 1 a.m.
Right.
So that doesn't even take
total.
into account that doesn't even take into account the outer bands that were before then.
Oh god.
So it's probably higher than that. But as far as the whole part of Florida goes, really only 4 inches max. There's not really that much.
Really?
A lot of the heavy rainfall is really localized just north of the eye.
Right. Is it up to date?
Yeah. I mean, the latest image that I've got is 7:07 p.m.
What about places like Cape Coral and Fort Myers and Port Charlotte, those areas?
If I may, real quick.
Yeah, those are lower, down at 4 to 6. Those are lower.
All right. Go ahead.
I kind of wanted to add on to what Ethan was saying. The people in the areas that Ethan listed, even though you guys are out of at least the rain threat, please stay put until you hear from local officials that it's clear to leave, because you don't want to leave and then there be debris everywhere and then you're stuck. So please, please, please wait for your local officials to tell you when it is safe to move. Because if you don't and you clog up the roadways, it's just going to limit response times. If I'm not mistaken on that from anybody.
But now that this hurricane has passed most of these areas, it's time to shift from the impacts, and now it's time to shift towards recovery. And I think that the recovery phase behind this storm is going to be long. It's going to be prolific, I think. I don't mean that to sound to like hype things up or anything, but this storm has left a significant mark in the region, and I think that it's going to live in the memory of people here. Because when you think about it, I mean, really, the only hurricane that these people can relate to is Charlie, and this hurricane, at least from what I've seen, is worse than Charlie.
And larger. And I was wrong about this camera as well. It is actually near Port Charlotte, very close to the other one that we were looking at earlier. Tromgil Storm, Altony Bron, thank you very much for your support this evening. Says, will we do a live stream tomorrow? I'm sure we will be live at various points. I don't know what the schedule is yet.
So, sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Do you know exactly where that camera is, Nathan?
It's along Interstate 75, near the just where it's going on a diagonal between Port Charlotte and the straight section near Northport. If
Do you
that
have
makes sense.
Do you have like an image of where it is? Just that I'm just trying to see if that's a river on the right hand side or that's just flooding.
Well, I'm looking at a map now as well. There's a lot of little canals in the area, but it doesn't look like that this is one of them. This is between 170 and 179.
Are those the exit numbers?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm up at 191, so this is farther south then. Okay.
Yes.
Let's see, there's 170, so yeah, it's between that area. Hard to say. It looks like that's probably.
I'm pretty sure it's an embankment gap.
Yeah, that's probably what I was about to say. Probably a drainage area, more likely. Because typically, whenever you have some interstates that are built up, like this in the U.S., you typically have them built up so that way, whenever they flood, the water doesn't just sit there on the road and cause problems. It flows off the road on the sides, and that's probably what we're seeing here. So that's probably also why we can probably see the lanes of the interstate pretty clearly, actually.
Despite it getting quite dark now, and still very few vehicles out there, which is obviously good to see. Considering that those conditions look still quite difficult. I mean, how fast do you reckon those winds might be there?
Just looking. I mean, maybe 100 miles per hour.
No, it can't be that much.
Tops.
Higher.
No, it can't be that high.
Yeah, it's gonna be like 80 to 100. It's at least 60 miles per hour. That's what I can tell you.
Yeah.
So it's strong tropical storm force or low hurricane force, but it's gone down a lot from what it was earlier.
It has. I saw some of those cameras not long ago. Yeah.
Listen.
Yep.
So I just got some updated emergency preparedness side of it. Hospitals.
Breaking.
Oh, there's some breaking news.
Oh, Virginia has declared a state of emergency in preparation for Hurricane Ian.
Really?
Virginia, yes.
I think they might have done that a bit earlier, actually.
Yeah, they have, but I just wanted to relay that now.
No, you're good. But hospitals are in emergency standby mode, and once the storm kind of clears up in that area and they focus to search and rescue, that's really when we'll start seeing the kind of swarm of response kind of come out. But right now, we're doing a really good job tracking it. But one of the also things we can do right now is kind of just pray that there's nobody really getting impacted with this. Yes, it's a terrible thing to see, but I'm just honestly glad that people are heeding the warnings and have listened to the evacuation orders. Because if people hadn't and they waited until the last minute, those roads would be a lot more packed.
Yeah. Ethan, when we look back at this latest radar imagery, what do you reckon about that structure then? And how do you see it going down from this point forth?
Back at landfall, it was quite impressive, but regarding the structure, it's going to push northeast, obviously. I mean, it's its movement. So, extrapolating its landfall. So, where did this come at landfall about? Captiva, around there, just west of Cape Coral?
Around the same place Charlie did.
Okay, so I'm drawing a line here. So it's moved about 50 miles inland since its first landfall. And if it were to continue on its current track, it looks like that it's going to pass to the north of Melbourne. It looks like that it might exit the coast near Cape Canaveral, actually, on its current track. It's going to be obviously weakening. but it's going to continue to move north. Right now, it's just southeast of Arcadia, like I said. Sebring is going to be the next town up to probably get the eye, if there's not some smaller towns in between, which there probably is, not marked on my radar scope, unfortunately. And then it's going to move up, probably cross Interstate 95 near Vieira, northwest of Palm Bay, northwest of Melbourne. And then it will safely pass to the southeast of the Orlando area. Curious to see how they'll get this, how they'll get this hurricane. But
big question about rainfall amounts there.
Yeah, I think, well, judging by the radar tracks of all this big heavy rainfall, it looks like that it's going to stay south of Orlando, but the NHC do have it hooking a left turn at some point, so maybe Orlando could get some heavy rainfall. Maybe not. We'll have to wait and see on that.
Yeah. You just saw a webcam there out of Sarasota, some kind of sign that had been dropped in that area. Let's take a look at another camera over in Sarasota as well. Here's a view looking out at the conditions here. You can see a few tree debris on the road, and still quite easily see from that traffic light the wind's still blowing quite a bit. There's a little bit of traffic out there. That area is starting to is pretty much on the edge of still going through some bands, but has long since been through the worst of the storm now.
Where's that traffic light area? Where's that traffic light area at, Nathan, again?
That's somewhere in Sarasota.
What? The traffic lights are on in Sarasota?
Yeah. Why not?
Did they go through the eye wall?
No. Sarasota never went through the eye wall.
I could have sworn they did. Okay.
No, nowhere near. So that's a viewpoint there. We can't get anywhere near where the storm made landfall, for obvious reasons. The closest we could get was along Interstate 75, but all the cameras I can see down there near Cape Coral and up towards where you saw Fort Myers a few moments ago when we showed it, it didn't look particularly notable, nor did it look notable near Naples. Of course, the interstate is a little bit inland compared to those coastal areas, but didn't see anything that looked too crazy. Obviously, much earlier in the day, we saw a lot that was happening before the cameras all went down. We had loads of cameras that were running. We had Sanibel Island, was it? And Cape Coral and Fort Myers, webcams in all these places. The Naples pier cam went down as well. The Englewood one went down for quite a while, as we know, and several others. We went from pillar to post with so many different cameras that all went down through this storm. Again, expected, but just goes to show what we've seen throughout the day here in this incredible hurricane impact that was much stronger than most of us thought. Mr. TBWF Games says, can I see Bayonet Point on that radar? And thanks very much for your support this evening. It does mean a lot to us and our coverage, and we work hard to bring the latest, and we do rely on your support for that. So let's take a look at that close-up radar, and whilst we take a look at that, whoever that was, go ahead. Hello?
I do want to point out that Sarasota did see the wind gust over 130 miles per hour, so I kind of wonder how the traffic lights withstood that, but yeah, that's kind of crazy.
I mean, don't get me wrong, it is still windy here. Here's another view from Sarasota, and as soon as I show that, the thing decides to stop running. That was showing some interesting... We're just looking at all these cameras on the Florida webcams. Some of them have feeds, some of them don't. There's another view. No, there isn't. Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't.
Just curious, Nathan, are these the F-dot cams?
Yeah.
I didn't realize that they had them. Huh.
Just trying to see what we can find. Let's look down towards South Sarasota there. Again, you can see some views. That one's upside down. Okay. Let's try and see if we can play this one. No. Not much luck at times.
How come, like, every time there's a major disaster, the sunsets after are always so beautiful?
It's true.
Like a hurricane or a tornado comes through and destroys an entire city, and at the end of the day, there's just a pink golden sunset.
I don't know what to tell you about that. Let's look back at some of these I-75 cameras. We're still looking at these ones. I mean, these are still technically the closest ones to the eye of the storm, what's left of it. So I guess we'll look back at this one, and this is Port Charlotte. As you can see, it's getting quite dark out there now.
I do want to point out that clear to DC is almost seeing the outflow already from Hurricane Ian. I mean, huge outflow, huge storm. It's unbelievable. And that's another reason why I think Maryland and West Virginia may just declare states of emergencies next, especially if the current trends hold.
Have the Carolinas already declared a state of emergency?
Yes.
Okay.
And so has Virginia.
So the view here from near Port Charlotte, less windy, more visibility, conditions are improving, and we throw it back to the main bulk of the storm on our radar picture at the top left. Arcadia still very close to the eye of the storm, and the areas that look like they're getting the worst rain right now are probably Wauchula and not far from Sebring, which just north of there, getting quite a few big bits. Frostproof and Fort Meade also perhaps getting some of that. I think I saw a question or someone wanting an update about Polk County and what we might see in that area. I don't know if anyone wants to respond. Polk County being significantly further north. That's Lakeland, isn't it? I believe so. So those areas could still get quite heavy rain dumps and large rain total. In fact, Ethan, Lakeland area, looking back at your accumulated rainfall, do we have a number?
For which area?
For Lakeland, further north.
Lakeland, sure. Let me just pull it up. Where is it? Where's it gone? There it is. Okay, Lakeland. Obviously, this is just a radar estimate, so I won't be able to get like an exact data number. But looks like 2 inches around there, so not terribly bad.
I imagine that will increase quite a lot, though.
I'll try to see if I can get some more higher numbers.
I would say
some
possibly
better data.
10 inches as a storm total there after it blows through. Let's not forget we've got the whole of the night where we could still get huge amounts of rain.
I'm just trying to see if there's a way to look at like past observed accumulations on WSV3. I imagine that there is somewhere. I just gotta find it.
Yeah, it's on your radar section.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, that might help.
Let's get some comments. Ice Resistance says someone put out a tweet of mesovortices that acted like tornadoes in Fort Myers. The person who did the tweet was Danielle Breezy. Don't know if you've got any comment on that, but that sounds pretty scary.
You know what I think they could have been?
Go on.
So Fujita came up with this thing called mini swirls, and they're essentially just prominent small-scale rotational features that look like tornadoes but are not tornadoes. And it was generally just hypothesized, but when Hurricane Andrew tore through South Florida, Fujita had a bunch of evidence that they had existed.
Right.
Because some damage in Homestead just looked purely tornadic. And there was an entire, I think, concrete building that got flattened. And essentially, if the mini swirls have wind speeds of 80 miles an hour and the storm has wind speeds of 120 miles per hour, there's going to be a localized zone of 200 mile per hour winds.
Gee. Wow, that's extraordinary.
Mm-hmm.
A comment like, Michael, is it possible for Ian to be upgraded to a Category 5 during post-analysis, depending on its damage?
Yes, there is.
Yep.
I have to break in. We got some breaking news here. The National Weather Service in Tampa has issued an extreme wind warning for Highlands County, Hardy County, northeastern Charlotte County, southeastern Polk County, DeSoto County until 9:30 p.m. At 7:27 p.m., National Weather Service operator indicated extreme winds associated with the eyewall of Hurricane Ian was 11 miles southeast of Arcadia, moving northeast at 10 miles per hour. This is an extremely dangerous and life-threatening situation. So that is a new extreme wind warning for locations, interestingly, down to Port Charlotte for some reason. Okay, I mean, sure. Not sure why they've gone down to there, but sure. But that looks to include locations up to Sebring, Wauchula, Avon Park, Frostproof, Lake Placid. I think that's it as far as big locations go.
And what's the criteria for extreme wind warnings? I thought it was higher than this.
Major.
Major hurricane force winds.
Right. So that'll be there for a little while yet. National Hurricane Center, of course, will update their 8 p.m. update, their intermediate advisory. We might get some new information there, so stay tuned for that.
Yeah, that extreme wind warning is in effect for the next 2 hours.
All right. Let's turn this one off then for the moment and switch back to our radar where you can see the latest imagery. And I wonder at this point it might be a good idea to take a look back at some of the models for the entire, just for this region, and just to take a look and see what the forecast tracks are calling for now, of course, for our audiences still ahead of the storm. So let's see what we can see. This is a view right now, the GFS model, and here is the forecast. So that's an old run, let's get the new run. And I just clicked the wrong one. The 18Z run from the GFS model, here it is. So landfall of course happened. GFS laughably initialized the storm at 9:63, by the way.
At what time?
At 18Z. Yep. And actually has the storm stalling for a bit right where it is right now until early hours, and then moving off the coast, and quite a bit off the coast at first, and then getting pulled quickly northwards, and landfall in the lower 980s in near Beaufort, not far from Charleston, and trying to figure out what those winds are. They must be near hurricane force, probably are. Minimal Category 1 landfall, and then into South Carolina, and off it goes further north. Nothing else happens. ECMWF, let's see what happens there. What kind of track are we looking for on this one? It's not stalling as much. It emerges off the coast near Cape Canaveral at about 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. tomorrow, and off it goes again down to 979 millibars, landfall just over the border, just into South Carolina, around 980 millibars. ECMWF doesn't do winds very well, so quite weak there. It's going to definitely be stronger than that. I would say borderline hurricane. The surface low makes it into, probably just about makes it into West Virginia, and then off it dies. CMC, let's check that one as well. Leaving the slower motion there, only leaving the coast of Florida this time tomorrow. and then moving on quite quickly towards South Carolina, making landfall maybe a little bit closer to Charleston, and a pressure in the high 980s, so that's probably a mid to high end tropical storm, maybe 60 miles an hour. Navgem, for what it's worth, shows a rather powerful storm. That's at the 850 millibar height, so I doubt it's very strong. And the icon, which a lot of people are saying that it's the fan favorite now because it was constantly going for a further east forecast. Well, there it goes, and it is still trending further east, only on the tip of Cape Canaveral there, making its entrance over the water again at about 4 p.m. tomorrow, and then continuing out, and that's actually a Charleston landfall dead on there with a pressure of 966, Ethan, probably Cat 2.
I highly doubt that.
I mean, yeah, it's the only model saying that. Let's check the lovely NAM 3 kilometer.
Oh, God.
We're only looking at this for its possible track. Really don't look at the intensity. But actually, it's not very hysterical. It keeps the pressure in the 970s, and it has that landfall just northeast of Beaufort, 975 millibars. Probably a borderline hurricane there, and that's at around midday on Friday. Leaves the Florida coast again around 3 or 4 p.m. tomorrow. That seems to be the consensus. HRRR model for the very short term, up to 18 hours. You can see its motion once again, slaloming through that region by the looks of thing, quite near Sebring actually, and then moving out. That's actually the furthest south. That's south of Cape Canaveral it leaves the coast, and at an earlier time. That's the earliest time there, at approximately 10 a.m. And then who knows what happens after that, but I doubt we really trust the HRRR, do we?
You might be a little bit on track, but not really on intensity.
No, but let's look at HWRF here as well. You can look really up close here. How would you rate the HWRF during this storm, Ethan?
I mean, it did okay. It wasn't the worst, wasn't the best.
So that's calling for the storm to leave Florida a little bit further north and at about 5 o'clock, and then staying rather weak. So it doesn't strengthen at all, stays in the 980s. That's only about 60 miles per hour there, landfall on Hilton Head Island, I think, or maybe just east of there, and then moving inland again. And finally, that one, the HMON. Let's see what that one's showing up. The storm leaving the coast of Florida at around the same time again. Oh no, sorry, that's much earlier. Leaving the coast at around 2 or 3 p.m. And a little bit further north of Cape Canaveral again. And that also doesn't strengthen it very much at all. In fact, it weakens slightly, and landfall there probably only 50 miles per hour. So which camp do you reckon you're in there, Ethan?
For what? Just read that out to me again, please.
For the South Carolina landfall, because you've got the hurricane models, HWRF and HMON not keen, and going for a maximum of 60 miles per hour at landfall, whereas the others are sort of borderline hurricane.
I'd probably go with the 60 mile per hour ones.
Personally, I think it might be around.
Because, I mean, just look at this thing. It's already 50 miles per hour inland, and it's down to a high in Cat 3. There's no way that this is going to make it to the NHCs just with winds of 65 miles per hour and never gets to the coast. There's no way it gets there that strong, if you ask me.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's going to be weaker when it gets there.
Wow. Just want to look at NAM 3 kilometer again for the actual storm structure and see what we might see in terms of, cells pushing through North Carolina. Looks like there's quite a few, and into Virginia as well could be some significant action.
That's one thing I like about the NAM models, is about how detailed they are. I mean, they may not be accurate, but they sure as hell are detailed and satisfying to look at.
Well, there it is. So that looks rather interesting on the eastern side, and that line continues. Let's just go to I think the 12 kilometer has a longer run at it, doesn't it? Yes. So we could possibly even look and see what might be happening up the northeastern region, just to see if there's chances of storm activity. from what I'm seeing there, Virginia looks like it, and well, I don't know. I mean, I don't really read severe weather very well, but Pennsylvania gets a bit of orange there, New Jersey, so maybe.
I just realized I'm looking
Is
at
that on the? What was that on, Nathan?
I'm looking at NAM 12K now.
I wouldn't use the NAM 12K for severe weather.
I'm looking at the NAM 3K run from 06Z today, and it pinpointed the landfall location pretty well. Then again, it was so close to land, I don't think you could mess it up.
Regarding the severe weather threat, which is pretty much just tornadoes at this point, I've got to pull up the NAM 3K for this. So, let's see what they have regarding this hurricane in the Carolinas and points northward. I mean, maybe when this hurricane makes landfall, the NAM takes it up near Charleston, South Carolina. But really anywhere northeast of where this thing makes landfall is going to be a prime spot for tornadoes. And then it's going to continue to be, as the center moves inland, anywhere east is going to be really our prime tornado segment. I mean, just looking at the NAM 3 kilometer, when the storm moves into northwest South Carolina and western North Carolina, there's a significant band of severe weather up in eastern North Carolina into Virginia, well into the night into the 1st of October.
Oh boy.
I am picking that up on the run that I had previously mentioned, where it pinpointed the landfall location. I am picking up just squall line right through the middle of South Carolina.
That wouldn't be a squall line. It would more so just be a
I'm a feeder band.
Yeah.
There was also another comment earlier. Do you think Fort Wayne, Indiana will get the remains of this storm?
No.
So that's quite
I wonder how I know that.
I don't even think Southern Ohio will get a lot.
It's weird. It's almost like I'm from Indianapolis. Weird.
Kenneth says it looks like it's trying to develop an eye over land. Any thoughts? Well, it's still got one. But no, it's still deteriorating. And still pretty nasty weather here at Port Charlotte now that day has turned to night. I guess it gets a little bit scarier. And you can't really even see what's in front of you.
Honestly, I thought the storm would be... Wait, never mind. I was going to say that the storm would be weaker at the time the end of the advisory comes out, but the next full advisory doesn't come out till 11. I thought it came out at 8 for some reason.
Yeah, that's the intermediate. But they can change the intensity even the update statements, yeah?
Yeah.
There will be. I'm sure they'll be down to 120 or 115 in this coming update. Assuming further weakening.
Well, let's hope it weakens as quickly as possible.
Because ever since this thing's made landfall, they've been going down 5 miles per hour every hour.
They have, yeah.
And I don't see any reason not to continue that trend.
Usually every landfalling hurricane loses a category every 3 hours.
Where does that put us then?
Well, it really all depends on the much larger scale of factors. Mainly how wet the ground is in front of the hurricane. Like, for example, you had a hurricane, it's Ida, I'm thinking of Ida, that made landfall in Louisiana and held its intensity for a few hours after landfall. Meanwhile, this is weakening right after. And that was because Ida was moving a lot more slower and had a lot more bulk of convection out in front of it. And that allowed the ground to get really saturated and wasn't really full ground like what Ian is traveling over. So it was able to take advantage of all that water within that soil, and as such was able to maintain intensity for longer.
But the ground is very saturated here too.
I don't think it was exactly that, Ethan. I think it was also a combination of all the marshes Louisiana has, along with what you were saying.
Yeah, that also played a part.
You're watching Force 13's live coverage of Hurricane Ian. We're looking at a webcam along Interstate 75 at Port Charlotte. And if you have any comments or questions for us, please send them in. Hockey replies to you about the Fort Wayne question. Says, I know we usually get the remains of hurricanes, but they are not hurricanes when they hit.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, when you look at the Fort Wayne area, typically we get hit by hurricanes up here in Indiana by hurricanes that move northward through the Gulf. This isn't going to do that.
Like
This is going-
Alberto.
I mean, sure, that's one. I mean, when we talk about really Indiana hurricanes, you think of like Dennis, Ike, Alberto 2018's one. Rita 2005 even came up here. Even Katrina came up here.
Yes.
But those were all Gulf hurricanes. And while this is a Gulf hurricane, it's eventually, because right now here in Indiana, it's very cold. It's actually didn't even get into the mid-60s today, actually. And it's been very, very windy here. And that's because that we have this upper level trough that has been digging, and that's what's carrying Ian off towards the northeast right now. And that's eventually going to hook Ian into the Carolinas, which is what the NC
Flash flood emergency.
And then
Flash
it's going
flood
to
emergency.
And then it's going to
Flash flood emergency has been issued. Yes.
I also believe that trough is what enabled Ian's rapid intensification after the Iowa replacement cycle. Usually they wouldn't explode that quickly.
All right, we need to talk about the flash flood emergency.
Yep, flash flood emergency for South Central Sarasota, Southeastern Manatee, Northwestern DeSoto, Hardy, and Northwestern Highland counties.
Wow.
Doppler radar indicated heavy rain associated with Hurricane Ian across the Warren area. Between 12 and 19 inches of rain have fallen. Additional rainfall amounts of 3 to 8 inches are possible in the Warren area through 10:45 p.m. Flash flooding is ongoing and are expected to begin shortly. Once again, flash flood emergency for the following cities: Northport, Sebring, Avon Park, Arcadia, Wauchula, Port Charlotte, Southeast Arcadia, Mayaca City, Ona, Mayaca River State Park, Sweetwater, Zolfo Springs, Limestone, Nocatee, Brownville, Gardner, Mayaca Head, Fort Ogden, Lake Susie, and Hidden River. Turn around, don't drown when encountering flood or rows. Most flood deaths occur in vehicles. This is a particularly dangerous situation. Seek higher ground immediately.
Here is the flash flood emergency in front of us. Let me try and get the image properly. Well, there is it. You can sort of see it there. So those are all the locations in the flash flood emergency, including where we had that webcam just now. A very large area, all underneath that big band of that storm. Move immediately to higher ground. Avoid walking or driving through floodwaters. 339,000 in that population in that warning zone. I guess a question from me to the team here, do you reckon it would be worse nearer the coast, or is it just going to be worse where that heavy rain is falling near the center?
Probably the second one, Nathan.
Probably where is, yeah, agree.
So we'll be on the lookout for that with any of those webcams, although well, there aren't that many in that area, but we'll see what we can find. Crazy. This is Force 13 Live at Flash Flood Emergency, just coming into effect. And if we find any flooding on any of those cameras, we'll show that as well.
I'm glad it didn't hit Tampa. I mean, where it did hit was densely populated, but had it hit or went north of Tampa, it would have been probably much worse.
So we're still looking at this radar imagery, and it still shows a lot of strength in this storm, and the eye still visible on radar imagery, although struggling quite a bit. None of those webcams in the Venice area or the traffic cameras even are running, so that's where the flash flood warning is.
Updates out on Ian down to 115 miles per hour, 960 millibars.
Alrighty. So it's progressively weakening, which is an excellent sign, but still a very dangerous, still major hurricane.
Needs to die as soon as possible. I think
Well,
we can all share that sentiment.
Well, we'll have to see what that has for implications when it crosses over back into the
Atlantic.
I mean, it's not going to cause as much significant impacts, but I mean,
unless it somehow morphs into a Category 4 again, which it won't.
No, it won't. It won't. It'll probably
Don't say
maybe
things like that.
Don't say things like that. It's gonna most likely make another probably like tropical storm run, let's say. But other than that, I don't see it getting higher again.
I don't even think it's going to get a hurricane again, to be honest.
Let's hope not. So some more information about that advisory. No changes in any of the warnings, and they a University of Florida Coastal Monitoring Program wind tower near Punta Gorda recently reported sustained winds of 54 and a gust to 91. A private weather station in Joshua recently measured a wind gust to 89. Estimated minimum central pressure 960. Not much else to say about all of that. Just that in central and northeast Florida, expecting storm total amounts of 12 to 20 inches with local maxima up to 30.
Nathan, please check call chat.
All right, let me get
posted
there.
an image, and that appears to be a house that was on the verge of getting completely washed away from its foundation.
I saw the image at first glance, and I thought it was something from Nova Scotia.
Was that
Looked at it
definitely
again.
in a storm?
Yep.
Wow.
I thought it was Fiona because something nearly identical happened.
Well, this is from Florida, from what I can gather.
Send in your comments and questions live on the air. We are here until the 11 p.m. advisory. Currently 8 o'clock just coming up to, and the NHC has got the new update out, 115 miles per hour and 960. We'll update that bottom bar shortly to reflect that information. Still a category 3, but hopefully another hour or two and it will lose category 3 and therefore major hurricane status, and at least we'll feel just a slight bit better, but not much, because the storm's damage has in large part already been done, with potentially worse conditions on the way for some areas ahead of the storm, with that big potential for very heavy rains, which could cause flash flooding emergencies. We've already seen one already get issued now, and this is one location that's in that flash flood emergency, and a few cars going by. There's slightly more traffic than we saw earlier as the winds start to abate a little bit at this location near Port Charlotte. It's still in some yellows and oranges on rain every so often, and I imagine they're still getting decent tropical storm to high-end tropical storm winds at this location. With the storm slowly moving away from Arcadia now as well, I think it's probably give it another hour and it'll be closer to Sebring than it is to Arcadia.
Oh, wait. Nathan, breaking news. Unfortunately, we have received a confirmed fatality.
Okay.
In Palm Beach County, officials have stated that a body of a 34-year-old man has been found in floodwaters in Martin County. Rescue workers are most likely saying that this is due to the hurricane, so pending confirmation, we will have our first fatality from Florida, which would bring the death toll up to 3.
Yeah, and I think 23 missing at sea as well.
Yeah, I think that one ship. I'm just going to say this, and I've never wanted to say this, but I think they have all died, because you don't survive that. We have seen previously with storms, like the Estonia or the Andrea Gale, most of those ships that got lost at sea during storms didn't come back. Same thing with the Evan Fitzgerald.
These weren't the high seas though, so there is a chance that there might be maybe a handful of survivors, but I mean, it certainly won't be anywhere near the full complement. I don't think.
So yeah, there's the only deaths that have been confirmed from Cuba are 2, with 23 possibly. Well, 23 people are confirmed missing, 2 are confirmed dead, and no other reports of any other fatalities have been reported from Cuba. However, I just did receive a tweet confirming our first fatality in Florida in Martin County, so death toll is up to 3 with 23 missing.
Have they confirmed what that one lady died of? Because I know the other fatality in Cuba was an electrocution.
Apparently from what I've heard is that her house collapsed on top of her, and she was trapped underneath the debris.
David, you're back on the line.
Yes, and the fatality is now being reported by one of our national TV networks here in Australia, and I pick up on the flash flood emergency. Nathan, good to be back again. It's still not good news, and we're still waiting to see what Ian's going to do in the coming days, and also your position on the rainfall outlook, has that increased or remains the same?
Staying pretty much the same at the moment, with our expected maximums of 30 inches, which is a real high amount of rain, at least. What's that, 2.5 feet?
Yeah, there's actually currently 3 to 5 inch hour rates according to radar in the Arcadia area, which is where the flash flood emergency is in place. Not looking good for that area.
This is Force 13 Live. It's just gone 8 p.m. on the US East Coast, and Hurricane Ian is still a Category 3 with 115 mile per hour winds and a pressure of 960 millibars. The headline on our screen caught me there. It is going to be updated shortly as soon as we process it. Down to 115 miles per hour, still a Category 3 for the time being, and hopefully it will lose major hurricane status shortly. National Hurricane Center are continuing hourly updates. I don't know how long for, but there's another vehicle going by in those very dangerous conditions that are still present near Port Charlotte.
And it is absolutely stupid to be out in these conditions. Understandable if it's an emergency situation, but it's best to stay home.
Now, I hope our team will be able to maybe source some information about what's going on the ground, because a lot of people obviously still want to know, and in some areas communication has been severely lacking for several hours now, especially in those areas around Cape Coral and Fort Myers. If you've got any questions or comments for us on the stream, you can send it through chat and we can take a look for you, such as Family Force 5 says, can you look at Wesley Chapel please? So that is north of the Tampa area. Let's see if we can take a little look. I'm not looking at the best placed radar for this, but it'll give you a fair idea. I've just got to remind myself of exactly where that is again. It is not where I thought it was. Hold on. I'm sure I recall it being up there. Okay.
And
I wasn't far
there's
off. Sorry. All right. So looking at the Wesley Chapel area, which is up here somewhere. Yes. So you can see there some of those bands. I imagine quite heavy rainfalls there at the moment. You're getting some of those oranges, so quite heavy. Winds probably getting up. I would suggest that the worst of the storm has still not reached you yet. You'll probably get the worst conditions in the next 3 to 5 hours, I would say, and then it would start to slowly improve as the storm rolls by, but I would say definitely slowly, and you could get quite high amounts of rain, maybe pushing 10 inches in isolated locations. So if you just joined us, there is a flash flood emergency that was issued not long ago, and that is in effect for a large area. In fact, you can see that flash flood emergency if we take off the radar overlay for a minute. You can see this sort of maroon outline. There's actually 2 flash flood emergencies for very large areas there, pretty much the whole hurricane landfall area on the northern side. Let me just trace around it so you can see it properly. All this area here and up there, oh no, up here the top and down there, all of that is under a flash flood warning right now. So those areas could flash flood. One of them is a flash flood emergency, and that's this one, but both of those areas are under flash flood warnings at this time. Dangerous conditions. And we are still on stage on our Discord server. If you want to join the discussion, you can visit there, discord.gg/force13, and we still have the phone in active if you want to come on here and if you have a question or want to tell us about your experience or anything to do with Hurricane Ian. Let's talk to Anthony in Orlando. Hello, you're on the air.
Hello, is my mic working?
Yep.
It was kind of, alright, it was kind of bad before, but I would really like if I could turn on my camera, because I actually have a camera connected, and what I could do is I could actually show you the conditions out there right now.
I don't think that works on here. You'll have to just send us an image. I think we'll get by.
I'll send you image very soon. But right now it is calm. But if you are in Central Florida, right now, which does not include Polk or Osceola counties, includes the rest of Central Florida and parts of Western Florida.
Sorry, what does?
You are. What does does what?
You were listing a few locations there. What's the condition there? Is there a warning?
There are no warning, but I'm letting everyone know in those areas. If you notice a calm area, a lot of people might think, oh, the storm's over and it's not coming. Do not go outside during those areas because the storm could come at any time. And this, right now, with what it looks like on the radar imagery, this is going to kill. This thing is going to kill if you're outside. So I'd recommend get into potentially a shelter, or at least stay in your home. Or if you are in those areas, board up all doors and windows. So if the glass, actually board up windows, and there's any glass doors, board them up, because these winds could actually shatter glass. So I'm giving everyone here a warning. And that flash flood emergency is if you are in that flash flood emergency, get to, like Nathan said before, get to high ground immediately.
Thanks, Anthony. Let's see if we can talk to Ryan right now, who is also called in. Ryan, you're on the air.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
So I actually have a couple of things. I have, first question, has Georgia declared a state of emergency for Hurricane Ian?
I'm pretty sure it has, because every other state has.
I mean, yeah, it would make sense. The Carolinas have. I also have something. So somebody asked a little bit ago about the NASA vehicle assembly building, of how much wind it can withhold. Mile per hour. So I was looking, and this is all I basically found. The most extensive exterior damage occurred during the storm season of 2004 when Hurricane Francis blew off 850 14 by 6 foot aluminum panels from the building, resulting in about 40,000 square feet of new openings at the side of the building. That's like all the information I found on things hitting the hurricanes and stuff like that hitting the NASA vehicle assembly building.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure a decent hurricane is going to cause that kind of stuff. Category 2 plus.
Yes, and then right now for Hillsborough County is really good at keeping power for homes, buildings, apartments, townhomes, etc. Power at my house and in my area has been flickering on and off frequently these past 5-6 hours, but nothing long term. We've also seen tropical storm, high tropical storm force winds in my area, so that's always fun.
Yep.
But yeah, that's it.
Significant conditions there. Thank you for calling in. That was Ryan. And we had 1 or 2 comments on the stream as well. Thank you to Mr. TBWF Games for your support this evening. A message of appreciation about our coverage this evening. We are obviously not going to let you down in a situation like this. An extremely powerful storm. It's tough doing this kind of coverage for extended periods of time, for the entire day and night, which we have been doing virtually for I think 3 or 4 days now. It's a big 18-wheeler goes by there, and it's sometimes difficult to just keep the flow going when we're watching these events unfold. We try and keep it as natural as possible, to be honest. I think people appreciate that kind of layer sometimes, although not to the point of being completely unprofessional, which is what I don't really like to see. Rose says, any cams near Sebring or Arcadia? I'm afraid I can't find a thing in that area, unfortunately. This is the closest we're going to get, which is this camera on Interstate 75 near Port Charlotte on the northern side, which is drawing just a little bit further away from the eye of the storm now, which is becoming a little bit more indistinguishable on the radar imagery. Only a little bit more, bit by bit, but possibly a good sign that maybe the storm's internal structure is going to completely collapse, although the more I watch this, I'm not convinced that's going to happen. Northern side still blowing up. Extremely high rain rates, which are obvious to see in those red areas. That's the main reason for declaring that flash flood emergency, which is in a large area on the west and southwestern side of the storm's eye wall. It is still curiously quite far east now of the NHC cone. If we were to place the eye, in fact, just a minute, last frame has the eye there. So that is now quite some distance from the NHC's cone. So that can only mean one thing. It means it's going to be an eastward cone by the time we get to 11 p.m. with the next update, if that trend continues. And if it does, a crude little drawing here would suggest that it would come out near Titusville on the north side of Cape Canaveral and then shoot off a little bit further east than expected. What implications might that have further along that cone? Well, maybe it could end up diverting eastwards towards Charleston, but we can't expect things to change just like that. The storm could still move back inwards from an outward perspective at first, and possibly to make more track like that perhaps, or it might just slip right back into it when it emerges off the coast and end up going through Beaufort, which is what the NHC is currently forecasting. Of course, the cone is there for a reason, and if you look at the left side periphery of the cone, there is still that tiny possibility that the storm could just shoot straight up through Orlando, along the coast, through Jacksonville, and stay inland the whole time, and head up towards northern Georgia, but I extremely doubt that. Let's go back to that latest webcam view at Port Charlotte. I was looking to see if we could find any more around Venice, but there's really nothing there. So I'll tell you what, we'll shoot back to the radar again and see if I can find any cameras near Sarasota once again, because they are still under flood warnings, and actually all the cameras that were working before appear to have gone out again. So that ain't great. Any comments from our team? Well, they're dead silent.
Yes, I'm just thinking about the chances of Ian deepening when it gets back out onto water.
Maybe most of our team have actually, I think, retired at this point.
I think they have.
After this huge event, I mean, it takes a lot out.
Well, we've been through this before, and yes, it is tiring, but I enjoy, as Nathan does, bringing the information to our viewers.
Well, I mean, a matter of necessity, really. I mean, people need
True.
I think, you know, that the more that people come to rely on us, we've got to do what we have to do. And if you are interested in joining our team in any capacity, we are always open to those kinds of proposals. You can just send us a message through email, or you can contact me directly on Discord. My username is Foycaster, and we all work together. I think we can make great things happen with our coverage, which is what many people say we're already doing. In the meantime,
Yeah, I think I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
As saying, I think I could do a really good job, as I have a lot of energy when it comes to tracking this kind of stuff. So I think I'd be a good asset on the team, to be honest.
Well, there you go. That's Tyler. I look forward to chatting with you in the future when this whole thing's simmering down. Let's get some more comments then. There were a few. So, did Ian ever become a Category 5 according to our estimates? There's going to be a big debate over this one. It's going to be another tremendous was it a Category 5 or not debate. There's quite a few in the cyclone tracking community when we look at certain past storms, and this one will just add to that debate. I think the main, regardless of the answer, you know, it's getting a little bit worrying, the amount of attention people put onto a category number, and the fact of the matter, people are desperate, or we naturally are always inclined to want to know what the exact answer is. Was it 157 miles per hour or higher to make it a Category 5, or was it 156 miles per hour or lower that makes it a Category 4? When in real terms, it doesn't really matter at all. And in real terms, in most cases, this is an inexact science. We don't actually get to find out the definitive answer to the question, though. According to our estimates on Force 13 officially, we did not put it at a Category 5, and that's my personal analysis as well right now, until I get to pore over the records and data to see whether I might want to change my mind. But there we go. Grenadine's Des says Cayo Costa highest peak was 15 feet, and Ian highest storm surge is 18 feet. Has the island submerged? Oh, I see what you mean. Good question. Maximum storm surge of 18 feet. It's going to be a close one. Maybe it might have been completely submerged. I have no idea, though. I wonder what the other island further south, the highest point on there was Sanibel, because I imagine they would have got a higher surge than Cayo Costa. Jackie says, why is there a town named Catastrophic? Alright, that's a similar font, I know. That's not a town name. It's a catastrophic marker that's been put inside a flash flood emergency that's currently ongoing for a chunk of the coast. Not the coast, but from Venice inland to Wauchula and the Sebring area. So there is not a town called Catastrophic in Florida. That's a catastrophic marker for the flash flood warning, and that's dangerous. Annette says that we're saying that it's only a Category 4 even though a recon flight detected 158 mile/hour winds. I've not seen the data. I was told that, but National Hurricane Center were aware of that, and our team were aware of that, and both of us have gone 155 miles per hour. There may have been something wrong with that recon reading. It may have just been that it wasn't consistent with other readings around it, or just the fact that it was one reading and it's not enough to give it a fair chance of it being a Category 5. I don't know the actual answer to that, but all the professionals and experts, most of them, have gone with a Category 4 peak, and they, unlike any good expert I suppose, they all are open to the possibility of revising it later on. I guess certainly no one outside of the NHC really wanted to jump the gun on calling that a Category 5 if the National Hurricane Center weren't, especially that critical point in time. You know, even if perhaps our team did believe in that, it probably would have been a poor move to designate it a Category 5, because people would think that there are ulterior motives or whatever in making that designation. But, well, that's what we've got, I think, right now. Ice Resistance says flight levels were 160 knots on the first pass. I believe they were. Very strong winds.
That's crazy.
And what will impacts in the northeast US be like? I don't know if anyone wants to speculate on what we might see in the US northeast in the next few days.
Yeah, I can touch on that. Honestly, I don't think that it's going to be a huge impact for the Northeast. There's going to be a cutoff area, and I think that's going to be like right for where I live, south through Virginia, Maryland. there's going to be some rain probably getting up north, but it's probably going to get, destroyed by whatever frontal system tries to come through. So, and according to models I've seen recently, it shows just that. It shows the storm coming in to the Carolinas, and then the rain band pushing into my area, but after that it just disintegrates. So, personally, I don't see a northeast impact right now.
Except on the NAM model.
Oh yeah, I haven't really looked into NAM, to be honest.
I think the NAM makes it into the northeast, although I can't remember if it was the same low or not, but I guess you can take a little look at that in the background. Brayton says, if you don't mind me asking, how damaging do you think Ian will be? Well, most of it's already happened. We've seen tremendous damage in some areas in Fort Myers, Cape Coral, surge damage. Sanibel Island has been extraordinary in the worst possible fashion. And I would say in those areas, even though the winds were probably not quite some way, they probably weren't the strongest in the storm, but that storm surge would have just absolutely pummeled those areas. Fort Myers at least 7 feet right now of storm surge, and I think might still be rising. We expect that some areas might have got up to 18 feet. That's what the National Hurricane Center were supposing in their updates. And what do you think the max winds will get in Orlando? Depending on exactly on the movement now, It's difficult to say, but I would expect you to prepare for minimal hurricane winds at a worst case. Hopefully that shouldn't happen, and you'll probably get high-end tropical storm winds, or mid to high-end, which is what we're currently seeing on this camera right now on Interstate 75. I would be more concerned about rain. Fanky Plays says, people say Noru was 210 miles per hour. Is this true? I would say absolutely no chance. And I missed quite a few questions there because my thing slipped. What impacts do we think Ian will have in New York City? Very little. Maybe a little spot of severe weather from its remnants, but from Ian itself, nada. Is Tropical Depression 11 a tropical depression in your estimate, says Junjun Villarreal? I have no idea. I've not had the time to check or look or anything. Let me just check what our team are saying. They are saying that it's still a depression. So I guess that's the answer. More comments. An off-topic comment. When is the next Guess the Storm? Those are pretty fun. Now, this is a feature we do in our community where we have it's a kind of a game where we present storm images and people have to guess what the storm was. For some reason, it's quite addictive, particularly for the viewers who always tend to win. So we do that every so often. I mean, look, we're due to do one soon, but we just got to wait for a time that's appropriate. Of course, with when there's not a storm knocking on anyone's door. Ice Resistance says that is why there's a chance that Ian may have been in Category 5 being talked about, the flight level winds. Ah. Well, making extrapolations, and once again we come straight back to this being not an exact science. We have to make extrapolations and formulas and to give you a best guess of what the winds are on the ground, but it's still only a guess. Neki says predictions for Cape Canaveral. They might still get the center of the storm yet, depending on what happens here. I think it might just pass slightly north, and you would get possibly the eastern side, so maybe the quieter side of the storm, but I would still suggest that you'll probably get 60 mile per hour winds or higher. And quite a bit of rainfall, but I don't think it's going to be too crazy, maybe 5 to 10 inches. Will the eye wall pass over Orlando? There's not that much of an eye wall anymore, to be honest, though it's still, well, it might be coming back a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that the eye wall will not move over Orlando. You'll get some close inner bands, but not the eye wall. What impacts from Ian already in the Gulf Breeze, Florida, and what's to come? Well, that's way over near Pensacola, so 0 impacts from the storm. Full stop, period. Lava Command says, and I've just lost that comment as well, but we want to roll here with our questions. If there's any good news with Ian, the way it got stronger, there were less supercells due to it being more of a compact system. At least tornadoes have been calmer today. Good point. Tornadoes have been calmer today. We've only seen a handful of tornado warnings, and who knows, that may be a symbol of what's to come. It would be nice if we don't get a tornado outbreak when the storm moves further north. And just trying to find a question that we've not already had. Do you think there'll be impacts for me on my end in Pittsburgh, says Tate Rowe? I don't, well, once again, direct impacts from Ian, absolutely not. Its remnants may still cause substantial rainfall and possibly severe weather, though later down the line, it's still up in the air.
I want to add to that, actually. Pittsburgh's not far from me.
Oh.
I think they could see some rain, but not really much.
Nathan?
Yes.
Breaking news,
All right.
North Carolina governor declares state of emergency.
I don't know if we already had that, but it's another one. State of emergency declared.
So,
I think we've
North
got
Carolina.
I think we've got Georgia, South North Carolina, and Virginia at state of emergencies.
That's correct.
Yep. Still seeing the odd car driving along Interstate 75 there, as conditions are still pretty poor in this location, but it is gradually getting further away from the storm. Probably mid-range tropical storm conditions at this camera right now, and still heavy persistent rain. This is one of the locations that's in the flash flood emergency that's currently in effect for pretty much a strip of land from Sarasota, sorry, not Sarasota, I don't think, no, from Venice through northern Port Charlotte and Northport towards the smaller communities of Arcadia, Wauchula, Avon Park, and just outside of Sebring in Central Florida. Any information on new forming storms in the Atlantic? Oh, blimey. I mean, we've not had time to look, but we know of Tropical Depression 11. And they expect it to become a very brief tropical storm now at the latest forecast. They only think it will be a tropical storm for maybe 12 hours, which is less than they were expecting in the last earlier updates, where they thought it might at least manage 24 hours, but they've trended down to 12 hours, and who knows, it might trend down further to 0 hours, and it might just stay an unnamed depression.
Hey Nathan.
Hello, who's that?
It is me, Patrick. I have returned
Welcome
after
back.
my successful and safe journey back from North Carolina. I wanted to give an update on the situation in my thoughts briefly. Very, very, very catastrophic situation has unfolded with a very dangerous landfall that has occurred a couple hours ago. Obviously, we saw a lot of storm surge and whatnot, and currently we have up to almost 2 million people confirmed without power in the state of Florida, as well as also here are some of the highest wind gusts we've seen so far from Hurricane Ian. So we have in Lee County 140, 2 instances of 124 and 110 miles an hour in Charlotte County, 2 instances of 106 and 104 miles per hour in Sarasota County, and then 2 instances of 100 miles an hour wind gusts reported in Fort Myers and Tarpon Point. Those are the highest wind gusts we've seen all day from Hurricane Ian.
All right. Did someone else want to chime in there? I'm sorry, I thought I heard another voice who wanted to speak.
Oh, and also
I was the voice.
Oh,
sorry. Go ahead.
So Mike Seidel with the Weather Channel, he's been in this business for a while. He said that he's not seen anything close to what he experienced in Fort Myers in over 30 years.
And what did he experience in Fort Myers?
That would be the ferocious back end of the storm that was the strongest eye wall.
Wow. Grenadine's Des says, will Ian cause more than $20 billion in damages? I mean, I've no idea whether that will happen or not. Who knows?
Nathan.
Yes?
So my mom just told me the Naples Fire Department is gone.
Gone?
They're in the process of losing one of their ambulances, and they had to push one of their engines out because it was smoking.
Right.
Is this
The
one
water.
Is this the one from Naples?
Yeah, the water in their fire station was waist high. The water outside their fire station was chest high.
Very high.
Oh, wow. Yeah. So Naples is gone. The Naples Fire Department is gone.
The what fire department is gone? Repeat that again.
Naples.
And also I also believe we received 2 reports that or at least what is that thing called again? Sadell Island or Sadiel Island or whatever it is. I'm not 100% sure what that is, but apparently their lighthouse was gone. And also apparently all Lee County scanners are down hard. So emergency communications have gone down for the time being, which is
not good.
Which is hence why I think cell phones are the only way of communication at this time down there. So yeah, no shot.
Yeah, well, Naples just lost all their fire equipment, so that sucks.
So emergency officials will not be able to reach you if you are in a certain section of Naples. I don't know if the rest of the whole entire,
Crazy. So we're still looking at the view here at Port Charlotte along Interstate 75, and you can see here that we're still looking at very inclement conditions with strong tropical storm force winds and lots of rain still falling over this area near Port Charlotte. You can still see that rain blowing across the roadway from the left hand side to right. That's consistent with the storm's motion right now, which is moving away from the storm to the extent where it's on the backside now, where the storms, where the winds are moving southeasterly, which is where the road is if you go right hand side. I can hear a lot of background noise over there. Someone's going to have to tone that down. I feel like I'm fighting with it. Let's see if we can talk to.
That's probably my fan, Nathan. Let me tone.
No, it sounded like there was someone talking. ZVAPXR, hello?
Hello. I actually need to do something real quick. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
Oh, all right then.
Alright. Alright, hold up.
Great. Let's talk to Max then. Hello, Max. You're on the air.
Yes, hello.
You're from the Tampa Bay area. What did you see today?
Yeah, so we really did not see anything, but we have a lot of wind. It is now around 8:35 where we are right now, and we have a lot of wind. I can hear the trees going right now, and the water is, have you seen the water out, or have you heard, like, the water is, like, behind my house is going out.
Yes.
Like receding, like almost exactly what happened to Hurricane Irma.
Mm-hmm.
And at my mom's house, I'm at my dad's house right now, but at my mom's house, we have an island called Indian Bluff, like a half a mile away, and the water over there is gone. Like you can almost walk on it.
And was it like that during Irma too?
I don't think so, but like everything. But what I know is that Irma, like this is a stronger hurricane than like Irma, because Irma, once it hit like Florida, it hit as a very strong hurricane, but once it got here, it was like we can do 90 or 100 miles an hour. This thing is because it went from the Florida Keys at first before heading up. This is even worse. Like this is going straight into Fort Myers area, and everything is just sucked out right now. And
I have a video, by the way, guys. Oh, yeah.
Yep, go ahead.
So I have my mom sent me the video of the Naples Fire Department if you want me to post it in call chat.
Yeah, we'll see if we can try and get it on the air.
Uh-huh.
In the meantime, let's take a look back at this imagery. I'm going to call you ZVAP. Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back. I am back.
Go ahead.
All right, so last night I was talking about comparing this storm to, or maybe it was this morning. I was talking about comparing this storm to the strength intensity of Iota from 2020.
Right.
And how that was constantly fluctuating throughout different sources between Category 5 and 4. I was just wondering what y'all's opinion is on that comparing to this storm.
Well, I wouldn't say that it is the absolute most ideal thing to compare two different storms. However, if I would have to give a reasonable comparison, Iota rapidly intensified before hitting Nicaragua, and I potentially reaching Category 5 peak. I believe if there was recon in that in that storm, excuse me, I would have probably expected that they would have found, obviously, Category 5 winds, and we saw the same with Ian, where recon was indicating Category 5, but NHC didn't decide to go with it, just like with Iota. So, I mean, they're both two catastrophic storms, but I wouldn't say that this is worse than Iota, but I would definitely say that this is worse than Charlie by a absolute long shot.
Really?
Clearly worse than Charlie.
Yeah.
In what way is this worse than Charlie?
Much larger.
Much larger.
Yeah.
Much more intense, and it literally submerged portions of towns.
Like there was like sharks like in the middle of downtown Fort Myers.
Apparently, also the storm was so strong that it legit made catfish rain from the sky.
I think the shark story was debunked.
Really?
Oh, really?
I believe so.
I definitely saw catfish in the on the streets. So I mean, catfishes and sharks are two different things, but I definitely saw something.
The video is in call chat.
Thanks, Max and ZVAP there. Let's see if we can talk to Alan right now. Hello, Alan. You're on the air.
Good evening. How are y'all doing today?
We're
Must
all
have
right.
been pretty tiring with all that's been going on recently, you know? I mean, at least for me, when I was just like looking at the storm all night long, I just couldn't sleep, and I literally got no sleep because I was just tracking the storm. So that was pretty
Exhausting
interesting.
enough just tracking it, isn't it? Never mind
I got
covering
3 hours.
Oh, hold on just a second. I can't hear you quite right. Hold on a minute.
Oh. All right,
Nathan.
Yes.
Before, due to the weakening of Ian and also its structure, the National Hurricane Center will no longer be issuing hourly updates. However, expect 11 p.m. an intermediate advisory for the foreseeable future. Also, the flood watch for these following counties have been canceled really quickly. I'm going to just read them very quickly.
Right.
If you are in coastal Broward, coastal Collier, coastal Miami-Dade, coastal Palm Beach, far south, basically in the Miami-Dade metro, your flooding threat is basically clear.
How do you know they've stopped hourly advisories?
Per a tweet.
Oh, on a tweet. I'm quite surprised.
Yeah,
I thought
honestly,
they'd keep going with it for at least till 11.
I don't think they're going to keep going with it because Ian's structure is degrading a bit.
It is,
And
but
it's
actually
also-
I think it might be coming
Yeah, it
back
is
slightly,
great.
but it obviously, it's nowhere near as good as it was early, and that's what we expect. But
I think it's because I think it because of the fact that it's weakening. I think NHC is no longer going to go with hourly advisories.
Well,
Maybe one.
I thought they'd have kept
To be
going
honest,
till 11 personally, but there we go.
No, they've per tweet they're going to discontinue it. And also, if we look at satellite imagery here, that eye is not as defined anymore. There is a blow up of convection on the western side of the core where the eye was, but other than that, I mean,
The mesoscale floater's given up completely. It's already gone up to the Delmarva Peninsula to look at some of its
there is a
bands.
bunch of blow ups off the east coast of Florida though, so those are probably supercells blowing up over there trying to put on some water spouts. But other than that, Ian still looks very healthy. I mean, there are actually, never mind, I'm seeing dry air slots.
Yeah, there is one there.
Yep. There's
I
two
can
of them,
actually kind of.
I think.
Two?
Yeah. I believe that there's actually a chance that it could emerge into the east coast of Florida as a category 1. What are the chances
Low,
of that even
extremely
happening?
low.
Oh, I don't
Extremely
know.
low.
I don't know. I think it has a chance.
I mean, it does have a chance, but realistically, given the fact that we already have a degrading of the eye wall, I know there's a hurricane watch because they did put a 65-mile-an-hour landfall, let's say, but we'll have to wait and see. Unfortunately, that's all I can tell you. But
And yeah,
it's on the cards. I can tell you that it's on the cards, but it's low chance. My computer crashed.
yeah. And also looking at South Carolina and the Savannah area, what do y'all think are going to be the impacts in there? High-end tropical storm, maybe a Cat 1?
High-end tropical storm with storm surge of at least 2 to 3 feet, heavy rainfall, and probably tornadoes, given the fact that you're still going to have a front right. That's right.
So it could be kind of like a similar environment to like Isaias 2 years ago, right? Like when a high-end TS Cat 1, you can call it the same. I mean, it was a 5-mile-an-hour difference. Just hitting South Carolina and basically making tornado galore in that area,
I
right?
don't disagree with that at all, to be honest with you. But I'm not going to say that's going to happen guaranteed like these IEs, but I don't disagree.
Yeah, well, of course, it's not going to be the same all the time. You know, we all heard the comparisons to Charlie, and we all know that it's different storms. But I mean, it's also kind of concerning. I've also been looking at storms recently, and I just believe that more and more we should be taking a look at climate change and looking at how it's impacting tropical cyclones recently, because looking at Noro or like Fiona or even Ian just this year, it just looks unprecedented, just like what's going on with all these storms.
Yep, absolutely.
It's hard to say. I mean, we've got this Modoki La Nina that was prominent for most of the early season, which, we'd been not dealt with that kind of climate pattern before. And so
I think we're undergoing an El Nino southern oscillation cycle because easterly trade winds are moving.
Maybe
we're definitely in a phase 8-1. I can tell you
but
that
the
for a
pattern
fact.
this year was definitely a change compared to usual climate-wise, with the very slow start to the season, and my goodness, is it making up for it now?
Absolutely.
Just talking about that, what are your predictions for October? Do you think it's gonna keep up on the high activity, or is it gonna die down again?
I don't think it will die down.
Damn.
No, I don't think it'll die down. I think it'll ramp up. Honestly.
Not in the
And
Atlantic.
you know what? One of the bad things that just also is going on is that since Ian wasn't very strong in the Caribbean, it didn't really leave like any sort of upwelling or a cold wake at all. So like anytime a Central American gyre can just spawn an actual storm with the same conditions that Ian had.
Yeah,
Jeez.
certainly. We got a few questions. Sixth Sense Amelia says, "Is there updates about Fiona, please?" Well, Fiona finally died this morning, would you believe? It was still going until this morning off the coast of Greenland, the remnants, and it's dead now. But I have a feeling you might be talking more about Fiona damage, maybe?
I haven't received any updates on Fiona damage, actually, but I would assume... Let me actually check that out, because now that we're kind of in a lull here for
and I can't give you that answer because I've been solidly working on all of these updates on 3 storms back to back. I haven't had time to look at Fiona's impact.
Power is still out in areas in Fiona's path, apparently. Power is still out in some areas.
Wow.
Yeah, according to the locals that I've talked to, actually there was like way worse than Juan. And according
Yep.
to some outlets, this did like at least twice the damage that Juan did. So like probably in the 7, maybe 800 million dollars of damage.
Nathan, if you take a look at the call chat, actually there was a tweet with a post of not a tweet. It was on a website here. This is satellite imagery from, it's basically before and after of I'm trying to find where this was.
Prince
This is
Edward
before-
Island, yes.
Yeah, and you can clearly see.
So
No explanation.
This is Canada News here for those wondering. This is Prince Edward Island before and after Hurricane Fiona, and you see all those sediment areas there that were just Fiona's washed that whole area away, and erosion.
Yeah, and also just another question: is there any recount of damage from tornadoes from Ian so far, like in South Florida, especially in the Miami metro area?
Yes.
Oh, really? What is there to look at about that?
There was reports of structural damage in Kings Point and Coffee City, as well as planes overturned and damaged, as well as multiple tornadoes touching down. I think like maybe 5 or 6.
May I say something real quick?
Sure.
So Fort Myers Fire has just come out and said that if you didn't evacuate, we're not coming to get you, because they lost their entire fleet of everything. They lost everything, including Naples. Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Also, with the recent videos of how bad surge is, it's actually reached like roof level on 1-story houses.
Yes.
So it's definitely hell out there. And actually, I was thinking that could have actually helped with some sort of brown ocean effect, which clearly didn't happen. But I don't know. I'm just wondering about how the area is gonna just be like in like the next couple weeks, and like once it dries out, how hard is it gonna be to just take out of all the debris and all that? It's gonna be one hell of a storm to recover from, I would say, especially since it's so low lying in the Fort Myers and Cape Coral areas. It could be actually like catastrophic, like maybe 50% structural damage overall, like without being able to get it back or something like that. I think we could be seeing something above like $50 billion of damage, to be honest.
Well, let's not speculate about that. And how high did we think the surge rose to? Well, the NHC were touting possible amounts to 18 feet. I don't know what you guys think it might have reached in the end.
I think it reached. I think it reached higher.
Higher.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at how the houses were completely submerged, it just tells you about how just awful it was overall. It could have been like over 20 feet if possible, at least from what I saw. Like, and also with the surge cams, if there's one of them that's still online, it could probably shows like how hard it is right now, like a few hours after landfall.
Cyclone Tracking
Nathan?
Oz, thanks for your support. Says the eye is completely toast. Maybe. David, go ahead.
National Weather Service Corpus Christi has put out a post saying
Why?
tidal levels reach. Hey?
Well, that's a
Tidal-
completely different area, but go on.
Is that a different area? No, it doesn't matter. I thought Whitecap Beach. No, that's all right.
It's in the same sea, I guess. I mean, it might have been
Yeah,
impacted by
sorry,
rip
mate,
currents
but-
from the hurricane, but yeah.
Yeah, and they referred to high risk of rip currents also in fact. That's further up the coast, isn't it?
Yes.
Corpus Christi. Yep. Sorry.
That's in Texas.
Oh.
Near Houston,
Well,
right?
I'm over here in Australia, so
I know it's tough. Yep.
I know it is tough, but I'm learning. But I enjoy it.
Some of us struggle with geography in the first place, but I just forget names. That's all I have trouble with. It's going to take me ages to get Sanibel right?
Sanibel Island, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
Hypercane says, why did it stall? I don't think it actually stalled. It just moved more slowly because there was weak steering.
Never stalled.
Yes.
And still is moving quite slowly, about 8 miles per hour. And Fidget says a thank you message to all on Force 13, best overall coverage of typhoons and hurricanes, most informative. Well, we love comments like that, and we appreciate it. And if anyone's out there who wants to join our team or get involved in some way and make our coverage even better one way or another, please let us know. Send us a message through any of our usual outlets. Cyclone Tracking Oz with another message there. Can we look at some forecast models? We did have a look in the last hour, so maybe in about half an hour or a little less we'll have a look again.
Nathan?
Yes.
Depth toll from Hurricane Fiona has risen from the last number I remember from 17 to 21.
Gee.
Wow.
So we're up to 21 fatalities.
It's not even the end of the first day yet.
Actually,
not the end of day
correction,
0
27.
yet.
Correction 27.
27?
This is off the Wikipedia page, so we are at 27 total fatalities and greater than $400 million in U.S. damage.
Well, Wikipedia has their sources.
Not U.S. damage, U.S. dollars. U.S. dollars.
Yeah.
U.S.
Could
damage.
you look at the sources?
Also, what about Ian's death toll? Has there been any reported deaths in the U.S. mainland so far?
U.S. mainland 1 death.
Wow.
Cuba 2, total death count 3, with an additional 23 missing / potentially deceased.
That's from the immigrant ship, right? That was.
Yep, that's from the immigrant ship.
Yeah, that one's actually pretty sad, and I believe they're still looking for them.
I know that 4 made it out alive.
Wow,
Actually, I know 4 made it out alive, so 19 of them are.
I mean, it's good news that at least a few of them that actually made it out alive. Let's hope that the other 19 can manage to make it out alive also, although the chances are looking pretty slim right now. Yeah.
Yeah, but...
This is Force 13 Live. If you've just joined us, we're looking at Hurricane Ian. 115 miles per hour, pressure of 960 millibars. I was told that they won't be doing hourly updates anymore. We're about to find out that for sure. Cyclone Tracking Oz says, any images of Cape Coral Boat Harbour? We have no images of anywhere down there at all right now. Nothing at all, not a sausage. The best we've got right now is the Interstate 75 all around that area, which isn't really showing that much. And around Port Charlotte.
Actually,
Anyway, the 9 p.m. update is out, so whatever authority you had there was wrong. And it is down to 105 miles per hour and a pressure of 965 millibars.
I know this is...
Sorry, the University of Florida Coastal Monitoring Program wind tower located near Punta Gorda recently reported sustained winds of 55 miles per hour with a wind gust of 78. The automated station at the Punta Gorda airport measured a gust of 109 just before 8 p.m. Sorry I cut you off there just because your signal had gone. So that's the latest. 105 miles per hour, 965 millibars makes it a category 2 on the Saffir-Simpson scale. So this storm is quickly weakening, and fingers crossed it continues in that vein so we don't have to deal with another hurricane landfall in South Carolina.
The chance is looking like for water sprouts in Lake Okeechobee right now.
Water sprouts over Lake Okeechobee.
Really?
No, there's nothing over Lake Okeechobee right now.
So with that 9 p.m. update, David, your thoughts?
Flooding, strong winds, going to make road travel hazardous. Just thinking about that, aviation flights, well, they would have been disrupted, but this system is far from disappearing.
And that means another update to my graphical bar at the bottom there is going to be required. Unfortunately, I have to do that whilst presenting at the same time, so if you'll pardon me a few minutes whilst I do some clunking and clicking, then we'll eventually get to the
I want to
latest.
add real quick, the ACE levels are up to 74 points. So we're basically at average right now, and we're 33 out of, I think, 72 or 77 or something for hurricane season. So big comeback.
Yes, at one point the Atlantic was at around 23% of what it would normally be at the point in the year, which would have been around August time. And as of the latest update, let me just check where we're up to. I know you just said it, but
Nathan?
Yes.
JTWC has issued their final advisory on Typhoon Noru, maximum sustained winds of surprisingly 80 knots. And JTWC is indicating that it will be dissipating as a significant tropical cyclone over land, and as well as Typhoon Kulap's final advisory.
Right. Kulap was the 80-knot storm.
No, it was not. It was Noru.
Well, that's
actually
wrong.
And Nathan, sorry, we have another system in the West Pac. It's been named.
Yes, we do. That was news that came out earlier today. Roki, which is somewhere near Okinawa. I've not even looked at the satellite imagery recently. But just wanted to pick up on that ACE point that was announced earlier just then as well. 74.8 is the accumulated cyclone energy now in the Atlantic. It's a measure of how busy the season has been. So we were around 23% of the average earlier this season because we were really struggling. And now we are back up to 82% of average. And that's average for the time of year, not for the entire year. So just a few things there. Let's see if we've got any more comments. I did see one, but it just got retracted. So I guess I will wait on that one. We also have, of course, our phone-in, which is continuing into our next hour. We're here for another 2 more hours before we call it a night. Let's talk to Woodland IT. Hello, welcome.
Hey, Ben here. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, you're on the air.
Cool. Yeah, so I had a couple things. The first one is it's Sanibel. So kind of like I hear you guys talking about that, but
Sanibel, yep.
Sanibel, yeah. I think the one thing that the big thing that I'm more concerned about on the East Coast right now is storm swell, right? Primarily because if it stays on track where it's going to be landing at about 2 p.m.-ish, you're still looking at highish tides. It might be going out at the time, but I think that East Coast, Daytona Beach, north, that whole section over there, Titusville, north, is going to be suffering some significant storm surge, even as this storm kind of moves off on weekends. And I wasn't sure. Have you had anybody talk about things to do after the storm, kind of post preparedness things?
No,
to
not
watch
really,
out for?
actually. I know Chris would have been one to tell us all about that, and he's probably still listening, but why don't you tell us your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so I'm a Florida native. I don't live there, but I lived there my whole life. I've been through Andrew, Charlie, Bonnie, you name them all. Some of the things that I used to do was, I'd fill up a bathtub with water because you get boiled water no matter where you're at. A hurricane comes over. Fill up your bathtub with good clean water. Well, clean your bathtub, then fill it up, right?
Yes.
So you just get some of that. The other thing is, if you have a power outage, if you didn't evacuate, after the storm passes, go turn off all your electrical boxes and circuit breakers, right? Leave one on. And reason for that is, you don't want to blow out any of your electronics, gas or electric stoves, ranges, refrigerators, those kinds of things. So when the power gets restored, kind of wait a little bit and slowly turn stuff back on. That's good kind of general practice.
Sure.
So yeah, that's what I was gonna give most people is water and making sure they can cook and get supplies and essentials.
Absolutely sound advice. So you were in Florida. Where did you move to?
I'm actually on the North Carolina coast now, just north of Wilmington. So I'm kind of keeping an eye on this one from my perspective, but I don't really, other than probably rain, right? And some,
Yeah, looks like it.
Probably a bit of storm swell, but I don't plan on going out on the ocean this weekend anyway. So
there we go.
Not really.
Well, thank you for that advice, and I'm sure important information that people can use. And thanks for joining us again.
Mm.
And let's see if we can also talk to Sandwich in California. Hello, you're on the air.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep.
Oh, okay. So my thoughts on Hurricane Ian. Yeah, I saw when it made landfall, and I saw the damages. It was pretty bad, in the storm surge too.
It was.
Yeah.
I mean, we can't understate how bad the storm surge impacts have been, even though most of it we haven't even been able to see. But when it was actually happening live, we could see it on Sanibel Island when it was coming in on Isaac's screen when he was looking at it ages back now, and it was really impressive.
And I wasn't expecting 155 miles per hour.
Yeah, I don't think anyone was, and it crept up on us overnight, didn't it? We went to bed last night, most of us, with winds of 120 miles per hour, and then in the morning it was 155.
Borderline Category 5.
Yeah, really fearsome, ferocious.
Yeah, well, it was nice talking to you, Nathan.
Right. No problem at all. Thanks for joining us, and if anyone else wants to air their views live here, then they...
Hey, Nathan?
Yeah.
Yeah, we do have position updates. I think that's what he's about ready to say. We still have them.
Yeah,
new tropical storm wind gust report from Sebring ASOS. 70.2 miles an hour report from the east at 0055 Zulu from the KSEF ASOS. I'm not reading the rest of those letters and numbers, but just 70.2 mile an hour wind gust as well. They have maintained the high risk of excessive rainfall across much of central Florida. And I think they're going to keep that going for... They actually have it on the day 2 as well, which I find interesting.
Yes. Yeah. Tropical Storm Altony Bron, thanks once again for your support this evening. Is the ocean heat content cool? I think the question is, will the ocean heat content cool down after Hurricane Ian formed? I don't think it will have done very much. I can have a quick look for you right now. I won't be able to present it on the screen, but let me just have a little look. and see what it is now. Of course, after the storm. Just checking. North Atlantic. Oh no, it is still absolutely bustling there. There's only a small indent where Ian was. It is still largely untapped.
The Caribbean also is very, very untapped as well, so anything that forms in the Caribbean and gets a well-defined circulation throughout the hurricane season, it's going to go boom. But also, we just received a considerable flash flood warning for Hardy, Highlands, and Polk counties until 1 a.m. tomorrow.
Just trying to see if the diagrams come up on my map here. Is that like an extended one of that flash flood emergency?
No, I believe this is a separate. Let me check. I think that might get upgraded to a flash flood emergency, honestly, within the next couple hours, but I have to. Yep, this is an extension.
Yeah.
This is an extension. You are correct. For Sebring, Frost Proof, which is a very interesting name, Fort Meade, and Bowling Green. So that is an extension of the flash flood emergency, which does indeed remain in effect.
Scary. We're looking at a webcam here from Fort Myers along Interstate 75, not far from the middle of town. At one of the junctions, mile marker 137.7. And just a quick comment there that says there are currently tornadoes forming near Melbourne. Do you agree?
I will be the one to confirm that. Melbourne, we look. That is actually not rotation at all. That appears to be radar interference as well as bright. Yeah, that is definitely not any tornadic circulations. There are definitely bands that could produce tornadoes, but honestly, it's conditional at this rate, given the fact that conditions have already been tapped into, as well as Ian's core is weakening substantially. So once Ian's core weakens enough, the tornado threat is going to basically just go to zero. But there's still a tornado watch in effect, so tornadoes cannot be ruled out at all. But I honestly say, given Ian's core weakening, I would expect the tornado threat to gradually diminish with northeastward extension.
John Barnard, thank you very much for your support this evening. We really appreciate it. I hope that you've been finding our coverage useful tonight. Says that Jacksonville is experiencing east to west nor'easter winds offshore of 40 miles per hour. Will this increase flooding threats to that area? I'm not sure what they mean by nor'easter winds, or maybe it's just nor'easter style winds. Let's take a look at what's going on the radar up there, and let's see what we have. So, interesting to see. I'm not seeing much in terms of the rain moving. Oh no, it is, yeah, from the coast inland slightly. Slowly through due to the bands there. Whether the winds will increase the flooding threat. Oh, actually, yeah, so offshore there's a few bands about to move in, so that will obviously dump a fair amount of rain. Over time, though, you're going to get a lot more of the serious stuff as this all moves up northwards. I would say that tomorrow and tomorrow evening probably is going to be a much rougher time for Jacksonville as we keep watching. But overnight tonight, you are in line for a few little bands. All this stuff here. I'm not seeing anything too hairy there. I do wonder what will happen to this band out here, whether it might just come on into that area. I don't think it will quite end up like that. especially with how the storm is structured now and it's rapidly losing it. But overall, over time, Jacksonville could end up seeing a storm total possibly in the order of 10 inches or higher, maybe. How bad is it in Cape Cod? Cape Cod, bloody hell. Cape Coral got major concern. I imagine it is pretty bad. I've not seen a thing since we saw some of those flooding videos and whatnot. The surge will have been really insane. I don't know if anyone has seen images out of Cape Coral this evening. Anyone know? Well, sounds like our team don't know.
Alright, go ahead, Nathan.
Sorry?
Go again, Nathan.
Just about the Cape Coral area. Someone asking how bad is it there now, I guess.
I have honestly no words.
As in you've not heard anything, or there's no words for how bad it was?
I've not heard anything from Cape Coral. The only things that I've seen were entirely flooded streets. Fort Myers, though, on the other hand, we've already seen. We've already seen plenty. And west-northwest of Sarasota, the Imminent station has reported 87-mile-an-hour wind gusts from about an hour and a half ago, because these are delayed reports. But nothing out of the Cape Coral areas, and now, however, Fort Myers, definitely.
It is a big concern, Cape Coral, considering that, it's in the name, it's a cape, it's a protrusion of land that's got a major river right next to it on the right-hand side, and it's got a few islands to its west, and not much separating it from the open Gulf of Mexico. So serious concerns about that area. Do you think storm surge might still be rising there?
I think once the entirety of I think it definitely is receding, but honestly, it's not going to... Actually, I think storm surge has stopped, but floodwaters are not going to recede for the next day or two.
Yeah.
Potentially multiple days.
We're looking at a live cam here near Fort Myers. There's a little bit of surface water that you can see in that embankment there, and it looks like that light go out, or was that just the raindrop that just left the camera? It just got a lot darker then. But we're also joined by Amethyst now. Hello, you're on the air.
Hey everybody, I haven't been on the stream in a while, so I'm back here with my squeaky voice, which is yet to deepen, and I'm also at Disney World with my vacation ruined, and it's pouring outside.
I imagine it is. Are you concerned about the potential for flooding there?
I definitely am. My balcony is right next to a pool, and it seems like it's almost overflowing. I don't know if it will, but that will most likely flood, at least for when I wake up tomorrow morning. And the area surrounding me, there's a lot of water on the sidewalks, there's a lot of water in the areas nearby, so I'm definitely concerned, at least for walking over the next couple days.
Weren't you evacuated from Disney, though? They shut down the entirety of the theme park.
Yeah, all theme parks are closed. We couldn't go to Hollywood Studios today, and all parks are closed tomorrow as well, and Disney Springs is closed Friday.
I thought you were evacuated out of there, to be honest.
Orlando Airport is supposed to be reopened Friday. At least that's what the airport has said. But if the flooding is too extreme or the winds are too extreme, then that might not happen.
All right. Let's get some more comments here. Does Jacksonville still have a risk of losing power and flooding?
They do still have the risk for flooding as this system gradually progresses to the north and east. We actually had two tropical storm wind reports at Jacksonville earlier, about maybe 53 and 40 something. So yeah, tropical storm force winds and storm
now?
surge as well as flooding can be still expected in the Jacksonville area.
Hold on, slow
Yeah,
down
power
a minute.
outages are going up there too.
Already, this is happening.
Yeah, can I have one more thing before I leave for the night?
Sure.
Okay, this is from Nick Underwood, the hurricane hunter that flies commonly in the NOAA 42 Kermit. He said, I've flown storms for the last 6 years. This flight to Hurricane Ian was the worst I've ever been on. I've never seen so much lightning in an eye. So, you know, that's some big words from a hurricane hunter that's flown many storms.
Very dangerous indeed for flying conditions and ground conditions alike. And what about St. Augustine? Will the wall be able to hold the storm surge? Question mark. Now, I don't know much about this wall, so all I can do, I guess, is tell you about what the storm surge expectations are for that area. Unless anyone else in here knows.
No.
So for those areas, I think they're expecting 4 to 6 feet, if I'm not mistaken, or maybe 3 to 5. But I would, I guess, go the precautionary route and say maybe 6.
Catch you later, Nathan. It was nice joining.
Great to have you once again, and I'm sure we'll see you soon, Tyler.
Yep. If you want to chat with me, I'll be available.
All right. 4 to 6 feet is for that area, yeah. So, oh no, I'm still thinking Jacksonville here. St. Augustine, might be on the lower end. You might get 1 to 3. Flagler-Volusia County line is the break point between the peak storm surge. As a matter of fact, let's show everyone the graphic here for the peak storm surge forecast. It'll help everyone then, I think. So let's see if we can take a look at this. And I've got to bring it on another screen. I'll get it there in just a minute. So this is the graphic for the peak storm surge. Experimental, of course, from the National Hurricane Center, and you can see those values. 1 to 3 feet from Patrick Air Force Base to the Flagler-Volusia County line, 4 to 6 feet up to the Alhambra Sound, St. John's River, 3 to 5 feet. And 3 to 5 feet from Altamaha Sound to South Santee River. So St. Augustine, I think, is it north or south of that line? Oh, it's further north than I thought, actually. So yes, 4 to 6 feet we got there in the end. So I don't know what that means for that wall that you were talking about, but it could still be a substantial storm surge. Feet above ground level, and of course it depends upon what the tide's looking like at that time of day, whenever the storm arrives as well.
I've seen a question from someone else saying, will there be storm surge on the east coast of Florida because I live there?
Well, you just saw it there.
Yeah.
Storm surge of up to 6 feet is currently being indicated for the northeasternmost part of the Florida coast.
The central and southern eastern coasts most likely won't see anything or much because that's not necessarily where Ian is, and if you are near Ian in the central part of the eastern coast, I suppose, you might get very light storm surge, but other than that, you won't see much. Most of it will just be focused on the northeastern coast.
There was 1 or 2 questions actually about wanting to look at the models, so we'll take a look at what some of those models are saying right now. We did look at it not so long ago, but I don't mind showing everyone again, showing what the latest from all of the computer model sets for Ian. So let's take a look at this right now. This is showing us the GFS model, which initializes the storm very weak compared to what it actually was. initialize it at 963 millibars when in fact at that point it was 937. So that was dead wrong. But let's look at the track. It stalls a little bit near where it is right now, and when I look at that imagery, no, it's not really stalling yet, but still possible. It emerges pretty much over Cape Canaveral, and that occurs at about late afternoon into the early evening, actually, on Thursday, and then along the coast, deepening a little bit, and a 982 millibar landfall possible. That would be a minimal hurricane after strengthening over the water. But interestingly on GFS, it turns the storm eastward for a little bit just as it emerges off the coast before it actually goes north, buying it a little bit more time. So an interesting little change in that forecast model. It completely dies very quickly though over South Carolina. European model, it initializes the storm at 9:56 and then it moves inland. Again, possible little stall there, but I'm not really seeing that on radar imagery. It's in the area where the storm is right now, so I don't know, maybe that stall might happen shortly, and then slowly pushing up northwards, and then just exiting the coast quite far north compared to some of the other models, and then strengthening again down to a 977 peak there, secondary peak, and then 979 landfall. So possibly a hurricane strength storm there again as well. CMC initially here, initialize it at 971, moves it inland, and again there's that little movement around the storm. It's once again it's still very jagged, I guess, in terms of the movement, and stop start, and very unsmooth. And then moving off the coast near Cape Canaveral, a little bit of strengthening but not much. Landfall at 987, that would be a moderate to high end tropical storm there. Navgem, I don't think there's any worth looking at Navgem really, but actually takes it a bit further east. That's just east of Charleston, that landfall. Probably as a high-end tropical storm there. The Icon model, which is the one that people were raving about a little bit because it kept going eastwards and turned out to be quite right in the end, and it's still going a little bit eastwards there, in fact very much eastwards, and calling for a square landfall on Charleston, probably as a category 2. So that's the strong outlier there, and then it moves rapidly inland and still traceable over North Carolina. And then let's take a look at one of the mesoscale models. The NAM 3 kilometer is actually reasonable with the storm instead of blowing up to oblivion, and that turns quite far east at first near Lake Okeechobee, much more east than it is right now, so I don't think that's going to happen. And then it's a much further northerly track to take the storm into just east of Beaufort, probably as a category 1, yeah, strong category 1, but I doubt that. And then we have the HRRR model, which is a very short term, up to 21 hours so far. It's still loading, I think, but you can see that track there actually south of Cape Canaveral slightly, close to Melbourne, and then out over the water and still moving northeast. So I don't know if there's much weight in that one. And I won't show them on this occasion, but the hurricane models, the HWRF and the HMON, are calling for landfalls near Beaufort and a wind speed of a high-end tropical storm, or even maybe only mid-tropical storm. I think HWRF was going for 60 miles per hour, and the HMON was only going with 50 miles per hour at its landfall in South Carolina. So we wouldn't mind that, I don't think. Let's actually just quickly check the GEFS ensembles, just to give you an idea of what all the ensemble members have been saying as well. What we look for here is tight consensus. What you'll see is all the different models, model ensembles displayed across the map, and you'll see there in some of those numbers, and the yellowish colours are where the consensus is. but there's actually one ensemble that turns it back northwest and re-enters the Gulf of Mexico near Cedar Key briefly and into Georgia. That definitely won't happen, trust me. But there is still quite a bit of uncertainty when you look at all of those ensembles anywhere within the National Hurricane Center cone, basically anywhere from a pass right over Jacksonville, or potentially an eastward landfall on the border near Myrtle Beach, I think, on the border with South and North Carolina. So almost anything is up for grabs still there. Not almost anything, but still a fair variation. But the consensus is calling for somewhere between Beaufort and Charleston. And that's the models. Looking back at our radar picture, and no sign of an eye anymore, I don't think. It looks like it has completely gone. And if that's true, then that is excellent news that the eye might have died off, because that robs it of any more time to perhaps sustain itself a little bit longer, or weakens more slowly. More rapid weakening is likely if the eye has actually gone. I was just looking for some questions there as well. Visual evidence, a message of thanks there. Thank you for the best weather coverage and the most fun and interactive channel on the air and YouTube. It's like Coast to Coast AM, but with typing, which I find an interesting comment. I mean, you know, I hope this format works out, and if people think that there's a better way to do it, then we'd love to hear it. We're always open to suggestions. We always want to make ourselves better. So get involved in the conversation, and we try and make the best weather coverage there is. Junjun Villarreal says stay safe from Hurricane Ian, and awesome coverage as well. And one or two other comments saying thank you as well. And another comment about how to work WSV3.
I don't think right now we're going to be giving WSB3 guides.
It is on there though. It should be quite easy, but you won't have the color scale that we have because it's our color scale. So that's one thing. Do we think Ian will be worse than Irma for Orlando? And as someone who is in the Orlando area right now, I guess Amethyst, it's up to you. What do you think?
I wasn't here for Irma, so it might be hard for me to tell as well, but...
Well, I wasn't there during either storm, so...
Looking at what I've seen a few clips with Irma, and seeing that it was a Cat 2, Cat 3 when it was moving over Orlando, it definitely was more of a wind thing, I suppose. It was moving very fast when it was moving over Florida, so it wasn't necessarily a direct impact, I guess. Ian is moving a lot slower, and it's definitely packing a punch when it comes to rain. So I definitely think Ian will be worse than Irma for Orlando, but I definitely still don't think it'll be kind of a disaster. It will definitely take a while to clean up, but it'll definitely be worse than Irma, but it won't be a disaster situation that some people might be thinking about.
All right. Let's see if we can take a look at some more images right now on another webcam. This is another view at Fort Myers, just short of the Caloosahatchee River Bridge, looking northbound. So that's the view there on a dark picture. There's not much else that we can look at the moment. There's very few cameras out after what happened earlier, of course. Remarkable Zai, thank you very much for your support this evening as well. What hurricane is the worst in your opinion? Ian, Michael, or Dorian? By the way, love the content. I mean, how do you answer a question like that? Michael was stronger. Dorian was absolutely brutal. It's got to be Dorian, hasn't it? 185 mile/hour winds, and it stalled as a Category 5.
Yeah, I would definitely agree and say Dorian, considering it was 185 some people say 190 stalling over the Bahamas, which is not necessarily that rich and doesn't have that well constructed buildings. It definitely devastated the Bahamas. They're definitely still rebuilding, and it's going to take them a while to finish rebuilding from this.
You can join our phone in. I mean, it isn't actually a real phone in. Someone asked what number to join. I mean, we don't have that capability yet. Maybe we could build it, but we are communicating through Discord on our stage channel. And you can find it through discord.gg/force13 is the link. And that's how you'll find our server, and you'll see us active in there and request to join. Just like one of our listeners has done as well. Dog, hello there. If you are there, yes, you're on the air.
Can you guys hear me?
Yep, loud and clear.
Okay, so I was wondering if Ian could possibly pull a Harvey and go back into the Gulf of Mexico.
No.
Because you saw that one ensemble model that suggests it might. Well, no, it can't.
It won't.
I mean, one ensemble model says it, so it's not a 0% chance, but no, it is an extremely low chance, and
Yeah, it's not a 0, but I highly, highly doubt it. Like 95%, 98% of models are saying that it will go into Georgia and South Carolina, so worrying about it going into the Gulf shouldn't really be happening. Most of the concern should be on Georgia and the Carolinas.
after Florida. Was that everything?
I was also wondering, could Ian also affect North Carolina and maybe Virginia?
Well, they've both issued state of emergencies in their states, so they certainly think that there's the potential for some issues. And I would say, well, tropical storm warnings, I think, are into North Carolina now, aren't they? Or close? There's certainly watches.
I think they're
there.
close.
Yep, they've got warnings well into North Carolina, so with a large wind field, I think they will get some tropical storm force winds. And as for Virginia, there are some indications that they might get quite a bit of rain and heavy rain rates. So
yeah,
I think that
I
might
live
be
in North Carolina, and it usually with storms like this, where they're tropical storms and they're moving kind of fast, it will definitely provide an impact, but it's not anything near the severe impacts that we're seeing in Florida.
Thanks, Dog. Also, wanting to speak here is CVAP again, which I'm going to call you. I don't know if you have a preference, but you're on the air.
Yeah, I have clarified my name in the Discord name, just Vapor.
Vapor.
But yeah. Is there any footage that we have from Cuba, Western Cuba yet?
I haven't seen much. I've seen some pictures that show, your typical kind of hurricane damage with down power poles and rubble and a real mess across the road and buildings that have been, weathered quite substantially but not heavily destroyed. But I don't think we're getting much out of Cuba at the moment because of the nationwide power outage, which I believe is, I don't know if
The
it's still
whole
ongoing. Yeah, apparently that happened. I think we heard that news yesterday.
Yep. That's just insane that happened.
It is. Millions. I don't know what the population is, but millions out of power.
Entire island. Yeah, that's all I had though. That's the only question I had.
Yeah, no
Thank you for
problem.
letting me up.
No problem at all. And we appreciate the interaction. We're still looking at this webcam, and you can see cars. I don't know if it's actually still strong winds that are blowing rain across the road, or whether it's actually cars pushing through a little bit of surface water here. Obviously hard to tell with the lack of vision. I would imagine it's still the former. But this is right near the north end of Fort Myers, just before the Interstate 75 Caloosahatchee River Bridge, looking north. And there's quite a few vehicles going out and about now. the storm is starting to wind down a little bit in this area. Certainly the storm itself is not looking great on the radar imagery anymore. Its eye is shot to bits. I'm just wondering which part is the eye now, actually. I'm just going to watch this vehicle pull through here. There's some bright lights for quite a small car. Let's just go back to the radar full picture, and I'm just wondering if the eye might be this. I'm not sure. There's a coming together and moving inwards, so I wonder if that might be the eye. Maybe velocity might help. Looks like that is
pretty
probably
hard to tell.
I think that's probably the eye still there, dipping inwards, but it's very difficult to establish. Just to the southeast of Sebring, so I think that's it. I mean, you can see this little area here that looks like it's kind of circling, but I don't think that's it. But I think this is the eye near Sebring, and they're getting a real big amount of rain here now in this side over Sebring Central, so they'll be getting a big hit with very high rain rates. And you look further north and further west, and you can still see the Tampa Bay area. They're getting quite a lot of steady rainfall. Some of those bands moving through Lakeland now, Kissimmee, Orlando, Titusville at times, getting some cells that are just blowing up as they reach the coast. Quite a few small little cells that end up growing quite a bit bigger. You can see that production line almost that's about to move into some more storms as they move over land tonight. Looking further north towards Daytona Beach and that area, you can see quite a few little cells here that are pulling in as well. I doubt we're going to get any serious tornadic events out of what we're looking at right now, but stranger things have happened.
I will say concerning like U.S. severe weather like tornadoes and severe thunderstorms, a lot of the outer bands are including thunderstorms. At least heavy rainfall is here in the southwestern part of Orlando. There has been a bit of lightning. It's been pretty far away, at least from where I am, but there's definitely a lot of lightning, or at least lightning going on up in the clouds right now. But other than that, tornadoes are definitely not expected anymore.
And just to clear any doubt, satellite imagery confirms that the eye is this here, so it is right next to Sebring right now. Just along Route 98, just to the east of town. So that's the current position of the center of the eye as we get towards a later hour, 20 to 10 on the US East Coast. We'll be here with our full coverage still until 11 o'clock tonight, and then we'll review the situation tomorrow for potential more live streaming activities with the hurricane. If it is still a hurricane by then, of course, which I'm pretty sure it will still hold on for at least that long, and then go from there. But if you've found our channel recently, then feel free to subscribe. We cover storms like this all the time, all around the world, and we are obviously covering this as much as we can. Right, so some more questions here. Damage estimates for Ian? I have no idea.
It's very hard to tell since it's still ongoing.
That's going to change soon, but at the moment we've no idea. And how do I change the color for wind speed in WSV3? Well, it's a field, how do I describe it? I should make a video about it one day. It's a basically a little document notepad on the color palettes, which is hidden deep somewhere in the WSV3 folders. I can't remember where myself. It takes me a while to find it every time I change it. So you'll find it somewhere, and then you can change the data that will basically tell you what colors are where.
Yeah. I've seen a comment saying, I am below Savannah. I expect gusts up to 50 miles an hour, 4 to 6 foot surge, and lots of rain, not a drop yet. That not a drop yet will change very soon, as I'm pretty sure a lot of outer bands are starting to reach the coast of Georgia, based on what I've seen on radar. So expect rain to begin a bit suddenly, I suppose, and gusts up to 50 miles an hour. That's pretty reasonable, and 4 to 6 foot surge. Yeah, I guess on the lower end, 4, 5 foot surge around Savannah, south of Savannah.
Jules, good question. Where can you look for live radar when we sign off? Our US channel, Force 13 US, I think is probably still running live coverage, a live viewer for radar of the storm. And our main channel is still running automated feeds of the satellite pictures on Ian right now as well, all the time, 24/7. So those are some places that you can go when we sign off, and I'll make sure I set the redirect for that as well. New feature, cool feature on YouTube where you can literally redirect everyone over to another video when we finish here. So
like they do on Twitch.
Yeah, so that's nice. So I'll make sure that we send it over to the US stream, which I'm pretty sure is showing live radar. But a few people were commenting about any live webcams closer to the storm. I mean, trust me, we've tried all day. We had them much earlier on, but you won't find pretty much anything out there right now. And of course, it's nighttime, so in some of the places where you might have seen something, you won't see anything due to the darkness. But so many of those webcams that we had earlier on today are long gone. If you look back through some of our coverage, you'll see that you know, some of those some of the really brutal imagery that we were looking at on our live stream.
Someone has asked, has anything changed since I asked about Myrtle Beach yesterday? I wasn't here when you asked that question, but Nathan, do you have anything to say about that?
I can't remember what we said yesterday either, but regarding Myrtle Beach, that still can't be ruled out for significant tropical storm conditions. Of course, they're under a tropical storm warning, and they could expect to see a storm surge of a few feet there as well.
Yeah, if you're on vacation or are living near Myrtle Beach, it's definitely going to be a day or two, maybe even 3 of some lots of rain, consistent rain, and some possibly low to mid-range tropical storm force gusts and maybe low-end tropical storm force winds. But unlike what you're seeing in Florida and a lot of Florida, it's just going to be a pretty just dreary next few days, and if you're on vacation, it's probably not going to be a good next few days for the beach.
David, are you still with us right now?
Yes, I'm still here with you and listening to the commentary, and things are a bit slow on the Twitter platform. Not much information coming out.
I'm just wondering what to do here, because the thing is with YouTube, and I think we've done a pretty important 12 hours of coverage here.
We have.
And I'm a bit worried that if we go beyond that 12 hours, that once you make more than a 12-hour coverage, then you won't be able to watch. You'll lose it. You won't be able to watch the live stream back. And I feel like we should preserve what we actually did during this 12-hour period. Unfortunately, that would have to mean that I'd have to end the stream. So I'm not sure what to do, because equally we want to see what the 11 p.m. advisory says. So I'm not really sure how to act on that. Maybe we should do a poll, whether people think we should keep streaming or preserve the video that we had, that we recorded in the last 12 hours, because Once it gets beyond that, you won't see it. But if we stop at the
Nathan.
12-hour mark, then you'll be able to scroll back through the whole thing on our channel and actually see what happened as it unfolded.
What you could do, you cut it before the 12 hour, take a minute's break every start, and it will save.
It would have to be a different stream, though, wouldn't it?
No?
Are you sure?
Sure. I
I don't know about that.
what I do. Well, you take a 2-minute break because it will. If you cut it now, you'll lose the automated stream too, wouldn't you? Because you're using the same link, or as you switch over.
Wait, what? I don't know what you're talking about now.
Well,
a lot
what
of
you-
people are suggesting that we end the stream and restart it in
I
a
see
few
that.
minutes. Yeah.
Because we obviously want to fulfill our commitment and go to the 11 o'clock hour, because that's a big National Hurricane Center update, and we want to see everything with that. So I guess we'll press that button and
come back.
But I don't know. So I tell you what. Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll return,
Come
and
back. Yep.
you'll see us somewhere. If you're on the Force 13 channel, smash that F5 button and see if our new stream pops up.
But it is history, and I've been thinking about the 12-hour cutoff.
Cyclone Tracking Ours, thank you for the message as well. Five don't send it to. Oh dear. We don't want to pander to monetary offers. That's not how we work. But we'll end it here. And Vapor says, make a new stream called "Waiting for the 11 p.m. Advisory." I think we will. I think we will do that.
That's a good one.
We're going to finish up here, and we'll be back in about 10 minutes. We'll spend a whole hour waiting for the 11 p.m. advisory together. This is Force 13 Live. Hope to see you again shortly. Stay tuned. Take a look at our channel.